Chapter 80. It's a giant hole. The new game, should we watch as well? Chen Yang's friends nodded. Since they passed Resident Evil, they would consider trying the new game if it was worth the money. Zhang Xiaoyu sat behind the counter in boredom. Usually when she had nothing to do, she would run up to Fang Qi and watch him play. But today, she stared at all the people behind Fang Qi in sadness as if she had been wronged. I wish I could become taller. She jumped up and down but barely even saw his screen. Girls always took care of their appearances, so Lan Yan and Nolan Mingxie didn't come until they took a nap. Although they still had dark circles under their eyes, they weren't so obvious. When they walked in, Nolan Mingxue's face still showed hints of embarrassment. As the most talented genius of the young generation at the Nolan family, she had never been scolded, until last night. There was her first time experiencing all that. Xiaoyu, are you watching Fang Qi play? Lan Yan laughed and asked when she saw Zhang Xiaoyu jumping up and down and trying to see the screen. Come on, get me 2 Häagen-Dazs ice creams, and I'll carry you in my arms. No, it's too embarrassing. Zhang Xiaoyu refused and turned her head away. Are you sure? Lan Yan moved up and continued enticing her. This game is more exciting than Diablo. You will see the sword control technique, and there is a liquor sword immortal. You'll also see the owner fight all sorts of monsters as long as you let me carry you. No, I want to see the owner get beaten up by monsters. Zhang Xiaoyu pouted. Lan Yan immediately burst out in laughter and said, that will happen too. Zhang Xiaoyu pondered as she contemplated, it does sound really interesting. Okay then. Zhang Xiaoyu took the crystals and handed Lan Yan and Nolan Mingxie each a container of Häagen-Dazs. Then, Lan Yan carried Zhang Xiaoyu in her arms until the latter's eyes saw the screen. Lan Yan was a warrior after all, so carrying a little girl like Zhang Xiaoyu was as easy as carrying a doll. Do you want to try? Lan Yan could even use the other hand to eat ice cream. Please do not share snacks, Fang Qi suddenly said, or else, you will never be welcomed back. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately showed her canine teeth at Fang Qi, but the latter had already turned back to face the screen. Furious, Zhang Xiaoyu waved her fists in the air and said, he's so annoying. The truth was, the game gave the players a lot of freedom to explore, so Fang Qi really wanted to create the perfect ending. For example, he wanted to stop Ling from being taken up to Shu Mountain by the Sword Sage and avoid the subsequent disasters from happening. After Elder Shi took Ling away, Fang Qi began planning things out and leveling up himself. However, it was obvious that his time was limited. The events that would take place wouldn't be slowed, so he could only change small details with the time he had. Fang Qi couldn't stop Ling from being taken up the Shu Mountain by the Sword Sage. From the viewpoints of the Shu Mountain faction, all monsters and demons were evil. Even if Fang Qi mentioned that Ling was Nua's descendant and leaked this critical information, Ling would still be locked up until further investigation. As for taking Ling back from the Sword Sage, the crowd stared at the powerful and profound sword energies on the screen, as well as sword techniques that they couldn't comprehend. For the first time, they felt hopeless. Let me try. Nolan Hongwu rolled up his sleeves and shouted, how can he be so unreasonable? Let me fight him for 3 days if I have to. Let's see who's more powerful. His sword techniques are my warrior skills. Nolan Hongwu was so angry that he wanted to jump into the screen and battle the Sword Sage. Reasonable. Those who knew Nolan Hongwu's identity were at a loss for words. Who would have thought that one day, Nolan Hongwu would be the reasonable one? They thought, even though others didn't voice their opinions about the Sword Sage, they also wanted to jump into the screen to help. The only thing was that they knew they weren't as strong as Nolan Hongwu and couldn't defeat the skilled Sword Sage even if they could enter the game. In the end, Fang Qi realized that even though he could change the minor details, changing the entire plot of the story seemed impossible. Upon hearing the reactions behind him, Fang Qi couldn't help but shake his head. Later in the game, there would be a touching story about Lu Jinyuan and the butterfly demoness. Once he finished that story, those watching him were all in their tears. The story was very intricately written. Lu Jinyuan met a butterfly that was stuck inside a spider's web, and he rescued it and set it free. It turned out that the butterfly was a butterfly demoness, and she wanted to repay him. The plot felt like a dream, but everything was so closely linked together that the audience felt like it really happened in the world. They even wished that this story was real. The people in this world hadn't read anything bizarre and interesting, so they felt like this story was amazing. Humans can fall in love with demons. Monsters are better at expressing gratitude. How could something so amazing exist? Fang Qi was left in awe as well. The plot of the legend of the sword and fairy was like a giant hole, those who get into it wouldn't be able to climb out. Why is this demoness so nice? Shen Qingqing was only watching to kill time, but she cried buckets when she saw how Kai, the butterfly demoness, was willing to give up thousands of years of cultivation strength just to give Lu Jinyuan, the human, 10 more years of life. Zhang Xiaoyu hugged onto Lan Yan as she wailed, "Why is Kai so stupid?" Even Nalan Mingshui's eyes were red, and she mumbled to herself, "How can someone who has cultivated for more than 1,000 years still be so stupid? I would never do anything like that." Not only the girls, even curious new players like Chen Yong and the others choked back tears. This isn't real, right? Tell me this isn't real. I'm a tough man, how can I cry while watching a story that's happening inside a game? Chen Yong rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. Then, he suggested loudly, "Let's play this game tomorrow. We watched the owner play for so long, so we basically know their future. Let's try to stop such tragedies from happening." Yes, I think we can stop these tragedies. Those who haven't played The Legend of the Sword and Fairy declared with determination as they wiped off their tears and waved their fists in the air. Let's play tomorrow and stop the tragedies. Fang Qi sighed, too young, too naive. Nalan Hongwu took a deep breath and forced his tears back into his eyes. I'm glad that I'm used to life and death, or else I would have been embarrassed in front of these young people. The stories in the game are more touching than real life. Those who said that they were sick of stories of this sort were now incredibly embarrassed. After finishing this part of the story, Fang Qi exhaled and glanced at the people around him who were either holding back their tears or sniffling quietly. He sighed sadly and thought, what's going to happen if I can't stop Ling from dying? Congratulations on the new gift. Suddenly, Fang Qi heard the system's notification and quickly opened the system interface. While playing the game, the host attracted the attention of a great number of audience and therefore possesses the popularity of a qualified owner. Thus, the system is rewarding the host with special equipment, livestream screens X2. Such equipment will be installed when the new shop opens, and live streaming will become available. Chapter 81. I'm addicted, so you should be too. More than half the customers walked out of the internet cafe with red eyes. Even Nalan Hongwu clicked his tongue as he thought back to the stories he just saw. Although it was a game, it was still worth reminiscing. Because of this, he began anticipating the later stories that would happen in The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. The young people were even more emotional than he was. Even after they left, they were still thinking about all the stories they just saw in the game as if these stories happened right in front of them. Xiaoyao was playful but responsible, Yueru was a naive girl who seemed stubborn but was soft-hearted, and Ling was considerate and sweet. Moreover, Lu Jinyuan and the butterfly demoness's story touched their hearts. Perhaps they never thought that they would share the happiness and sorrow of characters in a game. The people in the game should be known to all. We need more people to know about them. Chen Yong exclaimed as his expression lit up. Yes, we need more people to know about them. More people. Chen Yang's friends were exhilarated by this idea as they were thinking of the same thing. After going back to Lingyun Academy, Chen Yong gathered some close friends and said, let me tell you. I watched the owner play The Legend of the Sword and Fairy yesterday. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy? That new game, is it good? It's more than that, Chen Yong answered, the plot and techniques in the game are all classics. In terms of techniques, there are sword control technique, innumerable sword scroll, heavenly sword. If you master the sword control technique, both warriors and cultivators can fly on swords. The plot is amazing too. I've never been more fascinated. It's that good. The crowd was doubtful, it sounds similar to Celestial Warrior. Are you kidding me? Celestial Warrior is boring and can't compare with The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Chen Yong exclaimed, if you don't believe me, watch me play tomorrow. You're going to play? One of his friends asked. Sounds good. If it's good, we'll play too. Chen Yong wasn't the only who was spreading the message. Song Qingfeng, Lin Xiao, and Shu Luo sat together in the Wind and Moon Pavilion along with some of their friends. Countless delicacies were placed on the table, and an occasion of this degree was rare, even for the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Thank you for treating us, Brother Song. What is this for? All the young men present were of prestigious background. However, they were shocked by Song Qingfeng's generosity. Nothing big, Lin Xiao laughed, I'm sure you've all heard of Origin's Internet Club, so I'm not going to explain what it is. Yes, we've heard about it but haven't got the chance to visit. Lin Xiao nodded. We called you all over because we have to share this amazing game with you. Not only at Wind and Moon Pavilion, but players also started to recommend The Legend of the Sword and Fairy to those who were playing other games. Brother Li, we've passed Resident Evil, should we play The Legend of the Sword and Fairy tomorrow? Brother Wong, let me tell you this. I watched the owner play The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, and it is just. Should we change things up tomorrow? Liang Shi was an old Resident Evil player. After his time was up, he looked toward the people who were walking out of the internet cafe while fervently recommending The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Confused, he asked Fang Qi, what kind of magic is in this new game? Fang Qi rubbed his nose and said mysteriously, after all, since they are addicted, others should be as well. Others should be as well. Liang Shi scratched his head, more confused than ever. If you're doubtful, just try it, Fang Qi laughed. Liang Shi didn't know how he should respond. Sir, are you trying to get me addicted as well? Ji Wuyu lied sideways on the Nanmu bench in the courtyard while a soft breeze gently scuffed the edge of his robe. He was holding two white spheres made from stones in one hand, and he rotated and circled them again and again. No one knows where this small shop came from, but prestigious individuals, including those from the Nolan family, Juhua City, and even Cloud Ocean faction gather there every day, this man murmured as if he was pondering something. I'm curious as well. How interesting can a game be? A black shadow slowly appeared in the courtyard. Did Nolan Jia change his mind? Nolan Jia, he goes to that shop every day, I don't think we can trust him anymore. Ji Wuyu snickered, moreover, he's been secretly erasing the traces that could lead to him. Does he really think that I wouldn't find out? I think he probably found another way and is trying to outsmart us. Ji Wuyu laughed, what do you think, Phantom Wolf? A snicker sounded from the darkness, and the black shadow raised his hand and crossed his neck. Should I? Not yet. Ji Wuyu stood up from the chair and walked toward the side of the courtyard, which was right above a cliff. Standing here, one could see the entire Zhongyan region. Ji Wuyu reached out his hand as if he were grasping everything in front of him. However, he quickly let go and said, the Zhongyan region isn't under our control yet. If we kill him, we might burn ourselves. Moreover, he can still be useful to us. Then, the black shadow was waiting for Ji Wuyu to continue. The old Nolan Hongwu goes to that shop every day, and he isn't a man who can be easily defeated, Ji Wuyu said faintly, plus, that man is always with him. Perhaps, we can tackle this from another angle. Another angle? The black shadow laughed coldly, that shop messed up our plans, and its business is doing better by the day. Are you really going to let them off the hook? That doesn't sound like you. Of course not, Ji Wuyu laughed. A civilian shop with such success must have threatened the interest of many other people inside and outside Juhua City. Many eyes are watching with jealousy, so all we have to do is watch. The black shadow chuckled, what would you like to do? Ji Wuyu sat back down in his seat. A butterfly with black wings gently flew before him, and he suddenly reached out to grab its wings. Then, he said nonchalantly, I'm going to ignite the fire. It seems like a good time right now. Those who run too fast will fall for sure. Chapter 82. Pray. Ever since he obtained that new task from his system, Fang Qi began deliberately practicing his skills. Just like in Huwei said, a technique like the sword control technique challenged the granular control of the practitioner. Although Li Xiaoyao learned this technique quickly with his supernatural talent in the game, Fang Qi had to rely on himself when it came to accuracy. Therefore, he thought of two methods that could help him. The first method was trying to step on water, and the second method was carving flowers with a sword. There was more to carving flowers with a sword. The practitioner had to use the sword control technique to carve flowers onto a piece of wood with their sword, and only qi could be used. Also, stepping on water was more than floating on water. People had to use the lightfoot technique to make themselves as light as a feather so that they can stand on the surface of the water for long periods of time. It was a common technique that allowed people to control their qi. At the same time, the ever-moving surface of the water would act as a simulation of the tossing and swaying one would experience when they were flying on swords. He's using these methods to train his sword control technique. The first thing that Shen Qingqing did every day when she came in was to find out what the owner was doing. Today, she saw Fang Qi's character standing on top of a river and not moving. She was shocked by what she saw. Upon hearing Shen Qingqing's gasp, and Cheng, who had just walked in, also glanced over. He quickly realized what Fang Qi was doing and said, I can't believe that you thought of this. This is targeted training. It's much more effective than standing outside your door and practicing randomly. He's using the swaying waves to improve his control of qi, energy, and his own balance. Nolan Mingxie glanced over as she ate Haagen-Dazs from the container. In the end, she didn't make fun of Fang Qi. The owner is kind of smart. Of course, as long as Fang Qi didn't say anything, no one would know that he learned these methods from watching anime on Earth. Carving flowers with the sword control technique was different from carving with the sword in hand. It felt like Fang Qi was basically using a metal wire to control the entire sword. Even though he could move the sword by pulling on it, it seemed extremely awkward when the actions were overly deliberate. Fang Qi held a piece of wood in his hands and controlled his sword using his qi to carve the flowers. Slowly, the wood in his hands began showing the shape of flowers. It was a little crooked in the beginning, but as he got more used to controlling the sword this way, the more delicate the shape of the flowers became. In the game, Fang Qi could use his qi to control the sword. Although he couldn't fly on the sword yet, he was advancing quite quickly in the game. The more proficient he got at controlling his sword in the game, the better he could control his qi in the real world. The success of Origin's Internet Club did threaten the interests of others. Most of all, it affected the top entertainment business in Juhua City, the Beast Garden. The Beast Garden used to be filled with prestigious individuals, but the place was extremely empty these days. It was obvious that the influential figures in the city were no longer interested in hunting. To most people, hunting was a way to kill time but not a form of real entertainment. The Beast Garden had to feed many monsters and beasts, which cost money and resources to maintain. Without money, this place would quickly collapse. Since the Beast Garden was capable of building such a place for the rich people to have fun, its owner was not ordinary at all. Pang Ruli was powerful and built his estate next to Qin Mountain. The rolling hills looked like the fangs of beasts, making the area more vicious. Sitting inside his mansion, Pang Ruli's bulging muscles made him look like a ferocious beast. Good, his thunderous voice sounded in the room as he sat on his chair. Did you find out what's going on? The Beast Garden had been losing customers slowly, but that was manageable. However, he suddenly felt like his Beast Garden at Qin Mountain was quieter than ever overnight. Pang Ruli took out a black jade tobacco pipe that his beautiful concubine lit up for him, and he took a giant puff. Although his establishment was not yet losing money, the trend was worrying. Plus, someone stole his customers from right under his nose. At this thought, he spat out a mouthful of white smoke and said, "When was the last time this happened?" Just then, a maid came in, leaned down, and whispered into his ear. Fang Ruli's expression darkened as he asked, "A small shop stole all of our customers. You don't know where the owner came from. A lot of prestigious individuals frequent his shop." He smiled evilly and said, "Then, he must be careful." There were countless immoral measures that one could take. Assassination, that was the stupidest idea. If the owner of a shop like the Origins Internet Club died, everyone would get angry. Even if he successfully assassinated the owner of the Origins Internet Club, he would be blamed and punished. Pang Ruli had been serving the upper-class individuals in Juhua City for years and expanded the Beast Garden to what it was today. Therefore, he knew how not to burn himself but also had various tricks up his sleeve. With a dark expression, he whispered into his maid's ear, "Tell those from Blood Web to go and take care of it." In this world, victory could be won without a battle. For example, they already noticed a little loli who was on her own. The prey has left its home. Outside the internet cafe, a few pairs of cold eyes stared at Zhang Xiaoyu as she walked outside. Those from Blood Web were hunters who killed and hunted valuable monsters and beasts to earn significant profits. Of course, if the price was right, they didn't mind hunting down humans. Since they had to deal with powerful monsters, they were all powerful and experienced. The weakest hunters were ancestral warriors. Normal warriors wouldn't dare to offend this group of people. I didn't expect it to be a defenseless little girl. Although it seemed like a super easy task, they still had to give it their full effort. They were experienced, so they knew not to let the prey escape. The prey is nearing the hunting area, get ready. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaoyu was touched by the stories in the legend of the sword and fairy. Why is Kai's ending so depressing? Why is Ling's fate so tragic? I need to work hard to play this game, so I can save them all. She muttered to herself with determination. At the thought of changing their fates, Zhang Xiaoyu became excited. I'm much smarter than that stupid owner, I can definitely do it. She left the shop because she needed to go grocery shopping. If she wanted to make money, she had to learn how to cook. After all, she still owed Fang a few crystals. I need to pay him back, I don't want to owe him money. She thought to herself angrily, failing to notice any abnormalities around her. Chapter 83. Do not offend the small shop's employee. What should I make today? Zhang Xiaoyu flipped through the cookbook in her hands as she headed towards the market. She placed a hand on her cheek and furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. To her, shopping for groceries and cooking were incredibly difficult tasks, so she had to do it carefully. I should pick something easy to make, or else the stupid owner might fire me if I screw up. In the end, Zhang Xiaoyu picked a few simple dishes on the cookbook and began listing out the ingredients. Soon, she was out of the range of the shop. The prey will enter the trap in 30 steps, get the black crossbow ready. The prey will enter the trap in 15 steps, get the energy locking net ready. Why is it so quiet today? Zhang Xiaoyu closed her cookbook and glanced around. Only then did she realize that she didn't see a single pedestrian on her way here. It's so weird. Suddenly, an eerie wind blew past her. Then, a silver, shiny giant net fell from the sky, wrapping her tightly. This silver net was weird. The more she struggled, the tighter it became. You shouldn't struggle. 2 rows of people surrounded her and said, this energy-locking net was made from the spider webs of a 1,000-year-old Shuluo spider. Not only is it unbreakable, it can also suppress spiritual energy and warrior chi. Even monsters and beasts that are as powerful as ancestral warriors have no choice but to surrender inside this net. The man in front was a tall, strong warrior who was wearing a red shirt. His long eyes emitted murderous spirit as he pointed at a black crossbow behind him and said, there's poison on this. If you're not careful, you'll die. What do you want? Zhang Xiaoyu was furious. All she wanted to do was buy groceries. How dare they treat her this way? What do I want? The warrior in red smiled evilly and replied, don't be scared, we won't hurt you. We just want you to come with us. Then, he glanced at the person beside him and asked, did you find out everything? Are there any other problems? I did, a short warrior who looked really powerful replied. After this little girl was chased out by Jinfu Hostel, the owner of the internet cafe, Fang took her in. She's the only one who is considered close to the owner. He really is a nice owner. The warrior in red smiled darkly. I guess he won't want to see this little girl's face all scraped up and sold in the black market. Then, he slowly approached Zhang Xiaoyu, took out the dagger on his waist, and carved out a flower in the air with his warrior chi. His smile looked murderous and he said, we looked into the shop. A master is keeping the shop safe, so we can't do anything about it. Also, the owner's powers are shocking as well, so we could only start with you. Little girl, please don't blame us. Although their only mission was to capture a young girl in her teens, Blood Web still conducted a thorough investigation. Don't expect the owner to come and save you. Our estimations show that he is at most an ancestral warrior, but we. He glanced around and said with a deep voice, word for word, we are all of higher realms. As he spoke, the air around him became icy, cutting at Zhang Xiaoyu's skin. This murderous spirit enveloped the entire street, along with a heavy sense of oppression. Even the other hunters couldn't help but shiver at this feeling. Our boss is so murderous. It's horrifying. I bet that this little girl's going to burst out in tears soon. The warrior in red tapped Zhang Xiaoyu's cheek with the body of his knife and laughed arrogantly. After all, you're just a little girl. Oh. You're only ancestral warriors, Zhang Xiaoyu finally spoke. It took her a while to understand what was happening. Upon hearing this, the air in the area froze as everyone fell silent. Only, the hunters looked at each other and almost burst out in laughing. Did a girl in her teens just make fun of us? However, what Zhang Xiaoyu did next was so incomprehensible that they couldn't laugh anymore. Rip, her white, pearly hands tore a giant hole in the energy-locking net, which was supposed to be extremely durable. The arrogant hunters of Blood Web felt their hearts sink as they all felt chills up their spines. Isn't she just a teenage girl? Wasn't she kicked out from another shop and taken in by Fang? Isn't she just an employee of that small shop? How in the world did she rip the energy-locking net apart? What is going on? What kind of powers does she have? Countless questions appeared in their minds as their brains went into overdrive. She's just lucky. How strong of a warrior or cultivator can a girl in her teens be? The warrior in red spat viciously, kill her. Let me see how long she can keep up her act. He was right, it didn't matter how talented of a warrior or cultivator she was, her teenage age still restricted her. Of course, never in their dreams would they realize that this seemingly harmless girl was neither a cultivator nor a warrior. Wan Qi was a captain of the Juhua City Patrol Force, and he was in charge of the area around Origin's Internet Club. When he was patrolling near the market, he suddenly heard loud shrieks. It's coming from the south. Come on, let's go check it out. Wan Qi was close to where the sound came from, so he quickly went over and realized that the shrieks came from a secluded little alley at the end of the street. As he glanced into the alley, he saw a doll-like little girl who was about 12 or 13 years old. She was wearing a white traditional skirt, holding a vegetable basket, and skipping away while humming some songs. Let's go check it out. Wan Qi and the others immediately ran into the alley, dumbfounded by what they saw. About 10 bulky-looking men in red lied on the ground left and right, no one could get up. The only thought in their minds was, how is she? Just an employee. Boss. These people. One of the guards mentioned uncertainly, they look like hunters from Blood Web. Blood Web. Wan Qi froze for a second before his eyes lit up. Arrest them all. We've just made a great contribution. Let's go report to the Castellan. He shouted. Isn't it a little far from here to the Castellan's mansion? The guard was confused, but Wan Qi slapped him on the head and said, go to the internet cafe nearby. Chapter 84. New Task. Unlike Resident Evil and Diablo that were filled with modern vocabulary and shouting, those who played The Legend of the Sword and Fairy only did 3 things every day: practice the sword control technique, buy tissues, and get others addicted. Therefore, more and more people frequented Fang Qi's internet cafe, forming a line even though there were more than 50 computers inside. Emotional people like Shen Qingqing and Xu Zixin always prepared a giant pack of tissues next to them for a rainy day. At this time, Fang Qi finally received a new task from his system that was related to the next game. Introduce The Legend of the Sword and Fairy to 300 people and make them feel touched by the story. Task progress: 4300ths. Task reward: Counter-Strike, Virtual Reality Remake. Task description: N.A. Fang Qi was initially excited to see a new task, but he wailed out in sadness as soon as he saw the requirement. He was dumbstruck. He got less than 200 customers. How was he supposed to introduce The Legend of the Sword and Fairy to 300 people? Was his system kidding him? Moreover, there were only 40 people who played The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Including the group of people who watched others play and didn't want to spend money on the game, he had 70 viewers at most. That's too many. Where am I supposed to find 300 players who are willing to play The Legend of the Sword and Fairy? Fang Qi complained, unless we lower the prices. Then, he suddenly received a hint from the system: please use the new shop and equipment reasonably. The new shop. Fang Qi rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, the 2 shops will be able to hold 100 or so computers. The upper limit of the 2 shops is 150 computers, so I will be able to host 150 customers at the same time. Even so, how was he going to get all the players to play The Legend of the Sword and Fairy? Wait, new equipment. A light bulb in Fang Qi's head lit up as he shouted, livestream, Qin Mountain Beast Garden. Pang Ruli sat in his mansion, smoking his tobacco pipe. The entire room was filled with white smoke. Why aren't they back yet? Pang Ruli sent the hunters a long time ago, and it was a simple mission. However, it had been so long, why hasn't anyone gotten back to him? Suddenly, the maid who oversaw intelligence reports in Pang Ruli's business walked up to him in a rush. Her face was filled with panic as she said, Master. Why are you panicking? Pan Ruli slammed his palm on the table. What's going on? Blood Web was completely annihilated when they were trying to capture that employee of the shop. The maid reported, they've all been arrested by the city guards. It took a couple of seconds before Pang Ruli came back to his senses. Isn't everyone in Blood Web ancestral warriors or higher? How could they be completely annihilated while capturing an employee of a tiny shop? A dozen of ancestral warriors were annihilated while trying to ambush a weak employee of a small shop. How could that even happen? His eyes opened wide with shock as he asked, are you sure? I am. The maid bowed down and reported, according to my sources, they sent the best hunters to deal with the little girl, but... Pang Ruli was at a loss for words for a few seconds before asking, where are they now? They're locked up in the underground prison in Juhua City. The maid replied respectfully. Will this expose us? He asked. His maid bowed down and reported, were always very careful. Only then did Pang Ruli feel some relief as he sucked on his pipe. He fell back in his chair and spat out a mouthful of white smoke as he murmured, "It seems like we won't be able to use force on a shop like this. Then what should we do?" Pang Ruli snickered. "This shop gathered so many noblemen and cultivators in such a short amount of time. I'm positive that I'm not the only one whom that owner offended. If he's just a powerful warrior or cultivator, I wouldn't be able to deal with him. However, how dare he try to battle me in terms of business?" Pang Ruli's smile became colder than ever. "I will write a letter. As long as we do this meticulously, this little shop will shut down in no time." The Luyun Taoist Palace didn't do anything after what happened with Xiao Yulv and Xu Fuwei. After investigating into this matter, it was obvious that Xiao Yulv was the one who caused trouble. Also, they were still trying to find out what forces were hidden behind the shop. Therefore, they didn't want to act rashly. The more they investigated the shop, the more shocked they became. Not only did they fail to find out where this shop came from, they received additional information that made them re-evaluate the shop's power. The fact that the Nolan family's shadow guards were kicked out made them realize that if they sent more people there, they would only be shooting themselves in the foot. The Tiangong elder, Xiao Changlong, had been in seclusion cultivation for a very long time. Xiao Yulv only received minor injuries, so there was no way that he would come out of seclusion cultivation because of such trivial matters. Therefore, the Luyun Dao Palace had no choice but to swallow their unhappiness. However, the things changed a few days ago. Su Tianji, a genius of the last generation who had been cultivating in the mountains and never asked about worldly affairs, came out of seclusion cultivation. After coming out of seclusion cultivation, she had reached the early stage of the Divine Ocean Realm, making her one of the top masters of Luyun Taoist Palace. Moreover, she was appointed as an elder in the name of Tianji Luyun Immortal. The Luyun Taoist Palace was located in the Thousand Cloud Mountains, which was in the east region of Dajin. The mountains were hard to climb for ordinary people, and they were on the same level as the Cloud Ocean faction. Clouds and fog hovered over the cliffs, mountains and rocks stacked on top of each other, and the birds and beasts were everywhere in the wilderness. When Su Tianji was appointed as an elder, those from the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance came to congratulate her, as well as envoys from various factions and sects. Countless cultivators gathered together and discussed Heavenly Tao for 3 days. The event was truly a grand occasion. However, on the 4th day, jade pillars stood in Tianji Palace as flying phenoxies and spiritual herbs were engraved on them. Outside the palace stood a pavilion that was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Paintings were hung on the walls of the halls that were in between spiritual herbs and rare plants. The area was arranged according to the position of the stars and was connected well. Looking from above, one would notice that the entire area looked like the sky at night. This was the place where Su Tianji cultivated. Xiao Yulv and Xu Fuwei had been standing respectfully outside the palace for a long time. Junior brother Xiao, Xu Fuwei whispered, "Elder Su hasn't tended to worldly matters for many years. Will she really help us to get rid of personal grudges?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Yulv sneered. "Tiangong elder is my grandpa, and now my aunt is the Tianji elder. No one in the world can offend me. A little shop embarrassed me and threw me out twice." Xiao Yulv clenched his teeth angrily and said, "I will see how they can embarrass me again this time. I'm going to redeem all the pride that I lost." Chapter 85. Talking about the legend of the sword and fairy is better than Heavenly Tao. Sitting inside Tianji Palace, Su Tianji's had a weird feeling ever since she came out of seclusion cultivation. This feeling came from the discussions that had happened in Tianshu Palace. Let's trace back to the 3-day-long discussions about Heavenly Tao first. After Su Tianji came out of seclusion, countless Dajin cultivators came to congratulate her. The Luyun Taoist Palace took this opportunity to hold a grand discussion inside Tianshu Palace. This was the biggest Taoist event that Luyun Taoist Palace had held in decades. On the first day of the event, various cultivators expressed their views based on their own cultivations, and everyone benefited from each other. The event was extremely successful. However, things began to show slight changes when Yi Songtao, the faction master of Cloud Ocean faction, came to congratulate Su Tianji and join in the discussion on the next day. 2 days ago, inside Tianshu Palace. There are 2 kinds of qi in this world, pure and turbid. During my seclusion cultivation, I've been enlightened in this area, and therefore I hope to discuss it with everyone here. Please correct me if I'm wrong. This event was organized for Su Tianji, so she was the host. It floats like nothingness and returns to its Taoist path. Yes, your enlightenment is truly wonderful. I have an understanding of qi, but my understanding is not as deep nor as profound as yours. Therefore, I'm not going to show my slight understanding before a master, the others exclaimed in awe as well. Just then, she saw that Yi Songtao wanted to say something, so she asked, Faction Master Yi, do you have any objections? Yi Songtao glanced around the room and asked, have you heard of the legend of the sword and fairy? Huh, the crowd looked at each other in confusion and thought, we are talking about Taoism, why did you go off topic and bring up the legend of the sword and fairy? Upon looking at everyone's confused expressions, Yi Songtao said with a stern expression, I don't think qi is so mysterious. It's as gentle as water, benefits all things but does not compete. If one's heart is as calm as water, their qi will be stable. If the qi is stable, one can use it to control things in nature. Then, he asked, have any of you heard of the sword control technique? Sword control technique. The crowd was more confused than ever. Using qi to control things, with which one can fly on swords. Yi Songtao said copiously, the sword control technique emphasizes the use of qi, let me show you. Then, Yi Songtao gestured using his finger, and a sword jumped out of its scabbard as if it were alive. Then, it circled him like a silver snake. When mastered, one can fly on the sword for thousands of kilometers. Spiritual artifacts are not needed. With this technique, the sword could fly away for thousands of kilometers and remove the head of the enemy like a piece of cake. This is the meaning behind the phrase, with a celestial sword, I can go to the heavens and enter the netherworld. Upon seeing Yi Songtao's sword control technique, the crowd lit up. They could tell that he was just using an ordinary sword, but it seemed alive and extremely agile under his control. This sword is controlled by qi? A cultivator asked curiously. Normally, the spiritual artifacts used by cultivators had to be made from precious materials and be refined multiple times. Then, the cultivators must use their own spiritual energy and qi to further cultivate them before the artifacts can be used so freely. To most cultivators, qi was invisible, but artifacts were visible. Therefore, if a person really wanted to use objects to their liking, only the spiritual artifacts could do that. However, the sword control technique was capable of completely controlling an ordinary object. As gentle as water benefits all things but does not compete. An ordinary technique couldn't awe the masses. However, what Yi Songtao said stunned the cultivators here. After some pondering, the cultivators realized that this phrase seemed simple but was deep and profound. Moreover, it contained the ultimate truth. I've never heard a state of mind and principle so ingenious. Faction Master Yi, did you come to the realization yourself? I read it from a text called Dao De Jing, 1 inch Yi Songtao said as he shook his head. He saw Fang Qi's character flip through this book in the game, and he picked up a few key phrases from it. How can we learn this technique? The cultivators grew more curious about the sword control technique. Can we learn it from Dao De Jing? No. Yi Songtao shook his head again and said, that's why you should go out and walk around. How can you be unaware of the sword control technique? I learned this technique from someone called the Liquor Sword Immortal. Aside from the sword control technique, there is also the innumerable sword technique and heavenly sword technique. When one reaches mastery, he or she can summon the sword god to fight enemies, Lu Songtao explained. The cultivators gasped, one can summon the sword god. This sounds like a powerful skill. Really, you can summon the god within the sword. Su Tianji's beautiful face fell as she watched the cultivators walk up to Yi Songtao. After Yi Songtao left, the discussion quickly ended. Su Tianji originally thought that this interruption was just an interlude and wouldn't affect anything. After all, Yi Songtao was a faction master and didn't have time to discuss Taoism every day. However, she realized how naive she was on the third day. In Huwei, the castellan of Juhua City, Ouyang Zhen, the master of the Ouyang family, and Bu Lei, the master of the Bu family are here to congratulate Elder Su. Not only did Faction Master Yi congratulate Elder Su himself, but City Master N, Master Ouyang, and Master Bu are here as well. The others were shocked since people of their status usually would send envoys rather than appear in person. Before the discussions began, Su Tianji asked the servants to bring desserts, wine, and various other snacks. However, Enhui furrowed slightly and said, this wine is drinkable, but it's nothing compared to Sprite. You're right, Ouyang Zhen shook his head and added, the desserts aren't as good as Haagen-Dazs. High-status envoys from the Wuwei Taoist Alliance were sitting beside them, and they asked curiously, "What kind of wine is Sprite?" "It's better than this Shanchong wine from Luyun Taoist Palace." "What's Haagen-Dazs?" And Hu Wei explained to them as he reminisced its taste. "Sprite is an absolute delicacy. It's made of mineral water from under the snowy mountains, which had been tempered by thousand-year volcanic rock. It circulated for hundreds of years and was eventually melted and filtered. It's cold spring water from volcanic rocks. In addition, it is blended with the honey that is created by bees that collected pollen from a spiritual flower called the ice heart flower." Upon hearing this, the other cultivators immediately crowded around them. Su Tianji was at a loss for words at this familiar scene. Su Tianji sat inside the Tianji Palace with a complicated expression on her face. "Have I been in seclusion for too long? How can so many things happen without me knowing?" She felt like the entire world around her changed after coming out of seclusion. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Sprite, Haagen-Dazs, the liquor sword immortal. She leaned on a wide chair that was covered by snowy white fur and reminisced the poem that she heard. "The imperial sword arrives with the wind, eliminating evil from heaven and earth. I will be thrilled if I have liquor, but I'm still insane when I don't. I will drink the lakes and rivers and then swallow the sun and moon. I am the liquor sword immortal, the only person who is left standing after 1,000 drinks. Who is capable of writing a poem like this? Also, what is the sword control technique? Faction Master Yi, City Master N, and even that old master from Zhongyan study this technique." She glanced at her disciples and asked, "Do you know the liquor sword immortal?" Her disciples glanced at each other, not sure what she was talking about. "People of your status won't be able to meet a master like him. Do any of you know a small shop called Origins?" Su Tianji batted her beautiful eyes as she thought in all seriousness, "Does the liquor sword immortal live there?" I know. Suddenly, a figure ran into the hall. Su Tianji glanced at Xiao Yulv, and her expression lit up. "Take me there." Chapter 86. Throw him out immediately. In the past, Fang Qi's customer base was growing slowly, so the shop wasn't always at full capacity and everyone had seats. However, for some weird reason, people were lining up again. It seemed like there was a giant boom in the number of players. Moreover, Fang Qi realized that not only were more customers coming play, but all of his new customers were of extremely high status. For example, a young man in red who just walked in was Hong Lingfeng. He was An Cheng's friend and originally thought that this internet cafe was just a new form of entertainment. However, he slowly realized that things weren't as simple as he thought when his master asked him if he knew a small shop called Origins Internet Club. Now, Hong Lingfeng walked in with a gray-haired elder who had a silver beard. Behind the elder was a few cultivators. The elder smiled and said, "Lingfeng, I came today to meet the liquor sword immortal and witness the sword control technique. Let's not advertise our identities." "Yes, master." Hong Lingfeng nodded as he walked up to the counter and took out some crystals. "Sir, please activate the Legend of the Sword and Fairy for me." Fang Qi glanced around and replied, "That's fine, but there are no empty spots right now." Hong Lingfeng scratched his head and walked back to the elder. "Master, we may have to stand in line for a while." "What?" The disciples behind the elder were angered by this and said, "Junior brother Hong, what does the owner mean by that? Our master has to line up. Don't be like this." The gray-haired elder glared at his disciple angrily. "Didn't I say not to advertise our presence? Lingfeng, where is Castellanen?" Hong Lingfeng glanced around and saw An Huwei and the others standing behind Nalan Hongwu, so he pointed at them and said, "They're over there, standing in line." "They're standing in line as well." The elder was surprised. "Then, I might as well wait and catch up with Huwei and the others." Then, the elder calmly went over to wait. Fang Qi was dumbstruck by how rule-abiding his customers were. No one was here to cause trouble. Xiao Yulv felt like today was his lucky day. He didn't think things would go so smoothly, and his auntie immediately agreed to come with him. "Did my auntie find out about what happened and is looking to seek revenge for me?" Xiao Yulv muttered to himself, barely able to contain his laughter. It was natural from him to think that way. After all, the Luyun Taoist Palace was overprotective, and he was the grandson of Xiao Changlong, the Tiangong elder. In the past, his faction always supported him unconditionally, no matter what he did. Therefore, he never thought of other possibilities. Upon seeing the new and improved shopfront, Xiao Yulv felt the deep hatred as he pointed at it and said, "This is Origins Internet Club." Then, he entered the shop with Su Tianji, feeling extremely at ease. With my auntie's help, you won't be able to do anything to me. Since Yi Songtao and the others deviated from the original topic, the discussion about the heavenly Tao felt a little unorganized and messy. However, even though Yi Songtao only briefly mentioned the sword control technique, the use of qi, and Dao De Jing, the enlightenment that she obtained from the breakthrough gradually became clearer. As gentle as water, benefits all things but does not compete. She carefully thought back at the principle behind this sentence, and she felt like her realm and state of mind slowly became more stable. Compared to the atmosphere of a discussion, advancing her realm was more important. She benefited from these words from just thinking about them. This proved the indisputable power of the liquor sword immortal. Su Tianji decided to come and pay her respect to this legendary person. Moreover, she discovered that Duke Nolan was studying the sword control technique here as well. It seemed only natural for her to visit. To her surprise, among so many disciples at Luyun Taoist Palace, only Xiao Yulf could bring her here. Therefore, she had no choice but to let Xiao Yulf bring her here. That was all she needed him to do. If she knew what was going to happen next, or if she looked into the events that had happened recently, she would have tried to find the way herself instead of asking Xiao Yulf to bring her here. After opening the door, Su Tianji was just about to introduce herself and pay her respects when she saw something that left her completely dumbstruck and mortified. "Where's the owner? Tell him to come out." Xiao Yulf strode into the shop and shouted, "If I don't smash this place up and beat him half dead today, I'm going to change my last name." Quickly, Xiao Yulf found Fang Qi, who was sitting by the door instead of in front of a computer. He slammed the counter in front of him and smiled with animosity. "Try to throw me out again today." Confused, Fang Qi asked Xiao Yulf, "Why are you here again?" Su Tianji froze. If she could turn back time, she would definitely ask how Xiao Yulf knew about this shop. However, she couldn't do that. At this time, she noticed that everyone in the shop glanced over towards her direction, and she recognized most of them. In Huwei, Ouyang Cheng, Yi Songtao, Hong Lingfeng's master, the Yinlong elder, and the Wuwei Taoist Alliance's envoy, Wang Quan were all here. Even Nolan Hongwu looked up upon hearing the noise by the door. Everyone's gaze landed on Xiao Yulf and Su Tianji. "Elder Su, are you here to cause trouble today?" They looked at Su Tianji with surprise, and her beautiful face almost exploded from anger. "Throw him out immediately." Before Fang Qi even moved, Xiao Yulf felt his body being lifted into the air. Then, he was thrown out of the shop. "Why was I kicked out again?" Xiao Yulf thought in bewilderment as history repeated itself for the third time. "I am Su Tianji from the Luyun Taoist Palace. I'm here to pay my respect to the liquor sword immortal." After throwing Xiao Yulf out, Su Tianji felt her anger dissipate. Even faction master Yi and Castellanan study the sword control technique here, and a man of Nolan Hongwu's status has to abide by the rules. How dare that little brat threaten to smash this place up? Su Tianji wondered if her nephew's head had been kicked in by a donkey. She slowly came to the realization that she might have missed some important information while she was in seclusion cultivation. A wave of complicated emotions surged into her head. She was enlightened upon hearing the Taoist principles by chance and wanted to pay her tribute. It was supposed to be a good thing, but her idiotic nephew ruined everything. However, she didn't have time to linger on the trivial matters. She didn't even have time to think about the sword control technique or even the Dao De Jing. The only thing on her mind was that she couldn't afford to make anyone in the shop her enemy. Or else, nothing good would happen to her. Just then, she heard the young man who was supposedly the owner of the shop say faintly, "It's 20 crystals to activate. There are a lot of people right now, so you have to line up." Chapter 87. First attempt at the sword control technique. "You're all standing in line." After Su Tianji stood to the side with a couple of disciples, she realized that Huwei and the others were waiting as well. Only then did she glance around the shop. She realized that many people were waiting in line. Her gaze landed on Nolan Hongwu, but she had no idea what he was doing in his seat. Could those with higher status wait while sitting down? Taoist Yinlong, Taoist Su, Taoist Wang. And Huwei said as he watched Nolan Hongwu play the legend of the sword and fairy, "It's still early, so I think we might have to wait a while. Would you like to have some Haagen-Dazs while waiting?" Upon noticing that they were all staring at Nolan Hongwu, he added, "Duke Nolan is busy right now, he doesn't have time to talk." Fang Qi repeatedly warned Nolan Hongwu about shouting in the shop, so he turned off his outside communication function just in case he accidentally yelled out during the game. He was a wise old man and knew that everyone, including himself, would go crazy if the owner got mad and closed the shop. Häagen-Dazs. Yinlong Elder suddenly thought of something and said, Castellanen, didn't you say last time that Häagen-Dazs tastes better than the Luyun Taoist Palace's spiritual fruits? Let us try it. And Hu-wei laughed loudly. Perfect. Allow me, the Castellan, to treat everyone to Häagen-Dazs. This is considered a specialty of Juhua City. Trust me, you won't be able to taste it anywhere else. He leaned against Nalan Hongwu's chair as he said this. It was weird that the Castellan of Juhua didn't even have a seat. Su Tianji wondered if this was really Castellanen. Xiaoyu. And Hu-wei had gotten to know this little girl. Get us 3 Häagen-Dazs ice creams. Soon, a Lolian White handed them each a delicate little box. The box felt cold to the touch as if there was ice inside. They exclaimed, what's in here? Ice. Try it and you'll see, and Hu-wei explained. Aren't you going to have any, Castellanen? Yinlong Elder became more curious than ever. If it were so good, why wasn't Hu-wei eating any? And Hu-wei looked awkward as he responded, this is an amazing shop, but there are a lot of rules. For example, each person can only have 1 container of Häagen-Dazs every day. Seriously, Yinlong Elder was the oldest in the group, and he had seen all walks of life. Yet, he was intrigued. This rule sounds unreasonable. I'd like to taste it and see how good this snack really is. Me too. I would like to know if Häagen-Dazs is really as good as Castellanen says. I'm surprised that you said it tastes better than Luyun Taoist Palace's spiritual fruits. Although Su Tianji had to admit that the sword techniques in this shop were ingenious, she didn't think that the Luyun Taoist Palace would lose to a little shop in every category. As soon as she finished speaking, she scooped up some ice cream with the wooden spoon and gave it a taste. Then, her eyes opened wide in surprise as if she just sensed something incredible. The ice cream melted as soon as it touched her tongue. It was the middle of summer, so the cold ice cream felt amazing. Most importantly, as it melted, a rich vanilla fragrance wrapped around her taste buds. This aromatic sweetness made her feel like all the sweetness and happiness in the world had surrounded her. This was such a lingering feeling. It even improved her slightly down mood. This is the most delicious snack I've ever tasted. Yinlong Elder and Wang Quan enjoyed the Häagen-Dazs as they shouted out praises. But I can only have 1 per day, so I'd better eat slowly. Su Tianji froze upon muttering this to herself. Did I just seriously say that? Just then, she saw Hu-wei who was still staring at Nalan Hongwu's screen saying, your progress is really fast. You're almost at the Lu estate, right? What's the Lu estate? The 3 of them glanced over upon hearing this. They noticed that there were different animations and characters on every customer's screen, but they didn't look at them in detail before. After they realized that Hu-wei was staring at Nalan Hongwu's screen, they began doing the same thing. In the center of the screen was a palm-sized young man jumping up and down using the Lightfoot technique. He didn't stop unless he needed to talk to someone. What confused them was that they could see the young man's name above his head. What is that? This made these people curious. They originally thought that the young man was using a spiritual artifact that could project images, but it didn't seem right. Why would an image display a person's name? Of course, Nalan Hongwu could have turned off the name displaying function. However, as an experienced gamer, it was more convenient for him to leave it on. Most of the experienced gamers did that. Only new players would turn off this function so that the world would feel more real to them. This is the legend of the sword and fairy, and Hu-wei responded, aren't you here to play this game? This is the legend of the sword and fairy. The 3 of them were flabbergasted. None of them have been out in a while. Could it be that we have gotten derailed from current society? What about the liquor sword immortal? Dumbstruck, they stared at the screen and thought, do we use this to communicate with the liquor sword immortal? You can say that, and Hu-wei didn't know how to explain what computers were to cultivators who had been in seclusion for a long period of time. Coincidentally, the gamer beside Nalan Hongwu reached his daily limit, and Hu-wei was the Castellan, and these 3 beside him were guests. He didn't think it was a good idea to let them wait around while he played, so he said shamelessly, who wants to play first? I'll teach you. This game is also a specialty of Juhua City. The 3 glanced at each other and thought, the method of meeting the liquor sword immortal is really weird. After some back and forth, they decided that the Yinlong Elder, the oldest of the 3, should try the game first. The Yinlong Elder sat down on the computer chair and began the game with help from Hu-wei. When the new story began, the Yinlong Elder felt like he had entered another world. Su Tianji stared intently at the screen, wanting to see what happens once a person uses this spiritual artifact. The legend of the sword and fairy quickly began. Soon, they saw the young man in the screen suddenly jumping off a cliff and landing on a flying sword. Is this the sword control technique? Did I just learn the sword control technique? The Yinlong elder exclaimed in shock as he instinctively began to control Li Xiaoyao. I can go anywhere with a sword in my hand. I'm 10 times better than Faction Master Yi. You learned it already. The other two were flabbergasted. 10 times better. How is that possible? Yi Songtao had been learning sword control technique for a while, so how can the Yinlong elder be 10 times better already? The sword control technique that the Yinlong elder was currently using in his dream was the one that Li Xiaoyao had mastered at the end of the game. Its power was mightier than a beginner who was just exposed to the technique. The man in the sword soared through the heavens and earth. The Yinlong elder looked down, and he saw the clouds below him, the wind howling beside him, and thunder cracking above him. At that moment, he suddenly felt like he could go anywhere in this world with this sword. That rush of excitement shot into his brain like a cannonball. This powerful sword technique could really allow him to go into the heavens and even the netherworld. He never thought that he could experience the sword control technique this way. This encounter left him in shock and awe. Chapter 88. A new routine, inside the Internet Café. Heaven-level sword technique. After this, I will be able to at least master a heaven-level sword technique. The Yinlong elder shouted impulsively. He came today to pay his respects to the liquor sword immortal and further his study of sword techniques. However, now he felt a thirst for this powerful sword technique. Dumbstruck, he muttered, Castellanen, what kind of artifact is this? How did I master a heaven-level sword technique so quickly? And Hu Wei explained, Taoist Yinlong, it's just a demo. Demo. Yinlong elder froze. Before he could digest what demo meant, he was sneak attacked by that old ugly monster and woke up from his dream. Damn, how dare you hit me, old lady. In the screen, Auntie Li was beating Li Xiaoyao up with a wok. At this time, Li Xiaoyao had 0 martial arts skills, so the Yinlong elder had to endure a beating. The good news was that the others didn't really understand what was going on. Otherwise, it would be super embarrassing. And Hu Wei felt awkward. This old man came without any understanding of the game. To avoid further embarrassment, he quickly taught the three what the game was and what computers were. After listening to Hu Wei's explanation, they finally understood what was going on. Liquor Sword Immortal is a character in the game. He's not a real person. I can't believe that we had so much respect for him. Wang Quan felt like he had been deceived. However, after Hu Wei told him that the sword control technique was real, he looked at the screen with a dramatically different expression. What is good about meeting an elder? Wang Quan couldn't do anything but pay respects and take good care of an elder. But the sword control technique is different. I can learn it. At this thought, Wang Quan's eyes lit up. As a man of status, Wang Quan was intelligent. He knew what it meant to learn a powerful skill like the sword control technique. If it were possible to master this convenient and powerful technique, the world that they lived in would undergo a revolution. For a split second, he felt like snatching these spiritual artifacts and taking this technique for himself. However, even Nalan Hongwu was playing the game obediently. Wang Quan knew that if he were to do anything, he would probably have an ugly ending. Su Tianji, on the other hand, felt like the world had changed after she came out of seclusion cultivation. She stared at the screen in front of her curiously and thought, how is a spiritual artifact like this created? Moreover, who created this artifact and the sword control technique? Xiao Yul, who was kicked out abruptly, finally managed to get up from the ground. He cursed in his head, who the fuck dared to do this to me? If I find them, I'm going to kill them. Never did he think that he would be kicked out for the third time. Moreover, he didn't know that it was his aunt, who was supposed to back him, that ordered him to be thrown out. I need to figure this out. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Therefore, he pushed open the door of the shop again. As soon as he went in, he saw Su Tianji. She was wearing a white robe, and behind her were a couple of her female disciples also in white. Their presence drew quite the attention. Xiao Yul realized that his aunt was standing in line. He rubbed his eyes and blinked a couple more times. Am I seeing this right? Yes, that woman was his aunt, Su Tianji. What is going on? Is she still that genius cultivator of her generation? After I got kicked out, she stood in line obediently. Xiao Yul felt like his world was crumbling around him. He immediately walked up to her and saw something even more unbelievable. Powerful individuals like In Huwei, Ouyang Zhen, and the Yinlong Elder were all standing neatly in line. How is this possible? Why would people of their status stand in line at a small shop like this? In Huwei is the Castellan, why is he standing in line? That person must be a fake, right? Xiao Yulv looked at them in bewilderment, and his face became as pale as a ghost's. You've finally come to your senses. Noticing his presence, Su Tianji glanced at Xiao Yulv. He looked at Su Tianji who was standing in line. For a split second, he wondered if the Su Tianji standing in front of him was an imposter. However, when his gaze met hers, the coldness in her eyes made his entire body tremor like a scared little bunny. Tell me what happened between you and this shop. Su Tianji thought back at Xiao Yulv's actions angrily and seemed to understand what happened. You sure gained a lot of courage while your grandpa and I were in seclusion cultivation. Xiao Yulv's heart sank after hearing his aunt's words. Then, he glanced at In Huwei and the others who were patiently waiting in line. Did I really offend someone I shouldn't have? It's just a tiny little shop. Xiao Yulv thought with a complicated expression on his face as he cursed over and over again. All I did was be pretentious here, who did I offend? He had no choice but to tell Su Tianji everything that had happened. Upon hearing this, In Huwei trembled with fear but also sighed in relief. If this little brat didn't provoke the owner and wasn't struck by lightning, no one would know how powerful this place is. If I did what Xiao Yulv did, the city might be in trouble. Therefore, he immediately said, in my opinion, the shop didn't lose anything, so as long as you stop provoking the owner, he won't make your life hard. That'll be the end of that. However, he shook his head and continued, the rules in this shop will never change, so don't expect to play games here in the future. Su Tianji felt the same way, so she waved her hand in annoyance. Go and apologize to the owner. If he's willing to forgive you, then you can put this entire incident behind you. You want me to apologize? Xiao Yulv pointed at himself in bewilderment. Apologizing is so embarrassing, am I supposed to apologize for you? Su Tianji glared at Xiao Yulv with her hazel eyes. All. Go right now. Xiao Yulv jumped up in fear. Even though she was lining up in this small shop, she was still Su Tianji. He was terrified of her. Fang Qi and Shen Qingqing were discussing how to publish the official Diablo novel. The most popular novel right now was Celestial Warrior, but it only sold a couple of thousand copies in Juhua City. Therefore, Shen Qingqing wanted to create 1,000 copies for the time being. The less they published, the more they could pay attention to the overall quality. They already made plans to publish the official novel with Dongguan Book Forest, the biggest bookstore in the city. However, Fang Qi made some suggestions to the front page design and layout, which would take a little longer to finalize. Therefore, they weren't in a hurry and were currently talking about the other details. Suddenly, Fang Qi saw Xiao Yulv walking up to him and couldn't help but laugh in his mind. You're here again. He was just about to tell the system that someone was causing trouble when Xiao Yulv took a deep breath in, paused for a couple of seconds, and said with a red face and gritted teeth, I'm sorry for offending you in the past. He may be apologizing, but he was actually cursing Fang Qi in his head. Surprised, Fang Qi thought to himself, is this dude changing up his usual strategy? Chapter 89. They all have different things on their minds. After some verification, Fang Qi realized that Xiao Yulv was really here to apologize. It didn't make a difference whether Fang Qi fussed about what happened between them or not. He would never provoke anyone on purpose, and he would never take Xiao Yulv off his blacklist. Therefore, Fang Qi nodded at Xiao Yulv emotionlessly. Is that all? Xiao Yulv glared at Fang Qi secretly and thought in his head, you've made a good decision. However, when Fang Qi glanced his way, he immediately turned around and ran back to Su Tianji just in case Fang Qi changed his mind. Then, he turned around again and heaved a sigh of relief upon noticing that Fang Qi didn't seem to change his mind. That little, he was going to say, little brat, but quickly changed his words, that little owner probably saw how handsome and impressive I am. Before he could finish, Su Tianji glared at him coldly, so he quickly wrapped up, I'm done. Only then did Su Tianji go back to watching Nalan Hongwu and the Yinlong Elder. A lot of people such as Su Tianji, her disciples, and the Yinlong Elder's disciples crowded behind the Yinlong Elder, watching him play as they ate Haagen-Dazs. It was a spectacular scene to see. After witnessing the impressive sword control technique, everyone began to anticipate what was going to happen next even though it was just a game. To Su Tianji, this was a small world that existed to help cultivators gain experience. The last time she heard about a small world was a long time ago when she first began cultivating. Back then, her master and her senior brothers went there together, but a few of her senior brothers disappeared and her master sustained heavy injuries. To her surprise, someone created a world like this during her time in seclusion cultivation. She was bewildered. Most importantly, the cultivators wouldn't get hurt by playing the game and could start over if they died. With time, even low-level warriors would be able to master high-level spiritual spells and techniques that they couldn't get their hands on in the past. Of course, the speed of learning depended on the talent of individuals. The times are indeed changing, she exclaimed in her head. Those standing behind Nolan Hongwu all had different thoughts in their head. Su Tianji and the Yinlong elders' disciples thought, Castellanon just mentioned that leveling up in the game could improve my own strength. If I'm as good as the owner, I can cultivate faster than the geniuses in my sect, I would be able to surpass them. Wang Quan's thoughts were somewhat more long-term orientated. When Castellanon explained the game, he said that given our current level, we will obtain more progress than training on our own. The owner of this shop sure came up with a good idea. Cultivators like them achieved improvement through the accumulation of time and effort. They wouldn't see results after training for a day or a week. True breakthrough required at least a couple decades of training along with outside forces such as elixirs. This meant that they could play games to replace cultivating on their own. This was an unprecedented form of entertainment. After all, playing other things for fun was a waste of time for them. But will these old masters achieve breakthroughs? Wang Quan stared at Nolan Hongwu and thought, they've been stuck at their current realms for a significant amount of time. If they could, even if it is just a sliver of hope. Too scared to ask, he decided to go back to watching them play. Of course, no one knew that it was another force that made them come back to the internet cafe, which wasn't the hunger for power or technique. Instead, it was something called addiction. When Hui explained the game to others, Xiao Yulv was apologizing to Fang Qi and didn't know what he missed. He also didn't know that he would never be allowed to play the game. At the moment, he just stood in the crowd and watched Nolan Hongwu and the others play. Isn't it just a game? Why are you all making it such a big deal? Xiao Yulv looked at them with disdain. By the time it was Su Tianji's turn, Xiao Yulv finally began to understand the game. Li Xiaoyao's just a little hooligan. How did he manage to find a beautiful wife like Ling as soon as he arrived on the celestial spiritual island? If she is marrying anyone, it should be a handsome man like me. Xiao Yulv thought to himself, I'm so jealous. As a woman who rarely left her palace and stayed in seclusion for decades at a time, Su Tianji played this game with great excitement. What kind of spiritual herb is this? My injuries will quickly recover after I eat it. Games can reveal another side of people. Once she arrived in this world, Su Tianji let herself go. If this happened in the real world, Su Tianji would never reveal her emotions no matter what. At most, she would ask her disciples to retrieve the spiritual herb and study it when she was back. When she encountered the liquor sword immortal and recited the poem the latter wrote, Xiao Yulv froze and thought. Is my aunt really the one controlling Li Xiaoyao? When Xiao Yulv saw the poor beggar transforming into the liquor sword immortal, he couldn't help but feel jealous. This master and this shop are the same in how they do stuff. If it were me, I would have immediately kicked out this drunkard and. At this thought, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. The consequences of kicking such a powerful master was. There are too many traps in the game. I need to do more research. After watching Su Tianji play for a while, Xiao Yulv turned his attention to Hui and Nolan Hongwu's scene. After Su Tianji entered the game, she realized that this lifelike setting gave the players more than just sword techniques and martial arts skills. In the Peach Blossom region was a Peach Blossom hut. Inside the Peach Blossom hut was a Peach Blossom immortal. The Peach Blossom immortal planted peach blossom trees. Then, the peach blossoms were picked to sell for wine. He sat before the peach blossom trees when he was sober, and he slept under the peach blossom trees when he was drunk. Half sober, half drunk, day by day. Blossom, wither, year after year. This poem was talking about Suzhou City. Suzhou was a poetic and artistic city surrounded by the fog and rain of the Zhongyan region. The heavens were in the sky, and Suzhou and Hangzhou were on the ground. TL note. This is a famous saying in China that describes how beautiful Suzhou and Hangzhou are. The cold mountain temple was outside Gusu, and the sound of bells reached the passenger ships at midnight. Zhang Ji, a famous poet, wrote this everlasting poem during the low point of his life. TL note: Gusu was another name for Suzhou. After killing various demons and monsters, Su Tianji quickly arrived at the first big city in the game, Suzhou. The world in the legend of the Sword and Fairy was similar to the world that she lived in. A lot of warriors and cultivators were walking around. As she played the game, Su Tianji realized why many people liked Ling, who was gentle, pretty and considerate. The night market added hints of joy that enchanted Su Tianji, and the pedestrians walked on the busy streets. The legend of the Sword and Fairy was completely different from Diablo, where the players focused on finding items, killing bosses, and learning different skills. Unlike the real world, Su Tianji felt joy, calm, satisfaction, and passion. The game reflected everything that a person yearned. Perhaps it wasn't as action-packed as the other games, but it exposed all the pleasures of the world and the beauty of individuals. This game was so mesmerizing that those feelings lingered in the players' minds. When playing games, the best state of mind was to forget about training and cultivation. Rather than fussing over levels and skills, the players should stop what they were doing and enjoy the game wholeheartedly. Ling, you're so cute. Let me buy you some sweets. Su Tianji felt relaxed as she immersed herself into this lifelike game and enjoyed this rare, peaceful time. These accessories are really pretty. Ling, try them on. This hairpin is really pretty too, try it. Ling, the floral lights are really pretty too. Although Su Tianji missed the point of the game, she was having fun. This game is interesting, Su Tianji muttered to herself. The others were playing the legend of the Sword and Fairy for the cultivation, but she turned it into a dating simulation game. Chapter 90. The New Shop. Sir, I think it's time to expand your shop again. Liang Shi arrived later than usual today, so he was still waiting in line. After what felt like a century, he went up to Fang Qi and began complaining. Fang Qi's business was truly booming. The new shop will open tomorrow, Fang Qi replied emotionlessly. Tomorrow, Liang Shi laughed, I bet expanding the shop will be difficult. Fang Qi shrugged, neither agree with or denying Liang Shi's assumption. Wait, I forgot, Liang Shi slapped his forehead. It may be a difficult task for us, but to that person, it is probably as easy as lifting a finger. The person whom he was referring to was that powerful cultivator that stood behind this internet cafe. Upon hearing this, Fang Qi didn't explain and just nodded his head. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu was learning how to cook in the kitchen. When she put her heart into something, Fang Qi felt like this little girl was pretty smart, as long as her dirty face didn't betray her when she walked out of the kitchen. Upon seeing her face, Fang Qi couldn't help but chuckle, did you bake yourself as well? Zhang Xiaoyu glared at Fang Qi, she really wanted to take a bite out of him. After a few days of learning, Zhang Xiaoyu mastered quite a few cooking techniques. Fang Qi glanced at the dishes on the table, they didn't look too good, but the smell wasn't bad. Fang Qi reached out and grabbed some green pepper and pork stir-fry with his chopsticks, and Zhang Xiaoyu immediately became nervous. Your promotion and raise will depend on this, Fang Qi said as he took a bite. What's promotion and raise? Confused, Zhang Xiaoyu asked, how is it? The meat is a little overcooked and the spices aren't evenly distributed. Fang Qi shook his head. Her skills were far from chefs who were paid with crystals. I made this dish according to the cookbook, how can it be overcooked? Zhang Xiaoyu placed her hands on her waist and asked unhappily, how is the seasoning not evenly distributed? Then, she slammed the cookbook onto the table and said, you don't even know how to cook, you're saying this on purpose. If you're not going to eat it, I will. Zhang Xiaoyu said as she moved the dishes to her side. I don't know how to cook. Fang Qi froze. Then, he flipped through Zhang Xiaoyu's cookbook before replying calmly, you need to marinate the meat before stir-frying it. Also, controlling the heat is an art. Even though stir-frying is the most basic cooking skill, it can be divided into raw frying, cooked frying, plain frying, dry frying, soft frying, and more. You also need to decide if you want to cook the ingredients individually or if you should cook them together. The books don't tell you that. Flabbergasted, Zhang Xiaoyu stared at Fang Qi as he patted her head. Keeping learning, I'm going to head over to the other shop and do some cleaning up. Embarrassed, Zhang Xiaoyu felt like crying as she thought, how do you know so much? She had no idea what Fang Qi was talking about, but it felt fancy. Fang Qi was finally ready to open the new shop across the street. It was a decent location for him. He calmly walked over to the other shop, leaving the sad Zhang Xiaoyu behind. He decided to do a little tidying up since Zhang Xiaoyu could take care of things over at the old shop. Then, he thought about his tasks. He currently had 2 tasks. One was about the legend of the sword and fairy, the other was about learning skills. Both tasks were equally important, but once he could start live streaming, he would probably place emphasis on the first task, at least until he got through to the end of the game. Once he finished the first task, he would be able to focus on leveling up his skills. The next day, both of Fang Qi's shops transformed. Aside from the bedrooms and kitchen, the second floor of his first shop had been transformed. The system was very diligent in its construction, creating a sky bridge between the 2 shops that were made of similar material. This way, his shops were connected as one. At first glance, one would think that someone built a small bridge on top of the street. The buildings on either side of the street were made with white bricks and black tile, and the bridge in the middle merged with the existing street perfectly, making the area more interesting and livelier. The front walls of Fang Qi's 2 shops were made of glass, so it stood out from the other shops. They looked like 2 gems that were inlaid into a bundle of bricks, giving the buildings a fresh and unique feel. The inside of the shops became more modern as well. For example, each of the shops had a giant screen for live streaming. The computers were arranged differently as well. Because of the extra room, the computers were rearranged from the simple row-to-row formation, making the shop seem more special. At the same time, Fang Qi noticed that his system expanded the lounge areas in both shops. All in all, his internet cafe seemed much more spacious than it used to be. The lights were the same. If Fang Qi opened the curtains, the entire cafe would become bright, but the screens would reflect some light. Therefore, he chose to keep the curtains down and rely mainly on indoor lighting. The smaller shop was untouched before. Fang Qi bought the place just in case he needed it in the future. Now, both shops could be put into operation. He now had more than 150 computers. As long as the customers didn't all come at the same time, it would be hard for the place to reach full capacity. After opening his shop, Fang Qi bought some buns to eat. Zhang Xiaoyu had begun eating her own cooking. She ate her breakfast as she glared at Fang Qi and thought, "One day, I'm going to make you eat my food until your tongue falls out." Old customers like Song Qingfeng came early in the morning if they didn't have anything else to do. After all, they didn't want to wait in line for so long. If they came late, they would have to wait for a couple of hours before getting to play. When he came today, Song Qingfeng immediately noticed a difference. "Sir, why are there fewer computers in here than usual?" Fang Qi pointed across the street. 2 shops are operating at the same time today. Song Qingfeng followed Fang Qi's finger and saw an almost identical shop across the street. Although the shop wasn't too big, it wasn't a small shop anymore. Curious, Song Qingfeng walked across the street. Both shops were spacious, but only the old shop had a counter and a fridge. Confused, Song Qingfeng came back and asked Fang Qi, "No one's going to tend to the other shop? What if someone causes trouble?" Fang Qi shrugged, "I don't have to be there to punish troublemakers." Song Qingfeng froze for a second as he suddenly remembered those mysterious lightning strikes. "You're right, no one has the courage to cause trouble." Chapter 91. Live streaming in this new world. The Luyundao Palace was quite far away from Juhua City. After Su Tianji learned the sword control technique over the course of a single day, she went back to her palace and started practicing on her own. There was no reason to go back. In the early stages, cultivators could use spiritual artifacts to fly, but there were many restrictions. In comparison, the sword control technique had obvious advantages. If she could master the sword control technique like Li Xiaoyao did, she would have no reason to fear any enemies nor adversity. As a new player of the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, the first thing that Su Tianji did when she went back was to practice the sword control technique. She practiced from last night to this morning. With her realm and essence, she could go almost a month without sleep, so staying up all night wasn't too big of a deal. Although both worlds were full of cultivators, the spiritual spells in this world were significantly different from the sword control technique. After all, even warriors could learn the sword control technique. This difference created a direct discrepancy. To cultivators in this world, learning the sword control technique was simple, but it would take a while before they could fly on their swords. In the past, Su Tianji could stay in seclusion cultivation for years at a time. As long as her state of mind was calm, she wouldn't feel bored. However, after practicing the sword control technique for an entire night, she was bored out of her mind. Yesterday, the gentle and cute Ling applauded her when she practiced the sword control technique, and Yueru and her competed to see who had better technique. Also, she improved her own techniques by killing monsters in the game. Although her progress in the real world wasn't as fast as Li Xiaoyao's, playing the game as Li Xiaoyao helped her comprehend the skill much quicker. In the game, she could go shopping and look at floral lights when she was tired of training. She was still bewildered by the fact that she and Ling shopped for almost an hour last night. Now thinking back, she had fun last night. Su Tianji really didn't want to go back to Juhua City, but she really wanted to play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. When she thought about how she could improve her own sword control technique while enjoying the game, the urge of going became more pressing than ever. All the factions and sects had sent their congratulations, so I don't have much to do. Should I go right now? Su Tianji muttered to herself while frowning. Su Tianji went back to Tianji Palace and got ready. On her way there, she suddenly stopped in her tracks, thinking, there aren't going to be any seats left. Although she enjoyed the game, she really didn't want to stand in line for hours on end again. We're done with our morning classes. Should we go to Juhua City? Just then, two female disciples walked toward her from the other end of the palace. They were quite talented, and Su Tianji often brought them along with her to places. She just took them to the internet cafe yesterday. Why would we go to Juhua City? The other disciples asked. To play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. We shouldn't, there are so many people there. We won't have any seats if we go. Why wouldn't there be seats? The smaller girl with a round face said excitedly, a friend of mine at Juhua City sent me a message through the communication jade. She said that Origin's Internet Club added 100 more computers, so we don't have to worry about waiting no matter when we go. Of course, the round-faced girl nudged her friend. Let's go. The two disciples discussed and didn't realize that Su Tianji was in front of them until they looked up. Mortified, they immediately bowed down to their master. Feng Hua, Yuexin, what did you just say? Su Tianji had good hearing. She just heard that Origin's Internet Club added 100 computers, and she wanted to confirm. Crap, our master despises disciples who don't focus on studying and cultivation. How could we have discussed games in front of her? One of the disciples thought as her heart sank. Did you just say that Origin's Internet Club added 100 more computers? Su Tianji stared at them with her hazel eyes. Both of them felt like running into a wall. Their master heard everything. Crap, we're going to be scolded. I really hope that we don't get punished. They thought. Just then, they heard Su Tianji say, let's go. Go. The female disciples glanced at each other, and Su Tianji nodded. Yes, to Juhua City. Why are we going to Juhua City? Her disciples were confused. I plan to. Su Tianji was going to say that she wanted to play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, but she didn't want to be a bad influence on her disciples. Therefore, she put her hands behind her back and said, I've learned a lot from the sword control technique and would like to further cultivate my skills there. Weren't you two planning to go as well? Yes, her disciples nodded. We were going to further our studies of the sword control technique as well. Then, they heaved a sigh of relief. Now, we finally have a good excuse to go play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. It was pretty late when the three of them arrived at the internet cafe. Upon entering, they immediately noticed the difference in layout. The thing that stood out the most was a giant screen on the wall. They saw a bunch of people staring and pointing at it. Confused, Su Tianji looked at the big screen and asked, what's this for? It's for live streaming, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside her. Su Tianji turned her head and frowned. Xiao Yulv, why are you here again? She understood why others came, but Xiao Yulv could neither play the games nor eat the food here. He could watch, but that was about it. So why would he come? Xiao Yulv was feeling sad. It was fine when not a lot of people came to this internet cafe. But right now, all his friends were playing. Even if he wanted to do something else, he had no one to go with. All his good friends were playing on their computers. After all, this new form of entertainment was both high-end and novel to these wealthy young masters. The games at this internet cafe were the only topics of discussion among the people he knew. Those who didn't play barely got the chance to speak. Therefore, Xiao Yulv had no choice but to come again. Since he couldn't play, he could at least watch. This way, he would be able to contribute to conversations. However, this was an embarrassing thing to admit, and Xiao Yulv felt awkward at Su Tianji's question. Upon seeing Xiao Yulv's expression, Su Tianji changed the subject and pointed to the giant screen. What's a livestream? Xiao Yulv came earlier than Su Tianji. Since he couldn't play, he had time to ask around and get some answers. They all like watching the owner play, so he got a giant screen so that others could watch him. Ha! What's so fun about watching others play? The Yinlong elder heard their conversation as he walked in with his disciples. He didn't understand why others liked watching. As soon as he finished his sentence, someone in the crowd cried out, "Oh my God, is that the Shu Mountain faction? Why is the Shu Mountain faction constructed in the sky? It's so grand. That must be where immortals live." Then, they suddenly saw strings of words appearing on top of the screen, entering from one end of the screen and exiting from the other. "Please call me a disciple of the Shu Mountain faction. Friends across the street, are you watching? Why are there words on the screen?" Su Tianji and the others became more confused than ever. TL note. Just like Twitch chat, the live streaming platforms in China can also display the comments real-time on the scene via bullet screen or bullet comments. Chapter 92. Learning about bullet screens. People in this world had never even heard of live streams, let alone bullet screen. A bullet screen is easy to use. Just send what you want onto the screen using your communication jade, and Cheng, who came earlier in the morning, explained to Wang Quan what a bullet screen was. He didn't realize that he, the son of the Castellan of Juhua, was slowly turning into a guide for Fang Qi's shop. What is that? Xiao Yulv had been here for a while, but it was his first time seeing something as fancy as this. Therefore, he walked up to Cheng and asked, "It's a bullet screen." Bullet screen. Cheng said as he demonstrated, "It's actually pretty interesting. Once you send it out, it will appear on the screens of both shops." Then, he sent the message, "The Shu Mountain faction is really cool." The others quickly saw the same words floating across the big screen in front of them. Cheng continued, "It's completely anonymous. As long as you don't curse, you can send whatever you want." Ha! No matter how cool it is, it's still not real. Unconvinced, the Yinlong elder crossed his arms. To him, no matter how real something seemed in the game, it was still not real at the end of the day and completely unreachable. About that, Cheng whispered, "If we can use the sword control technique in the game, why can't we create a floating mountain?" Cheng really wanted to recreate a floating mountain so he that could turn Juhua into a floating city in the future. The Yinlong elder was at a loss for words. Is that really possible? If we can really create floating cities, then every single faction and sect will float in the sky in the future. Then, the Yinlong elder secretly sent the message, "The Shu Mountain faction is awesome." Then, he glanced left and right. As expected, no one knew that he was the sender. Of course, what they didn't know was that if they could comprehend Pangu's powers, they would become immortals, let alone create a floating city. TL note. Pangu was the first living being and the creator of all things in some versions of Chinese mythology. Although Fang Qi's system created such cities, it didn't mean that cultivators in this world could study it and mimic it. What a function! Is it free to send messages? The round-faced female disciple standing behind Su Tianji really wanted to try it out, but she was worried about spending money because everything in this shop costed a lot of crystals. Of course, Cheng explained, "It's just some words, why would it cost you?" Really? The two female disciples jumped up in joy and each sent a message onto the livestream screen. People in this world hadn't been exposed to the internet nor information technology, so their thoughts were pure. Therefore, the messages they sent were polite and sophisticated, unlike the ones that Fang Qi was used to seeing on Earth. "I can do that." Su Tianji gave it a try as well. She sent, "Ling is adorable." As she expected, she saw the same comment floating across the screen. However, she didn't think that her message would create a giant surge of comments. "Wow, I think Ling is adorable as well. I found someone with the same taste as me. I love Ling." "Me too, sir. You have to save Ling, or else I'm going to smash this shop." Su Tianji read the rows and rows of comments on the screen and was astonished to see so many people agreeing with her. This seems interesting. Is it really free? Xiao Yulv immediately asked again. Cheng's lips twitched. "Did you see any of us paying? I'm going to send one as well." Xiao Yulv immediately took out his communication jade. This shop may not welcome him, but at least it was free to comment. Then, he followed Cheng's instructions and sent out a comment using his communication jade. However, why isn't it on the screen? Xiao Yulv looked at the screen in bewilderment before sending out another message. Nothing. He sent a couple more, but all of his comments disappeared into thin air. Why can't I send a message? Xiao Yulv jumped up in fury. Everyone around him was speechless, and Su Tianji said, "Less talking, more watching." And Cheng sighed in relief, happy that he wasn't on the blacklist. "Let's go buy some Haagen-Dazs." Just then, the round-faced disciple behind Su Tianji suggested. Sure. The taller disciple, Feng Hua, immediately nodded as she thought back at the delicious taste that she experienced yesterday. They were here already, so might as well buy another one. Wait, what's Haagen-Dazs? Xiao Yulv got a bad feeling about this. A delicious snack. The two female disciples quickly came back and handed Su Tianji a container. They were going to wait a while before playing, so they watched the livestream while enjoying the delicious ice cream. Su Tianji appeared composed, but Feng Hua and Yuexin looked like they were having the best time of their lives. Xiao Yulv couldn't help but lick his lips. What does it taste like? Is it really that good? Sister Feng Hua, can you give me a try? Although he didn't smell the ice cream, he saw their satisfied faces, and his mouth began to water. No, Feng Hua immediately moved away from him and said sternly, "Men and women must keep a distance. How can I give you my food to eat?" Then, Xiao Yulv immediately looked at Yuexin with a sad expression. "No, the owner said that we're not allowed to share food, or else he'll kick us out and never welcome us back." Lastly, he looked at his aunt, Su Tianji. However, the latter didn't even say anything. She walked right up to the screen to watch the livestream. Xiao Yulv felt like crying. Upon seeing his depressed expression, and Cheng, the Yinlong elder, and the others shivered as a single thought crossed their minds: "I'm glad that I never caused trouble here." And Cheng reminded Xiao Yulv, "Although you can't eat Haagen-Dazs, you can still watch the owner play. Let's sit here, it's actually really interesting to watch him play." "You're right." Xiao Yulv took in a deep breath. He can't kick me out for watching the livestream. Therefore, he continued watching the other play, eat ice cream, and send messages. With the livestream and bullet screen, the discussions within the internet cafe lessened. After all, the players in both shops could see the bullet comments on the screen. While eating Haagen-Dazs, Su Tianji watched Fang Qi play. However, she had no idea where in the game he was at. Soon, someone sent a bullet comment, "Where's the owner at?" Another person quickly replied, "He arrived at the Shu Mountain faction and is about to go and save Ling." Just thinking about it is making me excited. Shocked, Su Tianji stared at the big screen and wondered, "Look at the discussion." The Yinlong elder who was standing behind her froze for a second as well. "I randomly sent a message. I can't believe that someone replied so quick." There were more than 100 people at the internet cafe, half of which were watching Fang Qi play. Moreover, they were all passionate about this game, so every question was answered. Just then, Yinlong elder and the others heard someone shout, "The liquor immortal spell." Then, discussions erupted as the livestream screen was filled with rows and rows of bullet comments. "The liquor sword immortal is teaching Li Xiaoyao the liquor immortal spell. I can tell from the name that it's a powerful spell. Everything the liquor sword immortal taught Li Xiaoyao in the past has been amazing. Stop sending bullet comments, he's starting." Everyone watching sat up in their chairs, turning their attention to the screen before them. Chapter 93, Surprising Everyone. "These bottles of liquor aren't for you to drink, they are for you to cast the spell. I created the liquor immortal spell, but it's just as powerful as the other spells and techniques you've learned in the past," the liquor sword immortal said to Li Xiaoyao calmly in the screen. He was a big-hearted man who was generous enough to teach Li Xiaoyao his most powerful technique before even formally accepting him as a disciple. The liquor sword immortal didn't say anything else, but those watching could tell that he cared about Li Xiaoyao. They all stared intently at the screen and watched as the liquor sword immortal taught Li Xiaoyao the technique. Unlike the sword control technique, this seemed like a normal spell. The liquor sword immortal didn't use its full power. However, through the liquor sword immortal's words, the viewers could feel the immense power of this spell. It can only be used 9 times in one's lifetime. No wonder the liquor sword immortal isn't willing to use it, and Cheng cried out. If someone like him can only use it 9 times in his life, how powerful do you think the spell is? I didn't think that such a weird spell existed. Su Tianji couldn't take her eyes off the screen. Being able to learn such a powerful spell means that this journey is going to be treacherous. Right, everyone looked down upon Li Xiaoyao in the beginning of the game. He didn't have power, status, or anything extraordinary. Some players even wanted to give up on the game. To their surprise, he became an alpha male in the blink of an eye. They were witnesses to his growth. That was why they came to sympathize his experience. Will I experience this later in the game as well? Su Tianji finally finished eating her Haagen-Dazs, and she thought as she stared at the screen. The game looks so hard. The female disciple, Yuexin, muttered to Fenghua quietly, what if we can't save Ling? It's giving me a headache. I bet our master can save her. Fenghua took this opportunity to flatter Su Tianji. Of course I can. Su Tianji thought haughtily upon hearing her disciple's discussion. Master, there's a seat over there. Are you going to play the game? Hong Lingfeng asked the Yinlong elder. The Yinlong elder glanced over at the computer before turning his attention back to the big screen. He stroked his silver beard and said, I'm going to watch a little longer. Didn't you say that it is boring to watch others play? Hong Lingfeng scratched his head. The Yinlong elder didn't respond as he suppressed the urge to hit his favorite disciple on the head with his cane. Then, he snorted and went back to watching the livestream. In the scene, Li Xiaoyao and Ling Yueru were headed toward the Devil Locking Tower. The Shu Mountain faction is horrible. They locked up Ling in a tower. The two of them can go in but won't be able to come out. The faction master is stupider than the disciples. He's so stubborn. Why do all demons and monsters have to be locked up? A cultivator suddenly stopped talking midway because he realized that the relationship between people and demons in their world wasn't that good either. However, why was he so infuriated by what he saw? Let's cheer Xiaoyao on. Lan Yan and Nolan Mingxie were watching the livestream from the last row. Lan Yan held her communication jade tightly, and the follow words appeared on the screen, you can do it, Xiaoyao. Nolan Mingxie had just finished eating her Haagen-Dazs. She put the container down, took out her communication jade, and sent, you can do it, Xiaoyao. Let's cheer Xiaoyao on as well. Xu Zixin and Shen Qingqing send bullet comments as well. We can do this. Fenghua and Yuexin saw the comments on the screen and picked up their jades as well. Let's cheer him on as well. You can do it, Xiaoyao. Although Su Tianji didn't say anything, she was still worried to see Li Xiaoyao walking into the Devil Locking Tower. Since the bullet comments were anonymous, she sent, Xiaoyao, save Ling soon. Then, she glanced around and realized that no one knew it was her, just as she expected. Hey, let's send comments too. Bu Yuche and Yang Cheng ran up to An Cheng and said. As they watched the many comments appearing on the screen, the crowd felt calmer than ever as if Li Xiaoyao could really save Ling now. Of course, none of them knew what bullet comment protection meant. Almost everyone here played The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, so even though the screen was from the third-person point of view, they all felt like they were watching Li Xiaoyao walk into the looming demon locking tower from the first-person point of view. Fang Qi had almost mastered the sword control technique and showed everyone how powerful the Shu Mountain faction's sword techniques were. When he raised his sword, it howled into the sky and attacked like the raindrops in a storm. This wasn't a dream anymore. Li Xiaoyao could fully exert the power of the sword control technique. Whoa, he's so powerful. The crowd gasped as they watched many sword shadows kill all the demons and monsters. Upon seeing this, Nolan Hongwu thought back at his youth where he battled enemies and smiled. His demeanor is similar to mine when I was young. Yueru's 7-star sword energy is so powerful. All the female characters in The Legend of the Sword and Fairy were extremely powerful. When the crowd saw gusts of sword energies dash out of Yueru's sword, they began sending bullet comments showing their support for her. Yueru, you're so strong. I love you, Yueru. Yueru, you can do it. Song Qingfeng and the others were fans of Ling, but even they couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder she's the daughter of the Master of Martial Arts Alliance, this sword energy is amazing. They watched in awe as Xiaoyao and Yueru experienced countless dangers to save Linger. For one, they didn't expect to see so many horrific demons in the tower, none of the monsters were easy to defeat. Second of all, they were shocked by the fact that the two really made it this far. However, upon seeing the prison guarding Wisdom King standing in Li Xiaoyao's way, the crowd didn't know whether to be surprised to angry. The Shu Mountain faction's demon locking tower is protected by a real god. How is that possible? It's just a mortal faction, why would this tower be protected by a god? They were all flabbergasted. The faction was floating in the sky, and its demon locking tower was protected by a real god. What else? The Shu Mountain faction is so powerful. The crowd was as shocked as they could be. How is Li Xiaoyao supposed to win? The crowd groaned in despair. It was impossible for a mortal to defeat a god. However, when Li Xiaoyao began chanting a spell, they all snapped back from their initial shock. Someone shouted, "He's chanting the liquor immortal spell." Finally, all the true energy that Fang Qi had been storing up could finally be used at a time like this to activate the liquor immortal spell. Ling. Look at Ling. Ling is a descendant of Nuwa. She has godly powers. Everyone watching the livestream sat there with their jaws open, dumbstruck. TL note: a goddess in Chinese mythology. Nuwa, also known as the Queen of Wa, is a clanlord from the ancient times who was gradually regarded as the ancestor of human beings. Chapter 94. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Attracted by the live stream in the internet cafe, even the players stopped their games and watched. Ling and Xiaoyao were battling prison guarding Wisdom King. When the spell was cast, the whole world was instantly filled with the furious howling of gusty winds. All the other demons and monsters in the devil-locking tower sought shelter in the dark corners and shivered. Spiritual energy gathered together and gushed out like floods. The liquor immortal spell was way too powerful when Li Xiaoyao, Ling, and Lin Yueru joined hands. Even a god was no match for them. Everyone knew it was only a game, but they were still shocked. When the three of them defeated the prison guarding Wisdom King after the hard battle, every viewer in the internet cafe bursted into cheers. They were even more excited when they watched the three of them flee from the tower after breaking the dragon column in the demon decomposing pond. Are they finally coming out? Look, our Ling is so strong. Soon, this bullet comment appeared on the screen. For Ling's fans, they felt sad when they witnessed that an ordinary girl of a mysterious background was labeled as a demon. However, she had awakened her godly power as a descendant of a god. Our Yueru is just as powerful. Among the relatively harmonious comments on the screen, there was still some rivalry. Immediately, lots of bullet comments showed on the screen. Ling is both pretty and powerful. Ling is gentle and sweet. They triggered many supporting messages. Seeing that the powerful enemy had been defeated, Yueru's fans began to relax and fight back. Yueru is cuter. Yueru is more passionate. Of course, these bullet comments came from the younger people. Senior masters such as Su Tianji just stood among the crowd, not caring to join the argument. Meanwhile, Fenghua and Yuexin finished their comments and hurried over to her, asking, "Master, who do you like more, Ling or Yueru?" Su Tianji didn't know what to say. She wanted to say that she liked both of them. Right now, only a few had noticed that Xiaoyao and Ling were fatigued after their battle with prison guarding Wisdom King. After all, it was quite unthinkable to challenge a god with the strength of mortals, and it was impossible for them to show no exhaustion after defeating the god. At this moment, the devil-locking tower collapsed. Everyone blanked out instantly. It wasn't an interlude animation, but everyone felt sad inside after watching the battles with the ordinary demons, Zhongqing, Ghost King, the prison guarding Wisdom King, and the 9 dragons transformed by the dragon column. They had experienced hardship along the journey as if they had been inside the game. It showed the true power of love since Li Xiaoyao even killed the real god. With the aid of the spiritual bead, it was the ultimate power that the mortals could unleash. Maybe after many years, they would still remember the 7-star sword energy blooming on the screen and the figure who stood in front of others at the risk of death. Yueru's decision at that moment showed everyone her true feelings from the bottom of her heart. TL note: in the game, Lin Yueru blocked a giant rock for Li Xiaoyao and Ling. Then, it was all buried in the ruins. For a long time, no one could speak. Silence. No one knew how long had passed when a comment appeared on the screen. "Don't die." In the next moment, the comments filled the screen. "Woo. Don't let anything happen to you." Fenghua and Yuexin tried to hold back their tears. Couldn't Xiaoyao be more powerful? Zhang Xiaoyu covered her face, crying. "Where is the power that you showed when you used the liquor immortal spell? Damn it, don't let anyone die." Song Qingfeng and others had moved to the seats in the back as if they were afraid to see things that they couldn't accept. "It's the owner who's playing. Don't you trust him?" And Cheng and others were also nervous, and their eyes were red with tears. "It has nothing to do with the owner." Fatiou Yang Cheng inhaled deeply and said, shaking his head, "It's beyond the power of mortals." The Yinlong elder, who had been complaining of boredom, heaved a heavy sigh. "Let's wait for the outcome." Due to various reasons, Fang Qi split the last part of the Legend of the Sword and Fairy into 2 days, which was why many people had to wait for the second day to continue watching the game. On the second day, Fang realized that more people came into the cafe, and all of them, no matter if they played The Legend of the Sword and Fairy or not, wanted to watch the last part of the live stream to see if Yueru could be revived and the ending for Ling and Xiaoyao. By going to Nanjiao with Ling, it was the end of Li Xiaoyao's mission. Li Xiaoyao's strength had grown little by little on his journey, from the Fire Kirin Cave to the Trial Cave. When Li Xiaoyao finally woke up Ling, it was the time for the final battle. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful enemy behind all of this. He is Baiyu of Nanjiao. How come I feel like he is more powerful than the prison-guarding Wisdom King who guarded the devil-locking tower? Baiyu's shadow was imprinted in almost everyone's mind. The water demon beast and Baiyu merged and became one, and it caused huge waves which flooded a large piece of land and many houses. The horrifying power that it showed was invincible. Some people had never thought that they would laugh and cry for an imaginary person in a game. However, when they watched Ling dash forward with all her force onto the mountain-like snake-bodied Baiyu who had merged with the water demon beast, they changed their mind. They had started the game with the intentions of learning martial arts and spells. But at this moment, they were all touched. In fact, The Legend of the Sword and Fairy was classic not because it showed the audience the destruction of beautiful things. After all, pure tragedies only brought people sadness. This game was trying to show that true and valuable feelings existed in this filthy world. It was something that everyone longed for but couldn't obtain. The beauty of the game touched hidden feelings in many people's hearts. Without a word, Fang put down the virtual headset and looked at the sincere eyes around him. For the people who lived in this world, they were touched by true love since they were free from the influences of all kinds of cultures. Perhaps they were thinking that it would be worth all the fortune in their lives if they could have such true love. At the end of the story, Nu played the flute to see off Xiaoyao on a snowy day, and Yueru, who had finally been revived, was waiting for Xiaoyao's return, holding an umbrella. Everyone watched this scene with tears in their eyes. TL note: at the end of the game, Ling sacrificed herself to kill the water demon beast. Chapter 95. Hidden Currents. Long after the end, many people remained silent while they savored the whole plot of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, reluctant to leave. They had gradually accepted the story in the past few days and subconsciously put themselves into the game. Seeing the scenes on the screen, they immediately remembered all the events in the game that made them laugh, cry, and feel curious. Also, they thought back to when they first learned the sword control technique and the excitement of killing the prison-guarding Wisdom King in the devil-locking tower. It seemed like a life cycle had passed. They felt as if they had lived another life in the game. Nolan Hungwu sighed faintly. Despite his old age, he still couldn't completely see through life, and ripples rose in his mind. Perhaps this is why I have stopped at the current realm, he thought. The Yinlong Elder, and Huwei, and others were also lamenting. They had played the game due to various reasons, but now they had all grown to like the people and things in the game. The Liquor Sword Immortal's wild elegance, Ling's vivaciousness, Yueru's bravery, and Xiaoyao's fate all touched them to their cores. They even felt like the people in the game lived a more meaningful life than their own. Even though these people only existed in the game, they were real people in the viewers' hearts. The only regret was that Ling didn't return with Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru. Wu, why did Ling end up like this? Remembering the moment that Ling died, Zhang Xiaoyu began to cry again. Many female players began to wipe tears from their eyes secretly. My Ling, someone howled in the internet cafe. If it happened at another time, not only Fang, but the others would have cussed that person. But today, others joined the howling immediately. Looking at the people who were howling in the internet cafe, Fang was at a loss for words. At this moment, Fang glanced at his tasks. Only a small part of the task was left. After looking around the internet cafe, Fang knew that a group of new players would soon join the game. More importantly, despite the unchangeable main plot, there could be more than one ending. Fang had made the discovery while he played. Even though he had gotten an ending close to the official version, it was hard to say that other players couldn't get other plots and endings. After finishing the game, Fang continued to do his task. Right now, he had already mastered the sword control technique and was proficient at the 1000 sword technique, which was used quite often. As to the drunken immortal moon observing steps in heavenly sword that he had learned later, he was familiar with them and needed time to get more proficient with them. Therefore, Fang turned off the livestream and began to practice his skills. However, with the number of players in the Origin Internet Club growing, some people felt threatened. Without a doubt, Pang Ruli of the Qin Mountain Beast Garden was one of them. Pang Ruli had begun to sense the threat ever since the customers began to thin in the Qin Mountain Beast Garden, and the sense of danger had grown more obvious now. Before, he knew nothing about the business of the Origin Internet Club or the so-called games. Now, the sense of danger grew stronger inside him when he heard the aristocrats talking about a game named The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. When he learned what kind of game The Legend of the Sword and Fairy was from his spies, a smart man like him knew what it meant. If the situation continued, it would bring a great impact to the entire entertainment industry in Juhua City. Copy the business? Impossible. Who would spend so much money on making spiritual artifacts for the customers to play? Also, who had the power to create a small world for others to play in? Who could copy this business mode? Despite his admiration of the owner, Pang Ruli was determined to suppress this shop. After all, he wasn't someone to be messed with, especially when the small shop had begun to threaten his Qin Mountain Beast Garden. He studied the name list in his hand and marked many names with a red pen. It was the list of the first-class businesses in Juhua City. The social status of businessmen in this world was not as low as the ancient times in China. For example, it wouldn't be easy for someone to acquire such a large piece of land and many demon beasts, including extremely rare ones, to build the Qin Mountain Beast Garden without an extraordinary background. Pang Ruli's ancestors had been counts. Although the title wasn't passed down, the Pang family had accumulated great power, and he was an official in the city. Likewise, the people on the name list were either powerful aristocrats or people with a big force behind them. If they joined hands, they couldn't be reckoned with. The names that he had marked were people who had agreed to help him, but he still needed 1 to 2 truly powerful figures. Pang Ruli had done his due diligence and knew that some customers who played games in Fang Chi's shop had extraordinary backgrounds. However, they were only customers and not wonders. It meant that the shop couldn't rely on the customers to help it out of trouble. If a shop had to enlist help from its customers, the business would soon be over. Pang Ruli drew a big circle on the name list, and only 2 names were in the red circle. One was the owner behind the Wind and Moon Pavilion, and the other was Huo Chong, the master of the Southern Business Alliance. These 2 are hard to deal with. With the name list in his hand, Pang Ruli was deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the Wind and Moon Pavilion, Song Qingfeng was eating in the Wind and Moon Pavilion. In fact, the figures who had some importance in Juhua City liked to visit this place whenever they had time. The table that Song Qingfeng and others took had more liquor than usual. Come on, young Master Song. Bottoms up. Lin Xiao picked up a jar of liquor. Song Qingfeng's face fell and said, "Young Master Lin, you want to bottom up the jar?" "Shut up, I'm not in the mood today." As a loyal fan of Ling, he felt bad when Yueru returned at the end of the game, but Ling couldn't come back to life. Lin Xiao gulped down a mouthful of liquor and said with a sad face, "We're buddies, and I'm not afraid to humiliate myself in front of you. To tell the truth, when I played the game today and saw Ling again, I wanted to cry." Chapter 96. Human Hearts and Minds. Stop talking. Come on, let's drink. With the jar of liquor in his arms, Lin Xiao urged his buddies to drink. After watching the ending of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, Song Qingfeng didn't feel too bad, but he wasn't in a good mood either. He began to drink with others. "Hey, fatty, how come you're not drinking?" Shu Luo patted Wang Tai on his shoulder. Ever since they began playing Diablo together, they had become friends and had come for a drink together. "Of course, let's drink." Wang Tai froze for a second. He hadn't played The Legend of the Sword and Fairy and had only watched others play it, but he felt the same way as the others. "It's a pity that this liquor isn't nearly as good as Sprite." Song Qingfeng clicked his tongue while he drank. "You won't get drunk with Sprite." With that said, Lin Xiao chugged another mouthful of liquor, and his face turned red. Beside them, many other customers in the Wind and Moon Pavilion had big jars of liquor on the tables in front of them. Even Shen Qingqing, who rarely drank, had ordered a bottle of green jade liquor and took a seat beside a window. Shu Zixin sat across from her, and her face didn't change color after drinking 1 bottle of liquor. "I prefer Sprite," Shen Qingqing mumbled. Her face turned pink after drinking only a small bottle of liquor. While resting her chin in her hand, Shu Zixin looked tipsy as she said, "I wish that the snacks here are as good as Haagen-Dazs and the liquor as good as the Sprite." The waiter who served them looked sulky. He had got tired of hearing Sprite and Haagen-Dazs these days and wondered what they were. It was still okay if someone wanted to compare other things with the liquor and snacks in the Wind and Moon Pavilion, but they criticized the great offers of the Wind and Moon Pavilion while they were eating. It must be noted that the chef of the Wind and Moon Pavilion came from Jingxi, and he was as good as the chefs in the royal palace, meanwhile in an exquisite compartment on the 4th floor of the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Behind the pretty curtain, one could see the vague shape of a woman and her distinct and beautiful features. With her beautiful eyes set deep under her dark eyebrows, she opened her lips and said with pride and elegance, "Chinger, Wanyu." Standing before her were a man and a woman who were meticulously dressed. The man was in his 30s and looked righteous. After hearing his name, he led the woman beside him to bow slightly. The woman behind the curtain looked casual with a pot of tea in her hand. "I just came back from Jingxi and can use some rest. What happened these days? Tell me." The man and the woman immediately reported what had happened in the Wind and Moon Pavilion recently. "The customers keep commenting that our liquor doesn't taste as good as the Sprite of a small shop." The woman behind the curtain found it ridiculous. "Our snacks aren't nearly as good as Haagen-Dazs," she said in contempt. "It's just a small shop. The customers can eat whatever they like, what impact can it have on us?" Standing outside of Tianji Hall, Su Tianji felt melancholic. It was the night, and the stars blinked brightly in the dark sky. Looking at the shadows beyond the mountains and the stars in the sky, she felt a loneliness that she had never felt before. With a flick of her fingers, a sword flew out and flashed on the sea of flowers outside the hall. Standing in front of the great hall of the Nolan family, Nolan Hongwu squinted his eyes and said slowly, "When I was young, people were talking about concentrating on martial arts without distraction. I tried to achieve it most of my life, but is it really so hard to achieve?" Standing behind him, Elder Fu remained silent for a long time before answering, "Sir, we're old." Nolan Hongwu laughed with regret for his old age and said, "Yeah. We're old, and we shouldn't focus on martial arts without distraction anymore. Flowers could bloom again, but people couldn't go back to their youth. They should focus their mind on how to enjoy the rest of their lives." Nolan Hongwu heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that it was enough for him to play with plants and flowers and entertain himself with leisure activities at this stage of his life. Compared to concentrating on martial arts without distraction, "I prefer being calm and peaceful like water," he thought. After spending so much time on battles and wars, Nolan Hongwu now preferred a peaceful life. Standing in her courtyard full of pear trees, Nolan Mingshe looked distracted while she stared at the trees. "Ms. Nolan, are you sad as well?" Lan Yan was wiping her tears with a handkerchief. "No." Nolan Mingshe looked back with the moonlight shining on her charming face as she asked, "Lan Yan, what do you think of the game in Mr. Fang's shop?" "It's great," Lan Yan answered even though she was puzzled by this question. "Although the worlds in the last 2 games look weird, they were quite novel, and I wonder who came up with such ideas. As to the legend of the sword and fairy, the world that it describes is similar to ours. But instead of feeling bored, I felt like it is quite a classic." "Then, do you like it?" "Of course." Lan Yan got excited when this topic was brought up. "Speaking of that, I especially like the legend of the sword and fairy." "Yeah." Nanlin Mingshe lowered her head and said, "The people and techniques in the game are interesting, and everyone likes it, so it's not good." "Why is it not good with everyone liking it?" Lan Yan was baffled. "It's simple," Nanlin Mingshe said with good logic, "while Mr. Fang's business is prospering, someone will get jealous. Although he doesn't have any direct competition, he has rivals who are displeased that he is taking away their customers. Mr. Fang is only an ordinary man, but now his business seems to have the potential to surpass those of the aristocrats. In short, he will face many challenges. Even with that mysterious cultivator sitting in his shop, he can't solve all the problems." Nolan Mingshe pointed her finger at Lan Yan's chest, saying, "Human hearts and minds are complicated. More importantly, I'm afraid that many people are greedy over the spiritual artifacts which are called computers and want to take them from him. These people can't do anything serious separately, but I'm afraid someone will unite them into a force, Southern Business Alliance." There were business people in every world, so was this world that was full of cultivators and warriors. The spiritual artifacts and elixir pills that cultivators wanted, and the martial arts technique scrolls and the body-tempering herbs that the warriors sought had triggered the expansion of commerce and prosperity. A business alliance which could expand and strengthen industries and satisfy the needs of the high-level cultivators and powerful warriors was certainly extraordinary. Huo Chong was a thin middle-aged man, and he was wearing a stylish robe. He was also a cultivator with powerful essence. Sitting in front of his desk, his eyes squinted while he read the letter in his hand. Pang Ruli, Chapter 97. Storm. In his mountain mansion, Pang Ruli sucked in a mouthful of smoke from the tobacco pipe with vicious force. Master, do you think Huo Chong will agree to your request? The maid who was massaging his shoulders with her small hands asked him. He's a big figure, don't you think it's hard to enlist his help to deal with a small shop? Huo Chong is a guy who won't show his hand unless there's a big reward for him. While blowing out a puff of white smoke, Pang Ruli said slowly, if this small shop is indeed what it seems, he wouldn't make a move. However, this guy has many spies, and I'm afraid that he got wind of it earlier than us. Pang Ruli smirked. In fact, he has been craving for the stuff in this small shop. He just doesn't dare to reach out his hand. Now that such a good opportunity presented itself, I'm sure he will join us as long as the reward is big enough. Pang Ruli sneered as he said. Meanwhile, the Wind and Moon Pavilion got even more crowded than usual, and most of the customers had come here for liquor. Young Master J, how come you're in the mood to have a drink with us today? Yao Xiaoyang's father was an aristocrat with moderate influence and had an official title in Juhua City. Although his position was far lower than people like in Chang, he had some influence in the city. As the son of an official, Yao Xiaoyang had some buddies, but he had never been invited by Zhou Jie to have liquor in the Wind and Moon Pavilion together with a large group of people. About 10 people sat around the table, and Yao Xiaoyang was quite familiar with most of them. I say, young Master J, did anyone piss you off, and you want us to give him a lesson? The young man in black who was sitting at a seat asked with a laugh, but you don't need so many of us to do such a simple task, right? Yao Xiaoyang was also curious. After all, a few young men with some influence were enough to give someone a lesson, it didn't need a large group of people. I asked all of you to come here because I found something really fun. The young man sitting at the head of the table said. Really fun, dice, cards, or, a young man sitting to the right said with a snicker, the top girl in the drunken red pavilion. Or, some new demon beasts in Qin Mountain Beast Garden. A young man waved his folding fan as his eyes emitted a cold light, which meant that his strength was greater than his peers. What in the world is so fun that young Master J called us to this place at this late hour? Yao Xiaoyang looked unconvinced. Although the world respected strength, not everyone was diligent enough to work one's way to the top. One could only achieve a high realm after hard practice, but it was too much to ask from these rich young men. Only a few had the fortitude and talent to gain great strength. Of course, most of them only wanted to be rich playboys, and they didn't care if people called them ignorant or good for nothing. As a new player of the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, Zhou Jie had been drawn into the game by a friend. TL note. In ancient China, people can add the title, Young Master, before the first name or the last name. That is why Zhou Jie is referred to as Young Master J while Song Qingfeng is referred to as Young Master Song. He was hooked by the game the first time he tried it, not expecting that he could experience another legendary life by playing a game. More importantly, the story was so classic that he couldn't get enough of it and wanted to share it with the people he knew. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Have you heard of it before? None of young men had expected Zhou Jie to gather them here to have fun instead of asking them for a favor. It always felt better to share the fun. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. They all shook heads. What's so good about it? Why do you want to recommend it to us? In fact, beside their table, many other customers of the Wind and Moon Pavilion were also talking about the same thing while they drank. The atmosphere was livelier than before. Meanwhile, Fang Qi was oblivious to what was happening far away. Sitting in front of the computer, he watched the screen in which gentle breeze created ripples on the west lake that was as smooth as a mirror. In the game, Li Xiaoyao stood calmly on the surface of the lake with his finger pointing at the sky. Around him, the green waves surged up while the water plants moved under his aura even though there was no wind. Boundless spiritual essence surged toward the direction that he was pointing at, and the things that were either with or without shape, visible or invisible around him moved. Instantly, he condensed a huge spiritual essence sword, Heavenly Sword. Based on the sword control technique, it was also a sword technique of the Shu Mountain faction, but it was much powerful than the basic sword control technique. On the screen, Li Xiaoyao waved his finger, and the huge sword that was condensed from spiritual essence crashed into the lake like a huge meteor. The overwhelming pressure released from the spiritual essence created a huge crater on the lake's surface before it touched the water. Then, the huge sword crashed into the lake and instantly created giant waves as if water poured from the skies. Countless water drops fell from the sky like a storm. Allowing the water drops to fall on his shoulders, Fang Qi exhaled with dissatisfaction. Still not good enough. No matter if the technique could be used in the real world or not, he couldn't say he had mastered it if he couldn't use it proficiently in the game. It was obvious that Fang Qi had difficulty in controlling the huge amount of spiritual essence even in the game. I must put more effort into my granular control and get more familiar with the initiation of the heavenly sword. It won't take long, Fang Qi thought. When he finished the game, he had mastered most of the techniques. However, the heavenly sword technique was so complicated that it had cost him lots of time even in the game. He did the calculation and found that the task would be mostly done if he mastered the heavenly sword. Then he glanced at the task of touching Legend of the Sword and Fairy and found the process had gained another 30 by this time. With the game getting more popular, he guessed the mission would be finished in a couple of days. In his mountain mansion, Pang Ruli opened his mouth and blew out a puff of smoke while the end of his tobacco pipe glowed. Obviously, he was waiting for something. Despite his previous confidence, he needed some confirmation. At this moment, a maid strode into the room. "Master, here's the reply to your letter." Chapter 98. The world is big. Before every big decision, Huo Chong would go into his study room and read the ancient scrolls that he had collected for many years. In the study room, Huo Chong looked at his son mildly and asked, "I'll eventually pass my position to you. At this position, you must consider everything from the perspective of gains." While he flipped through the ancient scrolls on the desk, he said, "I'll make a move when the reward is big enough. However, Pang Ruli is asking for a favor from me this time, and we can't agree to his request so readily. What shall we do?" The young man standing before the desk asked, "Dad, haven't we been making plans to deal with the small shop?" Just as Pang Ruli said, the unique small shop owned all kinds of novel games and had a mysterious cultivator guarding it. In fact, Huo Chong had monitored that shop for some time now. After Xiao Yulv was tossed out for the first time, Huo Chong sent some spies to the shop to test the waters. Even if the cultivator in the shop doesn't make a move, the small shop wouldn't be easy to deal with, Huo Chong said mildly. Otherwise I wouldn't have waited for so long. Do you mean we should decline the invitation? The young man asked in bafflement. Decline? Why decline? Huo Chong chuckled. Then gains, Huo Chong said with a smile, there are still gains. Since he asked me for a favor, we can ask for a reward. If the reward is big enough, we can join him. The maid handed the letter to Pang Ruli and then whispered something into his ear. A bit of elation seemed to cross Pang Ruli's face. What did you say? Pang Ruli slapped his hands on his thighs and stood up from his chair, laughing. Did you say that someone got drunk in the Wind and Moon Pavilion and threw up on the shoes of the owner? If it happened to Pang Ruli, a crude man, he would have beaten that person so that the latter wouldn't be able to feel to his limbs, let alone the fact that the owner of the Wind and Moon Pavilion was a woman. Right, the maid also looked pleased. More importantly, the drunken customer seemed to have just finished playing a game in the Origin Internet Club. It made the owner vent her anger on all the customers who had talked about that game and were drinking there. They were all kicked out. There were many players who had talked about the games in the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Ever since Haagen-Dazs and Sprite appeared in Fang Qi's shop, the customers tended to compare these two new things with the liquor and snacks in the Wind and Moon Pavilion. It didn't matter if the owner of the establishment was confident or not, she would be displeased when the customers kept comparing her top-tier liquor and snacks with those in a small shop that was owned by a civilian. This incident of someone vomiting on her shoes was like pouring gas on the fire. It is God-sent gift. Pang Ruli's eyes lit up at the news. He would take advantage of this incident for sure. Even if the Wind and Moon Pavilion didn't ally with him, it would be hostile toward Fang Qi's small shop. Pang Ruli had thought that the best he could do was enlisting Huo Chong's help at some cost. However, the situation turned out to be better than he had expected. Moody, drinking, and throwing up. You are a good actor. In his courtyard, Ji Wuyu played with a bronze wine cup in his hand. He always looked calm because he was the mastermind behind the scene and didn't need to get his hands dirty. Indeed, most of the customers of Fang Qi's shop got moody and went to the Wind and Moon Pavilion for a drink. It was nothing unusual. With so many people drinking, it was natural that one or two of them would get drunk and throw a tantrum. It's a piece of cake, the person in the dark said mildly. Of course, it wasn't a coincidence. Someone just took advantage of the situation. There will be some commotion among them. Ignore them while we take advantage of the situation to do our thing. Ji Wuyu drank up the wine in the cup. The fuel that he had dumped on the fire was enough. Achoo, achoo. Fang Qi put down the virtual headset and sneezed repeatedly. Who's talking about me? Fang Qi stretched and found that it was almost time to close the shop. When he walked to the counter, he saw the loli putting her head on her arms. Fang Qi knocked on the desk, saying, "You're not supposed to sleep during work hours, or I'll deduct your pay." Zhang Xiaoyu immediately raised her head, and her teary eyes looked at Fang Qi morosely while all her face was wet. Fang Qi froze for a while. Hey, it is just a game. You only watched and didn't even play. How could it affect you so much? One day, I'll play it. Zhang Xiaoyu said with a pout. Then, you must work harder to get paid more from your boss. Fang Qi pointed to the shop across the street and said, now that we expanded, you can clean the other shop. Wash your face and get started now. Zhang Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. Are all the human bosses as cunning as you? Zhang Xiaoyu walked across the street, finding it hard to get along with Fang Qi. After spending the whole day playing the game, Fang Qi felt a bit tired. However, he had mastered more techniques after the intense battles and training, and he was able to use more skills in the real world as well. Flying on a sword, Fang Qi looked out of the shop and at the sky. The world was vast, and he only saw a tiny corner of it. He had only seen a small part of the city and just heard about the neighboring Yanhai city from Yi Xiaoyi and the others, let alone the Luyun Taoist Palace, the factions in the South Sea, Jingxi, or places that were even more distant. His knowledge about warriors was limited to the Lingyun Academy and the big families. As to the levels of the warriors, he still didn't know what realm Nalan Hongwu was in. An expanding shop was all he had. At this moment, Fang Qi began to understand why some people wished to tour around the world. However, it was no use to dwell on the wishful thoughts, he must concentrate on the present. While cleaning the shop, Fang Qi knew exactly what he should do. Yawning, Fang Qi murmured to himself with heavy eyelids, well, it's time for a good sleep after practicing techniques for a whole day. Chapter 99. Big Guy, Small Gun. For most of the people in this world, guns were the equivalent to special spiritual artifacts. Don't underestimate the comprehension of these cultivators and warriors. After all, they could understand and master the manipulation of qi, let alone solid objects. For the people in this world, they could draw many parallels. For the explosive bombs in the game, there were explosive spiritual artifacts in this world. In the understanding of the people in this world, they believed that guns were an extension to crossbows and arrows. Despite the seemingly miraculous power of these special spiritual artifacts, they were within the scope of knowledge of the people here after they understood the mechanisms. The only difference was that guns were in fact not spiritual artifacts since they didn't need any energy to activate them, which meant that anyone could use them. Compared with immortal extinguished crossbows and other similar spiritual artifacts, guns had an advantageous feature. Ever since Resident Evil got popular, many players had noticed this advantageous feature of these special weapons, and some of them had even tried to make them in the real world. However, due to the differences and gaps in cultures and thinking, they all failed. Most of them failed in the handling of the details. In short, even in the world of cultivators, it wasn't as easy as one might think to imitate the mature gun-making procedures. Even though some copies were made, the products were so inferior that they couldn't be shown to the public. Some even had the danger of implosion. Gradually, some even suspected that it was impossible to imitate the guns to perfection. Of course, they were not professional makers. Besides, they didn't know that Fang Qi had a rocket launcher, which few people knew besides the spies who watched Fang Qi's internet cafe all day long outside of his shop. However, everything had exceptions. Some had imitated guns with a certain degree of success. Some got the inspiration from the mechanisms of guns and had improved the imperfect guns that they made with cultivators, talisman and array formations. Junior Uncle Master Li, this is the spiritual artifact that Ms. Shu ordered. In the Blue Flame Pavilion, a stout middle-aged man had a silver-white revolver in his hand. However, this revolver only looked like a revolver gun, its interior structure was totally different. This gun was a copy of the Magnum in Resident Evil, but its bullets were imitated ordinary bullets. From the quality standpoint, they were even worse than the ordinary bullets in the game. However, the surface of the bullets was covered with a layer of weird patterns. Likewise, the surface of the gun had the same patterns on it, showing people that the gun cost a fortune, and it was not a cheaply made ordinary weapon. What do you think of it? Can we mass produce it? Although Lee Haoran had never played Resident Evil, he was an experienced gamer and knew what guns were. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "It's not possible for now. To make a product of this quality, our artifact masters spent lots of overtime on it, and only one is made until now. With cultivators and their techniques, they could make a few artifacts of this kind. However, without machines and factories, a few artifact masters couldn't mass-produce guns, let alone engraving patterns and array formations onto them." "Ms. Shu is here," a female disciple reported. Lee Haoran nodded and said, "Take her to the artifact testing room." The moment that Shu Zixin saw the power of the rocket launcher, she had asked Fang Qi if it could be produced. Although it was hard to imitate the rocket launcher, guns were relatively easy to make. Shu Zixin's eyes lit up when she saw the middle-aged man walking over with the silver revolver in his hands. "You made it," the middle-aged man chuckled. "Ms. Shu, this thing cost the Blue Flame Pavilion a fortune. It's quite expensive." "Of course." Shu Zixin nodded. The players who had fast progress were familiar with each other. That was why Lee Haoran and Shu Zixin knew each other. After greeting each other, Shu Zixin took the modified handgun into her hand. The middle-aged man brought over 20 bullets that were neatly placed on a platter. The exquisite array patterns on them showed that the price of each bullet would be at least several crystals. Even for Shu Zixin, this custom-made gun was a luxury. "Try it," Lee Haoran said. He had confidence in his spiritual artifact shop. Nodding, Shu Zixin picked up the gun and placed a bullet into it smoothly. While holding the gun with both hands, she aimed it at a huge black rock dozens of meters away. Although its shape resembled a handgun, it was in fact a spiritual artifact. With air entering the body, the exquisite and tiny patterns on the gun seemed to shine a bit. Then, Shu Zixin pulled the trigger. With a sharp air-piercing whistling sound, lights erupted on the huge black rock. When the dust settled, they saw a hole that was as big as a fist in the hard rock. While exhaling slightly, Shu Zixin nodded and seemed satisfied with the power of the gun. "Isn't that a gun?" Some cultivators had come to the Blue Flame Pavilion to buy spiritual artifacts, and they happened to see this scene. Was a gun successfully made? They exchanged a look, wondering why the power of the gun was even greater than those used in the Resident Evil. Shu Zixin loved new things and would try new items in Fang Qi's shop. For example, the class that she chose in Diablo was Amazon, which no one had ever played before. "After I master the cold arrows, fire arrows, and exploding arrows, I will have my spiritual artifact version of the revolver." "Humph. No, I shall call them ice bullets, fire bullets, and explosive bullets." Shu Zixin was very pleased with herself while she imagined the scene in which she used the sword. Controlled technique with her left hand and the revolver in her right hand. When she walked into the internet cafe, she saw Fang Qi sitting on a chair while enjoying Haagen-Dazs. "Sir." In a good mood, Shu Zixin showed him the silver handgun with a smile. "Ta-da, isn't it awesome?" It was early morning, and some players were just walking into the shop when they saw the handgun. Exclamations rose immediately. "A Magnum, fuck, is it real? They can make them now." It was an object from the game. It was truly awesome. Their exclamations drew the attention of other people in the internet cafe. "It's nothing." While eating Haagen-Dazs, Fang Qi dug out a big thing and placed it before her. Everyone's face twitched as they looked at the rocket launcher. Chapter 100. Modern Technology in the New World. Is this a rocket launcher? Shu Zixin held her breath while the other customers who had just entered the shop were stupefied at the sight of it. Many people knew the great power that this thing could unleash. Even an ancestral warrior might not be able to fight against it, and the user could be any ordinary person. In other words, even an ordinary person who knew nothing about martial arts could use this thing to battle with masters below the ancestral warrior realm, and even an ancestral warrior would have to be careful. Compared with the rocket launcher, the Magnum handgun was nothing. Lee Haoran entered the shop at this moment, and he frowned when he saw the rocket launcher that Fang Qi took out. In the entire Juhua and even the whole Zhongyan region, the Blue Flame Pavilion was the best at making artifacts. However, with the current abilities of the Blue Flame Pavilion, it could barely make a modified Magnum handgun with passable quality. Making rocket launchers was certainly beyond their abilities. No shop in the entire Juhua city and even the whole Zhongyan region had the ability to make such a weapon, unless they enlisted the help of an elder who specialized in making artifacts. "Sir, Where did you get it? Li Haoran was curious. Is it a fake? Displeased, Shu Zixin picked up the rocket launcher and examined it carefully. The heavy body and the structure details were the same as the weapon in the game. With the rocket launcher in her hands, Shu Zixin felt like she was in the game. Is it real? Shu Zixin looked toward Fang Qi, not willing to accept the truth. I spent great efforts and a fortune to make a Magnum handgun, which is only a knockoff version of the real thing. It has the same exterior but totally different interior design. She thought. However, Fang Qi had casually taken out a rocket launcher, and it was a real thing. Watching from the side, Liang Shi couldn't help asking, "Sir, where did you get it? How come it looks so real?" Liang Shi knew how hard it was to make these things. He and others had spent a fortune on making copies but had no success. Since they couldn't afford to continue spending money, they had given up the idea of imitating the weapons in Resident Evil quickly. That was why he doubted the authenticity of Fang Qi's rocket launcher. "What are you doing here in a group?" It was the peak time for business, and Nolan Mingshe came into the shop and saw the crowd. Therefore, she walked over to them curiously. She knew that the crowd around Fang Qi must be reacting to something novel. We're discussing if the shop owner's rocket launcher is real or not. Shu Zixin spoke for the people around her. Of course it's real. Lan Yan had seen Fang Qi blowing away an ancestor warrior with the rocket launcher that night, so he said, "Don't you know about the shop owner's skill with guns?" "I know it," Shu Zixin said, "but it was in the game, right?" "Did you forget who owns these games?" Nolan Mingshe reminded her mildly. After playing games here for a long time, they had regarded Fang Qi's Internet Café as a shop for games and didn't spare much thoughts on the things in the games. However, at Nolan Mingshui's reminder, they remembered that the rocket launcher in the game had been created by this shop. "Sir, is this rocket launcher for sale?" Obviously, Li Haoran had his eye on Fang Qi's rocket launcher, and he asked immediately after making sure that it was authentic. Hearing his words, the others who intended to ask the same question instantly gave up, knowing that they couldn't afford a price as high as Li Haoran could. Fang Qi shrugged. "All the business that I do is clearly written on the small blackboard." "How about a partnership?" Nolan Mingshe asked casually. Even though she asked, she didn't have high hopes for it. After all, Fang Qi spent almost all his time playing games in his shop. He barely had time to manage his business. Nolan Mingshe had her plans, but she knew that it was almost impossible to have a successful partnership with a guy like Fang Qi. What kind of partnership? Nolan Mingshe froze, thinking that she had heard him wrong. The reason that Fang Qi agreed to work with her was that he had received a new task. Task: believing in science, spreading the basic knowledge about guns. Task description: participate in the discussions about the basics for at least 3 kinds of guns. Task reward: the gaming cultivation room will be opened, and you will have 1-day access. Task details: this is truly scientific. Your existence is the most unscientific thing. Fang Qi complained silently. That's because your science knowledge is too shallow. Fang Qi was at a loss for words. Tell me about the game cultivation room. You'll know about it after completing the task, the system answered. Fang Qi thought, will you die if you give me some information in advance? The system was silent. Fang Qi was at a loss for words this time for real. Why don't we talk about it at another place? Li Haoran glanced around him and suggested. I'll book a private room in the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Nolan Mingshe offered immediately. Can guns be produced? Other players felt baffled when they watched the discussion. In short, in some people's minds, guns that originally existed only in Resident Evil began to turn from visual objects to something that could be produced in the real world. The Wind and Moon Pavilion. Now that the incident of kicking out customers had passed, nothing had come out of it yet, and no one paid much attention to it for the time being. Resident Evil taught all the players some basic knowledge about modern weapons, but there was more to know. Nolan Mingshe had studied these weapons, but the result wasn't satisfactory. Although the Blue Flame Pavilion made a handgun, it was fundamentally different from the original weapon since it was still a spiritual artifact with only the aesthetics of a gun. After Lan Yan filled their wine cups, Nolan Mingshe asked, Mr. Fang, what's your proposal to our partnership? It's simple. My proposal is that we establish a research institute on gun technology with me as the advisor, and you can come to me when you have problems in producing guns, Fang Qi said. From Fang Qi's perspective, all he would do was to teach them some related knowledge while they studied the guns. He wasn't so stupid as to teach them how to achieve mass production. After all, He had neither influence nor a team of people to protect and manage the big business. It wasn't wise to let others take this big business opportunity from him. It was why he didn't want to mass-produce guns for the time being. Fang only needed them to make guns using the method of making spiritual artifacts. That was his baseline, and they could talk about other things after. Chapter 101. Confusing the roles. As to the details, Fang hadn't put much thought into them since he was running an internet cafe and didn't have time to manage other things. In contrast, Li Haoran and Nolan Mingshe were eager about these new weapons even though they couldn't mass-produce them. After all, a weapon that could unleash great power without any engravings of array patterns was very useful, and such a weapon could become much more powerful after getting empowered by spiritual arrays. If they engraved the array patterns onto the ordinary guns, they would undoubtedly become very popular in Dajin. Take Shu Zixin's handgun as an example. It was as powerful as the Magnum even with poor quality bullets. Even more, cold bullets, fire bullets, and exploding bullets. Shu Zixin continued the list in her mind. Of course, the cost was inevitable. Fang didn't care about when such weapons could be developed. After all, his job was answering questions and providing professional knowledge when they encountered difficulties. While they were talking about the details of the partnership, most of the players began playing The Legend of the Sword and Fairy in the Internet Cafe, and the remaining few played Resident Evil and Diablo. In fact, after Fang played to the end of the game, most of the players of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy were determined to change the ending, turning the tragic story into a happy one. As to why Fang had gotten such an ending, they attributed it to his unfamiliarity to the plot and his poor combat abilities. Despite Fang high-level skills in playing games, his combat abilities were way lower than his customers who had spent years on cultivation and combat. In the later stage of the game, the players could not only use Li Xiaoyao's spiritual spells and sword techniques but their own techniques from the real world. Today, several players were about to pass the game. "Senior, are you battling Baiyu?" And Hu Wei was the first who stood behind to watch the game when he saw that Nolan Hongwu was going to battle Baiyu. "Dad, you're watching it as well." And Cheng showed up from somewhere. "Don't bother me." And Hu Wei kept his eyes glued on the screen. "Watch how Senior plays the game and learn from him." And Cheng was a little speechless. In fact, many people had high hopes for Nolan Hongwu, thinking that his high cultivation strength would make him play better than Fang Qi. It was why many players including Song Qingfeng came and watched Nanlin Hongwu fight with Baiyu. "Humph, I knew the owner didn't play well. This senior looks powerful, and I'm sure he can save Ling." Seeing Nolan Hongwu fighting with Baiyu, Zhang Xiaoyu hurried over with a stool. On the screen, the Baiyu sect master stared at Li Xiaoyao and the others coldly. "You little thieves know nothing about my grand plan which I've poured all my efforts in. Now, I only need blood from one male and one female to resurrect my beloved water demon beast." Baiyu is too ambitious, and Cheng said, "He even wants to use Xiaoyao and Nu as sacrifices. He's despicable." Zhang Xiaoyu nodded her head in resentment. At this moment, Nanlin Hongwu yelled while he controlled Li Xiaoyao in the screen. Old B** starred. "I, Nolan Hongwu, will kill you today." On the screen, the Baiyu sect master's expression suddenly turned dull as he looked at Li Xiaoyao who shouted with flying spit. All the people watching froze. "Senior, you're confusing the roles." And Hu Wei's face twitched as he stood behind Nolan Hongwu's seat. Zhang Xiaoyu covered her face in extreme embarrassment while she murmured to herself, "I'm here to watch Ling to be rescued." Ignore these details. On the other side, Su Tianji also battled her way to the devil locking tower. As a fan of both Ling and Yueru, she was determined to bring both Ling and Yu back home. In her opinion, the game ending that Fang Qi got was disgusting. Yueru almost died, and Ling didn't return. It is a shameful ending. "I'll show you how to rescue both Yueru and Ling." Su Tianji smiled. She even pulled Feng Hua and Yuexin over to watch her. "Watch how your master does the rescue." Su Tianji was confident since her control of the spiritual essence and her skill level were way higher than Fang Qi's. Ling. Then, they saw Li Xiaoyao arriving at the bottom of the devil locking tower on the screen. With tears in her eyes, Ling looked at the two people who came to rescue her. "Your older sister is here to save you," Su Tianji said sincerely while she looked at Ling. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the screen turned cold. Yueru was silent, and so was Ling. This mistake was even worse than Nolan Hongwu's. Feng Hua and Yuexin's faces twitched after they saw this. Even Xiao Yul, who had watched many people game, felt awkward and thought, am I really watching the legend of the sword and fairy? I miss the owner's live stream. Fenghua and Yuexin felt awkward as well, wondering how things had turned weird suddenly. We're here to watch the rescue of Yueru, right? Yeah. Fenghua and Yu Xin whispered to each other, we'll just watch how Yueru will be rescued. We'll pretend nothing happened. Xiao Yulv murmured, I have a feeling that I shouldn't stand here and watch anymore. Naively, they continued to watch. Fang Qi, Nolan Mingshe, and Li Haoran had reached the end of their discussion. Mr. Fang, so you'll do nothing, leaving all the work to us? Nolan Mingshe seemed displeased. Fang Qi shrugged. Do you want me to close the internet cafe and do research with you every day? Nolan Mingshui's face froze. Let's just do what we planned. Li Haoran had no objections to the plan. According to the agreement they reached in the meeting, Nolan Mingshe would provide the money, Li Haoran's Blue Flame Pavilion would make the items, and Fang Qi was responsible for providing the knowledge. However, Li Haoran asked, this special spiritual artifact is used only to deal with zombies in the game. Can they be used in battles between humans? Indeed, it seemed like these kinds of weapons were more effective against humans. Fang Qi glanced at his task list and said, a new game will come up soon, and it will answer that question. Will you try it? A new game? They looked at Fang Qi in surprise. Is it necessary to make a new game just to test this spiritual artifact? Nolan Mingshe asked in bafflement, will this game attract players? We can use the game to test the spiritual artifacts. Li Haoran looked indifferent. Otherwise, we might hurt people by accident if we tested it in the real world. Right, we'll have lots of testing to do in the future. Nolan Mingshe agreed with him. Fang Qi planned to explain the new game, but he fell silent when he heard their discussion. At this moment, it seemed like these people had no idea what was waiting for them. Chapter 102. One can beat shop owner in this game. On the screen, Nolan Hongwu held the long sword with both hands, and the sword blade emitted chilling sword energy. Even faced with a grandmaster such as Baiyu, Nolan Hongwu showed no fear. Instead, he emitted a coldness and murderous spirit that was chillier than the sword blade. He enjoyed this feeling because if he fought a battle of this scale in the real world, it would probably consume most of the life energy remaining in his old body. However, since he was in a game, he wasn't a bit worried. Senior, you play better than the shop owner. And Huwei chuckled while he watched the screen. Of course, Ouyang Zhen nodded. The senior's realm is way higher than the owner. In a moment, Baiyu will learn a hard lesson. The overwhelming sword energy seemed to spill out of the screen while the people around it watched the game in excitement. Baiyu was indeed powerful, but so was Nolan Hongwu, whose great strength allowed him to use any technique he wanted. Besides, Li Xiaoyao's cultivation strength had reached the ultimate realm. Did you see that? The senior can fight Baiyu without the liquor immortal spell. Hiss. The senior is indeed powerful. As the faction master of Cloud Ocean faction, Yi Songtao rarely had time to play games here or watch others play. However, he stood among the crowd today, watching the game as well. At this moment, Baiyu began to show signs of defeat on the screen. The people who were watching the game shouted out praises. Heavenly sword, heavenly sword. Seeing Li Xiaoyao gaining the upper hand without even using the liquor immortal spell, and Cheng and others got excited. Kill him instantly with another attack. It's what he gets for killing my Ling. Who's your Ling? She's mine. Bu Che got angry instantly. Don't fight. Ling is like my daughter. Yi Songtao glared at them. If she must marry someone, she will choose someone like Xiaoyao. You don't deserve her. I'm your daughter. Yi Xiaoyi was displeased. Well, Yi Songtao's face turned dark. Can't I have two daughters? Everyone was at a loss for words. Don't argue. Look at the screen. Someone yelled, and the others immediately turned their eyes to the screen and saw huge waves rise from the vast green lake beneath. Then, the water in the center of the lake rose slowly as if a huge mountain was rising from the bottom of the lake. What's happening? Everyone was startled. Didn't we agree that Xiaoyao could catch Baiyu off guard and kill him instantly to stop him from merging with the water demon beast? The players had spent days racking their brains and came up with many plans. They had talked about this strategy beforehand and agreed that it was easier to deal with Baiyu before he merged with the water demon beast. But now, on the screen, Baiyu only showed half of his body above the water, but this half body looked like a huge mountain while the surging flood looked as if it would burst out of the screen. Baiyu knew that he would be defeated, so he merged with the water demon beast directly. Having witnessed that scene, and Huwei explained. Instantly, the whole world was flooded. Boundless water swept out and swallowed the land and mountains. So strong. The first to experience the scene was Nolan Hungwoo. Without the separation of the screen, he was experiencing the horrifying strength of this ancient monster firsthand. Liquor Immortal spell. Use the Liquor Immortal spell. Seeing their strategy proving useless, the audience felt agitated. However, when Nolan Hungwoo condensed the heavenly sword again, this huge sword looked like a tiny toothpick in front of the huge monster that was rising high into the sky. Baiyu waved his hand and sent the sword flying. Facing the giant monster which looked like a devil god, Nolan Hungwoo thought hard but realized that neither his own techniques or Li Xiaoyao's techniques could be used to fight his enemy. Nolan Hungwoo had no choice but to use the Liquor Immortal spell. Fate was like a cage covered by thorns. People always wanted to break out from it, but they eventually got severely injured for their efforts. When they watched Fang Qi play the game, they had thought that he was too weak. Now, they suddenly realized that Ling was probably destined to die. No matter how hard they tried, they could change the development of the plot but could never change her fate. When Baiyu's powerful shadow took root in people's minds, they watched the surging flood on the screen and finally understood that it was Ling's fate. With this realization, an indescribable sadness rose in everyone's heart. A dam in their hearts seemed to burst. They looked back on the beautiful moments and found that only despair was left. Maybe all is destined. Even the most unsentimental people couldn't help but shed tears. When Fang Qi returned to the internet cafe, it was quite late. He found that the atmosphere was weird when he entered the shop. Different from the usual bustling, the shop was extremely quiet today. The first person he saw was Su Tianji, who sat on a seat close to the door with her head resting on the desk. Her two disciples looked dazed while wiping their faces. "Well, you can start again. Don't be so sad," Fang Qi patted Su Tianji on the shoulder and said. Su Tianji looked up immediately, and her teary eyes were full of murderous spirit. Fang Qi glanced at the screen and saw Li Xiaoyao standing before Yueru's bed. He wondered if her game ended without even saving Yueru. Besides Xiao Yul, even Feng Hua and Yuexin were stupefied, not expecting their lofty master to cry so heartbrokenly. It turned their beliefs upside down. On the other side, a group of people sat together with the men in silence and the women in tears. With their carefully made plans and even with the knowledge of the future, they still couldn't defeat fate, which was why they were so sad. The despicable owner created this damned game. Zhang Xiaoyu stomped her foot while she cried. How come the villains are so powerful? It doesn't make sense. Right, it doesn't make sense. Hearing the shout, Su Tianji immediately supported her. She glared at Fang Qi and said, how could a faction be so powerful? How come the devil locking tower is guarded by a god? How can people blame the game for their own poor skills? Fang Qi mumbled to himself. Su Tianji's pretty face turned dark immediately, and it looked like she wanted to hit him. I don't care. Zhang Xiaoyu walked over immediately and grabbed Fang Qi's clothes in a huff, saying, which senior made this game? Tell the senior named Dayu to change the story. Ling's fate is too pitiable. TL note. Dayu is the developer of the original game. I also want Dayu to change the story. Fang Qi rubbed his nose while he looked at the angry crowd. They all wanted to hit someone to vent their anger. They hated the story and wanted to kill the story writer. Oh, we have a new game today. After looking at the sulky people around him, Fang Qi said, if you attack me, the shop owner, you can never return to the shop. However, you can beat me in this game. If you want to play it, you can register for it later. We can beat the shop owner. They looked at each other in surprise. It looks quite. Li Haoran murmured, he's tricking us into buying the new game. While walking with others into the shop after Fang Qi, Nolan Mingxie whispered to herself. It seemed like she had seen through Fang Qi's trick. Chapter 103. Great. We can beat the shop owner soon. Fang Qi picked up chalk and added a new game on the small blackboard, Counter-Strike, 6 crystals. Hearing that they could beat the shop owner in the game, people got hooked. They even made a game with this feature. People like and Huwei looked at each other, thinking that if they joined hands, they could beat the owner senseless. We can do that. Xiao Yulf stroked his chin while he imagined the scene in which the crowd beat the shop owner. He yelled immediately, all members of our group will join the game. We don't need you to speak for us. Su Tianji gave him a dirty look. However, with Yueru's death in her game, Su Tianji needed to vent her anger on someone. This damned shop is to blame for the tragic ending of my Ling and Yueru. It sounds good to give the shop owner a good beating. It only costs 6 crystals, right? Su Tianji glanced at the price and realized that it wasn't expensive. She immediately took out the crystals, saying, "I'll have a try." "Beat him, beat the despicable owner." Zhang Xiaoyu wiped her tears and said with a pout, "If not for the despicable owner, Sister Ling wouldn't have died." While handing her a tissue, Fang Qi pinched her small cheek and asked, "Hey, which side are you on?" "I'm on the side of Sister Ling." Zhang Xiaoyu glared at Fang Qi and said angrily. Fang Qi's face turned dark when he heard that his employee betrayed him for a character in the game. "I should deduct her pay for this." At this moment, the people were all in a bad mood. Nolan Hongwu rolled up his sleeves, saying, "Come on. Let me see what this new game is about." Since they still had some time left, they decided to use it to distract themselves from their sulky thoughts. Otherwise, they would sink deeper into their melancholy. Me. Yi Xiaoyi loved anything that was fun. After seeing a new game, she also wanted to try it. "I'll play it too." The last few who joined the game were in Huwei and Xu Zixin, while the others decided to watch it first. Including people like Nolan Mingshe who wanted to test guns in the game, there were altogether 9 players. Fang Qi entered the game and opened the warehouse map before turning on the livestream. Fang Qi remembered that before he traveled through dimensions, this map was the first map that he had played. In the small internet cafe with about 20 computers and about 10 players, this map was the perfect map to play. Well, the shop owner turned on the livestream. When the big screens for the livestream were turned on, they attracted many people's attention, especially those in the other shop. Not knowing the situation in this new shop, they had been quiet. However, when the livestream was turned on, they turned their attention to it. Comparatively, the old shop was noisier since the customers here played the most popular games. After all, the customers in the old shop could watch Fang Qi play games anytime and thus were influenced by him. On the other hand, the customers in the new shop played whatever games they liked, including Resident Evil. Also, about 10 players had begun Diablo. Counter-Strike had some introductions at the loading page. The introduction included the teams of terrorists and counter-terrorists, statistics, and how to play, etc. The moment that the livestream was turned on, the players in the old shop were surprised. The shop owner started the livestream. "It's late today. What's this game? Is it Resident Evil 2? The old shop had many Resident Evil players. After all, this game had had the most number of players before The Legend of the Sword and Fairy came out. Even now, Resident Evil had many players, and some of the new fans of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy had been playing Resident Evil before. Therefore, they got excited after seeing the guns on the screen. No, it says, Counter-Strike. Guo Shang didn't play Resident Evil until Song Qingfeng and the others had cleared all stages, but he had grown into an experienced player of Resident Evil after playing it for a long time. However, he had never seen the game, Counter-Strike, before. Therefore, he shouted at the other Resident Evil players, "Come and have a look. The shop owner has started a new game. It looks like Resident Evil. Looks like Resident Evil." Hearing his words, quite a few players backed out from their games and turned to the livestream. Shortly after Fang Qi entered the game, Nolan Hongwu, and Huwei, and Yi Xiaoyi also entered it. Besides Yi, Xiaoyi, Xu Zixin and Fang Qi, the others all chose to be counter-terrorists. Obviously, they had purposely chosen to be on the other side of Fang Qi after seeing him choosing to be a terrorist. Due to her slow reaction, Yi Xiaoyi had no choice but to join Team Terrorists. Looking at her role on the screen, she felt helpless. 3 on 6. This starting lineup. He. Xiao Yul's eyes lit up while he looked at the screen. "Kid, you'll get a good beating." Su Tianji smiled as well. Although she didn't have a good understanding of the game yet, she liked the numbers advantage on her side. Different from Resident Evil, the players who entered the game got the basic knowledge about guns as a counter-terrorist or a terrorist, which meant that even a beginner could aim and fire a gun in the game. Kid, you said yourself that we can beat you." Smirking, Nolan Hongwu was the first to walk out of the building. Nolan Mingshe remained in the building. In this map, the counter-terrorists had to buy guns in a vehicle in the building. After looking at all kinds of guns with price tags, Nolan Mingshe nodded. It's indeed a good place to test the new spiritual artifact. As she had just spawned, she didn't have a lot of money. Therefore, she bought a grenade and some bullets. On the other side, Nolan Hongwu stretched and found that he had less warrior chi in his body. He was at the realm of an ordinary warrior. While looking down at the pistol in his hand, he wondered, so, I'll have to use this new spiritual artifact to fight enemies. He had watched many people playing Resident Evil and thus wasn't a stranger to guns. He looked back and saw Nolan Mingshay and the others following him out of the building. Let's go and find the shop owner. After getting familiar with the gun in her hand, Su Tianji urged the others. Not caring what weapon she was using, she just wanted to beat the shop owner. The moment that they entered the warehouse, a small head stuck out. Pop, 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 Yi Xiaoyi fell under the gunfire of the 6 counter-terrorists. My aim is excellent. Nolan Hongwu seemed to be interested in the gun in his hand. This spiritual artifact is quite good. Yi Xiaoyi was speechless while she lay on the ground. Do you think that you can escape from us by restraining the use of our cultivation strength? Don't underestimate my marksmanship just because it's my first time to use a gun. In the uniform of a counter-terrorist, Su Tianji held her gun and thought to herself. Despite her unfamiliarity with the weapon, she wanted to vent her anger on Fang Qi since his shop had created the game in which Ling and Yueru died. When she thought that she could catch Fang Qi and give him a good beating, she felt very pleased. Let's go and find the shop owner. Just watch when I explode him with my gun. And Hu Wei laughed. Beating the shop owner was indeed enjoyable entertainment. Now that only 2 enemies were left, they felt like they would have an easy win. They felt less scared now. I want to be a counter-terrorist. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyi looked at the screen morosely. A moment ago, she just stuck out her head when she heard people coming, and 6 guns shot at her and killed her instantly. Chapter 104, Another Big Gun. Good aim. The people watching the game felt startled when they saw the shots from Nolan Hongwu and others. Some of them had seen guns before while others didn't. Yi Songtao belonged to the second group. He felt amazed, wondering, this spiritual artifact seems easier to use than crossbows, and it can shoot continuously. For Nolan Hongwu, the pistol was just like a crossbow. After all, the Nolan family was famous for their immortal slaying crossbows, which explained why he got used to his weapon so quickly. Using it as an immortal distinguishing crossbow, Nolan Hongwu had quickly gotten the hang of it. Nolan Mingshay and Lan Yan could use guns with proficiency since they played Resident Evil. On the other hand, Li Haoran, and Hu Wei, and Su Tianji were cultivators with basic knowledge of guns and great combat experience. Their aims wouldn't go off target greatly. However, their cultivation strengths were restrained in this game, and so were their senses and speed. That was why they didn't find Shu Zixin and Fang Qi's hiding spots. This map favored the terrorists if they didn't run out of the warehouse. For example, they could hide on the sides and on the top of the gates of the warehouse. For the players who watched the livestream, they didn't know Fang Qi's exact hiding spot even though they saw him. When Nolan Hongwu and the others appeared within Fang Qi's sight, a black cone-like object was tossed out. Before Nolan Hongwu could see anyone, he heard whistling sounds above his head. A hidden weapon. Seeing the fist-sized object being tossed from above, Nolan Hongwu looked contemptuous since this kind of hidden weapon could never hit him despite the restraint on his cultivation strength. Nolan Hongwu shot it casually. Hiss. A blinding white light exploded before them. Flash grenade. Take cover. Nolan Mingshay had more knowledge about these weapons than the others. Although she hadn't encountered flash grenades in Resident Evil, she knew how to react to them with the knowledge that she learned from Resident Evil. Cover. Explosions are arts. Meanwhile, Fang Qi stood in the corridor of the 2nd floor and bit off the pin of a hand grenade before throwing it down. At the same time, another hand grenade was thrown out from behind the red box on the right side of the gate. Boom, boom, 2 lights lit up the livestream screen. Seeing that she got blown into the sky and wasn't falling after a while, Su Tianji exited from the virtual headset furiously. She glared at Fang Qi beside her and wondered if they could fight in the real world. She got more furious when she saw bullet comments flooding the screen. Explosions is art. I thought you were going to beat the shop owner. It was infuriating. At this moment, and Hu Wei also exited from the game and said in embarrassment, I was careless. I didn't expect that kid to play these tricks on us. Some of them who had survived the flash grenade got shot later. I was tricked. Nolan Hongwu didn't expect Fang Qi to be so cunning. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen. The owner is cunning. He ambushed people from the back. It obviously came from Zhang Xiaoyu. Fang Qi was exasperated with this loli who kept standing on the other side. Then, more messages flooded the screen. We want to see the shop owner getting beat. It's not right to launch sneak attacks. Shop owner must come out to fight 1-to-1. To play Counter-Strike, external communication must be turned off. Otherwise, the noisy messages would disturb the player's judgment. However, as a streamer, Fang must check the bullet comments. The moment he checked them, he saw the ones calling him to a one-on-one fight. At last, he exited from the game with 20 HP and said, "Is there anyone who wants to fight me?" "I'll do it," Nolan Hungwoo yelled. "Count me in." Su Tianji was also combative. However, in the second round, an MP5 submachine gun sprayed bullets from above before they could enter the gate. Nolan Hungwoo died. Coming after him, Su Tianji died as well. Round after round, the people watched on the big screen as Fang came and went from all kinds of positions including the stairs and roof with a submachine gun. They were all speechless. The shop owner is like a monkey. Bullet comments started to appear. His calculations are so good that he can always catch others off guard. Who can beat the shop owner to death? He's like a demon. Compared with other games, this game highlighted the battle of wits and courage between players. Obviously, the people who watched the livestream were attracted by this game. Compared with the dumb and stupid monsters in Resident Evil, players fought with each other, which added a sense of unpredictability and fun to the game. Steady, steady. And Hui glanced around at the people who all wanted to fight Fang in the real world and said in embarrassment, "Now that we're familiar with the terrain and the weapons, we won't be tricked by this kid anymore." Damn this kid. Su Tianji stomped her feet with resentment. After all, they had claimed that they could beat the shop owner, but they ended up being beat by him. Nolan Mingshe played and practiced with the guns on one side. Nolan Hungwoo hid a hand grenade in his pocket and bought the M249 machine gun, which was the most expensive weapon in the game. On the magazine of the gun hung a string of golden bullets. The moment that Nolan Hungwoo rushed into the warehouse, he saw Yi Xiaoyi skipping up the stairs. "Hee, little girl, you're still skipping at this moment." Da. While laughing, Nolan Hungwoo strafed with the M249 like crazy. "Och, where am I? Who shot me?" Yi Xiaoyi, who was trying to run to another shelter, was killed instantly. Soon after, the counter-terrorists found Xu Zixin hiding in a corner and threw a hand grenade toward her. "Where can you hide?" And Hui laughed. Firing around with machine guns, they enjoyed themselves very much. This time, the shop owner is in danger. They have experience now. 6-on-1. The minions are gone. They are going to kill the boss. Kill Boss Fang. Instantly, rows after rows of bullet comments appeared on the screen. What items will Boss Fang drop? A computer. Whoever kills him can take it home. The rocket launcher. It belongs to whoever kills him. The loli. Who said loli? Show yourself. Zhang Xiaoyu shouted after seeing that comment. After playing in the internet cafe for so long, they had learned some modern slang. All of them had been waiting for the moment that the shop owner would be beat. They had waited for a long time. Finally, the despicable owner will be killed. Zhang Xiaoyu watched in excitement. Meanwhile, and Hui was also holding AB-51 in his hand, and he had 32 HP left. But since he got one kill, he earned $300. He was extremely smug. With machine guns in hand, we'll just rush in, and each of us can fire at one direction. We'll nail him. And Hui wiped his hand across his face and laughed. Su Tianji, who had been killed countless times, gritted her teeth, thinking, "Today, I must beat this kid once." Meanwhile, Nolan Mingshe, who had gotten familiar with the terrain, crawled out from the ventilation duct stealthily and saw Fang hiding in his base with a pistol. In contrast, she was holding an automatic rifle. Pistol. Nolan Mingshe was pleased. Even if Fang had bought a better gun by this time, she would have time to shoot him before he could change guns. However, she then saw Fang dig out a dark green weapon. Then, he grinned at her. Without a word, Nolan Mingshe fired. The shop owner is dead. What a fortune. He just changed guns. She's lucky. The players watching whispered to each other. Before Nolan Mingshe could fire all the bullets in the cartridge, a huge booming noise came. All the players in the game heard the huge booming noise. Immediately, Nolan Hungwoo received the message showing that one of his teammates had died. Nolan Mingshe was at a loss for words. Chapter 105, Moving Like Flowing Water. Chapter 105, Moving Like Flowing Water. My god, many players noticed that the guns in this game were more powerful than the ones in Resident Evil. The weapon that Fang used was obviously not from Resident Evil. They had seen that Fang didn't shoot at Nolan Mingshe's vital locations. However, he still killed her with one shot. Since there were spatial spiritual artifacts in this world, Counter-Strike also created spatial backpacks for each player so that they didn't have to hang weapons on themselves. When the players got proficient with the act of taking weapons out of their spatial backpacks, it looked similar to switching items in other games. That was why every player still had some cultivation strength inside them. Therefore, the audience just saw the dark green big gun flash in Fang Chi's hands before he switched it to a dagger. The gun disappeared, and so was the recoil. Fang Chi returned to his hiding spot behind a box with smooth movements. What was that? You can play like this? At this moment, all the players who were watching the livestream looked dazed. Where are you? How did you die? Nolan Hongwu and others were still on the first floor, wondering how Nolan Mingshe had died. The gunshot resonated in the warehouse, and no one could tell where it came from. Nolan Hongwu immediately asked in the team channel. Nolan Mingshe, who got killed, didn't know what to say. Oh, I forgot that dead people can't talk in the game. Nolan Hongwu slapped his forehead. As a result, everyone's face twitched. A moment ago, Ms. Nolan went to the duct. Lan Yan was the only one who replied. She was probably on the second floor. Let's go to the second floor. Nolan Hongwu yelled and led the team to the second floor. However, they searched everywhere on the second floor but couldn't see a glimpse of Fang Chi. Where is he? Maybe he knew that he is no match for us and fled. Nolan Hongwu stroked his beard. He is lucky that he escaped in time, otherwise. Su Tianji sneered with a machine gun in her hand. I would turn him into a sieve. She smiled and thought smugly, we finally struck some fear into him. After battling for so long, I finally got my revenge. Keep distance. Nolan Hongwu warned in his deep voice, this kid is very crafty. He felt as if he had returned to a battlefield and must calculate and figure out his opponent's position and thoughts with each step he took. After looking at the ventilation duct, he said, he must have run away using the duct. Judging by the time, I think he is now on the roof. Shall we go up to the roof and search for him? Lan Yan asked. No. Nolan Hongwu shook his head. He likes to catch us off guard. When we get up to the roof, he will be gone. There are only two good spots that this roof connects to. One is the bridge outside the gate, and the other is the building where we came from. Nolan Hongwu analyzed. On the bridge, he can catch us off guard, but it's not an easy place to hide. If we swarm up, he will have no place to go. We only heard one gunshot, which meant that Shui was killed by one shot. His weapon must be very powerful. His only and best choice is the roof of our base. He can guard himself well with a powerful weapon. Nolan Hongwu dropped his machine gun and picked up Nolan Mingshui's automatic rifle, which had a scope. Now that he knew the great power of his opponent's weapon, he wouldn't seek his death by climbing up to the roof. They would have to shoot from the distance. Meanwhile, the players watching the livestream saw Fang Chi on the roof of the building where the counter-terrorists spawned. With a huge dark green gun in his hands, the black scope appeared on the center of the screen occasionally, and the distance between where he was and the gate of the warehouse looked very close in the scope. Having died in-game, Nolan Mingshe put down her virtual headset and stared at Fang Chi's screen, which was next to hers. She had been very proficient with guns while she played Resident Evil, but her skills were obviously much inferior to Fang Chi's. Since the game restrained players' cultivation strengths, dumbed their senses, and slowed their speeds, the players had to calculate where the enemies would appear in the next moment using only their brain. Now that Nolan Hongwu was quite familiar with the terrain, Nolan Mingshe guessed that he could use the limited information he had to determine Fang Chi's hiding spot and weapon before organizing their next move accordingly. Splitting up and zeroing in their fire on their enemy was the best way to deal with Fang Chi, who was scanning the area with the scope. If Fang Chi stuck out his head, he might kill one person, but he would also attract bullets from other people. He would be quickly killed under the concentrated fire from all directions. The players who were watching the big screen were also scanning the area with Fang Chi. Although they didn't see any enemies on the screen yet, they felt great suspense and pressure. After all, his enemies included several masters. These masters could get used to these simple weapons within seconds. If they got familiar with the map and strategies, Fang Chi would have no advantage over them. In fact, Fang Chi had only won narrowly in the last few rounds. It was very possible that Fang Chi would lose this round. At this moment, the audience including Nolan Mingshe saw Fang Chi suddenly stop the scoping of the gate of the warehouse. Why did he pull back? Nolan Mingshe was baffled. The others were also puzzled by Fang Chi's unusual move. In the next moment, everyone heard a string of gunshots. A string of shell craters appeared on the edge of the roof. Fang Qi's 72 HP dropped to 62 HP instantly. It was clear that he had been scratched by a bullet which pierced the wall. Meanwhile, Fang Qi turned his gun to the roof of the warehouse, which was out of their sight. Almost simultaneously, a figure suddenly jumped out from the ventilation duct. The loud gunshot of the sniper rifle sounded again, and Hu Wei, who had just jumped out from the ventilation duct, fell to the ground before he could see the situation outside. This move baffled not only the players watching the livestream but also Nolan Mingxie, who had been watching Fang Qi closely. Through the miraculous pullback, Fang Qi dodged his enemy's bullets just in time. Meanwhile, Hu Wei, who had been outside of Fang Qi's vision, was shot dead by Fang Qi. After the shot, he withdrew the sniper rifle. He did it in one breath. If Nolan Mingxie hadn't been watching Fang Qi play, she probably would have thought that Fang Qi used something she didn't know to cheat. They didn't know that when senses and intuitions, which were crucial to powerful cultivators and warriors, were gone, something called awareness helped Fang Qi make the miraculous move under the siege of many powerful masters. The two shops were dead silent. The audience held their breath with their mouths open. Then, they looked at each other, not able to understand what they had witnessed. What was that? Chapter 106. Typing out GG. The players who had come to watch the shop owner be beaten were in a daze. Beating the shop owner. The shop owner is beating them senseless. This gun is so awesome. With just one shot, it can kill someone. He can kill his enemies without shooting their heads. Zhang Xiaoyu stared at the screen in a daze and felt like crying. Hey, how come the despicable owner is so strong? How can anyone beat him at all? They were tricked by the cunning owner again. In the real world, snipers usually sniped their enemies from hundreds or even thousands of meters away, and they only had one chance to kill their enemies in a crowd. Therefore, they had to plan every detail meticulously, such as the wind speed and the humidity in the air. Any tiny changes would cause them to miss their targets that were far away. However, since players battled in a small area in the game, the players couldn't only sit still and wait for their opponents with the sniper rifles, they had to handle all kinds of situations at close range as well. However, the good thing was that even if the players failed to snipe their targets and exposed their locations, they wouldn't be surrounded by soldiers like the real world. At this moment, when his enemies stopped firing, the audience saw Fang Qi's screen zoomed up to a black cross. Vaguely, they saw the red dot in the center of the scope lining up with a black box. Bam! Fang Qi took back his sniper rifle. Another enemy died. Now, only Nolan Hongwu, Su Tianji, Lan Yan, and Fang Qi were left on the battlefield. Sir, how did you do it? I didn't even see that enemy. It was 1-6 at the beginning, and now half of the enemies are gone. The shop owner is awesome. Both the bullet comments and the players watching the game in the internet cafe started to chatter among themselves. There were about 200 meters between the gate of the warehouse and the roof of the building that Fang Qi was on, but the latter had killed one of his enemies easily. It was outrageous. Lan Yan's mind turned blank. Whenever the gunshot sounded, someone died. She wished that she could quit from this battle. Only Nolan Mingxie saw Fang Qi's movements. He raised the gun, took aim, and fired at the same time. It was a special rhythm instead of controlling the timing consciously. Yes, rhythm. This rhythm controlled his movements to perfection. Under this rhythm, even when he missed his target, he could move back without being targeted. If he relied purely on his senses and made those conscious decisions, his movement would never be as smooth as flowing water, even if his reactions were fast. Then, she remembered that Fang Qi had been continuously changing guns and aiming even when he was walking or taking a break. It seemed like he was trying to get back this rhythm. Now, she knew that Fang Qi was getting more proficient at using this dark green sniper rifle as if it were a part of his body. What on earth is this BS? When this round was over, Nolan Hongwu almost jumped out of his seat when he saw Fang Qi standing on the top of the building with only 10 HP left. Su Tianji felt the same way, feeling that Fang Qi never missed his shots. When she tried to distract Fang Qi by moving swiftly to another cover so that Nolan Hongwu could shoot at him, Fang Qi's rifle followed her like a shadow and killed her instantly. Looking at Fang Qi on the screen, Zhang Xiaoyu was in a daze, and so was Song Qingfeng, who played Resident Evil and was proficient with guns. Everyone was stupefied. All the viewers who were watching the livestream in both shops were stupefied. Guns can be used this way. He had defeated 6 opponents including Nolan Hongwu. Each of these 6 people had gotten used to guns in this map. Among these weapons, there is another powerful killing weapon that could kill from such a long distance besides the rocket launcher. More importantly, everyone had seen from the Fang Chi's encounter with Nolan Mingshay that this gun was also powerful at close range. Also, the power of each weapon depended on the users. You used an advanced technique, right? Nolan Mingshay had been watching Fang Chi play the game from the beginning to the end. Technique. Hearing Nolan Mingshay's words, everyone snapped out of their daze and looked toward Fang Chi. This weird spiritual artifact that seemed to be designed for ordinary people looked simple, but it could unleash extraordinary power when it was used with some techniques. This weapon is called a sniper rifle. The techniques that the shop owner just used are called quick scope and flick shot. When one gets to the advanced level, there is a high-level technique called gun combat technique. These weapons look simple but are very powerful. Hearing Fang Chi's words, all the people had lights in their eyes, imagining their bright future with these wondrous weapons. These weapons could be used just like sabers and swords. They could be used in battles instead of being novelties. They look awesome. They look magical in the shop owner's hands. Seeing Fang Chi's marksmanship, people exclaimed. Despite his excellent performance in the game, Fang Chi was surrounded by Nolan Hongwu, and Huwei, and Su Tianji whom he had defeated in the game. Kid, do you dare to fight me in the real world? Su Tianji was the most furious one among them. She had been depressed by her time playing The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, and then she was tricked into counter-strike by Fang Chi and got beaten senseless by him in the game. She had a horrible gaming experience. She wanted to fight Fang Chi in the real world. However, she was just saying it to vent her anger since a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator wouldn't bully Fang Chi, who wasn't even an ancestral warrior yet. She wouldn't do it just for a game. She wasn't so immature. Kid, couldn't you go easy on us? Nolan Hongwu, and Huwei, and the others also looked angry, but they felt a bit better since they had gotten several kills on Yi Xiaoyi and Xu Zixin. Is there no one who can give the despicable owner a lesson? Zhang Xiaoyu, who had been hoping for Fang Chi to get beat, felt like crying. She sent a bullet comment, someone give Mr. Fang a lesson, look how smug he is. Quickly, the viewers who had waited a whole day to see the defeat of the shop owner seconded her proposal. Give him a hard lesson. Mr. Fang is awesome. One more round. We want to see the shop owner beat. Fang Chi became the public enemy while the bullet comments flooded the screen. Let's play another round. Nolan Mingshay finished eating her Haagen-Dazs and said casually. Another round. Fang Chi shrugged. Even if I goof around, the result will be the same. Nolan Hongwu and others' face fell. How arrogant was he? At this moment, even Nolan Hongwu and Huwei wanted to fight Fang Chi in the real world as well. One more round, they said with dark expressions, we're not afraid of you. 10 minutes later. A gunshot sounded, and Nolan Hongwu was again the last person on his team. Although he wasn't shot in his head, he had lost most of his HP. Hiding behind a police car, Fang Chi broadcasted the game leisurely while he looked at his remaining half of HP. Did you see how I did it? I know you didn't, which is what I expected. You see that I never show myself, but there were 5 rounds of psychological battles during the process. Whatever strategy he uses, he will die first. He must shoot several times before he can kill me, but I can kill him by one touch. It means that I will win as long as I don't get reckless. Fang Chi explained as Nolan Hongwu crept up toward him with only a few HP left. Meanwhile, Nolan Mingshay, who sat next to Fang Chi, made a move expressionlessly to everyone's surprise. This move wouldn't pose any threats to Fang Chi and couldn't be regarded as a provocation. Creak, creak, ha 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 ha, the system, I saw nothing. On the screen, Nolan Hongwu lifted the machine gun and da-da-da-da, GG, Chapter 107, The Fury of Lingyun Academy. The trial of Counter-Strike was a perfect test for weapon performance. In the meantime, it showed the fun of PvP to all the customers. Fang Chi's skills were basically textbook examples. Of course, the last scene was excluded. From the perspective of weapon performance, the pistols are light while the submachine guns have great damage, Nolan Mingshay concluded expressionlessly. The sniper rifles are perfect weapons for fighting from the distance. If they can be made into spiritual artifacts and be used by people who are skilled, they can be used in higher level battles. So, she looked toward Fang Chi in satisfaction but saw his dark face. So, as an advisor, I can only provide answers to you in terms of making pistols right now, Fang Chi said with a polite smile. please choose 3 pistols, Ms. Nolan. Anyway, the activity of beating the shop owner was over. In the internet cafe, all the players were talking about what they had seen on the big screens. Even most cultivators couldn't quickly kill their enemies from a long distance, let alone warriors. However, Fang had calmly targeted his enemies in this map and killed them one by one. The shop owner looks quite young. How come he is so good? Feng Hua whispered. He's very cunning. He seemed to know our master's thoughts and intentions. Yuexin whispered back. Master was killed whenever she stuck out her head, it was so sad. Feng Hua, Yuexin, what are you talking about? Su Tianji's veins bulged on her forehead. They were saying that you were killed whenever you stuck out your head, auntie. Xiao Yulv told on them. His voice was loud, and a group of people immediately turned their heads toward them. Su Tianji froze. I heard them. I don't need you to repeat what they said. She spat out the words from clenched teeth. Shall I kick you out, or do you want to get out of here yourself? Xiao Yulv's face froze. I'm out of here. He fled. Nolan Hongwu was interested in the weapons but more interested in Fang Qi's skills. In his hands, the weapons were accurate and powerful like great tools, but it felt like they were alive in Fang Qi's hands. Kid, Nolan Hongwu felt embarrassed for being defeated by Fang Qi repeatedly, but anyway he got one back at last although with some tricks. He patted Fang Qi on the shoulder and said feelingly, it's a pity that you were not born in the right era. Senior, you mean? And Hu Wei felt embarrassed but knew when to exit graciously. After all, they had at least won one round. If they continued, they would probably get worse results. With your craftiness and the new spiritual artifacts, you can even defeat a small troop. Nolan Hongwu stroked his beard and said with a chuckle, if you lived in my era, you would probably be famous for your achievements in the army already. What do you think, kid? Do you want to join the army? Nolan Hongwu asked. Not interested. Nolan Hongwu. In Hu Wei, before Nolan Hongwu could explain to Fang Qi the benefits of joining the army such as promotions in the official system and entering the aristocratic class, the latter simply refused him. Leaning against the computer desk, Fang Qi scooped up a spoonful of Haagen-Dazs into his mouth and said in earnest, my dream is to be the owner of an internet cafe. That was all. While staring at the big screen, Song Qingfeng snapped back to reality and asked, do we have class this afternoon? Lin Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. Yeah, I guess. Shu Luo swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked, what time is it now? Nolan Mingxie took out the communication jade which had a clock on it and glanced at it, saying mildly, it's 2:10 p.m. Song Qingfeng and his buddies got nervous. They looked at each other and said, the afternoon's class starts at 1:30 p.m., right? It was now 2:10 p.m., and it will take them at least 20 minutes to ride the carriages to Lingyun Academy. At this thought, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. I got to go. See you later. Song Qingfeng hurried out, followed by Shu Luo and the others. Nolan Mingxie froze for a second and then said, I should go to class too. Go to class. At this moment, someone sent a bullet comment to the big screen, who else has class this afternoon? FK, it's past 2. My teacher will kill me. About 10 players instantly left the internet cafe. Shu Zixin said, condolences to you. Meanwhile, Huo Chong was facing the sea. Father. Behind him, a young man bowed to him slightly. Huo Chong nodded slightly. How are the preparations? They are done. The young man frowned and said, however, according to the information we received in the last couple of days, I'm afraid that the situation is worse than we imagined. Do we really need to join them? Don't worry. Huo Chong waved his hand. Another force will join us. And with their support, we will be fine. Lingyun Academy was one of the most historical academies in the history of Dajin since it was established before Dajin was founded, in a courtyard in the depths of the academy. A middle-aged man with a long lean face and white side hairs looked solemn with a paper in his hand. The disciples of Class A from all houses skipped classes several times, and the number of disciples cultivating in the martial arts tower is getting smaller each day because they all went to the small shop named Origin Internet Club to play games. Even today, he received the report that several disciples had been late for classes by more than 1 hour. Ever since the establishment of Lingyun Academy, few students skipped classes because anyone who could enter the academy was an elite. It was why the big families wanted to send their descendants to the academy to learn and cultivate. However, several incidents happened within 1 month. Looking at the names of the talented young men and women on the report, he got enraged and slammed his hand on the table as he roared, What evil stuff has hooked them? Why didn't Hui close down that shop? The middle-aged man slammed the table repeatedly with his huge hand and said, "We must put an end to this malpractice." Chapter 108. Explaining Counter-Strike to Teacher. Right now, Fang had 3 tasks. His first task was to sell enough activations of Diablo Act 1. Due to the arrival of the new games, he still had about 10 to sell before he completed this task. Fang remembered that the first volume of the official novel, Diablo 2, would hit the market in 2 days. He didn't have much time left. "Where's Qing?" Fang asked Xu Zixin. "Don't you know?" Xu Zixin said in surprise, "She's doing promotion for the official novel." Promotion? Fang chuckled. That girl was taking this matter seriously, but he wondered how she was doing the promotion in this world without TV or internet. Xu Zixin told him the promotion methods in this era. One was hiring workers to give out flyers in Dongguan Book Forest, and the other was running commercials by sending messages to people's communication jades. Of course, Dongguan Book Forest would recommend the special books such as Celestial Warrior to the public through their own channels. "Shall we go and have a look?" Xu Zixin asked. Okay, since he was a part of this business, he couldn't leave everything to others. It was good to check up on it. Lingyun Academy, the training field of Huang House. On the wide meadow, a tall woman who was wearing red leather armor and had a ponytail stood before the disciples and studied them carefully. Mu Hongzhu was the martial arts instructor of Class A in Huang House. These disciples in Class A were all the important descendants in their respective families, so their safety and learning were all significant. However, the martial arts class had started more than 1 hour ago and quite a few disciples were still missing. In the past, the disciples of Lingyun Academy all valued strength, and the instructors never had to worry about class attendance. Besides, with the strict management in Lingyun Academy, no one had dared to ignore the rules here. However, quite a few disciples were missing in class today, and even Mu Hongzhu, who was even-tempered, had a dark expression on her face. At this time, she was taking attendance, trying to find the reckless disciples who skipped the class. Song Qingfeng. Here, a drawn-out answer came from the distance. She looked up and saw a group of disciples racing to class. Mu Hongzhu's face turned dark. "Where have you been?" She remained calm on the surface. Embarrassed, Song Qingfeng, Lin Xiao and Shu Luo scratched their heads and said earnestly, "Instructor, we were studying." They told the story about the internet cafe that Yi Xiaoyi used to fool her father, Yi Songtao. After hearing their words, Mu Hongzhu's expression turned even more unreadable. Glancing at them coldly, she asked, "You can learn martial arts and improve strength in that shop, which is why you went there. And you studied martial arts there until now." They looked at each other, finding her tone quite weird. However, they had no choice but to nod at this moment. "So, you are saying that I don't teach as well as that small shop?" Mu Hongzhu's expression turned darker. Song Qingfeng, Lin Xiao, Shu Luo, Nolan Mingxie arrived at this moment. When she heard Mu Hongzhu's rhetoric question, she touched her forehead with exasperation. "A small shop teaches martial arts better than Lingyun Academy. Are you stupid?" Nolan Mingxie murmured to the 3 guys. Their explanation was offensive. "I will give you 1 minute to explain yourself." Enraged, Mu Hongzhu placed her hands on her waist and stared at them coldly. "Let me do it." After giving them a dirty look, Nolan Mingxie decided to explain herself. Hearing Nolan Mingxie admitting that they were too engrossed in playing and came late, Mu Hongzhu's face softened a bit. However, she got more confused. "You are saying that you are late because you were engrossed in watching the shop owner play Counter-Strike?" Recently, she had heard the disciples mentioning the small shop named Origin more than once, but she took it as another entertainment establishment and hadn't spared a thought to it. When she heard that the small shop could increase one's strength and combat experience, she just regarded it as a place similar to Qin Mountain Beast Garden, which was indeed helpful to warriors. In her mind, it could assist with cultivation but didn't deserve any special attention. After all, what kind of cultivation method worked faster than cultivating in the martial arts tower? The Lingyun Martial Arts Tower was the pride of the academy. As an instructor of Lingyun Academy, that was her belief. Besides teaching the disciples in the academy, she had to cultivate as well, which left her no time to mind the things that were happening in the entertainment establishments. However, she was a bit curious about terms such as quick scope and flick shotting, wondering how the elite disciples of the Lingyun Academy became fans of these combat techniques that she had never heard before. Origin Internet Club launched a new game, Counter-Strike. There are new spiritual artifacts. Almost half of the disciples in this class were experienced players of Resident Evil, Diablo, and The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Hearing of the new game, they began to whisper to each other. Mu Hongzhu's face turned cold again. Dongguan Book Forest was situated in a good location. It sat just across from Tianfu Street where Fang Qi had visited before. Right now, Shen Qingqing wasn't in a good mood. She had spent lots of energy on the writing and publishing the official novel since there were a lot of details that had to be added to the general plot. It was hard work for even a warrior to deal with. She had planned to promote the book so that it would be warmly received, but... Sir, can't you make an exception for me? Sitting across from Shen Qingqing was a middle-aged man who was wearing a green hat and a green robe. He looked very serious right now. Ms. Shen, it's not that we don't want to help you, but the thing is... I'm sure that you know the influence of Celestial Warrior. With the 9th volume coming out before schedule, we must promote it first, the middle-aged man said. Although the Celestial Warrior was only a novel, it had great influence here since even the young masters such as An Cheng and Ouyang Cheng had heard of it. Even Nolan Hengwu knew this novel, which showed that it was popular in the upper-class circle of Juhua City. Since there were few entertainment options in this world, novels began to attract people's attention even though there weren't many of them around yet. While Celestial Warrior was being promoted, Dongguan Book Forest certainly didn't want to split resources onto a new book from Shen Qingqing, who was an inexperienced writer. Besides, Diablo, Yu Rui smirked. Can you really sell a book with such a weird name? Chapter 109, Related Business. That's the situation. The three of them sat in a small tea house across from Dongguan Book Forest, and Fang Qi and Xu Zixin listened to Shen Qingqing's story quietly. Dongguan Book Forest is mean. Xu Zixin looked a bit angry, feeling that they were being unfair to her good friend. Can't they give us 1 or 2 days? With a frown, Shen Qingqing sipped the fragrant tea and shook her head. It seems that we have to find another way. What else can we do? Xu Zixin sat there sulkily. Fang Qi smirked and asked, the promotion here is just giving out flyers. What do you mean? Just giving out flyers? Xu Zixin gave him a dirty look. Doesn't everyone do it that way? Mr. Fang, what good ideas do you have? She rolled her eyes and thought of Fang Qi's shop. Even if we can promote the book in your shop and ask your customers to buy it, the most that we can reach is 200 to 300 people, right? There were 1,000 copies. Unless each bought 5 to 6 books, they could never get all the books sold. More importantly, only a small portion of the players played Diablo. Fang Qi shrugged. He had planned to use the official novel to promote Diablo 2, and they would be getting the purpose wrong if they promoted the book in his shop instead. After a moment of thinking, Fang Qi beckoned at them and called them over before whispering something to them. Will it work? Shen Qingqing looked at Fang Qi in surprise, not totally understanding his wild idea. We won't know until we try, Fang Qi said. We can put the other books in a small bookstore, and we'll know the effect by then. Okay. Obviously, Shen Qingqing was hesitant, but she nodded at last. I have a friend who owns a small bookstore. Despite its remote location, we can use it. Xu Zixin stared at Fang Qi in doubt. Will it work? In the internet cafe, Nolan Hengwu, and Hui, Ouyang Zhen, Su Tianji, and Yi Songtao were sitting in the lounge with Li Haoran. With the curtains pulled open, the sunshine shined into the building through the wall of glass, providing some brightness to the dark internet cafe. Xiaoyu, do us a favor and get us a few containers of Haagen-Dazs. And Hui yelled. Glancing at the people around him, Li Haoran sighed, the work is all left to me. This kid, their focus was obvious. Fang Qi's performance in Counter-Strike today showed them the power of this new kind of weapons. Even without Fang Qi's techniques, the weapons themselves were mature and excellent. Other people around them looked over and wanted to join in, but they didn't dare to walk up, let alone joining the conversation with Nolan Hengwu and Hui here. A better option for them was to study the guns in-game. And Hui found that he had fallen in love with this snack, Haagen-Dazs, and had to have a container each day. While eating a mouthful of ice cream, he asked, do you mean you youngsters will work together and establish a special organization to study these new spiritual artifacts? Something like that, Li Haoran nodded. In fact, it was brought up by Ms. Nolan. You know, Mr. Fang is busy playing games each day and doesn't want to manage anything else. It astonished me that he actually agreed to be our technology advisor. What's good about establishing such a small organization? Obviously, and Hui had his eyes on these new weapons. The city guards would look very dashing if they were equipped with such weapons. Why don't you work with me, the Castellan? I'll provide the funds. With Nolan Hungwu watching on the side, and Hui decided to cut to the chase. Li Haoran gave him a bitter smile and said, I'm afraid that it's not possible. Why not? And Hui said with a dark expression, do you think that I'll take advantage of you? Mr. Fang said no. Li Haoran shook his head with a bitter smile. He said that he doesn't care what others do, no matter if it's studying the weapons in the game or making them. We can't change anything about our agreement. What's wrong with this kid? And Hui's face turned dark. Nolan Hungwu laughed and patted and Hui on his shoulder, saying, the speed is the key. It seems that you were too late. For him, Nolan Mingxie was his junior, and he naturally wouldn't be jealous of her. Besides, even if this type of spiritual artifacts could be produced, he probably wouldn't have the chance to use them. No, I'll talk to Fang about it. Yi Songtao was unconvinced. I'll talk to him too. Su Tianji was also unwilling to accept it. Of course, they would change their mind once Fang Qi rejected them. Could they force him to submit to them? They wouldn't dare to offend Nolan Hungwu, let alone that mysterious cultivator behind Fang Qi. After all, they could study the weapons however they liked, and Fang Qi would neither interfere or stop them. What Fang Qi wanted was some simple research with few conflicts of interest. As to the other people who craved these weapons, Fang Qi didn't care how they studied them either. For Nolan Hungwu, Counter-Strike was interesting, but it was less meaningful than the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, as well as Diablo. He would spend 1 to 2 hours to enjoy its fun, but he would mostly spend time in the Shu Mountain faction in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy to understand the principle of being gentle like water or playing Diablo. Su Tianji was very interested in these new spiritual artifacts, but since she hadn't finished playing the Legend of the Sword and Fairy yet, she wouldn't spend all her time on playing Counter-Strike. 2 hours each day was enough for her. Same thing applied to Hui and Yang Zhen. After all, the benefits they got from playing Counter-Strike were neither cultivation strength nor the exquisite sword techniques in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. The benefits that Counter-Strike offered was the concentration of mind, which wasn't for them. They would continue playing Diablo in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Of course, this didn't stop them from playing Counter-Strike occasionally since this game had no restrictions such as levels and experience points which existed in Diablo and the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. This game's main targets were young people who had just begun cultivation or warriors who wanted to improve concentration. Pang Ruli heaved a sigh of relief, feeling like he could finally feel elated. As I expected, many people have felt threatened. Many upper-class figures in Juhua City came to the gathering. They almost filled the entire third floor of the Wind and Moon Pavilion. It was a wise decision to pull Huo Chong into our alliance. Seeing the big crowd, Pang Ruli grinned. Chapter 110. Scientific Way of Making Artifacts. After Counter-Strike was launched, the first thing that Fang Qi had to handle wasn't the things in games but the invitation of cooperation from Hui and the others. When he finished dealing with these issues, he began looking into the third task that the system assigned to him. The task reward was the Gaming Cultivation Room. Although the system didn't give detailed information about this room, it must be something quite useful since it was offered as a reward by the system. Since the past rewards that the system offered, such as the T-virus and the rocket launcher, were all very powerful, Fang Qi was quite expectant of the Gaming Cultivation Room, which he guessed must be something that could improve others' strengths. After all, he could use some strength himself. He couldn't rely on the system to deter people with bad intentions forever. Besides, if he must travel to other places to choose locations for new shops, his weak strength would be a problem. Fang Qi was now sitting in a research room in the Blue Flame Pavilion. It was set aside especially for their use. In the room were Nolan Mingxie, Li Haoran, and several of the best artifact masters from the Blue Flame Pavilion. Li Haoran looked at the documents in his hands and asked, Mr. Fang, do we really need to do research on 3 pistols? Can we add a submachine gun onto the list? Fang Qi didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Nolan Mingxie. 3 pistols then. Nolan Mingxui's pretty face turned dark. This wouldn't have happened if it weren't for you. Tickle me. This is what you get for tickling me. Fang Qi snorted quietly. However, one of the 3 pistols must be a Magnum revolver or a Desert Eagle. Nolan Mingxie felt like Fang Qi wouldn't give them all he had since it was their first time cooperating. After all, She had done that thing to Fang Qi. However, as a smart woman, she continued to bargain with Fang Qi around his baseline. Fang Qi shrugged. It depends on if you can understand them. He wouldn't force them into a corner. After all, they had sworn to the agreement with the essence blood of cultivators and warriors, which meant that they would abide by the terms of the agreement if nothing unusual happened. As long as they were within the bounds of the agreement, he would provide them with more knowledge. Mr. Fang, you can teach us whatever you can, a gray-haired middle-aged artifact master said. We have been doing this for more than 100 years, and I'm sure that we have the ability to understand. A mature and plump woman in black who was sitting next to him said proudly, Mr. Fang, don't underestimate us. If we can't understand it, then no one else can understand it in Juhua City. Is the information that you have this profound? The guy's name was Wang Zongyu, and the woman's name was Chen Rong. In the Blue Flame faction, they were on the same level as Li Haoran. Li Haoran had been taken into the faction in an unusual process, which was why he enjoyed a high status at such a young age. These two artifact masters had high levels of skills in terms of making spiritual artifacts. Although they knew that Fang Qi had a mysterious and powerful cultivator behind him, they didn't believe that they wouldn't understand new knowledge around making spiritual artifacts. It would be good if you can understand. There was a blackboard in the research room for drawing illustrations. Despite the fact that it was made differently, it had the same functions as those in Fang Qi's previous life. Fang Qi wrote 5 big words on the blackboard: enter the world of science. Then, he wrote, the periodic table. Soon, voices came from the research room, read after me: lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus, sulfur, chlorine, argon. Sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus, sulfur, chlorine, argon. Wang Zongyu, Chen Rong, and the others recited after Fang Qi. After reading it for a long time, they finally memorized these strange words. Well, why do we need this stuff? Finally, Li Haoran asked in bafflement. These words sounded like spiritual spells, but nothing happened after they recited them. Good question. Fang Qi wrote 5 more words on the board: scientific way of making artifacts. Do you know why the bullets that your Blue Flame Pavilion made are of such poor quality? Wang Zongyu and Chen Rong's faces twitched, but they couldn't rebuff him. They had spent lots of time and energy on them, but the bullets that they made were still inferior to the worst bullets in the game. It is because you don't have the basic knowledge supporting you. Fang Qi pointed at the big blackboard and said, now, we'll begin with middle school level chemistry. After that, we'll move on to middle school level physics. After you've mastered all the basic knowledge, I'll teach you how to make bullets. Oh, they looked at rows of lofty letters on the big blackboard, feeling odd. When Fang Qi finished the class, it was already the morning of the second day. The concepts such as nitroglycerin reaction equation and the ratio of propellant still resonated in their minds. After only a short night, they felt like the door to a new world was opened. After staying up all night, they were in high spirits, except for Fang Qi. Today, you've learned the basic knowledge. Later, I'll teach you high school level math, chemistry, and physics, etc. Fang Qi stretched and yawned. If I cultivated all night like this, I might be able to pass the heavenly tribulation and ascend now. Pass heavenly tribulation, ascend. Nolan Mingshe looked at Fang Qi curiously. Well, it is quite complicated to make pistols. After Fang Qi left, the people in the research room burst into lively discussions. No wonder these weapons are so difficult to create. Wang Zongyu said, they need such deep knowledge, such as middle school level chemistry. According to Mr. Fang, middle school level chemistry is just the basics, Chen Rong said. If we want to understand the process of propellant, we must learn the high school level chemistry and physics. We have a long way to go before we can understand it completely. By teaching us the gun-making process right after teaching us the basics, Mr. Fang is shortening our learning curve. Science. Is it the artifact-making method created by that mysterious cultivator behind Mr. Fang? Li Haoran murmured, there exists such a figure in this world. Does it mean that he's even more powerful than our master? Master said that there's always someone better. It's so true. Middle school level chemistry. Middle school level physics. How come they sound so weird? Nolan Mingshe was deep in thought. For some reason, She thought of the elementary school students that Fang Qi had once mentioned. Chapter 111. The Downside of Playing Games. Yesterday, at the gathering in the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Despite its small size, Origin Internet Café had posed a great threat to many businesses in Juhua City. The casinos, Qin Mountain Beast Garden, and even brothels, which had been highly profitable businesses, were now feeling the impact. Under the push of certain people, the upper-class figures in Juhua City began to turn their attention to the unusual phenomena. Started by Pang Ruli and led by Huo Chong, they gathered together to discuss how to deal with this small shop that came from the blue. Qin Bing came for this purpose. As the director of Lingyun Academy, Qin Bing supervised the four houses, Heaven, Earth, Zan, and Huang. His power was only next to that of the old academy master and the vice masters. In the past years, he had gradually taken over the responsibility of making rules for the entire academy and had become a part of the management of Lingyun Martial Arts Tower. The rumors said that he would become a vice master of the academy after one of the current vice masters retired. It was even possible that he could become the academy master and manage the entire Lingyun Academy in the future. However, in this key period of his career, some disciples kept skipping classes and went to play in the internet cafe. He couldn't allow such things to continue. Both the disciples who skipped classes and Origin Internet Club became his targets. With his identity, he naturally sat at the head of the first table. The guests sitting at this table had high status. If he hadn't organized the meeting, Pang Ruli wouldn't have been qualified to sit among them. As the manager of the Wind and Moon Pavilion, Shang Heching took care of most of the affairs in the business, and the owner of the business didn't come to the gathering. Master Huo, what do you propose? Wearing a silky black robe, Shang Heching looked as meticulous as the Wind and Moon Pavilion which was under his management. In my opinion, we should ask An Hui to close the shop. While Qin Bing spoke, the white hairs on his temples shook with anger. Elder Qin, calm down, calm down. You're busy managing Lingyun Academy, and I guess that you didn't have time to follow the news in Juhua City. Huo Chong cupped his hands and said, after some investigation, I found that this shop has a solid background and powerful customers. If we try to close the shop, we might encounter some resistance. Is there anyone who dares to work against Lingyun Academy? Qin Bing didn't used to think that this whole incident was a big issue, but he began to realize that this shop wasn't as simple as he had imagined from the scale of this gathering and the great concern which the influential figures here showed. Huo Chong leaned over and said one word in his deep voice, Nalan. The head. Qin Bing's face turned grim. He stroked his beard and said, this issue is not simple. For the time being, we must be careful with our methods, Huo Chong said. Master Huo, what's your plan? Pang Ruli asked. First, we can cut into the issue from the perspective of the side effects, Huo Chong said. Side effects? Pang Ruli asked curiously. The shop has been open for a long time, so it shouldn't have caused any side effects, right? If we are picky, Shang Heching snorted, how about its customers getting drunk and making trouble in my business? Huo Chong chuckled, it doesn't count. He knew that such small incidents couldn't overturn Origin Internet Club. He clapped his hands, and a young man who looked like him quickly came out with documents. He told this young man, Fang, distribute them to the guests. Yes, father. The young man nodded and handed the documents to the guests. August 3rd. In the southern region of Juhua City, Wang Xiuan, who was 16 years old, got addicted to games to the point that he couldn't tell the virtual world from reality. He jumped down from a 15-meter tall cliff, yelling, sword control technique. He died of the fatal injuries sustained from the fall. August 5th. In the southwest region of Juhua City, Shui Changui, who was a free warrior, wanted to get money for playing games, so he robbed an old man from the Yang family. He was imprisoned by Juhua City for robbery. August 9th. Qin Bing read the documents and asked in astonishment, are they real? After looking at his son, Huo Chong put on a meaningful smile. About 80% of the stories were exaggerated, but they looked real. They had prepared the documents for a long time. Otherwise, the gathering would have been held earlier. Huo Chong nodded and said in an indignant tone, these games look harmless, but in fact, look at the real cases in your hands. Who can say that the games have no side effects? Every player keeps thinking of playing the games once they get hooked. Isn't it the side effect? Huo Chong asked in a loud voice, like drugs, they are addictive. They can make people lose their mind. That is why we must boycott this small shop and these games. Huo Chong said coldly, we must declare war on this stuff. Besides, you must never try anything from this small shop. Huo Chong looked around and said, otherwise, you'll get addicted and can never get yourself out. His words struck fear into many people's mind, and they decided to avoid the games as if they were poisonous snakes. I hope that you can spread these words to your family, relatives, and customers and ask them to join the boycott. Well said. Qin Bing slammed the table and stood up as he shouted. I'll do my best. At least, none of the disciples of the Lingyun Academy will set foot into this small shop in the future. After opening his shops in the morning, Fang Qi went back to sleep and didn't get up until near noon. When he went downstairs, Fang Qi found that there were only a few people in the shop. He glanced around and asked Zhang Xiaoyu, what's wrong? How would I know? The loli who was sitting behind the counter looked around the shop in bafflement, saying, there were only a few customers this morning. Strange. Usually, the shop would be full at this hour, but it was still empty today. Zhang Xiaoyu was anxious. What happened? Then, she glanced at Fang Qi. Hey, why do you look so calm? Don't worry, I don't care if they come or not. Fang Qi waved his hand casually. Since the system didn't set a target for the number of customers, he didn't care that much. Besides, now that he had finished the new task, he was wondering about the game cultivation room. Game cultivation room, what on earth is it? Fang Qi turned on the interface and clicked on the task reward button in a hurry. Chapter 112, Hunted Down by My Own Game Character. Soon, Fang Qi felt something cold on his chest. After looking down, he saw a mouse-shaped metal pendant hanging around his neck on a thin silver thread. The metal pendant's front side looked like a mini mouse, and the back side was covered with complicated patterns. Here was the description from the system. Key to the game cultivation room. Function, connect to the game cultivation room. Instruction, please use it when no one is around. So many restrictions. Mumbling, Fang Qi returned to upstairs and closed the door. He sat cross-legged on his bed and turned on the system interface. Then, he clicked yes on the option of use the key to the game cultivation room. Instantly, Fang Qi felt like the lights around him dimmed. The scene before him blurred as if many strands of data flowed around him. He felt as if his entire body floated in the air, and the old world disappeared. He felt like the streaks of data took him to a strange place. When his feet touched solid ground again, he found himself in a pitch-black space without any source of light. While he was wondering where he was, light beams appeared before him and illuminated several familiar figures. They looked vivid but stood there like statues. With a crew cut and a brawny body, the first figure held a rocket launcher in his hands. He was the Special Forces soldier, Chris. The second figure wore heavy armor and had a shield in his left hand and a scepter in his right hand. He was a paladin. The third figure wore a blue and white Taoist robe and carried a long sword behind his back, looking forward with intense eyes. He was Li Xiaoyao. These are. Fang Qi stared at them in astonishment. Glaring at the ancient-looking sword with the black sheath and golden patterns, he remembered clearly that it was the Wuchen sword that he had used to battle Baiyu in the Legend of Sword and Fairy. He also remembered using the golden shield named Angshan's Pledge in the paladin's hand to fight monsters. As for Chris, Fang Qi remembered that he had left the rocket launcher in Chris's hand after he practiced it on the tyrant and exited the game. Your game characters, the system said. Isn't this a cultivation room? Fang Qi asked immediately, why did you bring out my game characters? Then, Fang Qi saw a line of description under the game cultivation room on the system interface. Instruction. Activate your game character and begin cultivation. The more you're in sync with them, the more experience you will get. All senses in the cultivation room such as pain are in the grade of real, and can't be adjusted. The flow of time in the cultivation room is 365 to 1 compared with the real world. The cultivation room is mainly used to increase combat abilities and nothing else. One must think carefully before using it. 365, 1. Fang Qi said in surprise, does it mean that 1 year of cultivation here is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world? It sounded lofty, but the cultivators in the outside world cultivate for dozens and even hundreds of years at a time. What's the use of only 1 year? Don't make a judgment before you try, the system replied. Try it. Fang Qi looked at his 3 game characters curiously. Among them, Li Xiaoyao had the highest strength. Knowing that he could acquire skills, experiences, and cultivation strength, Fang Qi activated his game character Li Xiaoyao since he was now into the sword techniques of the Shu Mountain faction. The moment that Fang Qi activated the character, a whole world spread under Li Xiaoyang's feet and swallowed the darkness around them. The scenery changed into the ancient world in the legend of the Sword and Fairy. Li Xiaoyao was the only game character facing him. Expressionlessly, Li Xiaoyao pointed the fingers of his right hand to the sky. The sky, the earth, mountains, lake, trees. All the spiritual essence around them gathered together and formed a horrifyingly huge spiritual essence sword. Heavenly sword. It was the heavenly sword that Fang Qi had mastered with proficiency. As soon as Li Xiaoyao waved his finger, the huge spiritual essence sword crashed down like a giant mountain. Before the sword came, the sword energies emitting from it cut into Fang Qi's body like a blade. In the blink of an eye, it left many scratches on his body. Having practiced the heavenly sword from the basic level to mastery, Fang Qi knew the great power of the heavenly sword more than anyone else. If he allowed the huge sword to crash down, his body would be torn into pieces by the sword energies alone before the sword cut into him, despite the fact that his body had been strengthened by the T-virus. Stop, 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 Fang Qi cried out immediately. In fact, Fang Qi didn't expect the sword to stop. Since he was in the game cultivation room, he assumed that he could be resurrected. However, to his surprise, the sword paused in the air, and the system interface began calculation at the same time. Cultivation. Li Xiaoyao, Heavenly Sword. Synchronization, Heavenly Sword, 0%. Total synchronization, 0%. Skill experiences gained. Characters cultivation strength gained, 0. Assessment. You're not here to cultivate. Fang Qi heaved a sigh of relief and felt exasperated while he looked at the system interface. How can I battle the heavenly sword right away? Can't you give me something like an ordinary sword control technique? Please make your own choice. Make my own choice. How? Fang Qi looked carefully and found options at the top of the game cultivation room. He clicked into the page and saw a more detailed breakdown beneath each character. For example, here was the description under Chris. Total synchronization, 62.11%. Guns, 75.3%. Combat, 70.66%. Cold weapons, 62.54%. Characters weapon owned, unlimited rocket launcher. Complete synchronization available, yes. Complete synchronization, Fang Qi asked, what does it mean? Quickly, an explanation appeared. Explanation. The player can temporarily possess all the techniques and power of this character. The synchronization time limit is determined by the synchronization rate and the player's own strength. The threshold of complete synchronization is to clear stages in the game, reach 20% total synchronization rate, and possess the important item of this character. In other words, by cultivating in this room, I can quickly increase my strength and also temporarily gain all the character's strengths. However, Fang Qi glanced at his total synchronization with Li Xiaoyao, it was only 7%. He pondered and asked, it sounds good, but where can I get an important item such as Li Xiaoyao's Wuchen sword? The system answered, host, please do more tasks. Fang Qi said, you are tricking me to do more work. It seemed like he had to work harder on cultivation. He clicked on Li Xiaoyao in the system interface and selected to cultivate the sword control technique. Soon, a simple-looking steel sword hovered in the air beside Fang Qi's right hand, and another sword appeared by Li Xiaoyao's right hand. They stood facing each other. Without an expression, Li Xiaoyao waved his finger, and his sword slashed toward Fang Qi's chest with sharp whistling noise like a shooting star. Fuck, Fang Qi cussed silently. With no time to think, he jumped to one side and felt a burning pain on his back. Disregarding the wound on his back, he dodged the sword that was turning blurry due to its high speed and dancing like silver snakes. Obviously, Li Xiaoyao was much more powerful when he was moving on his own rather than under Fang Qi's control. While dodging the attacks desperately, Fang Qi controlled the long sword beside him to block the next attack from his opponent. It was a merciless battle. Fang Qi had regretted leveling up Li Xiaoyao so well. Chapter 113. Another mix-up. While Fang Qi was cultivating in the game cultivation room, the huge Lingyun Square which was paved with white stones inside Lingyun Academy was full of people. Except the ones who had gone out to experience the world, all the disciples from the Heaven, Earth, Zan, and Huang houses were gathered here. Why are we here? Thousands of disciples gathered on the big square of Lingyun Academy. The academy rarely held disciple gatherings of this scale, which was why many disciples were puzzled by this unusual meeting. Why did they gather all of us here? Did anything unusual happen in the Academy. It's said that the meeting is held upon Elder Chin's request. I wonder what happened that even he was alerted. The daily operation of the houses was usually managed by the senior instructors, which was why people were surprised that the lofty director decided to talk to them in person. At this moment in Class A of House Huang, Song Qingfeng, Lin Xiao, and Shu Luo were looking at Mu Hongzhu and a middle-aged male instructor beside her with dejection, begging, "Instructor, isn't the punishment a bit too severe?" The male instructor's name was Chen Zhang, and he managed the entire Class A. Hearing Song Qingfeng and the others' complaints, he shook his head helplessly and said, "You're unfortunate that you were caught in the moment of Elder Chin's fury. What were you thinking when you skipped the class to play games? It's your bad luck that you are now being punished to warn others." Mu Hongzhu also sighed slightly, feeling like the punishment was a bit severe. She wondered who had come up with the idea of dragging the elite disciples of her class up to the platform and scolding them in front of thousands of people as a way of deterring others. "I'll try to communicate with Elder Chin and see if I can reduce the punishment, that's all that I can do," Mu Hongzhu said with a faint sigh, thinking that the method of forbidding all the disciples from entering that small shop was vicious and effective. However, she thought that it was a bit too much to reprimand the disciples in front of thousands of others. Nolan Mingshe gave the three victims a condolent look since she had only gotten some deduction in credits. Meanwhile, a fatty who was standing in the back of the class wiped cold sweat from his forehead and thought, "I was lucky that I didn't have class that day. If it were me who got into this kind of trouble, I probably would have been expelled from Lingyun Academy. I wonder what will happen to Chi's small shop after this. Can he keep the business open?" Wang Tai looked at the gloomy sky and heaved a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Fang Chi was being hunted down by his game character. In a jade-like green bamboo forest, a young man who was about 16 years old stepped on a stalk of bamboo lightly like a bird and flew into the distance when the bamboo bounced back. As soon as he jumped away, a silver light followed him closely and turned the stalk of bamboo into pieces. About 1 month had passed in the game cultivation room. That silver light followed Fang Chi like a shadow and got close to his back. Then, a silver sword energy flashed behind him and blocked the chilly light which was chasing Fang Chi like a ghost. The sword energies knocked against each other several times in the blink of an eye with clanking noises resonating in the area. Then, everything turned quiet. Cultivation. Li Xiaoyao, sword control technique. Synchronization, sword control technique, 50%. Total synchronization, 10%. Skill experience gained, characters cultivation strength gained, 1,322/180ths. Assessment. Your sword control technique has improved. Work harder, and you might master this sword technique. After coming out from the respawn station, Fang Chi still looked scared. He had found that Li Xiaoyao was able to unleash double the power of the sword control technique. Even if Fang Chi had the same proficiency, he couldn't win, let alone the fact that his understanding of the sword control technique in the real world was really low. At this moment, Fang Chi suddenly heard a sharp whistling noise coming through the air and saw a bolt of sword energy flying toward him. Surprised, Fang Chi subconsciously blocked the sword energy with the sword control technique and began to run. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyu sat behind the counter in boredom. She murmured with a pout, "The business today is so slow. And the owner isn't live streaming. I'm bored. Where's everyone anyway?" When Su Tianji came in with Feng Hua, Yuexin, and Xiao Yul, she was also curious. "What's wrong today? Where's everyone?" Since the Luyun Taoist Palace was far from Juhua City, and she stayed away from worldly business, it was natural that she knew nothing about the situation. "No idea, it's quite strange today," lowly Zhang Xiaoyu said listlessly. "Forget it, I don't care." She glanced around. "The owner is out as well. He's upstairs, and I don't know what he's doing," Zhang Xiaoyu answered with a pout. "He isn't live streaming today." Su Tianji thought for a while and said, "Then, I'll play the Legend of Sword and Fairy for a while. Xiaoyu, get us 3 containers of Haagen-Dazs." "Okay." Hearing the only customers today asking for Haagen-Dazs as usual, Zhang Xiaoyu felt a bit better. However, she felt gloomy again and stared at the Haagen-Dazs sulkily. "When can I have a taste of Haagen-Dazs?" Besides Lingyun Academy, other places in Juhua City also began to boycott the Origin Internet Club and the games. In this world, the main promotional method was through giving out flyers, and many shops in the busy locations in Juhua City such as the Tianfu Street and Juhua Road sent workers out to give flyers to passing by cultivators and warriors. Chen Xiaolong, who called himself young Master Chen, was a distant relative of the Chen family in Jingxi. Since the Chen family in Juhua City had several high-level cultivators, it was quite powerful in the southern part of Juhua City, which made Chen Xiaolong a big bully. Everyone called him Bully Chen. Recently, young Master Chen got tired of the southern side of the city and would occasionally come to the busiest Tianfu street for fun. Today, a worker standing before a luxurious-looking shop handed him a flyer. What's this? If he was in the southern side of the city, he wouldn't spare a glance at it. However, he looked up at the lofty-looking shop and accepted the flyer. He was bored anyway. He glanced at it and froze. The games in this shop are so fun that people get addicted to them. Right, the worker in green explained solemnly, the stuff in this shop is very vicious. Young master, please read this part. He pointed at the most eye-catching paragraphs. August 5th. In the southwest region of Juhua City, Shui Changui, who was a free warrior, wanted to get money for playing games, so he robbed an old man from Yang family. He was imprisoned by Juhua City for robbery. August 3rd. In the southern Juhua City, the worker in green read the stories one by one and then said to the astonished Chen Xiaolong smugly, "These games are addictive drugs that can make people lose their mind." Right now, all the big forces including Lingyun Academy and Southern Business Alliance are boycotting the shop. All the people in Juhua City are avoiding these things as if they are poisonous snakes. I warn you, don't ever touch them. Hiss. There's such a shop in the city. Young Master Chen asked in a grave voice, "Where is this shop?" "It's in the east of the city," the servant in green said, "but if you want to destroy the shop and beat those villains, you must be careful. That shop has a powerful background. Destroy the shop." Young Master Chen looked at him in bafflement and then waved his hand. "Little Wu." "Yes, young master," the brawny man standing behind him answered with respect. "Get a carriage, and we are going to the east of the city." "Get a carriage?" The brawny man, whose nickname was Little Wu, asked in bafflement. "Are we going and destroying the shop?" "Not at all." Young Master Chen grinned with bright eyes. "This place sounds exciting. Let's go and see if it's really so fun." Still clutching the flyer, the worker in green was stunned. Seriously. Chapter 114, National Examination. The elite disciples from Class A of House Huang are addicted to games. When the meeting was over, all the disciples who gathered at Lingyun Square burst into heated discussions. "Didn't you hear that those aren't just games? They were tricked by the promise of gaining strength through playing," someone tried to argue for the punished disciples. However, this voice was quickly overpowered by a lot of sarcastic words. Nonsense. If they want to improve their strength, why didn't they go to Lingyun Martial Arts Tower? Don't tell me that these disciples from Class A don't have enough credits. Some young disciples shouted indignantly. It was their excuse so that they could go enjoy the entertainment. They are lucky that they've just entered the academy. If they continue like this until next year, they probably would have been kicked out of the school. Hearing the gossip from the crowds, Song Qingfeng felt his veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his fists and gathered the warrior qi in the center of his hands. If someone noticed it, they would have realized that he was in the late stage of the official warrior realm. Despite the relatively fast advancement process in the official warrior realm, ordinary warriors had to spend years on training to achieve it. Even for someone with Song Qingfeng's talent and resources, they wouldn't be able to reach this level until half a year later. "Young Master Song, what shall we do now?" Lin Xiao asked uneasily. "How should I know?" Song Qingfeng answered angrily. They had been in the top tier of Class A, but now they became the laughingstock of everyone in the academy. Even the instructors looked at them with anger in their eyes. It didn't feel good. Shu Luo put his arms around his head and said painfully, "Will they really kick us to the classes for wastrels next year?" "I don't think so." Song Qingfeng inhaled deeply, feeling depressed while thousands of pairs of eyes stared at them with scorn and contempt. "Then, are we going to the Internet Café today or not?" Lin Xiao asked again. "Are you stupid? Didn't you hear that the instructors would watch us closely?" After a moment of consideration, Song Qingfeng said, "I'll take a break first." On the other side, Lan Yan looked at the furious Song Qingfeng and others who were walking away and said in a wary tone, "Ms. Nolan, the situation looks bad." "I know." Nolan Mingshe looked calm. "The situation is getting out of control." "How about," Lan Yan said with some hesitation, "shall we report the truth to the management of the academy?" "No." Nolan Mingshe shook her head. "Who would believe us if we tell them that the games in a small shop can improve our strength better than the Lingyun Martial Arts Tower? Even if Qin Bing and most of the people believe us. Nolan Mingshay turned her bright eyes toward Lan Yan and asked, the status of the Lingyun martial arts tower would be in danger. Do you think Qin Bing will allow such a thing to happen? Lan Yan was at a loss for words, knowing that the whole thing concerned the foundation of Lingyun Academy. Then, what should we do now? Lan Yan asked, can we ask help from that mysterious senior in Mr. Fang's shop? Nolan Mingshay said, that senior is indeed deep and mysterious, but he is obviously restrained by something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to spend so much effort on training Mr. Fang. He even harmed his own realm to inject essence into Mr. Fang's body. This was her explanation for Fang Qi's fast improvement of strength. She was smart enough to doubt certain things, but she wasn't someone to resort to illegal actions. As meticulous as she was, she never liked to touch totally unknown stuff or do things that she wasn't sure of. Besides, the situation now isn't as the same as hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years ago, the powerful warriors and grand cultivators could do whatever they wanted, including slaughtering a whole city. However, if they tried doing such things at this era, they would be put into the underground cells in the heavenly prison of Jingxi. Hundreds of years had passed since that ancient family used powerful strength to suppress the chaotic society into a peaceful world. In today's society, even the powerful figures didn't dare to use their strength however they wanted. Then, we'll sit back and wait for whatever comes our way. Lan Yan asked in bafflement, it's not your style, Ms. Nolan. This situation is indeed tricky. Nolan Mingshay furrowed her pretty slim eyebrows as she took out 2 black cloaks that she had prepared and handed one to Lan Yan. We'll change into these later. Why? Nolan Mingshay said as if it were obvious, so we can go to the internet cafe. Oh, don't we need to find a solution? We will find a solution. What? Meanwhile, in the instructor's office, Mu Hongzhu asked in astonishment, the Lingyun list will be combined into the joint list of 3 major academies in Dajin. And there will be a national examination across Dajin. We must strengthen the training of the elite disciples. To show everyone the strength of Lingyun Academy, Director Qin is behind the push of this national examination. Everyone who is on the Lingyun list can enter the national examination. This national examination will be supervised by the high-level representatives from all the academies, in the game cultivation room. Sword energies and metal colliding noises rang out from the bamboo forest. One of the swords moved with a light and magical rhythm, looking like a dragon. The other sword struggled to block the attacks in an orderly manner, and it was holding up. Neither of them gained the upper hand. After 100 rounds, Fang Qi could no longer block the attacks and thus withdrew his sword. Synchronization, sword control technique, 70%. Total synchronization, 12.890%. Skill experience gained, characters cultivation strength gained, 2,756 486. Assessment. You are proficient at this sword technique. Fang Qi exhaled deeply at this information. He had realized that the more advanced he got with the sword control technique, the more difficult it became to improve. It wasn't easy to move from the proficient level to the master level even with the help of the game cultivation room. Now that he had passed the threshold and was able to cultivate the innumerable sword scroll, he decided to master it first so that he would have a powerful sword technique with him. More than 2 months had passed in the game cultivation room. Fang Qi quickly selected the cultivation of innumerable sword scroll on the system interface. Standing across from him, Li Xiaoyao waved his hand and summoned back the steel sword. The sword stood before him and then shot up into the sky. In the sky, the sword split into 2, then 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. The pattern repeated until the sky was filled with dense sword energies like a cloud of swords. Fuck. Fang Qi cussed silently and ran. His butt was about to be kicked again. Chapter 115. Don't fire. Ha 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 ha. Aren't you the idiots who skipped class to play games and were scolded by Director Qin personally? When Song Qingfeng walked around the academy, a round-faced young man pointed at them with contempt. They will be kicked into the class of wastrels. No way, no class in our academy will accept such scum. Song Qingfeng's face turned dark. He had become notorious in the academy since everyone from the instructors to the disciples in every house knew about him. What did you say? Enraged, Lin Xiao wanted to dash over to them but was stopped by someone. What, you want to mess with us? Seeing others look their way, Lu Shiji got more blatant in his taunting, little kids from the Huang house. They were disciples of the Zan house, where the threshold of entrance was the master warrior realm. After just being punished by the academy, Song Qingfeng and the others shouldn't cause trouble. Also, even if they did, they were no match for their opponents. Lin Xiao turned his head and saw that Song Qingfeng was pulling him back. The latter roared in a deep voice, "Let's go." "Huh, I thought you had some balls, but I was wrong." The three guys were furious while they walked away. "Young Master Song, we'll just forget the whole thing." When Song Qingfeng stopped walking, Shu Luo asked the question that was on his mind. "They were counting on us to rush over. Didn't you see that?" Song Qingfeng said with a dark expression. "Do you think a warrior can defeat a master warrior?" Shu Luo was silent. Even if they could defeat those guys, they would get themselves into more trouble at this moment right after their punishment. Despite his fury, Song Qingfeng didn't lose his mind. "What should we do now?" Lin Xiao asked. "We'll just forget the whole thing. We must work harder." Song Qingfeng said through gritted teeth. "We must reach the Master Warrior realm as soon as possible." "Work harder." The other two's faces twitched while they looked at Song Qingfeng. "How? Work in the Internet Café and charge at the Master Warrior realm?" Although their strength had grown, it was not enough. After all, the time since they started cultivating was not long. It was the only way for them to improve their strength faster than others. No other method was as good as this one. Shu Luo froze for a moment before saying, "Young Master Song, can we still go to the Internet Café?" Old Ghost Qin must have stationed spies there. They stated that they are prohibiting all the disciples from playing games. Now, Director Qin had become Old Ghost Qin in their minds. "I'm afraid that we'll be kicked out of the school before we can improve our strength if we are caught." Shu Xiao said, "You're really brave." Soon, they had walked to the gate of the academy. Shu Luo looked up and saw two familiar figures slipping out. How come those two look so familiar? Why are they wearing cloaks while leaving the academy? They're acting so sneakily. Cloaks. Song Qingfeng furrowed his eyebrows while he looked at those two figures. "I have an idea. Damn it, I should have asked him for the address." With several servants walking behind him, Chen Xiaolong cussed while he glanced at the shops on the street. "How can King find this place?" Suddenly, young Master Chen saw a team of patrolling city guards marching over. "Little Wu, go and ask them. I must find this place today." He kicked the butt of the man named Little Wu, and the latter trotted to the city guards and asked, "Would you please tell me where the Origin Internet Club is?" "Walk down the street to the end and turn left." The captain glanced at him and said, "But I warn you not to make trouble, otherwise you'll be punished." Okay, we'll not make trouble." Little Wu nodded enthusiastically. The city guard's loud reply reached young Master Chen behind them, and he mumbled, "This small shop has some background then. Let's go and have a look." Soon, he came to the shop and saw the extraordinary glass walls which looked quite fancy among the surrounding white walls and black tiles. Are the walls pure glass? Aren't they afraid that the walls might get damaged by someone? Curiously, young Master Chen knocked on the glass door and so did his servants, making clanking sounds. "Och, be careful," young Master Chen yelled immediately, "don't you dare break this door." Yes. The servants pulled back their hands in a hurry. The glass was not only fragile but very expensive. As servants, they couldn't afford to break this big glass door which was quite pricey. Seeing his servants moving their hands, young Master Chen pushed open the door carefully and looked inside. The decoration was totally different from the styles of this world. The simple and grand-looking counter and the rows of unknown square-shaped spiritual artifacts on the black stone desks that were as smooth as mirrors made him feel like he had entered another world. Hiss. This shop is interesting. He beckoned at his servants and said with joy, "Come in. All of you come in." After his servants came in, he glanced back and saw several figures behind them. Two petite figures glanced around outside the door. "Ms. Nolan, no one is watching. Okay, let's go in." Then, two figures who were wrapped tightly in black cloaks slipped in quietly. "What the FK?" Chen Xiaolong was stroking his chin in bafflement when several other figures walked toward the door from outside. These figures walked so stiffly that they looked like zombies, and their rotten faces scared Chen Xiaolong. "What the FK are these things?" The zombie that was walking in the front of the group pushed open the door, and the figures following him slipped into the shop with greater agility than monkeys, startling Chen Xiaolong. Ha, I told you that we would be fine to dress up as zombies." The three zombies laughed, and then one of them pulled his mask off and revealed his handsome face. "They are just masks." Chen Xiaolong relaxed with relief. At this moment, Another, zombie, said, I've made a detailed study plan. We can play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 3 hours each day. Through practicing the sword control technique, we can master it sooner. Then, we'll play 2 hours of Counter-Strike, which will help with our concentration, and it will benefit our cultivation. For the last hour we'll play Diablo. Follow my plan, and we'll surely reach the Master Warrior realm. You're talking about playing games, right? Even I can see that. Chen Xiaolong got more confused. And you called it a study plan? Meanwhile, 2 instructors from Lingyun Academy who had been watching the shop were confused. They looked at each other, wondering, what were those things that just entered, at the counter? Wow, your cloaks even have ears. So cute. Looking at the black triangle-shaped furry ears on the hoods of the black cloaks, stars appeared in Zhang Xiaoyu's big eyes. Ms. Nolan bought them. Lan Yan's pretty face blushed. They are the newest cloaks from Xian Pavilion, and they can cover one's aura. Nolan Mingxie said earnestly, the old style doesn't look as good. Can I touch the ears? Zhang Xiaoyu reached out her hand expectantly. Embarrassed, Lan Yan considered her request. Before she could open her mouth, Zhang Xiaoyu shrieked and almost fell from her chair when she saw the rotten faces appearing behind Lan Yan. Fang Qi, who had just come down from upstairs, dug out his weapon at the sight without thinking. Sir, don't fire. It is us. Seeing Fang Qi digging out the rocket launcher, Song Qingfeng and his buddies jumped up with fright and yelled immediately. Fang Qi, Zhang Xiaoyu, Nolan Mingxie, Chapter 116, Guilty. Hey, what are you doing? Fang Qi's face twitched, wondering why they came to the internet cafe dressed as zombies. And you as well. He looked Nolan Mingxie and Lan Yan over as well. Zhang Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that they were not real zombies, and she glared at them. Take off your masks. You'll scare the other customers. On the side, young Master Chen gave her a thumbs up with tears on his face. This loli knows me. The academy forbids you from playing in my shop. Fang Qi rolled his eyes. Owner, how come you're not surprised? Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Fang Qi curiously. Fang Qi glanced at the hot sun outside and mumbled, it's just one of the rules from schools that forbid students from entering the internet cafes and swimming in the rivers on their way from school. It's nothing surprising. TL note. This is quite common in China where students are forbidden from playing games at all. Sir, what did you say? The others looked at him, confused. Nothing, Fang Qi said while touching his nose. It's why you sneaked into my shop. Of course, we put a lot of thought into how to get into the shop without being caught. Lin Xiao said with a laugh. I bet there are spies outside of the door. Okay, we'll go and play games. Seeing the guys paying and walking to their computers, Zhang Xiaoyu looked touched. Owner, your customers are so loyal. They came to support your business at such great risks. Fang Qi's face twitched while he said awkwardly, there are players who go to the internet cafe at greater risks. Greater risks? Leaning her head to one side, Zhang Xiaoyu stared at Fang Qi and murmured doubtfully, I've seen no one like that. You have seen one of them. Fang Qi sat down before a computer. Looking at the young guys and girls with youthful passion on their faces, he remembered his old life where he went from a young game addict to a professional gamer and the contemptuous looks people cast at him during the process. He remembered his old battlefields and teammates. Subconsciously, he shook his head and smiled self-mockingly, I'm an old retiree, and it's no use to bury myself in memories. Meanwhile, Xiao Yul, who stood behind Su Tianji watching her play, saw Song Qingfeng and the others with masks in their hands. He rolled his eyes and thought, so that's... After some consideration, an idea dawned on him, and his eyes lit up. On the other side, young Master Chen finally got his wish of playing the despicable games. According to his request, Fang Qi recommended Counter-Strike and Diablo to him since both could be played in teams. This guy activated both games at the same time and activated Counter-Strike for each of his servants while he was doing it. After all, it was easy to spend money that wasn't his. While touching the almost empty pocket, young Master Chen thought, tomorrow, I'll ask Dad for more money. Ha 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 ha, this is fun. On the screen, he fired repeatedly while his servants fled desperately. Xiao Wu, hurry up and call over young Master Yong and young Master Yu. Chen Xiaolong yelled between his wild laughs. Diablo 2 wasn't the most popular game in the internet cafe right now, not because it wasn't fun, but because the sword control technique was more appealing to cultivators and warriors. While some of them began to master the sword control technique, some old players returned to Diablo, and among them were Nolan Hongwu, Elder Fu, Song Qingfeng, and his buddies. Compared with the legend of the Sword and Fairy, the monsters in Diablo that were lurking in the darkness to launch sneak attacks gave the players the thrill of adventures. Each of the games in Fang Chi's shop maintained the feel of the original versions, including the combination of skills in the Diablo and the spiritual spells and sword techniques in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy that were more powerful than the player's own martial arts techniques and spiritual spells. Besides, the buffs in the game and proper arrangement made those techniques more powerful than those in the real world. For example, when Fang Chi played the Paladin, all he had to do was to use the skill, Holy Shield, drink potions, and use Blessed Hammer to kill all the monsters. He didn't need to do anything. Therefore, when players fought the monsters and the boss, they could handle most of the situations as long as they could use the skills with proficiency. This way, the players with lower strength in the real world, such as Song Qingfeng and his buddies, could still play the game even when they encountered high-level bosses. However, it didn't mean that the players' own techniques were useless. For example, when Nolan Hongwu played Diablo with Elder Fu, they had consciously combined their own combat techniques and skills into the game, so they could kill monsters faster and handle special situations. This was another reason why Song Qingfeng and others decided to spend 1 hour on Diablo on top of leveling up faster. They treated the games purely as games before, but they were getting more serious now. Young Master Lin, let's see if we can master these basic techniques. Don't we have the sword control technique to learn? I barely have time for one. Lin Xiao immediately complained. Then, we focus on one. In the real world, we can't use the techniques and spells that we don't master. 6 hours later, it was dark outside. Song Qingfeng and his buddies put their masks back on and got ready to leave the internet cafe. Lin Xiao opened the door and glanced outside stealthily. It looks fine, Lin Xiao said in a low voice. Go, 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 hurry up. Song Qingfeng waved his hand, and they ran out from the door before walking across the street with faked calmness. In a dark corner outside Fang Chi's shop, 2 men smiled faintly when they saw a few weirdly dressed young men walking out of the internet cafe. Director Qin had promised them large sums of rewards if they caught disciples who entered the shop. These sneaky guys are very likely disciples from the academy. Their strange outfits are obviously disguises. Let's follow them. Bad news. Young Master Song, I feel like we are being followed. Lin Xiao suddenly sensed something, and he whispered to the other 2. Having engaged in highly intense battles in the games, they were more sensitive to danger. Hail a good beast carriage, and they won't be able to catch up. Song Qingfeng whispered back, my god, they are really instructors from the academy. They are chasing after us. Lin Xiao looked back and saw 2 black figures following them, and he shrieked with fear. My god, danger, beat it, scared, they ran like mice seeing a cat. Run, run, they were caught the moment that they left the shop. They looked guilty, hurry up and get them. The middle-aged male instructor was elated that he had finally found some potential trouble-making students after hiding in this damned place for the whole day. Meanwhile, Nolan Mingshe and Lan Yan walked out of the internet cafe calmly as if nothing had happened. The other male instructor glanced at the shop entrance and saw them. 2 more came out. Ms. Nolan, are you sure that we'll be fine? Lan Yan shivered and almost exposed themselves. I'm sure. Nolan Mingshe continued walking. The middle-aged male instructor looked back and saw these 2 people walking out casually. They don't look guilty. We will chase the ones before us, I'm sure they are our targets. Don't let them get away. Chapter 117. This internet cafe is your strongest support. With their cultivation strengths, Song Qingfeng and his buddies couldn't outrun the 2 instructors from the academy. Split up. An idea dawned on Song Qingfeng, and he immediately turned into a side alley. Right, split up. Lin Xiao immediately turned into another alley. Shu Luo suddenly found that he was alone, and then he looked back. Fuck, he continued running. They split up. What should we do? The younger and taller instructor asked. This young instructor was obviously inexperienced. Each of us can chase after one. Seal their warrior chi when we catch him. The shorter, middle-aged instructor looked dignified and experienced. We'll search for the last one later. Good plan, Instructor Zhou. Hurriedly, the taller instructor chose one alley and sped after the fleeing disciple. Zhou Kaibei had been an instructor in Lingyun Academy for some years and had trained many elite disciples, but he was still not a high-level instructor yet. He took this task that Director Chin assigned to them as an opportunity of promotion if he could catch some disciples who came into the small shop to play games. With this thought, he continued the chase. Quickly, Zhou Kaibei saw Shu Luo running into a side lane swiftly. He kicked the ground with his right foot and leapt up into the air before landing steadily on the top of a house with his hands clasped behind his back. Soon, he saw a figure running in the darkness from the corner of his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was blocked by a burly instructor. How come he's so fast? Lin Xiao got ready to fight almost subconsciously. You want to resist? The burly instructor sneered as he bent his knees and pushed out his right hand with a shout. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xiao felt a huge force crashing toward him like an essence wall. Combat technique, air vibration. Lin Xiao's heart sank as his hope of escaping vanished. I'm finished. Before he could move, he was sent flying by this huge force. Feeling all of his internal organs squeezing against each other, Lin Xiao flew up into the air. When he landed on the ground, he lost all sensations in his body. This combat technique released a powerful force with warrior chi which could shake the opponent's bones and internal organs. It was hard to block for a lower-level warrior. It was no surprise that Lin Xiao was suppressed by one attack. Meanwhile, Shu Luo was caught in Zhou Kaibei's hand like a small chick as his warrior chi was sealed. Zhou Kaibei sneered as he looked at Shu Luo in his hand. The academy has repeatedly ordered the disciples not to enter this small shop, but you still went there. Shu Luo felt cold and thought, how come I'm so damn unlucky? There's one more. The darkness of the night deepened. Feeling tired after playing, Fang Qi opened the door and inhaled the fresh air outside while stretching. At this moment, Fang Qi saw a figure racing toward him while yelling and panting, Sir! Sir! Help me! Fang Qi's face twitched. Why are you back? Instruct! Song Qingfeng pointed behind him. Forget it, let me in. Song Qingfeng raced into the shop. Since he couldn't outrun that instructor, the shop was the safest place for him. After all, no one could make trouble in the shop. In the moonlight, Fang Qi saw a figure flying down with his arms spread like a huge eagle. He was a short, middle-aged man who clutched another guy in his hand. Seeing Fang Qi, he narrowed his eyes and observed the ordinary-looking young man who was standing at the door. Little guy, I remember that you're the owner of this shop, right? At this moment, the burly instructor also jumped down from the roof. I got this one. I'll see who else dares to enter this shop again. Zhou Kaibei nodded and reached out his hand. Hand over the student who ran into your shop. It's the private business of our Lingyun Academy, so please don't intervene. Although he used the word, please, his tone oozed with threatening vibes. Fang Qi was amused. You're stopping people from coming to my business and still want me to cooperate. I know that you have a master inside your shop, Zhou Kaibei said with a sneer, but you can't mess with our Lingyun Academy as well. I won't go into your shop and make trouble, but I'll wait outside. We'll check in the academy tomorrow morning to find out who is absent, and we'll know who is inside your shop now. Fang Qi's face twitched when he felt the academy instructor's persistence. It was one thing for the academy to create new rules, but it was another thing when they tried to order him around in front of his shop. Did they really think that I'm made of clay? At this moment, Fang Qi's eyelids twitched and saw a task appearing in the system interface. New task. Play safely and peacefully at the Internet Café, 2. Task description. Defeat the instructors from Lingyun Academy who are blocking the door and rescue the customers from them. Task reward. 1 random treasure box. Task instruction. When you are blocked by instructors, remember that this internet cafe will provide you with the strongest support. There's even a task for it. Fang Qi looked surprised. How about having a friendly battle with me in my shop? Fang Qi smiled politely and said, if you win, you can capture anyone you want. But if you lose, you have to give them to me. After saying that, he pointed at Shu Luo and Lin Zhao who were captured already. Zhou Kaibei froze for a moment and then smirked. Enter your shop. What trick are you playing? Do you take me as a moron? We can battle here outside. The burly instructor grinned. If you win, they are yours. We can battle here outside. Fang Qi shrugged. You can't use the weapon that can spit out fire. Zhou Kaibei immediately added since he had done some investigation before he came and knew that even ancestral warriors found that mysterious weapon a headache. Sir, you can't agree to that. Song Qingfeng immediately opened the door and yelled. No, Zhou Kaibei said with a smirk, Little Li, take these two back to the academy. They will be severely punished for breaking the rules purposefully. They probably will be kicked out of the academy. Fang Chi stopped him immediately and said, "Fine. I will not use the rocket launcher." "Well," Zhou Kaibei stroked his chin. "They are your friends. It seems that you care about these two kids." Lin Xiao and Shu Luo had tears on their faces. "The shop owner is so kind." "Yeah, the owner is a loyal friend." Zhang Xiaoyu, who watched the scene from behind, was also touched. "I thought he was black-hearted, but he's a reliable friend when needed." Fang Chi's face twitched, thinking that he was just doing a task. "Sir, you can't agree to that." Seeing Fang Chi agreeing to battle with them without the rocket launcher, Shu Luo said anxiously, "The strength of the instructors at Lingyun Academy is greater than ordinary warriors. Although Mr. Fang seems to have great strength, it mainly comes from the rocket launcher. Do you want me to allow these two guys to catch whoever they want in front of my shop?" Fang Chi glanced at them and then walked to the center of the street. "Who will fight me first?" Song Qingfeng and his buddies felt dead inside. "We're finished." The shop owner agreed to fight them like this. Chapter 118. Broadcasted on livestream. Wow, I've never watched the shop owner in a real fight. Yi Xiaoyi, who loved watching drama, came over immediately. The players who were still playing at the internet cafe were mostly people living outside of the city, such as the Cloud Ocean faction disciples Yun Lian, Bai Lang, and Zan Yan. Xu Zixin and Shen Qingqing didn't show up here lately. Out of all current players, only Liang Shi and his buddies were residents of this city. "He is a Grandmaster warrior, right?" Liang Shi looked at the big instructor who came over to battle Fang Chi. "Can the shop owner win without the rocket launcher?" "Sir, you can do it." Yi Xiaoyi waved her small fists and shouted, since she couldn't see whose strength was greater with her current cultivation strength. After shouting, she saw the people around her all looking at her weirdly. Senior brothers, why are you staring at me?" Yi Xiaoyi was puzzled. "It's obvious that the shop owner's cultivation strength is weaker than his opponent's," Yun Lian said. "Junior sister, can't you see that?" At this moment, Fang Chi took out an exquisitely made black sword from a sheath and held it in his hand. Sword. Not only Li Yong, the burly instructor facing Fang Chi, but the surrounding people all froze as well. "I bought it while I went shopping. I can finally put it into use now." Fang Chi waved the long sword in his hand and looked at the burly guy in front of him, saying, "After you." At this moment, laughter burst out from the instructors. "This sword looks pretty." Yi Xiaoyi looked at the sword sheath, which looked like a slab of black jade, and the long sword that was engraved with exquisite patterns of bamboos. "The shop owner has good taste. What are they laughing about?" Young Lian's face fell while he whispered, "It's of course pretty. It is a decorative sword which one hangs on the wall." Deco. Ya Xiaoyi froze. Decorative sword. Hearing these two words, Song Qingfeng, Lin Xiao, and Shu Luo touched their foreheads, thinking, "We're finished. Don't you even know how to select a sword?" Li Yong looked at Fang Chi coldly while he raised his fists that were protected by gloves that had metal scales on them. "You're lucky that you have a powerful figure behind you. Otherwise, you'd be dead now. Don't waste your time on him. Get rid of him." Zhou Kaibei said in a grave voice, "We can finish the task sooner." "Got it." Li Yong bent his knees and spread his arms, staring at Fang Chi like a hungry tiger that was looking at its prey. "The instructors of Lingyun Academy are indeed extraordinary." Liang Shi sighed faintly and said with concern, "Just their presence alone can scare opponents." Song Qingfeng and others were not in the mood to watch the fight. At this moment, people suddenly saw a flashing sword light appeared in front of Fang Chi. No one saw him draw the sword. It came out of the sheath by itself as if it had a spirit of its own. The moonlight reflecting on the body of the sword looked like water flowing from a spring. Combat technique. Everyone could sense the warrior chi flowing through Li Yang's body in a certain pattern and gathering in his palms. He examined the distance of about 6 meters between them and shouted, "Enough." Tiger. His shout stopped suddenly when he saw a flash of silver light slash toward him viciously from the corner of his eye, and a sharp ear-piercing whistling noise sounded. He wondered how his opponent's sword blade could be so long. However, he had no time to mull over it. He turned his combat technique toward the sword flash in a hurry. Two huge forces collided with each other and let out an earth-shaking loud noise. Obviously, Li Yong had greater power, and the force from his technique instantly shattered the street behind the sword. The violent force expanded outward and crashed toward the internet cafe by the side of the street. The ground in front of the shop shattered first. Young Master Chen was about to walk out of the shop, but he was so frightened that he almost dropped onto the ground on his butt when he saw the scene through the transparent glass door. However, nothing happened in the next moment, and the fragile glass door of the shop was intact. The chi gathered on Fang Chi's sword was obviously much weaker, but it all landed on Li Yang's body, shredding his clothes and wounding him. What's this combat technique? How can it be so powerful 6 meters away? To his astonishment, Li Yang saw that no one was holding the sword that was striking him. Fang Chi was standing 6 meters away from him. Besides him, all the customers of Internet Café watched in a daze as a thought dawned on them. Is it really the? Fang Chi waved his finger and the long sword flew up slowly under his control. It was an ordinary long sword, but it looked alive with its silver body under his control, looking like an agile silver snake. The sword was so nimble that it seemed like it could attack from any angle. Li Yang felt like his opponent was only a sword, but he had been forced into a tight corner instantly. The sword control technique. The people watching the battle couldn't believe that they were seeing the sword control technique in the real world. They had experienced the great power of the sword control technique in the game, but they had never imagined that they could watch it in the real world. You mastered it. Song Qingfeng almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, but he witnessed the silver sword cut many bloody wounds on Li Yang's waist and belly. If the latter wasn't good at dodging, these cuts would have been fatal. On the other hand, Fang Chi stood where he was and didn't move an inch. Is it really the sword control technique? Yi Xiaoyi opened her mouth subconsciously, until it was wide enough to fill an egg. The cultivators such as Bai Lang and Yung Lian also gaped while they watched the incredible sight. Sword control technique. The sword control technique which they had been contemplating and practicing day and night showed its great power in the real world for the first time. Seeing Fang Chi beating a more powerful warrior by just waving his fingers, the people watching the battle were all shocked. With a celestial sword, I can go to the heavens and enter the netherworld. The sword control technique was indeed powerful. When did the owner become so strong? Zhang Xiaoyu widened her eyes at the sight, and her small face filled with astonishment. Fuck, the shop owner is awesome. Lin Xiao cussed subconsciously and yelled in elation. The shop owner is the best. Seeing that Fang Chi had turned the tables, Xu Xiao immediately yelled after Lin Xiao. With tears flowing down his face, he felt exhilarated. I'm damn saved. With a celestial sword, I can go to the heavens and enter the netherworld. Song Qingfeng yelled in excitement. The imperial sword arrives with the wind, eliminating evil from heaven and earth. Yi Xiaoyi also shouted. Many people cheered in excitement as well. The sword control technique was awe-inspiring. Fang Chi shrugged casually as if he were broadcasting on the livestream. The key to the sword control technique is speed. Among the combat techniques in the world, speed triumphs all. I don't need to exert much strength, but do you think he dares to use combat techniques against me? No, he doesn't. The shop owner is awesome. The most powerful shop owner in history. The sword control technique is amazing. If there were a livestream screen here, the bullet comments would have flooded it. Humph, you're a cultivator. Zhou Kaibei's face twitched, and his expression turned cold. He watched from a dark corner while Li Yang was put into a disadvantage. Cultivators are not so great at close-range combat. After all, we can't fail the mission that Director Qin assigned to us. Fine. An ordinary-looking knife flashed and appeared in his hand as a chilly presence released from it. He curled his lips, saying, I never said that it was in one-on-one battle. Chapter 119. Real battles need nimbleness. It's coming to an end. After battling for a long time, with the decorative sword that they had scorned, Li Yang couldn't get within 3 meters of Fang Chi, let alone touch his clothes. Now, Li Yang was forced into a corner. To everyone's astonishment, a black shadow dashed out soundlessly from the side while a chilly knife light slashed toward Fang Chi who was controlling the sword. Sneak attack. Despicable. Shameless. How come Lingyun Academy has such a shameless instructor? Shop owner, be careful. Furious yells and cusses rose, but it was too late for any of them to help due to the suddenness of the attack. The knife slashed toward Fang Chi's belly as swift as lightning. Even if he could manage to dodge it narrowly, he would be severely wounded by this sudden and vicious attack. You're indeed just a cultivator. When the knife got close and Fang Chi showed no intention of dodging it, Zhou Kaibei smirked smugly. However, a faint light lit up on Fang Chi's chest while a row of data flashed across his eyes. The knife was only a few inches from Fang Chi's body. All the people had their hearts in their throats, thinking that they would see blood gushing out the next moment. However, They witnessed an unbelievable scene in the next moment. With his knee pushing up and his elbow crashing down, the two strongest parts of human body clashed and locked down the swift and vicious knife like two huge hammers. The extremely vicious knife froze suddenly. It couldn't even be drawn back, let alone moving forward. Even the warrior chi that was wrapped around the knife was shattered by this extremely vicious blow. This is close-range combat skills. Song Qingfeng and others were stupefied. Although Fang Qi's sword control technique was very powerful, he had also previously experienced a huge buff from the T-virus. Adding that to his strong cultivation strength, the close-range combat skills, and his complete synchronization with Chris, his strength was beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. He could handle most of the close-range combats. The combat skills from Resident Evil. Liang Shi was also stupefied. Isn't that the combat skills for low-level warriors? Which high-level warrior would use these techniques? How could one parry a combat technique with a grappling technique? The shop owner blocked this attack with combat skills for low-level warriors. The crowd gasped. They looked at Fang Qi and saw no fear on his face after being attacked from behind. After all, when he practiced the sword control technique, he was always attacked before he could see the sword. If he couldn't parry this attack, his hard efforts would be wasted. Fang Qi turned his head and glanced at the stupefied crowd who claimed that the combat skills were only for low-level warriors. It seems that you misunderstood these combat skills. In fact, if you master them, you can enter the competition in the King of Fighters. Competition of the King of Fighters. Zhang Xiaoyu blinked. What's that? Can we use the combat skills against the high-level warriors? Liang Shi asked in surprise. At this moment, Zhou Kaibei finally withdrew his knife from between Fang Qi's knee and elbow. After retreating several steps, he stared at Fang Qi and asked in alarm, "Are you a cultivator or a warrior?" No cultivator could be so strong in close-range combat. He felt like he was seeing a ghost. To conceal his sneak attack, Zhou Kaibei didn't use his full force, but he hadn't expected his knife to be caught by a person who looked like a cultivator either. Glancing at the dumbfounded crowd, Fang Qi said, "Since you still have doubts about the combat skills, I'll show you how powerful they are. The combat skills needs nimbleness." Fang Qi made a stance. "If my opponent doesn't attack, I don't attack, I feint." Feint. Zhou Kaibei stared at Fang Qi coldly. Although he knew nothing about these combat skills, he understood feint. "Then, I'll give him a feint attack and see what trick he's playing." Now, the crowd watched the battle with concentration, wanting to know how to use combat skills on a warrior who could release the warrior chi. Liang Shi even hurried over, bought a container of Haagen-Dazs, and watched the fight while he ate it. About 2 meters away from Fang Qi, Zhou Kaibei slashed out his knife, and the energy reached Fang Qi before the knife did. Meanwhile, Fang Qi swayed slightly and easily dodged the knife energy. Then in the blink of an eye, he had moved very close to his opponent. "Now, we must get close. At such a close range, there's no room for your opponent to use fancy techniques. It's impossible." Fang Qi spoke while he punched, looking as if he were taking a stroll in a courtyard. "Sir, I want to learn it." With bright eyes, Song Qingfeng watched Fang Qi dodge his opponent's knife energy with only a slight sway. "The owner knows everything." Zhang Xiaoyu watched with envy on her face. "I want to learn it too. The shop owner can even do this." Liang Shi watched in amazement while he ate the Haagen-Dazs. "Sir, you're so strong. I want to learn it too." Yi Xiaoyi yelled instantly. While his face twitched, Young Lian said with a whisper, "Junior sister, we're cultivators." Cultivators. Zhou Kaibei's face twitched non-stop. When Fang Qi got close, his fists, shoulders, head, elbows, and knees all became powerful weapons. Compared with formal combat techniques, Fang Qi's attacks looked compact and tight like a continuous storm. With only one knife in his hand, Zhou Kaibei found that it was impossible to parry these attacks. He wished that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, it was impossible to block his opponent. The close-range combat advantage that the warriors had over the cultivators was a joke in this situation. "Want to stick to me?" Zhou Kaibei's expression turned dark while his feet moved in a certain pattern and his warrior chi gathered in him. Abruptly, he stomped his foot, shouting, "Shatter step." Meanwhile, Fang Qi continued his live broadcast. "When punching, we must reserve 30% of our strength. At the same time, we must watch our opponent's movements to see if there's a weakness that we can use. For example, if he moves his feet, we can focus on his hands because most of his warrior chi will be on his feet. We must be nimble and don't collide with his force head-on. While he talked, Fang Qi's left hand grabbed onto his opponent's wrist. While the shatter step took Zhou Kaibei more than 3 meters away instantly, Fang Qi had caught the latter's wrist and moved with him. They were still 1 foot apart. Zhou Kaibei was startled. He had tried to put distance between them, but his opponent still stood before him. More importantly, Fang Qi's feet looked as if they were rooted in the ground and showed no sign of imbalance. The moment he lands, use Kuzuka's heavy punch, and 127 Shiki, Ibana. Looking at Zhou Kaibei, who had been sent flying several meters, Fang Qi brushed the dust off his hand and said, he can never block this combo. TL notes. These are Iori Yagami's moves from the King of Fighters. I didn't know that combat skills could be used this way. I feel like I learned a lot. Many Resident Evil players said excitedly. Kuzuka's heavy punch, and 127 Shiki, Ibana. Sir, you're playing in the game. You must be. Everyone was stupefied. Yi Xiaoyi was elated, saying, I've decided. I don't want to be a cultivator in the future. I want to learn combat skills. Standing beside her, Yun Lian's expression turned dark, thinking that her father would kill her if she did that. Sir, you're so strong. Song Qingfeng had thought that the combat skills they learned in Resident Evil were only for them to use when they ran out of warrior chi, but now he found that these combat skills could be so powerful. Zhou Kaibei struggled up from the ground, and Li Yong didn't fare any better. When they got up, Fang Qi asked, do you still want to fight? They looked at each other and said, we'll use techniques together. I don't believe that you can block our combined force. They got into position. Each of them had a cultivation strength greater than Fang Qi's, let alone their combined force. When they gathered all the warrior chi in their bodies, the whole street turned chilly. In real-world battles, being clever is important. Now, we can show our trump card. While he explained, the sword that was hovered in the air behind him split into 2, then into 4, then 8, until the space was filled with swords. A moment ago, one sword had unleashed unbelievable power, and now, Zhou Kaibei, Li Yong, with so many swords attacking at such a close range, they would be turned into sieves before they could use their techniques. How could they combine their forces then? While shivering, their faces turned green. Run, run, run. All the people were stupefied by this sight. Chapter 120, Solving the Issue. Fang Qi exhaled with satisfaction, venting most of his frustration that he had accumulated in the game cultivation room after being beaten in the battles. Now, he felt great. Of course, he didn't show it on his face. Without a word, Zhou Kaibei and Li Yong fled in desperation. After they were gone, Fang Qi withdrew the sword and turned his head, meeting the stupefied eyes of the crowd. Sir, you even mastered the innumerable sword scroll. Sir, are you still a human? Liang Shi and the others asked in astonishment. Just when we are trying to learn how to use the sword control technique in the real world, the shop owner has begun using the innumerable sword scroll. Bai Lang and the others inhaled deeply and stared at Fang Qi. It was the innumerable sword scroll. What was more shocking was the realization that if Fang Qi didn't go easy on his opponents and didn't care about destroying the whole street, he could have killed those 2 instructors with the huge sword energies. They would have nowhere to escape to in the whole world. Meanwhile, Fang Qi frowned when he saw the uneven ground and the scratches on the white walls of the street. Due to his short time of practice, his control wasn't good enough. While glancing at the cheering young men and young women, he thought that it was enough for now. Then, Zhang Xiaoyu walked over suspiciously and looked at Fang Qi up and down. What are you looking at? Fang Qi reached out and pinched her cheek to stop her head from moving. I must make sure that you are really my boss, Zhang Xiaoyu said while stomping her feet. No, I feel like he is the real shop owner. Yi Xiaoyi said, I'm sure that senior gave him private lessons. Elated, Yi Xiaoyi rushed over, saying, I want to become that senior's disciple. Sir, do you still need employees? Sudden understanding dawned on the others, and the rest of the people asked in a hurry, Sir, do you need more employees? Seeing others trying to get her job, Zhang Xiaoyu got anxious like a kitten whose tail got trodden. Not at all, of course, you do. Yi Xiaoyi pointed at the shop on the other side of the street and said, you have a new shop. What then? Can you do the cleaning? Can you do laundry and cook? Why should I do those things? Do you want the owner to do these chores? Zhang Xiaoyu said with her hands resting on her hips. Standing on the side, Fang Qi thought, I'm surprised at this loli knows so much about her job now. You're right, Yi Xiaoyi froze and then felt dejected. I guess I can do none of those things. Zhang Xiaoyu felt smug with her head raised. But I know spiritual spells. It's no big deal. I know spiritual spells too. I'll show you the cloud summoning technique of our Cloud Ocean faction. Shame on you for showing us such a low-level spiritual spell. We have the fog summoning technique. Not impressed. Fang Qi watched the two girls bicker with each other, sensing a headache. On the other side, were saved finally. Dropping onto the ground listlessly, Lin Xiao and Shu Luo touched the cold sweat on their backs, saying, if we were taken back, we'd be finished. They shivered uncontrollably when they thought of the potential contemptuous looks from their families if they got kicked out of the academy. Song Qingfeng also heaved a sigh of relief. Sir, our hearts were in our throats. I almost died of fear. Anyway, thank you for what you did for us. After getting up from the ground, Lin Xiao's face twitched. Sir, can you do me another favor? What's it? Our cultivation strengths are sealed, and we can't break the seals. Lin Xiao and Shu Luo looked embarrassed. After all, they would be in trouble if people found that their cultivation strengths were sealed when they got back to the academy. All in all, Song Qingfeng and the others went back home without incident. Meanwhile, this incident was reported to Qin Bing. What? 2 instructors from the academy were defeated by the shop owner in front of the Origin Internet Club. Qin Bing slammed the desk with furious force. What kind of wastrels are they? How come they are so useless? Standing before him was an Iron Tower-looking middle-aged male instructor with a red complexion and a tough body. That shop is extraordinary, and I'm afraid that ordinary instructors are no match for the shop owner. Indeed, Qin Bing trailed off and sank into deep thought. In the instructors' residence of Lingyun Academy. The morning sunshine shone in through the glass while Mu Hongzhu read the lesson plan on the desk as usual. The eminent national examination was of great importance to the whole Lingyun Academy and its elite disciples. The combat techniques were the most important part of the examination, and she, as a combat technique instructor, had a great responsibility on her shoulders. This morning, the instructors' residence was livelier than usual, especially among the instructors who were managing the Huang house. I heard that Instructor Zhou and Instructor Li went to that small shop named Origin Internet Club to capture disciples but got kicked out in humiliation. Is it true? Director Qin has issued the order forbidding the disciples from going there. How dare anyone break his rule? It's true, Instructor Zhou and Instructor Li are still recovering from their injuries. It's said they might be expelled from the academy. That's severe. Instructor Mu. As the supervisor of Class A, Chen Zhang was close to Mu Hongzhu. When he passed her desk, he greeted her and said, the instructors have been talking about it since early morning. Don't think much of it. Mu Hongzhu nodded. The news spread quickly. Despite the academy's efforts on hiding the incident, many people witnessed that battle, which meant that it was only a matter of time before the news was spread all over the place. She was a bit more curious about this small shop and wondered what magic it had that drew the disciples to it even at great risks. Then, she shook her head slightly, trying to get these thoughts out of her head. After all, many urgent matters awaited her. Meanwhile in Lingyun Academy, I heard that some people entered the Origin Internet Club wearing masks and came back safe and sound. Shichi had several schoolmates around him. Come on, we'll try it tonight as well. Okay. We'll go and get some masks now. We'll leave the academy together tonight. Nolan Mingshe was also in the academy. Ms. Nolan, Lan Yao looked regretful, saying, we left early last night. If we stayed longer, we would have watched the shop owner use the innumerable sword scroll. With the shop owner defeating 2 instructors, it means that we can go and play games without worrying about being caught, right? With a frown, Nolan Mingshe said, tonight, we'll go and play Counter-Strike and practice our skills with guns. Awesome, Lan Yan said. She felt happy that she could finally play in relaxation. We can ask the shop owner and the others to join us to play that map called Dust. Chapter 121. Beat the wrong guy. To keep his mind from being disturbed, Fang Qi split up the 24 hours that he had in the game cultivation room and used about 6 hours of it every day, which was about 3 months per day in this special room. Now that Zhang Xiaoyu had gotten used to the daily business in the internet cafe, Fang Qi had more time to manage other things. Seeing everything going well in the shop, he went back upstairs and inhaled deeply before entering the battles with his game characters. I didn't know that one can play games while wearing a mask. Xiao Yulv had been craving for the games in Haagen-Dazs in Fang Qi's shop for a long time. Every day, when he watched everyone else enjoying the games and snacks, he had the urge to rush over and play as well. However, the only thing that he could do was watch others play. He wasn't even allowed to send bullet comments, let alone playing. However, he found that people could hide their identities and play the games in the shop with masks on their faces yesterday. He was thrilled at this discovery. He glanced up and saw the name, Joe's Shop, on the board. It was an ordinary small shop. With a faint smile, Xiao Yulv walked in and saw a white-haired old man. As he chuckled, he took out the crystals that he had prepared and asked, "Old Man Joe, how is my mask?" "It's on the table." Old Man Joe glanced at Xiao Yulv. "I put a small stealth array on the mask, and no one can detect your aura while you are wearing it." "Hee, that's great." Xiao Yulv weighed the mask in his hand and put it on, finding that it fit his face perfectly. He immediately took out more crystals and said, "Make some more for me and don't tell anyone about these masks." After all, he was going to use these masks to conceal his identity, and he would be in trouble if Fang Qi found out. Even his aunt would give him a good beating, let alone Fang Qi if he were discovered. At this thought, Xiao Yulv felt like crying, wondering why he was treated so badly by his own family members while others were being spoiled. They even claimed that they did it for my benefit. Damn it. After threatening Old Man Joe a little with his background, Xiao Yulv put on the mask and walked out of the door with satisfaction. "Instructor Joe, you have clues so soon?" With his hands wrapped in bandages and his face beaten black and blue, Li Yong asked in resentment. "Of course." Zhou Kaibei looked gloomy. "I have my resources in Juhua City. They dared to ask the shop owner to beat us. These students don't have the slightest respect for the instructors. It is outrageous." "Right," Li Yong said through his gritted teeth. "When we find out the identities of those unruly disciples, I will report them to the academy and get them expelled." They had some helpers with them, and the person in the lead had a deep scar in his face. Zhou Kaibei glanced at them and urged, "Old Ba, show the way." "Calm down. We are almost there," the guy with scar said. "Turn right at the end of the alley, and it's our destination." "I've done some investigation and found that only 3 people ordered this kind of masks. When we get the looks of those guys, you can find out who they are." Before they reached the end of the alley, Zhou Kaibei saw a figure flashing past them. Li Yong was startled. "That person is wearing the kind of zombie mask that those disciples last night wore." "I saw it too." Zhou Kaibei's face turned dark. "They even dared to come here. Is he the guy who caused your misfortune yesterday?" Behind them, Dao Ba picked up a paper bag from the ground and said, "Let's follow him. When we get close to him, you two seal his cultivation strength." He was experienced with such things. Meanwhile, Xiao Yulv was musing to himself in excitement, "What a loophole I've found. With this mask, the shop can't forbid me from playing the games." He found that the masks which Song Qingfeng and the others wore yesterday were quite interesting. They looked so real that some customers almost dropped to the ground with fright when seeing them. He had liked the mask instantly, and he asked around and found the only shop that was able to make such masks in the city. He went to the shop yesterday and placed the order, so he got the mask today. Xiao Yulv got excited and thought with relish, "This time, I'll pretend to be one of the other customers and buy all the delicious snacks I want. I'll play without stop for 24 hours. I'll flood the screen with bullet messages and scare away the few remaining customers in the process." At this thought, Xiao Yulv felt so great that all the frustration that had accumulated in his heart were suddenly gone. Ha 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 ha. While he was laughing, Xiao Yulv's vision suddenly darkened. "What's happening? Why did everything become dark? Something covered my head." Before he could react, he felt 2 strong surges of essence rushing into his body, sealing his spiritual essence. Then, fists landed onto him. "Och, who's beating me? Who fucking dared to beat me? Do you want to die? Still stubborn? Beat him some more. You dare to threaten us? Do you want to die, kid?" More punches and kicks landed. "You dare to beat me, Xiao Yulv? Are you seeking death?" Xiao Yulv exploded. "Xiao." The attackers froze and looked at each other. "Xiao Yulv, the big bully from the Luyun Taoist Palace. His voice sounds different from the 3 guys from yesterday." Li Yong said. "No." Dao Ba froze. "No, we got the wrong guy." Zhou Kaibei's face turned dark. "Run, run, we're finished if he sees us. Run, run now." Xiao Yulv, FKU. It was said the disciples from Lingyun Academy would be holding a masquerade ball in the Origin Internet Club. It was a happy gathering, but Xiao Yulv, who had worked hard to get his mask, looked furious. He didn't get to the Origin Internet Club until the evening, and he was in a bad mood since he had been beaten by some people while he was walking. Seeing the players who concealed their identities under masks or full helmets walking into the Origin Internet Club, Xiaoyul, who hid his bruised face under the zombie mask, thought with gritted teeth, "Today, I must get my hands on a game." Chapter 122, Playing Games. Impossible. Look at you. While you cultivated in seclusion, you've dumped all the internal affairs of the Tianji Palace to me, your senior brother. Now that you came out of the seclusion, you go out each day. Shame on you. In the grand hall of the Luyun Taoist Palace, a handsome middle-aged guy with gray hair scolded with a dark expression. Sitting in the hall, Su Tianji looked calm with a cup of tea in her hand. "Palace Master, I'm doing it to study new spiritual spells and new weapons for the benefit of our palace. You dare to bring up the topic of new spiritual spells." Hearing her words, Shui Delph got angrier. "Some disciples reported to me that you teach them so-called sword control technique drunken immortal moon observing steps which are neither spiritual spells nor combat techniques. They can't even understand them. Even more, you teach them the gun skills. If you continue teaching them this way, you'll ruin the few talented disciples. It is why I plan to take them out of the mountain to play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy in Counter-Strike. They will have a personal experience this way," Su Tianji said earnestly. "Play what?" With a dark expression, Shui Delph widened his eyes while the veins bulged on his forehead. "The Legend of the Sword and Fairy." Su Tianji said, "Palace Master, you've been busy with the operation of the palace and don't know the Legend of the Sword and Fairy or Counter-Strike." Su Tianji was late today. Despite the many businesses that she had to do after coming out of seclusion, she still wanted to play the games. Even after she finished the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, she would play it again and try to get a better ending. "Well, junior brother Xiao didn't come with us today. Isn't it nice?" He kept babbling and throwing out his comments even though he couldn't play. "How annoying he is," Feng Hua and Yuexin whispered to each other while they followed Su Tianji into the shop. Standing beside them, the guy who wore a zombie mask got mad when he heard these comments. Meanwhile, Su Tianji had a man who was wearing a wooden mask by her side. He looked around and whispered, "Junior sister, do you really think that the Legend of the Sword and Fairy and Counter-Strike are so useful to our Luyun Taoist Palace?" Su Tianji's expression turned dark as she asked, "Palace Master, why are you wearing the mask?" "I must cover my face." Shui Delph snorted with his hands clasped behind his back. "As the master of our palace, I would feel ashamed if the disciples know that I came out so late to play games. This mask has a history." Shui Delph said, "When I was young, I used to sneak out of the mountain but got caught by our master each time I tried. Later I asked for this mask from our uncle master, Lu Fengxi. I'm sure that no one can see through this mask." Su Tianji. Shui Delph glanced around and saw many customers wearing masks, just like him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said proudly, "See. They share my thoughts." Before he finished his words, a guy wearing the full paladin helmet threw his arm around his shoulder and said, "Hey, junior brother. Your mask is unique. Where did you buy it? Come on, we need some more players for Counter-Strike. Come and join us." Shui Delph. "How about the girls? Do you want to join?" At this moment, a guy wearing a zombie mask ran over and raised his hand. "Count me in. I want to play Counter-Strike too." While he spoke, he sneaked a glance at Feng Hua and Yuexin and thought, "You dared to badmouth me behind my back. I'll give you a good beating in the game. Come on then." The young man wearing the paladin helmet glanced around them and said, "We have enough players now." Shui Delph and Su Tianji looked at each other. These friends are so enthusiastic. "It's fine. Anyway, I plan to try Counter-Strike that you mentioned." Shui Delph felt awkward, but luckily no one saw his expression under the mask. "I'll see what kind of novel spiritual artifacts are the guns that you told me about." Today, many disciples of Lingyun Academy came here, hiding their identities under the masks. Some of them were new customers coming with friends. What on earth is this Origin Internet Club? Why is the academy forbidding us from coming here? A disciple who was covering his face with a black scarf asked in a low voice. "I have no idea, I just heard that it's fun here. Let's see what's so fun about this place. Even casinos are not in the blacklist of the academy, so I wonder why this shop is so special." This disciple was also wearing a black scarf. "Resident Evil, or Diablo, we can choose one of the 4 games. Which one should we try first?" "Diablo. This name sounds thrilling. Counter-Strike, I heard them talk about it. Let's try them separately. At this moment, a guy wearing a zombie mask walked over and knocked on the counter. Xiaoyu, activate Counter-Strike for me. He handed the money to Zhang Xiaoyu. Another person wearing this kind of mask. Zhang Xiaoyu mumbled and accepted the crystals. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yulv laughed silently. I was right. He hurried back to his seat. Hey, one with the zombie mask. The guy wearing paladin helmet yelled, you go to the terrorist team. Oh, okay. Excited, Xiao Yulv copied the others and double-clicked the game. While putting on the virtual headset, he leaned back on the chair cheerfully and imagined how he would be killing his opponents in a moment. Ha 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 ha, I'm smart. Then, he saw a line of red words on the screen. You are on the blacklist of the shop. Please exit the game and get a refund at the counter. Xiao Yulv's face turned green instantly. It felt like he had just finished foreplay with a girl when they were caught by the girl's relatives. Ah, Xiao Yulv felt so frustrated that he wanted to kill someone. Where's your boss? Desperate, Xiao Yulv slammed his hand on the table and yelled, there's a malfunction in your spiritual artifact. His shout drew attention from the players around him. Zhang Xiaoyu also looked toward him. Malfunction. Zhang Xiaoyu walked over in bafflement. I never saw a malfunction in our shop. Meanwhile, Fang Qi finally finished the hard training in the game cultivation room. He remembered that he had a treasure chest to open after finishing that task yesterday. He opened the system interface again. System, what's in this random treasure chest? Fang Qi asked. Please open it yourself. I can't reveal the information to you. Fang Qi's face twitched. What's your use to me? Fang Qi clicked open the treasure chest on the system interface. Beep. You get a pack of owner brand cigarettes. What? Stupefied, Fang Qi glanced at the system interface. Owner brand cigarettes, there's only one pack. After all, he got 200 bottles of Sprite last time. Chapter 123, a comedy livestream. I worked hard to do the task, and the reward is only a pack of cigarettes. How lame is this? Fang Qi was frustrated. Does it have any special functions or something? Curiously, Fang Qi turned the exquisitely made metal cigarette box in his hand but couldn't see anything special. At this moment, a line of words suddenly appeared on the system interface. The owner brand cigarettes are specially made by the system and can activate one's potential without any side effects. Activate my potential. Fang Qi froze after looking at the explanation on the system interface. After all, snacks such as Sprite and Haagen-Dazs were just luxuries made by the system. Despite their great taste, they had no effects on people's strength. Only wealthy customers could afford them constantly while others would just have a taste of them occasionally. Yet, this pack of cigarettes could activate the potential ability in one's body. Smoke or not, Fang Qi hesitated since he hadn't smoked for years after quitting smoking with a lot of effort. Maybe I'll try one to see the effects. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu knocked on the door, saying, Owner, someone downstairs is claiming that his computer is malfunctioning. Can you come down and have a look? The computer malfunctioned. Fang Qi sat up from the bed. How can the computers in our shop malfunction? Someone is making trouble for us, I guess. When Fang Qi followed Zhang Xiaoyu down to the first floor, Xiao Yulv was still yelling, it's my first time in this shop, and I'm on the blacklist. The spiritual artifact in the shop must have a malfunction. Fang Qi heard him and wondered why this voice was familiar. Xiao Yulv. Fang Qi yelled, who called my name? The guy wearing the zombie mask stopped yelling, feeling like his heart had frozen. I'm finished. Before he finished his words, Xiao Yulv found himself flying out of the door again. Su Tianji dusted her hands and returned to her seat before the computer with a cold expression. Could anything be more humiliating than that? Well, the shop owner finally came out. The two girls wearing black cloaks who sat opposite to Xiao Yulv said, it seems that Xiao Yulv is out. We can ask the shop owner to join the game. Good. Nolan Hongwu was sitting beside them, and he snorted. I faced a crushing defeat last time against this kid. I must return the favor today. Thanks to this kid, I have a lot on my plate with the disorders in the city. Today, I'll give him a good beating. How come Su Tianji is on their team? Who pulled her in? It's fine. Except her, the others on their team are all rookies. They are not experienced at all. And Hu Wei smirked. They had planned to get some practice in the game and were surprised that Fang Qi came down at this moment. How about sending a message to Su Tianji and ask her to work with us? To prepare for this game, they had secretly practiced their skills and picked the more complicated map, Dust. Since Fang Qi tricked them last time, the sly and experienced old guys decided to return the favor and teach him a lesson. Sir. At this moment, Nolan Mingshay stood up and called to Fang Qi with a calm expression. What's wrong? Is your computer malfunctioning as well? Fang Qi glanced at her. Do you want to join us in a game of Counter-Strike? Nolan Mingshay said, play Counter-Strike with you guys. You guys are too weak. Fang Qi glanced at the people who were sitting there. With their faces twitching, they cussed in their minds, we'll beat you senseless later. It's fine. We are just practicing. The guy wearing the paladin helmet walked up and threw his arm around Fang Qi's shoulder as he said, come on. Play a few rounds with us. Fang Qi was pulled into the game and found 16 players in the lobby. It was 8 versus 8. They had played a few rounds. The moment that Fang Qi entered the game, he heard that the counter-terrorists had won the last round. According to the system's explanation, people learned that the counter-terrorists were like the city guards, and the terrorists were like robbers. It wasn't hard to understand. He turned on the livestream while he was doing it. The shop owner turned on the livestream again. That's unusual. He turned on the livestream this late in the night. Is he broadcasting Counter-Strike tonight? Good. I have a problem with flick shooting. I'll watch it. Although many players had begun their games, quite a few turned to watch the livestream. We have a full house today. I hope that you don't mind my smoking. Fang Qi opened the pack and found only 10 cigarettes and a small lighter inside. The system is very considerate. Fang Qi's eyes brightened, and he lit a cigarette for himself. With a dark expression, Su Tianji was about to put on the virtual headset, knowing it would be a tough fight. Looking at the screen, Fang Qi inhaled the smoke leisurely. Increasing potential. How come I don't feel any difference? But the cigarette smells great without any strange sense. With the cigarette between his fingers, Fang Qi controlled the characters in the game with the keyboard and mouse. While he was waiting for the loading screen and buying guns, Fang Qi glanced at the record and then typed several words in his team channel. Are you all newbies? Rush B. What does it mean? The people looked at each other in puzzlement. A new strategy. The livestream screen was full of question marks. Just entering the game, Shui Delph bought a machine gun, which was the only thing that he could afford, and then he looked at Su Tianji in confusion. What does it mean? Fang Qi froze for a moment after hearing that and then typed immediately, rush to the left after me. Su Tianji's expression turned darker, thinking, now that I finally persuaded the palace master to play Counter-Strike, can't you play it properly? How can you command the operation properly while you smoke? Fang Qi typed the reply, will you do it then? When the game began, Fang Qi issued a radio command, follow me. Fang Qi's face twitched, wondering why the system didn't translate the commands. However, he had no time to dwell on this now. While typing, go, he summoned his teammates. How come the shop owner's movements look stiff? While watching Fang Qi dash forward with his team, the customers who were watching the game soon realized that something wasn't right. He switches guns pretty quick, but his movements look stiff. They lacked nimbleness. Not nimble at all. The shop owner is smoking. He is playing using keyboard and mouse. At this moment, a bullet comment appeared on the screen. Playing with keyboard and mouse. Sir, are you serious? Sir, are you broadcasting a comedy livestream today? You slipped and are using game language. Rows of bullet comments shot up. Today, the shop had many customers, and the screen was almost flooded. Chapter 124. Playing using keyboard and mouse. People such as young Master Chen had only played Counter-Strike for one day, and they felt okay while playing with themselves who were also newbies. As soon as they entered the game, they were provided with gun skills and knowledge. Today, young Master Chen suddenly wanted to play with others. When he saw a room without a passcode, he just entered it without thinking. Then, he was lost. Not familiar with the map and not able to tell people apart, his aim at the distant targets was poor, and he got dizzy by the movements of his opponents in close range. Having died more than a dozen times, he didn't even touch his opponent's hair. Therefore, when Fang Qi issued commands, he felt like a drowning person who had finally found a lifeline. Following Fang Qi closely, he looked at his teammates who were gathering together and felt much more confident. This spiritual artifact can be used without any spiritual energy. Shui Delph played with the machine gun in his hands curiously while he ran with Fang Qi and the others. Then, he asked Su Tianji, junior sister, what's the situation now? Are we going to test the power of this spiritual artifact? Knowing that her senior brother was running with the group without any knowledge of the situation, Su Tianji felt frustrated. Follow me, and I ensure you that we will win. Just ignore this guy. In Dusk 2, the counter-terrorists and terrorists can fight on 3 paths. The terrorists could take the route on their left and walk straight to the big platform in Zone B. Rush B was a strategy where every terrorist would dash to Zone B at top speed and catch their opponents off guard. This term was simple and straightforward for both new and old players, no matter what language they spoke. At this moment, Fang Qi led his team through the outer room of Zone B. Meanwhile, Nolan Hongwu came and stationed his team outside of the door, which was at a right angle to the direction of Fang Qi. In a moment, you all rush out the door and turn right. After that, fire right away. Fang Qi felt like his brain was unusually clear. Even though he was playing with only the keyboard and mouse, his movements were swift and exact. They were even better than before. He pressed the space key and typed a line of words while he leapt forward without causing any delay. I can do this command too, Su Tianji said from behind angrily. There is nothing special in his commands. Fang Qi didn't speak. At this moment, they didn't see any opponents or hear any footsteps. But then Su Tianji saw Fang Qi throwing out a stun grenade which hit the wall on the left and bounced to the right and out of the long corridor. He had used the wall to block the flare, so it wouldn't blind his team even if they rushed forward. Stationed closer to the doorway, Nolan Hongwu heard the footsteps and immediately called out to his team, "Someone's coming." Before he could finish his words, a stun grenade dashed out from the dark corridor. No. Subconsciously, Nolan Hongwu turned his body. Hearing Nolan Hongwu's first shout, his teammates all pointed their guns to the corridor while taking defensive positions, and they were totally blinded. Their screens all turned white. They cussed silently, "Such a lousy commander." Nolan Hongwu had just turned his head to avoid the flash, and his sight was still blurry when he found that smoke was gushing out from the corridor. Meanwhile, under the cover of the smoke grenade, 8 terrorists rushed in with machine guns. On the big screen, the 8 terrorists fired at the 3 to 4 counter-terrorists who were still scrambling to find cover. Li Haoran's screen was total white. He died. And Hu Wei died the moment he recovered some of his sight. Ouyang Zhen scrambled to a cover. Then, he saw a figure turning to him in the smoke. With a gunshot, he died. Nolan Hongwu was the first to dodge. With a roll, he hid behind a nearby box and found that half of his HP was gone. Nolan Mingshe just jumped onto the window in Zone B and found a sniper's spot. The moment that she stuck out her head, a bullet shot toward her. Lan Yan was a bit behind and had just come to the door. Only half of her body was revealed. Suddenly, about 5 machine guns turned toward her. She instantly moved back and saw that she only had 8 HP left. The people who hadn't entered the door kept asking, "What happened? What's the situation?" Bu Lei, who had been outside monitoring the situation with a sniper rifle, asked, "How come so many people died?" Obviously, they were still confused. Meanwhile, all the players who were watching the livestream were stunned. What's this tactic? It isn't a tactic at all. It's just rushing. Rushing together can be so strong. It was because the owner used the stun grenade and smoke grenade so well. Sir, are you sure that you did it with a keyboard and mouse? You must have switched the VR mode, right? The shot which killed the sniper was so accurate. He must have switched modes. Many people had seen that even though the firing came from the 8 terrorists, the key lay in the timing and positioning of the stun grenade and smoke grenade. The stun grenade blinded the enemies, and the 8 terrorists pushed forward under the cover of 2 smoke grenade before firing. How could one control so accurately with the keyboard and mouse? No way, people thought. You can come over and have a look. The shop owner has been using with keyboard and mouse. At this moment, a bullet comment appeared on the big screens in both shops. Impossible. It's difficult to play with a keyboard and mouse. I know that one can control walking with keyboard and mouse with ease, but aiming and shooting a moving target. Are you kidding me? I, gun god of Lingyun, am the first who doubt it. I, sniper god of Juhua, am the second who doubt it. A ton of bullet comments appeared on the screen. It's okay to move from left and right with the keyboard, but how can you play with a mouse? The mouse can only move to the left and right on the desk. If you don't believe me, come and check the 23rd computer in the old shop. As one of the first players of Resident Evil, Guo Shang was a powerful disciple of the Heaven House and quite confident in his shooting skills. However, when he stood behind Fang Qi and watched him play the game, he became stupefied. Could one play this game with keyboard and mouse? Could one play like this? Meanwhile in the game, only Nolan Hungwoo was left in Zone B. He tossed out a stun grenade and tried to retreat, but the moment he did it, about 6 hand grenades rolled toward him. The grenades were thrown not that accurately, and the ground was soon covered by them, making it impossible to flee. Although these players were newbies, they were able to do the basic cooperation. When he got blown into the sky, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood onto the screen. Nolan Mingshay threw out another stun grenade and tried to kill a terrorist with her sniper rifle. The moment that she stuck her head out of the window of Zone B and took aim, a figure suddenly leapt out from an impossible corner from beneath the window and struck a dagger toward her. From her death cam, she saw a character resembling Fang Chi waving a dagger in front of her. Nolan Mingshui's face turned dark, and she almost smashed the keyboard onto the ground. Ha 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 ha, the shop owner is awesome. He is really playing with keyboard and mouse. The aim is so good. Some audience members coming in from the shop across the street and were dazed at the sight. Want to snipe? I will destroy you with a dagger. Laughter sounded in the shop. Chapter 125. Binge watching in this world. At this moment, Fang Chi's team was intact while his opponents had less than 4 people left. On the Dusk 2 map, the terrorists must plant the C4 bomb and destroy one of the chemical weapon stashes at either Zone A or Zone B. Hearing C4 being planted in Zone B where many people were stationed, everyone knew that this round would soon end. Soon, Zone B turned into an ocean of fire with the explosion of C4. My god, that's awesome. Young Master Chen, who had been killed countless times before, found that not only was he alive, but he got 1 kill. Tears slid down his cheeks since it was the first kill that he had gotten after playing for so long. When he rushed into Zone B, he was lucky enough to get a kill without losing a single HP. The other young men who came with young Master Chen also shed tears of excitement. It was awesome. Young Master Chen, this round was so cool. The shop owner is so strong. This spiritual artifact can release such great power without activating any spiritual energy. Even the Yuan River Realm cultivators are no match for it if they are not careful. Shui Delph had just gotten a kill. While looking at the exquisitely made machine gun, he felt great in the game. Shui Delph chuckled and said, it was surprising how well that young man commanded the operation. Junior sister, didn't you say that the more kills you have, the more powerful you get? How many people did you kill in the last game? Reluctant to follow Fang Chi's orders, Su Tianji had been the last one to rush out. Looking at her score of 0, her face turned stiff. He just caught the opponents off guard. He won't be so lucky next time. In the next round, we can buy sniper rifles, and then I'll show you my strength. Somehow, I feel like this kid's movement is quite stiff today. Su Tianji glanced at Fang Chi's character and saw that he had a sniper rifle in his hands. Where did you get the sniper rifle? I got it from the ground. Fang Chi typed the words, continue our old strategy. Su Tianji's expression turned darker. You are trying to rush with the sniper rifle. Why not leave it with me, and I'll guard the base? I'm sure that they will be on guard in this round. Fang Chi typed another line of words, what's the difference between snipers and dead fishes if they don't rush up? Su Tianji felt like cussing. How did I end up on your team, meanwhile on the big screens? What's the difference between snipers and dead fishes if they don't rush up? Sir, I'm your fan. Playing with a sniper rifle with a keyboard and mouse. Are you serious, sir? Can we play seriously? No way. The owner is going to try to flick shot with the keyboard and mouse. The players who didn't believe that Fang Chi was playing with the keyboard and mouse had all rushed over from the shop across the street. While watching Fang Chi rushing up, the players who were standing behind him were stupefied. He is playing with the keyboard and mouse while smoking. At this moment, Fang Chi suddenly felt like his intuition was much stronger than before. Before he entered the doorway, he threw a smoke grenade into it. This time, Nolan Hungwoo had learned from their last mistake. After rushing into Zone B at top speed, they each took a shooting position. Smoke spread out slowly, blocking the entire corridor while permeating into the large space outside of the doorway. With the gun in her hands, Nolan Mingshay hid in a corner on the left of the doorway. Although the smoke made it hard for her to see clearly, no one could spot her since the space in front her was filled with smoke. She was sure that this hiding place that she chose was a blind spot for most people. When someone rushed out, their backs would be facing her. Someone's coming. Soon, she heard footsteps and immediately raised her gun. However, just when she got ready to pull the trigger. Dagger strike. Nolan Mingxie, who shot 3 bullets with her Desert Eagle, was turned into a corpse. Dumbfounded, she watched as a person made a circle around her spot and ran out while the smoke scattered a bit. The audience watched the smoke on Fang Chi's screen, and then the message appeared, saying that he had gotten a kill. What was that play? He can kill without seeing. You dared to hide in the first spot. Fang Chi mumbled to himself while he rushed out of the smoke with all his teammates. Then, he searched for the second spot, and then the third. While he cleared the spots one by one, the audience watched him shake his mouse and fire before switching to the dagger and getting a kill immediately. Then, he switched back to a gun, fire, and changed again. His movements were orderly and rhythmic. Did you just use the flick shot with the keyboard and mouse? The shop owner just used flick shot with the keyboard and mouse. Soon, someone sent a message onto the screen. Playing flick with keyboard and mouse. Impossible. How can one flick shot with the keyboard and mouse? Come and see for yourself. The bullet comments flooded the screen, and Fang Chi instantly had a large group of people behind him, watching him play. Hiss. They all rubbed their eyes as if they were afraid that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It can be played like this. After playing for so long, they had never seen anyone play like this with the keyboard and mouse. Standing behind him, they watched Fang Chi's hand turning into a blur while he made the accurate plays as he found cover and sniped. The owner's skills are amazing. Looking at Fang Chi standing in Zone B while covered in blood with only a few HP left, the audience were stupefied. He really won. How could he? He even won in such a situation. The last kill was really dangerous. With only 20 HP left, he faced someone who had almost full HP and a submachine gun. How come I feel like the shop owner is playing better with the keyboard and mouse? Looking at the end match interface which was showing the victory of his team, Fang Chi leaned back on his computer chair. Weren't you smoking? Su Tianji put down the virtual headset with a dark expression. In this match, she almost did nothing, but they won it under Fang Chi's leadership. Don't you know that the shop owner was playing with the keyboard and mouse? Someone standing behind answered for Fang Chi. Keyboard and mouse. The accurate sniping plays came from keyboard and mouse. Su Tianji froze. Fang Chi stubbed out the cigarette when it burned to the end and tossed the butt into a nearby garbage can. No one in this room but Fang Chi knew that in another world, the games were originally played with the keyboard and mouse. There had been a group of people who had been crazy for the games and gained glory because of them. Fang Chi took a deep breath nostalgically and put on his virtual headset. Why are you staring at me? Let's continue. Meanwhile, Su Tianji got a message which said, Taoist Su, this kid is quite good. Will you do us a favor so that we can get our revenge? With a twitch on her face, Su Tianji answered, the kid played with keyboard and mouse, but now he switched to the virtual headset. Are you sure that you want to continue? And Huwei's entire face twitched as well. Totally defeated. He felt like he was totally defeated inside. Meanwhile, Fang Chi got a message. The host has become a popular internet cafe owner with skills, strength, and popularity. You have gained access to a new program, TV dramas. Watching method. Super Theater, pay on demand. 2 episodes will be updated each Monday and Tuesday. New task. Binge watching TV dramas in this world. Task process. Total activations of Resident Evil 1. 150. Total activations of Resident Evil 1 the movie. 100. Total activation of Diablo 2. 200. Total activation of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. 100. Total activation of Counter-Strike. 100. Task reward. Zhu Xian, the original novel. Chapter 126. Don't go to the Internet Café tomorrow. Tonight, many disciples from Lingyun Academy came to the Internet Café, including many new players who were brought by old ones. That was why Fang Chi witnessed such a huge growth in his task progress. Around 12 o'clock at midnight, the number of activations of Resident Evil and the number of viewers of the movie had almost reached the task targets. Likewise, the number of activations for The Legend of the Sword and Fairy had also almost reached the target. The only 2 games that were still far from reaching their targets were Diablo 2 and Counter-Strike. More noteworthy was that Act 3 of Diablo 2 was released. Meanwhile, Fang Chi received the task for getting Act 4, 100 activations of Act 3. Since this task could be done along with the task of binge-watching TV dramas, it would save Fang Chi a lot of work. In other words, Fang Qi's top 2 priorities right now were leveling up his techniques so that he could get the task reward of being able to fly on swords and the completion of the new task. As to the new task, tonight's livestream was quite a boost. During the night, Counter-Strike had about 20 new players. After all, in this era without information technology, the customers would play whatever the shop owner played. Meanwhile, Shui Delph had returned to the Luyun Taoist Palace in a spiritual boat. Junior sister, do you think that we can make the spiritual artifacts which we used tonight? Shui Delph wasn't an artifact master, but he was curious. Those things don't need spiritual energy or other conditions, they can be used by ordinary people and can release such powerful force. With his cultivation strength, he wasn't afraid of the guns. But as the leader of a big force, he saw the value in guns. Do these spiritual artifacts have bigger potential? If we combine them with our artifact-making techniques, can we produce more powerful spiritual artifacts? Besides, the sword control technique combined both the functions of offensive and flight. Its flight speed was greater than the spiritual boats that cultivators used, and being able to fly on swords would bring a lot of convenience to cultivators and warriors. I've decided, Shui Delph said. Tomorrow, I'll ask junior brother Tian Fengxi and Duan Buyi, who excel in artifact making, to play Counter-Strike. Another thing, tomorrow, I'll ask that young shop owner, Mr. Fang, to teach me how to do flick shots and quick scopes. Su Tianji's face turned dark while she said, Senior brother, I know these 2 techniques as well. After all, she was a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator, and it hadn't taken her long to master these techniques. Your techniques are not nearly as good as Mr. Fang's, Shui Delph said with disdain. Tomorrow, I'll still join Mr. Fang's team. Those 2 rounds were awesome. Did you see how Hui and others were tortured by us? Shui Delph laughed and said, that's what he gets for calling me a newbie. Also, old man Nolan and the young girl in his family killed me several times. I'll pay them back tomorrow. Nolan Mingshe didn't leave the internet cafe until 12 a.m. Most of the disciples of Lingyun Academy did the same. How fast the night passed. Lan Yan walked out of the internet cafe reluctantly, still savoring the enjoyable moments of playing with her peers from the Lingyun Academy without any pressure from the school. On their way back to the academy, discussions about the games were everywhere. Hey, what did you play tonight? A young man who was wearing a pair of large-sized sunglasses asked, did you play The Legend of the Sword and Fairy? It was my first time with this game tonight, and the sword control technique is awesome. I played Counter-Strike. I tried flick shooting with the mouse like the shop owner did, but it was too difficult for me. I wonder how he did it. Still playing The Legend of the Sword and Fairy in Counter-Strike. I heard that Act 3 of Diablo will open tomorrow. Let's team up and get good items, okay? Ms. Nolan, Lan Yan had obviously also gotten the news about the arrival of Act 3 of Diablo. How about playing Diablo tomorrow? Watching the crowd leaving the internet cafe, Nolan Mingshe seemed distracted by some thoughts. She glanced at Lan Yan and said, no, we aren't coming here tomorrow. No, Lan Yan asked in surprise, why? Lan Yan's heart lurched while she wondered, is Ms. Nolan still angry at being killed by the shop owner in the game? Remembering the big dagger kill sign on everyone's screen, Lan Yan's heart hurt for Nolan Mingshe for being killed by the shop owner with the dagger while the latter was playing using the keyboard and mouse. Another thing, Nolan Mingshe continued, tell Song Qingfeng and others including the fat friend of Mr. Fang not to come here tomorrow. Lan Yan froze while she thought, is Lady Nolan going to destroy Mr. Fang's business to get revenge on him? What are you thinking about? Nolan Mingshe glanced at her. Elder Qin, what's happening? In a secluded private compartment in the Wind and Moon Pavilion, Huo Chong asked with a dark expression. It was late, but they had no intention of leaving. Didn't we agree to suppress the Origin Internet Club together? Yesterday, the instructors who went to the Origin Internet Club to catch disciples were beaten away, but Lingyun Academy showed no response. Furthermore, many disciples went into the Internet Cafe today, but Qin Bing acted as if he had seen nothing. Calm down, Master Huo. Qin Bing looked calm. According to my intelligence, the Origin Internet Club isn't easy to handle. Do you suggest that we just ignore it? Huo Chong asked in a cold voice. Director Qin, you must know that this issue concerns not only the businesses in Juhua City but the status of Lingyun Academy as well. Ignore it, Qin Bing sneered. These disciples keep on ignoring my orders. As the director, I can't sit back and watch such behavior. Since these disciples are stubborn, I, Qin Bing, will prepare a good show for them. Qin Bing said with a sneer, I know how to deal with the business in Lingyun Academy. Master Huo, you don't have to worry about it. Then, I'll wait and see. Huo Chong said, this is an important issue, and I hope Director Qin will pay more attention to it. When they walked out of the Wind and Moon Pavilion, it was already midnight. The Iron Tower-looking instructor walked out with Qin Bing, and the nightly wind fluttered their clothes. Shall we put it into action? Do you think that it's okay to move so many instructors at this moment? Because this period of time is sensitive, I can't allow anything unusual to happen. Qin Bing walked forward against the chilly wind in the midnight. The sky was gloomy without the moonlight, and it seemed like a storm was coming. But, if so many disciples are, the instructor said in a grave voice, will that affect our ranking in the national examination? While squinting his eyes, Qin Bin said with a cold smile, our trump cards are the few disciples whom I value the most. On the other hand, these disciples are of no importance to us. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said calmly, don't worry, just do it. Chapter 127, The Killing Strike of Lingyun Academy. After playing Counter-Strike for a while, Song Qingfeng had found a pattern. After spending some time on Counter-Strike, his mind would be in a state of high concentration, and his efficiency on cultivation and practice of combat techniques would improve greatly. With the aiding herbs that he prepared for his cultivation, he found that his cultivation speed had doubled. For people like Inhuwei and the others, they wanted to study the weapons in Counter-Strike. However, for people like Song Qingfeng, the greatest benefit of the game was giving them a temporary boost to their concentration. Go, 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 let's go back and cultivate hard, so we can reach the Master Warrior realm sooner. While they were on their way back to the academy, Song Qingfeng received a message from his communication jade. We'd better stay at the academy tomorrow. Song Qingfeng looked at the message from Lan Yan and was baffled. Lin Xiao and Shu Luo had also got this message. We'd better stay in the academy. They looked at each other. What does it mean? She asked us to forward this message to Fatty Wong. Maybe she had seen my hard work and is afraid that I'll overtake her. Shu Luo said, maybe that's why she sent this message to scare us. Don't joke around. Song Qingfeng gave him a dirty look and then said after a moment of consideration, her message reminds me that old Ghost Qin isn't someone who gives up easily. Is old Ghost Qin going to make a move? And she got the wind of it? Lin Xiao asked. If that's the case, Song Qingfeng frowned and said, send a message to Wang Tai. I remember that he has a lousy communication jade. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded. Tomorrow, we'll cultivate in the academy and see who is playing tricks, old Ghost Qin or these two girls. Meanwhile, Fang Qi stayed alone in the internet cafe playing Diablo, gaining levels, and obtaining items until early morning. In Diablo, one could level up skills fast if they kept gaining levels and acquiring items which could add levels to the skills. Fang Qi still had some time left in the game cultivation room, and he planned to choose some of the current skills and techniques which could be used with the sword control technique and master them. He would be able to have another trump card without having to have total synchronizations with his game characters. Before the task that would reward him with Li Xiaoyao's Wuchen sword came out, he wouldn't be able to complete his synchronization with Li Xiaoyao. Right now, he can satisfy the other condition of complete synchronization with Li Xiaoyao, and that was reaching 20% of total synchronization. He didn't need to waste his time on practicing the heavenly sword. In the game, it was a progressive technique to the innumerable sword scroll, but they were both powerful AoE techniques in the real world. Comparatively, the innumerable sword scroll had less power but was nimbler while the heavenly sword had more power but was harder to master. Fang Qi couldn't have them all. Right now, his priority was to master the innumerable sword scroll. He was considering which other skills and techniques could work with the innumerable sword scroll. He went to Akara in Act 1 and reset his skill points before leveling up the offensive aura, Holy Shock. With this aura, one could use the essence in the body to add lightning damage to each attack, and the consumption of essence was so little that it could be ignored. In theory, the higher the attack frequency, the more damage it would do. Fang Qi thought about the many energy swords that the innumerable sword scroll creates. While touching his chin, he mused to himself, it might work. More importantly, this offensive aura was effective no matter if the user was attacking close-up or from a distance. As to the other auras and skills, some were ineffective in close-range combat and some were not suitable for pairing up with the sword control technique. In fact, There were powerful skills in Diablo 2, but for the cultivators and warriors in this world, the first technique that they considered was the sword control technique. After redistributing the skill points, Fang got himself busy in leveling up. At this rate, he should be able to finish the task about mastering 10 skills and gain the ability to fly on swords in 2 days. Some time passed, and the first volume of the official novel of Diablo finally came out. On a street not far from Dongguan Book Forest, the setting sun shined on the neat and clean ground and the few pedestrians who were walking on it. Zixin, thank you for doing this for me. On one side of the street was a simple but elegant small bookstore. Standing in front of the store, Shen Qingqing looked tired while she fixed her windblown hair behind her ears. They had hurried here to tidy up the books right after school. Don't mention it, Shu Zixin waved her hand casually. I came here to see the book. If it's lousy, I'll bring you to account. I'm sure you'll like it. In this world, the scholars were typically poor while the warriors and cultivators were rich. It was good if one mastered both roles, but as a mere scholar. Even for the government officials, if they didn't have warriors or cultivators among their descendants, their wealth wouldn't be able to be passed on for many generations. In fact, if the civil officials lost their offices due to convictions of criminal behavior, their descendants would never be allowed to enter the official system, no matter what the causes were. The owner of this bookstore was a serene and elegant woman who was the descendant of a dismissed civil official. After her family declined, she had to open a shop to earn her living. Sitting straight on a square wooden chair, she had turned to the last page of an exquisite book scroll, looking as if she craved for more. That's the end. Joey, what do you think? Shen Qingqing asked. Do you like this novel? The word, like, can't describe my feeling. Yu Joey exclaimed. Who is this person that created such a miraculous and imaginative world? I'd say that this book opens a brand new door. With a bitter smile, she asked curiously, such a novel should be put in a big bookstore like Dongguan Book Forest and be treated with great attention. With their help, you can sell this book more quickly. Qingqing, why do you want to put the books in my shop? Shen Qingqing told this woman about what happened. The shop owner of Dongguan Book Forest wants to promote Celestial Warrior, and so. Before she could finish, she saw a blink in her communication jade. Someone sent her a message. She took out her communication jade, and her expression suddenly turned weird. What happened, Qingqing? The other two looked at her curiously. The instructors are checking on the dorms in the academy. Come back ASAP. Checking on the dorms. Shen Qingqing and Shu Zixin looked at each other in confusion. Do you think it's a good plan? Behind Qin Bing, the tall instructor asked in a deep voice. Qin Bing narrowed his eyes. According to my investigation, the disciples like to go out to the Origin Internet Club in the evening, since they can sneak out easier. About this time yesterday, many people were absent from the school. The disciples of Lingyun Academy were diligent cultivators, and they usually didn't go out of the school except those who were going out for missions and trips. When a large group of people went missing, it would be very conspicuous. At this moment, we can catch them all. Qin Bing glanced at the time. It's past 7, and it's time to do the check. Anyone who's absent from school must have a good explanation. As to those who can't give a good explanation, you know what to do, right? With a snort, Qin Bing continued, even if that shop has a master behind it, I don't believe that he dares to intervene with the internal affairs of our Lingyun Academy. Elder Qin, your plan is excellent. I'm sure we can give a tough lesson to these reckless disciples this time. In the internet cafe, Shi-Chi touched his communication jade and saw the message, brother, the academy is doing a dorm check. Come back ASAP. Besides Shi-Chi, many other players in the internet cafe received the message as well. The instructors are doing dorm check. Come back quick. Are they trying to find out who is here playing games? Why do they do this right now? Hurry, go back to the academy. Many players in the internet cafe panicked. Chapter 128. Popular Business. Looking at the instructors who were inspecting the dorms round after round, Wang Tai's heart rose to his throat. My God, it's fortunate that I stayed in today. So, this is that old man's tactic. Nolan Mingshe and Lan Yan had a small private house in Lingyun Academy. While watching the instructors coming and going, Nolan Mingshe was deep in thought. That was close. Lan Yan patted her chest to calm her racing heart while she watched the instructors leave. It's fortunate that we stayed in the school today. What shall we do? If the academy does the check once a day, we will not be able to go out and play games anymore. Lan Yan said worriedly, This is happening inside of Lingyun Academy, and Mr. Fang can't intervene. The Academy can't do this every day. Nolan Mingshe said, one time is too much work already. Besides, it can only work when they catch us off guard. If they did it again, the disciples could prepare excuses and fake witnesses ahead of time. Nolan Mingshe said mildly, I guess Qin Bing just wants to give a grave warning to all the disciples by doing this large-scale dorm check so that we wouldn't dare to do it again in the future. I'm not worried about the next time. I'm afraid that the disciples who are caught this time will be in big trouble. Meanwhile, Song Qingfeng sat in a quiet room cross-legged and the warrior qi emitting from his body puffed up his clothes. His face turned pale and then red as if the warrior qi in his body gathered together and was blocked at some obstacle. Obviously, he had come to the critical moment of a breakthrough. Calm down, concentrate. The cultivation techniques of our Song family are a bit too harsh. He furrowed his eyebrows. No, did I progress too fast? No. His face turned redder as if all the warrior qi was blocked in one place. No. If this continues without success, my meridians will be severely damaged. If I back out at this moment without success, my cultivation strength will be greatly reduced. I can't fail at this critical moment. To ensure the success of this breakthrough, I even took the Dragon Tiger Vital Nurturing Pill. I can't fail. I remember a technique on concentration from the legend of the Sword and Fairy. However, our Song family's cultivation techniques can't work with outside techniques. But, Ms. Nolan. Lan Yan hurried and followed Nolan Mingshe out of the door. Behind the private courtyard was a vast training field. Candles were lit on the walls, and there was a row of neatly placed weapons on both sides of the field. How is your sword control technique? I can use it, Lan Yan said with some hesitation, but I've never used it in a real battle. Nolan Mingshe picked up a long sword and tossed it at Lan Yan. Try it. On the second day, the punishment decision of Lingyun Academy finally came out. Sitting in Class A of the Huang House, Shi Qi looked gloomy. Besides him, many other disciples in Lingyun Academy were gloomy as well. Expelled from the Lingyun list, Mu Hongzhu frowned and looked at these disciples whose heads were lowered. She felt extremely sad. At least half of these disciples were going to be expelled from the Lingyun list. The Lingyun list released by Lingyun Academy was the standard used to measure the disciples' strengths and talents for all the other big and small academies in the entire Zhongyan area. It also determined the resources that a disciple could receive from their academies and families. After all, no force wanted to waste resources on a wastrel who couldn't even enter the Lingyun list. This wasn't a big deal for those ordinary disciples who weren't on the Lingyun list, but most of these disciples who were going to be punished had good talent and strengths. Being expelled from the Lingyun list meant that most of these young people would see their much-needed cultivation resources greatly reduced. It meant that their hard efforts on cultivation were all wasted. It felt like one who got a good grade after studying hard heard the declaration from the school that their marks were invalid. Although they were not expelled from the academy, this punishment was more effective. Sure enough, only the people from outside of the city like Yi Xiaoyi and high-level aristocrats such as in Huwei came to Fang Qi's shop on the second day. Today, even the independent warriors such as Liang Shi didn't dare to show up. That's how it should be. In his garden, Pang Ruli drank wine with enjoyment. Now that most of the businesses declared that they won't welcome customers who have dealings with the Origin Internet Club, all the residents are avoiding this shop as if it is a snake. I'll see how your business can continue. Dad, look at these people. They are going too far. In the front hall of the Castellan estate, and Cheng looked very displeased. And Huwei was frustrated. After all, the businesses in the city had the right to decide whom they wanted to serve. Those people were still respectful to him, but they were like bullies toward the weaker people. This situation was worse enough for a small shop. This Hu Chong is a troublemaker. Sitting in the Castellan estate, and Huwei was angry but didn't know how to vent it. He is turning the city upside down. However, despite his displeasure, he couldn't deal with these complicated forces head-on. Dad, do you think the senior in Mr. Fang's shop will show his hand? Yawn. Zhang Xiaoyu sat behind the counter and yawned. Only a few people came into the shop in the morning, and Zhang Xiaoyu was not used to this quiet atmosphere. At this moment, Fang Qi walked downstairs with fatigue on his face. Obviously, he had just come out of the game cultivation room. Boss, you got up so late. Zhang Xiaoyu pouted with resentment. Look, we have a very slow day. I guess they realized that the stuff in your shop is too expensive and have decided not to come anymore. Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at the shop and said with her hands resting on her hips. Is that so? Fang Qi glanced around the shop and realized that the business today was indeed slow. He waved at Zhang Xiaoyu, saying, "You watch the shop while I'm out." "Go out." Zhang Xiaoyu stared at him curiously and then said with a pout, "At this moment, you still want to go out?" "Yeah." Fang Qi walked out of the door. Today was the day that the official novel of Diablo came out, and he wanted to check up on them. The despicable owner is so carefree. Zhang Xiaoyu returned to her seat in a huff. At this moment, Yun Lian looked at the almost empty shop with elation. Faction Master had been planning for a group training for the elite disciples in the Origin Internet Café. In the past, the Internet Café didn't have enough seats, and it didn't accept bookings. But now, excited, he immediately took out the communication jade and said, "I'll send this good news to the faction right now." Chapter 129, The Growing Youths. Meanwhile in the secret chamber at Blue Flame Pavilion. "How many kinds of materials have you tried?" Staring at the refinery furnace where spiritual essence light flashed, Li Haoran asked with a frown. "Altogether 168 kinds," Chen Rong said while recording information into a jade slip. "The ordinary bronze and iron are not fit for engraving array formations. Among the available materials, the wind ripple iron has the closest properties, but it's too hard and lacks flexibility. Each gun was an exquisite instrument, and the structure as well as the materials were meticulously selected. However, these materials were obviously not fit for the engravement of array formations. Converting guns into spiritual artifacts that were used by cultivators was obviously not so simple. After trying so many artifact materials, you just can't find anything suitable." Li Haoran considered for a moment. "Last time, Mr. Fang mentioned that he would teach us high school level physics and chemistry, right? Put aside the things that you're doing and learn more basic knowledge. Your academy launched a large-scale dorm check." Fang Qi's face twitched. He was sitting with Xu Zixin and Shen Qingqing in a restaurant not far from the Dongguan Book Forest. Although not as luxurious as the Wind and Moon Pavilion, this restaurant wasn't a small shop. On a small platform to one side on the second floor, a gray-haired old man in a blue robe waved a folding fan and said, "Do you know who the three saints in Celestial Warrior are?" It was clear that this senior was a storyteller here. Three saints? Many people on the second floor froze for a moment. Is he going to tell the story of the three saints battling on the immortal exterminating ridge? It's said that this part of the story is enthralling. I wonder if such figures exist in the real world. Fang Qi filled his wine cup while he listened to the story with disinterest. After all, he was a guy who came from the information era. Is this the most popular novel here? Obviously, the audience members were listening to the story to kill time while they enjoyed their meals and wine, and they didn't look too enthusiastic about it. Shen Qingqing looked embarrassed. She had liked the novel before. But after playing the games in Fang Qi's shop, she now found that Celestial Warrior was not nearly as enthralling as the grand and novel world of Diablo and the romance and conflicts in the legend of the Sword and Fairy. Long before Fang Qi traveled through time and space, terms such as three saints had been discarded since they were cliché. We probably can't go to the shop to play games in a short time. Xu Zixin looked reluctant. Lately, the academy is watching us closely. They even resorted to the ultimate method of dorm checking. Fang Qi nodded. You indeed need to be more careful. Sir, you don't look angry at all. Why? Shen Qingqing asked curiously. That's not something unusual. Fang Qi looked cool and turned back to his meal. TL note. In China, it was common for students to get caught while playing at internet cafes when they are in boarding schools. Sir, try this. The Yuan Yang 9 pattern fish at this place is superb. Shen Qingqing was not only a gamer but foodie as well. By the way, are there more delicacies coming to your shop? Delicacies? Fang Qi thought for a moment while he grabbed a piece of fish into his plate. I guess so. Really? Shen Qingqing looked pleasantly surprised, but she felt deflated quickly. I hope that one day I can go into your internet cafe to eat delicious snacks and play games without worrying about being caught. Me too. Remembering their good old days, Xu Zixin also felt lost and nostalgic. That day will come, Fang Qi said. After they left, a busboy came over to clear the table and found a book. It must have been left behind by those customers. After clearing the table, he glanced at the old man who was telling the story that he had heard many times and casually picked up the book with the strange name of Diablo. A wanderer. Yes, a dark wanderer. It seems ages have passed since I was in the rogue citadel. The busboy read the reminiscent beginning and wondered, well, it's a novel. With nothing else to do, he read on with some curiosity. After reading only a few paragraphs, he found that this novel was totally different from Celestial Warrior, which he had heard many times. Monsters. What are these powerful creatures? Angels. What kind of world is this one? The citadel is destroyed, then. The humans won't have a place to live. What can they do? The busboy read on with interest. In the internet cafe, Shui Delph rolled up his sleeves and said, "Come on. Let's play a few rounds of Counter-Strike." There were two men behind him. One of them was wearing a white Taoist robe, and the other was wearing a deep blue Taoist robe. "Junior brothers, I'll show you what Rush B is today." Su Tianji's face twitched while she thought, "Yesterday, you wore a mask to come here. Today, you turned into an experienced player. Senior, how come the young girl in your family is not here today?" Shui Delph had planned to compete with the grandfather and granddaughter of the Nolan family, but realized that Nolan Mingshe wasn't here. Lingyun Academy. Hearing the explanation from the people around him, Shui Delph thought for a moment. Despite his high status, it wasn't right for him to mind other people's private business. "Forget it, today, we'll play among ourselves." "Humph, I say, that old Chin Bing is just jealous." Ouyang Zhen snorted, "He can't bear to see others become successful, can he?" Everyone knew that the games in this shop benefited cultivation. However, if it continued to grow, the Lingyun Martial Arts Tower at Lingyun Academy obviously would lose its lofty status. Will those little ones come in the future? And Hu Wei wondered. Without these young ones shouting and cheering before the big screen or behind their chairs, they felt like something was missing. "Senior, don't you want to help your granddaughter? It's her own business, and she will handle it well." Nolan Hungwu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Ms. Nolan, do you think that we will get to go to the internet cafe without worrying about being caught like before?" Soaking in sweat, Lan Yan bent down and panted with fatigue as a black sword lay beside her on the ground. If it were in the past, she wouldn't be able to practice sword techniques with Nolan Mingshe for such a long time. She sensed her great improvement. Standing opposite to her, Nolan Mingshui's smooth and white forehead was also covered in sweat, and a silver sword hovered in the air a meter above her right shoulder. The sword control technique. Although she was still far from mastering this technique like Fang Qi did, she could now use it in battle with proficiency. "Of course we will," she nodded with conviction while bright lights flashed in her beautiful eyes. "I heard that the national examination is drawing near. I think it's time for me to put some of my plans into action." When Song Qingfeng came out of the cultivation room, his presence was totally different. Not only did his cultivation strength grow, but his eyes looked sharper and more intense. Chapter 130. Curiosity killed the cat. "Hey, you're reading a book instead of working." The busboy was halfway through the book when someone yelled at him angrily. "Och!" Startled, the busboy almost dropped the book. He was about to cuss when he saw that it was his boss. His face turned stiff while he said, "Boss, a customer left this book behind, it's fascinating." Seeing his boss's expression turning darker, he immediately said with a faked smile, "I'm off to work right now." What's this book that enthralled this kid so much? Li Fusheng had spent all his life on managing this restaurant and had almost seen all walks of life. While he thought back to how taken that busboy was, he picked up the exquisite book from the table and wondered, was this book left behind by a customer? He opened it casually and murmured, "It's a novel. How can such a book be interesting?" He was about to toss it aside when he remembered the enthralled expression of the busboy, and he murmured, "Is it really so good?" Since he had nothing else to do right now after the rush hour passed, Li Fusheng turned to the first page. 10 minutes later. Li Fusheng widened his eyes, wondering, is there such a wondrous place in this world? A lord from hell named Diablo is going to destroy the world. A paladin from a saint temple. Who is he? Shen Qingqing's writing was so good that she described each figure with vividness, such as the ambitious adventurers from all over the world, the wise and amiable Akara, and the generous and bold blacksmith Charsi. After reading The Journey into the Den of Evil and realizing the demonization of the previous hero, Li Fusheng got engrossed in this magical story in which the humans in the world of darkness and despair tried to find the light. "The dark night gave me black eyes, I used them to look for light." He read these words from the book. "Superb, superb." Li Fusheng slapped his thigh and cried out loudly, oblivious to everything around him. "This story is amazing. Shen Qingqing looked at Fang Qi curiously while she asked, "Sir, how did you come up with these words?" She was curious about this Mr. Fang, who looked younger than her, but had great strength and seemed to know everything. He could even come up with such meaningful sentences, she thought. Fang Qi shrugged and didn't respond. Those words had been a cliché in his old world, and he wouldn't have used them if they were not fitting to the storyline of Diablo. Do you really think that people will read the book this way? Of course. Curiosity killed the cat, Fang Qi said with conviction. Curiosity killed the cat. The two girls looked even more curious as they gazed at Fang Qi. But there's no cat in that shop. Mr. Yu. In Fusheng restaurant, Li Fusheng called over the storyteller who had just walked off the platform with fatigue. Come and take a look of this novel. Li Fusheng handed him the book and asked in a slightly panting voice, "Can you tell this story tomorrow?" Although his restaurant was big, the storytelling was still an integral part of his business. After all, people would choose a restaurant which provided both entertainment and good food. If the entertainment could pique their interest, it would be a bonus. The storyteller with the surname of Yu read through the novel while his expression turned grim. When he finished the first part, he asked, "Mr. Li, where did you get this book?" "It was left behind by some customers," Li Fusheng said. "If they came back for it, we'll certainly return it to them. But I don't think it's a big deal that we read it, right?" "Right, Mr. Yu stroked his beard. "If I tell this story, I assure you that the customers coming into your restaurant will increase by at least 30%. So many." Li Fusheng was surprised. "It's because our restaurant is the only place that can tell such a wondrous story." Mr. Yu said, "The world that this book describes is very novel but also very logical, which is very rare. The only thing is that the writer seems to be a bit inexperienced, but if it's told by me, then I'll count on you, Mr. Yu." Li Fusheng was thrilled by his words. "But if you know about the origin of this book, you must keep it a secret, Mr. Yu said. Of course, realizing that this novel could bring him great benefits, Li Fusheng would certainly make the best out of it. Even if they get hooked by this book and ask the storyteller to tell the story to the diners as you just explained, once they realize that the book can bring them more profit than Celestial Warrior, they will hide the origin of this book from others, right?" Shu Zixin was even more puzzled about this far-fetched promotional idea. Fang Qi couldn't help laughing. "Isn't it a better outcome for us?" "Really?" Shen Qingqing asked. "Better outcome? What do you mean?" "They will make everyone in their restaurant curious," Fang Qi explained. "If you can only hear a very interesting novel in one place but don't know where to buy it or if it has a sequel, won't you feel unsatisfied? Won't you ask about it from people around you?" "Well, I think you're right. This way, they will spread the curiosity to the people around them as well," Fang Qi said. "So the people who are asked about." The two girls understood it suddenly. "Oh," Shen Qingqing was a bit upset. "Then, many people will buy the novel. I wish that I had printed more of them." "We have enough," Fang Qi said. "Enough?" The two girls were confused by Fang Qi's logic. "If many people want to buy the book, we can't satisfy them all. I'll tell you a story. There's a vendor who sold rotten apples, and he could sell tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands of them. However, he purposefully provided less." "Sir." Shen Qingqing and Shu Zixin were amused by his story and asked, "How can one sell tens of thousands of rotten apples?" "That's nonsense." "Then, I'll say rotten spiritual fruits. Just ignore the details," Fang Qi said with a straight face. "Then, what happened?" The two girls looked unconvinced. Before the sale of the rotten spiritual fruits, people stood in a long line in front of his shop, and some even began waiting there during the night. The people who bought the rotten spiritual fruits cried with joyful tears while those who came too late tried to buy them from those lucky ones at a cost several times of its original price. While he spoke, Fang Qi glanced at their tiny waists. Some even traded their kidneys for the rotten spiritual fruits. "That's nonsense." The two girls rolled their eyes and said, "Forget it. Today, we can't go to your shop since we must stay low for a while." Chapter 131. A bold idea. After Song Qingfeng's breakthrough, Lin Xiao and Shu Luo had also come close to the Master Warrior realm from the peak of Official Warrior realm. They had been cultivating in their rooms, which was why they still didn't know what happened. What happened? Due to his successful breakthrough, Song Qingfeng was in a great mood. But when he walked into the training field, he found that many of his classmates looked gloomy. There was still some time before the class, but almost all the disciples looked heavy-hearted. Hey, Shichi, what's wrong with you? Are you sulky because I made the breakthrough one step before you? Song Qingfeng patted Shichi's shoulder and said. With their talents and cultivation strengths on the same level, they had been competing to see who was better. But now, congratulations, Shichi answered him listlessly. Hey, what's wrong with you? Song Qingfeng froze. Yesterday, the academy checked the dorms, someone explained in a low voice. Their targets were disciples who went to the Origin Internet Club. Now, many people are. Indeed, Class A of the Huang House was immersed in sadness in the last 2 days because almost half of the disciples in the class were caught in the dorm check while they went to the Internet Café. Many of them could gain a good rank in the Huang list, which was one of the components of the Lingyun list. But with this incident, almost half of the disciples in the class were not qualified to enter the list anymore. How did this happen? Song Qingfeng and his two buddies looked at each other and frowned. Yesterday, thanks to Nalan Mingshui's warning, they didn't go to the Internet Café. Instead, he had stayed in the academy, cultivating all day. However, the moment that they came out, they were greeted with this bad news. Our Class A has become the laughingstock of the whole academy, one disciple said angrily. All of us had the opportunity to enter the Lingyun list, but now half of us lost the qualification. I'm afraid that Instructor Mu and Instructor Chen will get into a rage. That's a small concern compared with the restriction of resources. Without cultivation resources, how can we cultivate in the future? Song Qingfeng tightened his fists. It must be another trick played by old Ghost Qin, right? You're fine this time. One disciple patted Song Qingfeng's shoulder and said, but we are in trouble. I didn't know that old Ghost Qin would be so vicious. Shichi said with red eyes. I don't know what we shall do in the future. Don't be so desperate. Song Qingfeng clenched his fists. I have a bold idea. While all the disciples got busy cultivating, Lingyun Academy issued another order, prohibiting all the disciples from going out of the school before the national examination. This rule would prevent them from going to the Internet Café to play games completely. Looking at the tightly closed academy gate, the instructor behind Qin Bing said worriedly, Director Qin, do you think that it's a good idea to restrict the disciples' freedom this way? I'm doing it for their own good. Qin Bing said with a snort, to ensure that they can cultivate without distraction, I created this seclusion teaching method for them. By the way, how is Zhang doing? Don't worry, Elder Qin. Gongzi Qin Zhang will soon reach the late stage of the Grandmaster Warrior realm. With his newly mastered combat technique, he will surely get the first place of the Earth list. As to the other disciples, they are in excellent states, and their talents are great. Besides, the number 1 of the Heaven House, Wang Zhishui, has returned. TL note. Gongzi means chilled in Chinese. Good. Qin Bing nodded and said, put more effort on their training. With the number 1 position on 3 lists, we'll have the chance to become the best academy in the national examination. Ms. Nolan, what's your plan? Don't make me wait. Lan Yan was extremely curious. After a shower and changing into fresh clothes, they strode to the practice field. It's simple. Nolan Mingshe said, the academy prohibits the disciples from going out, but it doesn't apply to the instructors, right? Instructor. Lan Yan froze. Ms. Nolan, do you mean? Lan Yan had been with Nolan Mingshe for a long time and knew her personality, but she was still shocked by her bold idea. Ms. Nolan is even turning her eyes toward the instructors this time. That's true, but, Lan Yan said, I don't think the instructors will take your orders. Nolan Mingshe replied, you're right. The instructors won't take my orders, but do you think that the instructors aren't curious? About what? For example, Castellan and faction chief Yi spend all day in the Internet Café. Nolan Mingshe said, if we could inform the instructors without alerting Old Man Qin, what do you think they would do? What do you think they would do after learning the benefits? Lan Yan froze. Just like us, the instructors are also want to become more powerful, and that is the top priority for them. However, Qin Bing is different since his priority is to ensure the status of the Lingyun Academy and the Lingyun Martial Arts Tower, thus ensuring his own status. In fact, the instructors are on our side, Nolan Mingshe said with good logic. They haven't gone to the Internet Café because they still need a push. Lan Yan accepted Nolan Mingshui's analysis, but she still felt like it wasn't so easy. But I'm sure Old Man Qin wouldn't sit back and watch if that happened. He will be off to supervise the national examination. Nolan Mingshui's lips curved up. Before we come back from the national examination, many things can happen. Lan Yan was stupefied. Soon, it was night, and several figures walked in the darkness. Young Master Song, do we have to take such a great risk? Think of the disciples who are suppressed by old Ghost Chin. We must prove to the 3 major academies and the entire Dajin during the national examination. We must work hard. We'll show our strengths to these nearsighted people. Do you think that big array around the Lingyun Academy is on? Don't worry, Old Min Chin would never imagine that we could do this. The wall is very high. Can we get over it? Hush, don't let anyone hear us. Hurry, use the sword control technique to send the swords up. Although they couldn't fly on the swords yet, it was enough to make the swords their stepping stones. Behind the wall that was several meters tall, 3 swords hovered in the air like steps. Song Qingfeng looked at the shaky swords uneasily. Young Master Lin, young Master Shu, can you do it? The swords look unsteady. If something happens, none of us can escape. Don't worry, we will be fine. Then, I'll go first. Song Qingfeng gritted his teeth and retreated several steps to prepare for a charge. We carry the hope of the whole class, and we can't mess it up. Chapter 132, The Pinnacle Duel Between 2 Masters. How come there are so many people in the Internet Café? When Song Qingfeng and others came into the Internet Café after jumping over the tall wall, they found that there were almost no seats for them. It was already 9 p.m. into the night. They looked around, and then their eyes lit up. Those old guys are leaving. Move, move, let's grab those computers. They yelled. Xiaoyu, we'll take 4 hours. Today, Act 3 of Diablo came out, right? Shu Luo asked. Hurry, Lin Xiao said impatiently. Activate it and play. And Hu Wei had just got off the computer, and he froze at the sight of them. You guys still came. Hush, Lin Xiao whispered. We jumped the wall to get out. And Hu Wei's face twitched, and he almost dropped under the table. Stroking his chin, he looked them up and down, thinking, with the academy's gate closed, you just jumped the wall to get out. How did old Ghost Chin train these guys? They can find loopholes in every rule. I wish that the disciples in my Luyun Taoist palace could be as diligent as them. Shui Delph murmured to himself. If you bring your disciples here, they will be as diligent as these kids. And Hu Wei said with a laugh. Good idea. Shui Delph's eyes lit up. Tomorrow, I'll bring my disciples to get familiar with these new weapons. Then, I'll show them the great power of the sword control technique. The second morning. In the summer wind full of the faint fragrance of lotus, a chilling atmosphere permeated the space. The wind blew in through the windows, and the sunlight shone into the room. However, the sunlight felt as cold as the morning wind. Yi Songtao's gaze was even colder. With about 100 disciples behind him, he stared ahead without blinking. Like a wind, the newcomer seemed lighter than the sunlight, but his position in Dajin carried great weight. He had also brought about 100 disciples. Yi Songtao exclaimed in surprise, why did you bring so many people here, Palace Master Shui? You can bring so many disciples here, so why can't I do the same? With many disciples with him, Shui Delph had obviously come prepared. Yi Songtao sighed faintly, it's a pity that the shop doesn't have enough seats for all of us. With a cold sneer, Shui Delph looked at the 100 disciples behind his opponent and said, then, only one of us can bring the disciples into the shop. Yi Songtao waved his right hand, signaling his disciples to retreat. The person with the greater strength can enter the shop. Fine, Shui Delph said with heroic spirits. The wind on the street got even colder. The intense lights in their eyes got brighter while they said at the same time, counter-strike. The best of 3 wins. Yi Songtao immediately pushed the door open and entered the shop. Xiaoyu, get me a computer. I'll have a duel with Palace Master Shui today. Okay. Is the faction Master Song and Palace Master Shui going to duel in Counter-Strike? Follow them, follow them. The moment that they entered the game, many disciples came and stood behind them to watch. While touching the exquisite bodies of the heavy sniper rifles, they both launched the commands of buying grenades and bulletproof vests without hesitation. The Palace Master is walking out of the door. Luyun Taoist Palace's Xiao Yul, a veteran bystander, cried out while his face twitched, this step is... Watchin step, alerted by Xiao Yul's cry, the disciples of Cloud Ocean faction immediately looked at Shui Delph's screen. Yi Xiaoyi froze and then whispered, isn't it? Young Lian immediately covered his junior sister's mouth and then looked at their faction master's screen, exclaiming, our faction master walked out of the door as well. Flick shot. The faction master has used flick shot without being taught. Although the shot missed, it looked proficient. What are all these people doing here? Fang Qi saw a large crowd in the shop, and Zhang Xiaoyu was jumping around, wanting to see what was happening since she was too short. Faction Chief Yi and Palace Master Shui have both brought disciples to play games in the shop. Lowly Zhang Xiaoyu explained, they are now competing in Counter-Strike, and the winner's disciples can play the games first. At this moment, people shouted in the crowd, our faction master is using quick scope. Quick scope, it's no big deal. Our palace master dodged all the bullets with watch and step. These two guys are both noobs. How come they are so strong? With his face twitching, Fang Qi looked toward them but couldn't see anything. My god, our faction master is using quick scope so frequently. Even the shop owner can't do it. Can the shop owner dodge bullets? Xiao Yulv yelled in contempt, our palace master has dodged all the snipes from faction master Yi. Our palace master has also dodged the many snipes from faction master Yi. My god, blind snipe. The palace master used blind snipe with the machine gun. At this moment, Hui and others also came to the shop. Looking at the bustling crowd, they were confused. What's happening in the shop so early in the morning? Right now, few people in Juhua City come here to play games, but the shop has such a big crowd today. Getting close. At this moment, Hui and others heard another exclamation. The faction master Yi dug out the Desert Eagle and shot palace master Shui, who is using watch and step. The first match is over. So exciting. Hui looked at the crowd suspiciously and patted the shoulders of two disciples standing before him. Let me in, sir. I want to watch. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the crowd eagerly. Let us in. Fang Qi had no choice but to squeeze to the front of the crowd while holding this lowly's hand. The palace master walked out of the door with watch and step again. The faction master is warming up with flick shot. The bullets dodged all the obstacles with perfection. Fang Qi had just squeezed to the front, and his face twitched when he heard this exclamation. What are they yelling about? Looking forward, he saw one person shooting without aiming and the other jumping like crazy. No blood was shed in the whole process. Let me see. Zhang Xiaoyu finally got to the front of the crowd and watched the two of them shoot at each other wildly. She froze upon seeing this. Can't you summarize it with a few words? With his face twitching, Fang Qi whispered to Yun Lian, who stood beside him. What do you mean? Yun Lian asked. Just noobs fighting, Fang Qi whispered with a dark expression. Yun Lian glanced at the two masters who were busy playing Counter-Strike, and his face turned red with stifled laughter. Sir, I can't. I'm out of here. Go on with your play. Fang Qi backed out of the crowd. He didn't know which side won the match. All he saw was that the two groups entered the two shops respectively and engaged in a large group fight in Counter-Strike. Fang Qi glanced at the task list and saw the activation target for Counter-Strike being met instantly. He only needed to achieve the activation target of Diablo 2 before the launch of the TV drama, Zhu Xian. Chapter 133, Diablo's Sudden Popularity, Fusheng Restaurant. It was a mid-range restaurant. Some warriors would come here for a drink, and nearby cultivators would occasionally come here to have meals. Although it wasn't as high-end as the Wind and Moon Pavilion, it was quite famous among nearby residents. Besides, since some big bookstores were close by, the customer's favorite entertainment in this restaurant was listening to the stories. Here's Mr. You. What will Mr. You tell today? How about Three Saints again? Forget it, I've listened to it many times. One customer complained, he just told it yesterday, and it will be boring to hear it again today. How about the part where the main character dropped down the cliff? A cultivator said with a wine cup in his hand, the only part interesting about that story is when he survived the fall and gained a great treasure. I'm tired of that too. A luxuriously dressed warrior shook his head and said, how about the part where he met a powerful master? The hero met an old Grand Master when he was in a desperate situation. At this moment, Mr. You slammed the gavel on the table and began, everyone, do you know what lies at the end of the Tianju Ocean to the distant west? I don't remember this part in Celestial Warrior, right? What is there? Isn't it the legendary Endless Death Zone where the monsters live? Today, I'll tell you the story of Diablo. Mr. You raised his head and said, Diablo, what's this Diablo? All the people in the audience looked at each other and then gazed at the old storyteller in confusion. In the distant west, gods lived in the heaven with boundless light, and they were called angels. Their enemies were called demons. While the angels and demons fought, humans were caught in between and struggled to survive. What's this place? Everyone looked at each other with curiosity. There are such entities like angels and demons. How about humans? Were there any emperor warriors or immortals who could build a force to fight the demons? Good question. The customers had gotten tired of hearing stories about combat techniques and celestial spells. When they heard the novel elements such as paladin and demons, they felt. Is this also a novel? Is it a new book? They felt as if a new world were open to them. It seemed like there was really an unknown place on the other side of the ocean. And in that world, there were characters such as paladins and sorceresses, and there was a new power structure that they had never known before, such as magics. In that world, the angels and demons battled each other fiercely. A cultivator exclaimed, "They also have people like cultivators. Can the sorceresses make spiritual artifacts? They even have lofty warriors such as paladins." An aristocratic warrior inhaled deeply and said, "The paladins can practice spiritual spells. They have crazy warriors who are barbarians." A cultivator asked with great curiosity, "The druid cultivated the transformational techniques to this level. Who is his master? Is his master the legendary thousand-faced godly master?" "Mister, you only went through half of today's material, yet all kinds of questions were tossed at him." "I only read the first chapter, how can I answer all these questions?" "Mister." You slammed the gavel on the desk and cupped his hands to the audience, saying, "If you want to get the answers, come and hear the rest of the story in the future." He glanced at Li Fusheng and saw the latter giving him a thumbs up secretly. "Mister," you said smugly, "please come back tomorrow. That's all for today. How about this evening?" "Mister," you said calmly, "I'll continue telling Celestial Warrior at dinner time." The audience protested, "We don't want to hear it. That story is boring. At least tell us what happens to this world in the end. Did Diablo destroy the world or not? We want to hear the story of the West. We want to hear Diablo." Quiet down. Hearing their eager requests, Mr. You felt overwhelmed. "Tonight, I'll reveal to you some of the contents in tomorrow's session. Please wait until then." When the evening came, the owner of the nearby Jinxiang restaurant was puzzled. How come the business today is so slow? Meanwhile, the Fusheng restaurant across the street was more crowded than usual. "What's happening? I heard that Fusheng restaurant told a new story today." A busboy whispered to him. The customers all went there to hear the story. "Is the 9th volume of Celestial Warrior out already? That owner you from Dongguan Book Forest didn't tell me the news." The fat owner was furious. "From what I heard, they are not telling Celestial Warrior." A busboy explained, "The 9th volume of Celestial Warrior won't come out until tomorrow, right?" "Then, what story are they telling?" "It seems to be a story named Diablo," the busboy whispered. "Dial. What name is that?" The fat restaurant owner was confused. "Go, ask someone where they got this so-called Diablo. From what I know, all the stories told in the restaurants have the books out first, right?" On the street, two warriors seemed to be searching for something. "How come none of the big bookstores has this book? The Fusheng restaurant tells only a small part of the story each day, I just can't wait." A warrior said with frustration. "I never like to listen to stories they tell," the other warrior said, "but today, I found this story novel and enthralling. That is Dongguan Book Forest, the biggest bookstore in this city." One warrior said, "Let's go and see if they have the book." Yu Rui, the owner of Dongguan Book Forest, was smug when he thought about the big profits that he would make when the 9th volume of Celestial Warrior would be published. Dongguan Book Forest was the sole printer and distributor of Celestial Warrior in the entire Juhua city. Whenever a new volume came out, the other bookstores, restaurants, and even some aristocrats in the entire Juhua city asked favors from him. It gave him great pleasure. At this moment, two warriors came into the bookstore. Standing behind the counter, Yu Rui asked them, "Are you here for the 9th volume of Celestial Warrior as well?" "I'm sorry, but you must come back tomorrow for it. We don't care about Celestial Warrior," one of the warriors said. "Sir, do you have Diablo or not?" "Pardon me, mister." Yu froze. "Diablo? No, what's Diablo?" Standing beside them, a fat man in luxurious clothes said with a chuckle, "If you want to read a novel, Celestial Warrior is the only choice for you." "Forget it." The warrior shook his head, looking unimpressed. "You'll know what we're talking about if you go and hear the story in Fusheng restaurant. If you're late, you can't even find a standing spot. Let's go." You shouldn't have told him that. If more people go there, we won't even have a standing spot for ourselves. Chapter 134. Tricking instructors to play in Internet Cafe, a smart move. Is it really so good? I can't find a seat if I'm late. The fat guy murmured to himself while he watched the two warriors leave. Shall I go and have a look? Yu Rui was speechless. The same scenes happened not only in Dongguan Book Forest, but in other big bookstores as well. Soon, people began talking about and asking about this novel in all the restaurants of this area and even in Tianfu Street. People learned that they could hear this novel in the Fusheng restaurant. In the last few days, the place was full whenever Diablo was told. Due to the great popularity of the novel, Li Fusheng asked the storyteller to retell the portion of the story from the previous day at noon during dinner time, in the Wind and Moon Pavilion. If the most luxurious restaurant in Juhua City didn't have the entertainment option of storytelling, and Cheng and Bu Che wouldn't have known about novels. It's convenient that we can now buy the newest volume of Celestial Warrior in Juhua City. A woman lay lazily on a soft recliner behind a gauze curtain. Wearing an apricot-colored gauze blouse and a milky white silk skirt, she had a charming faint smile on her face while she had turned to the last page of the book in her hand. She closed the book reluctantly and asked, "Ching, when will be Mr. Duan tell this volume?" "He's telling it." But Shang Qing felt embarrassed since he had never encountered such a situation before. But what? Dong Qingli's only hobby was reading books including the history of Dajin and pre-establishment times. Also, she enjoyed novels when she was free. It was one of her favorite entertainment options. Since her grandfather was one of the few top officials who supported the idea of managing the country using civil methods instead of military methods, she had gained these hobbies from her elder generations. But it seems like there are fewer listeners. Shang Qing pointed toward the outside. What? She put down the book. Don't you think that this volume is good? There were lots of customers in the Wind and Moon Pavilion, but few people cared to listen to the story anymore recently. It seems that they've all gone to Tianfu Street. She put down the book. Where's Wanyu? She's gone to Tianfu Street as well, Shang Heching said in embarrassment. What is it? Dong Qingli gave him a hard look. What do you want to say? Wanyu is gone for a long while, and I haven't had any messages from her yet. Shang Qing said awkwardly. Can't you contact her with the communication jade? Dong Qingli asked in bafflement. She didn't respond. Didn't respond. Dong Qingli arched her eyebrows. Do you think that something happened to her? Shall I take some people with me and check up on her? Shang Qing asked uneasily. At this moment, he received a message on his communication jade. Listening to a novel in a restaurant. It's superb, but it seems that no one knows where to buy this book. After hearing the message from the communication jade, Dong Qingli murmured and asked in bafflement, with the 9th volume of Celestial Warrior out, there's a book that is even more popular than it. It's impossible. It must be noted that these kinds of novels mostly originated from the biographies of previous emperors, which was why these novels were most popular in Jingxi, the capital of Dajin. As in Juhua City, storytelling in restaurants was started by her. But now, people claimed that another novel was more enthralling than Celestial Warrior. That is nonsense. Have you found out where we can buy this book? Dong Qingli asked immediately. No. Dong Qingli's face fell. Send more people on it. Instructor Mu. In a cafe inside the Lingyun Academy, Nolan Mingshe had a cup of high-quality red tea in her hand. The aroma floated from the cup, and one sniff of it could lighten one's mood. Mingshe, Mu Hongzhu felt a bit weird. If you have any questions about the combat techniques, you can ask me in my office. You don't have to invite me to this place. It's not about the combat techniques. Nolan Mingshe said with the teacup in her hand. I wonder how much you know about the games at the Origin Internet Cafe. Those things, Mu Hongzhu frowned. Aren't they addictive evil things that attempt the disciples to take the risk of being severely punished by the academy? Why did you bring them up? Nolan Mingshe sighed faintly. Yeah, Lan Yan has sneaked out to play the games again. What? Mu Hongzhu stood up immediately. Since I can't go out of the academy, Nolan Mingshe said gloomily, only you can help me now. Aren't you afraid that I'll report her to the academy? After hearing what Nolan Mingshe said, Mu Hongzhu was surprised that Nolan Mingshe expected her to bring Lan Yan back without notifying the academy. How could she do such a thing? However, she soon realized that she couldn't refuse this request. Most of the disciples in Class A are not on the Lingyun list anymore. Nolan Mingshe stated this fact calmly. These disciples' situation is. Mu Hongzhu's face fell, and she finally agreed to help. Just as Nolan Mingshe said, she didn't want to lose another disciple. After all, she had taught them. When she saw most of them being punished, she felt as bad as them. Meanwhile, she was curious about the charm of the games which enthralled her disciples. Nolan Mingshui's request gave her a good excuse to satisfy her curiosity. Diablo 2, and her usual room number is. After putting on an aura concealment cloak, one would reveal their true identities only in the games. It's indeed a strange place. Addicted, she was amused. I'm just going there to fetch a disciple, there's nothing to be worried about. After a day of teaching, Mu Hongzhu was supposed to prepare tomorrow's lessons and then cultivate in the martial arts tower or a cultivation room. In fact, many ambitious warriors lived this onerous life, and the only additional thing that they did was going out to do missions. However, she took off her fiery red leather armor today and changed into black clothes before putting on a black cloak. She had to personally investigate the place that enthralled her elite disciples. After all, every disciple in her class was a genius, and she hated to lose them. Also, she was an instructor of the academy and thus couldn't let the disciples see she enter the place which was forbidden by the academy. Nolan Mingshe continued to sip her tea. Instructor Mu is quite naive sometimes. Chapter 135, Come and Gain Levels. When Wanyu found this small bookstore in this remote corner, it was already dark. After searching for the book for most of the day, she saw a long line of people waiting in front of the shop when she came to this narrow street with some servants. Usually, the closer to the downtown in Juhua City, the safer it was. This area was obviously better than the location of Fang Chi's shop. Of course, Zhang Wanyu wouldn't stand in line as everyone else did. She walked to the front of the line and asked, "Is this the place where the Diablo novel is sold?" At this moment, a servant-looking young man paid for the book happily. Yu Jiwei looked up at the woman standing in front of her and said politely, "I'm sorry, but they're sold out." Sold out? Zhang Wanyu froze. "We just arrived, and the books are sold out." The servant-looking young man who was about to leave looked at Zhang Wanyu as he noticed her luxurious dressing. Then, he said with a smile, "Hey, lady, I can sell my book to you if you want." Zhang Wanyu was pleased. "Thank you, how much do you want?" "1 crystal." Zhang Wanyu's face fell. "What did you say? 1 crystal?" It was more than enough to buy all the volumes of Celestial Warrior that were out at the moment. "No," the servant-looking young man said with disdain, "then forget it." Zhang Wanyu snorted, thinking that she would be a fool to pay so much for a book. She walked to Yu Jiwei and asked, "Miss, when will you restock the books?" Yu Jiwei said, "I'm sorry, but I was just selling them for a friend. There are no reprints." She pointed at the sign beside the door that said, "Only 1,000 copies for sale." Besides Zhang Wanyu, all the other people in the line were stupefied. Only 1,000 copies, no reprints. With such booming sales, is this author stupid? Zhang Wanyu thought. As to pirated versions, it never crossed her mind. After Dong Qingli worked with the official force in Juhua City and gave a brutal hit to the people who were selling pirated books, few people dared to do such a risky business. But, how could she find a copy now? Time was essential to business. The Wind and Moon Pavilion was losing its customers. Although they could afford it, Dong Qingli wouldn't like her incompetence. Besides, the loss of profit in the Wind and Moon Pavilion would be much more than a crystal. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Stop. I'll take it for 1 crystal." Huh, all the people around them were stupefied. Pay 1 crystal for 1 book. Is she crazy? What's she thinking about? She's obviously rich. Even Yu Jiwei who was sitting in her shop was stupefied by this. Diablo. Zhang Wanyu found this name quite familiar. The game, she suddenly remembered that some customers of their restaurant had once mentioned this name. It was night when Mu Hongzhu came into the internet cafe in a black cloak. However, when she entered the shop, she found that the Origin Internet Club didn't look like an evil place as she had imagined. In her mind, this shop should at least look like a casino with some brawny guys guarding the door. But when she entered, there was nothing of that kind. In the neat and clean shop, a cute loli was sitting behind the counter. What's this? She was confused. Is this a disguise to confuse the customers? At this moment, the battle between Luyun Taoist Palace and Cloud Ocean faction had ended, and it was quiet with a few players. Before Mu Hongzhu came here, she had talked with Nolan Mingshe and knew that the students seemed to be playing a very interesting game. If that's the case, it's not a big deal. Mu Hongzhu thought. She didn't know that Nolan Mingshui had prepared a whole package for her. Room number. Following Nolan Mingshui's instruction, she activated the game, created her character, and looked for the room number. In fact, the moment that she entered the game, she felt something wasn't right. Is this an illusion? How come it feels so real? Find a blue portal, go in, and find her. At this stage, she had a stronger feeling that something wasn't right. However, she couldn't figure out what was wrong. Lan Yan is inviting you to join her team. Do you accept? Mu Hongzhu was surprised. This girl is indeed here. She selected yes immediately and saw a few figures running over followed by a large group of monsters. Careful. As a high-level warrior, she rushed over at the sight of danger. In the next moment, a level 1 assassin was sent flying on the screen. Then, all kinds of lights flashed, and the monsters dropped dead on the ground. How come my injuries are healed? Sitting on the ground, Mu Hongzhu was puzzled, not knowing that she had just leveled up. Instructor Mu, are you playing this game too? Let's go and level up. Mu Hongzhu, her face turned dark. Level up, go back to school with me. After we level up a little. Just like that, Mu Hongzhu, a level 1 assassin, was dragged away. 10 minutes later, Mu Hongzhu began to understand the game after leveling up and killing lots of monsters. While I fight with the monsters, I can increase my cultivation strength by leveling up. After killing a zombie, she said in astonishment, I can increase my cultivation strength so fast. After leveling up several times with her team, she felt that her cultivation strength had grown a lot in only 10 minutes. The speed was horrifyingly fast. Of course, Lan Yan said casually, otherwise, we wouldn't have come here every day. I understand now. Mu Hongzhu sank into deep thought. She had heard that one could increase cultivation strength here, but she hadn't taken it seriously, especially after the academy declared that it was evil stuff. But now, she felt that the warrior chi in her body had increased, and it was very pure, not something full of impurities. It meant that there were no side effects in her newly gained cultivation strength. 1 hour later, she found that in this illusion-like game, one not only could increase cultivation strength but could also learn skills and techniques from the characters. Besides, I can get inspired by the character's own understanding and experience. This is so powerful. If one can cultivate in this place, the Lingyun martial arts tower would look lame. At this thought, she began to understand why Qin Bing was trying his best to suppress this small shop. His reason was probably not that the disciples got distracted from their cultivation by playing the games. Of course, she hadn't noticed that the games were fun to play. Before she knew it, she had killed quite a few bosses and changed into a set of golden items under the guidance of her teammates. Chapter 136, Fang Chi's Scheme. Scheme. This must be a scheme from that unscrupulous shop. Zhang Wanyu got the book, but she was sure that this was a scheme from the small shop that they had tried to suppress. They even tried this trick. It's fortunate that we found out before they could do us any harm. Zhang Wanyu declared in a loud voice. Well, Dong Qingli turned to the first page of Diablo while she murmured to herself disbelievingly, is this book really so good? Shang Qing felt like something wasn't right. Anyway, it won't hurt to read it. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while he thought. The writing is ordinary. At first, Dong Qingli read with a frown. However, the more she read, the more surprised she got. The novel described a completely different world. She felt neither envy nor admiration, but the strong curiosity hit her when she learned something new and wondrous. When she read the book, she even felt like it broadened her vision and knowledge. It felt like she was getting to know a new world. Of course, she didn't know that this logical and fantastic story never occurred in her world. Driven by this strong curiosity, she couldn't stop reading. She felt as if she were in a world engulfed in mist, and she received an unprecedented sense of achievement whenever she saw a new thing or gained a new understanding of this world. Fang Qi had had the same feelings when he read novels in his old world. Like any fiction lover, he would get extremely excited by the author's imagination and wait breathlessly for the plot to unravel itself. As a fan of novels, Dong Qingli was first hooked by the wondrous beginning of the novel. Without her awareness, she sank into the story until she turned to the last page. I'm still a bit confused. Dong Qingli thought with a hand supporting her chin. Who on earth are the dark wanderers that they mentioned many times? No, I have to read it again. She turned to the beginning of the book. Compared to the games which distracted people from the great plot with all kinds of fun gameplay mechanics, this official novel showcased its fascinating plot. Shang Qing and Zhang Wanyu looked at each other and wondered if they should grab the book from her hand and burn it. She looked possessed. Zhang Wanyu felt like if they didn't do that, something more unthinkable would happen. Soon, her ominous feeling was confirmed since Dong Qingli turned to the beginning again when she finished reading the book for the second time. Some people would read the best parts of a book repeatedly. There were not a lot of such people, but Zhang Wanyu gaped as she finally understood what a bookworm was. She felt like crying, regretting that she hadn't burned the book before she brought it back. Now, it was too late. Shang Qing felt bitter inside as well. After making many plans with Huo Chong, he got uneasy when seeing this, wondering if his master would surrender to their enemy in the next instant. After all, he had just mentioned to her that the unscrupulous shop even had a game for it. Damn it! Meanwhile, young Master Chen was excited when he heard that Blue Flame Pavilion could make guns and had even produced one with success. As a loyal fan of Counter-Strike, he was elated to find that he could lay his hands on one of these miraculous weapons in the real world. When he did more investigation and learned that Blue Flame Pavilion had made a Magnum revolver for someone, he was stoked. As to the cost, he didn't lack funds since he could always get money from his father. Dad, when he was having dinner at home, he brought up the topic. Give me some crystals to buy a weapon. Buy a weapon? Chen Feng was astonished. He knew that his son was a good-for-nothing, but he loved his son too much to give the latter a hard lesson since he only had one child. But today, his son asked to buy a weapon. What weapon do you want? Chen Feng waved his hand generously. I'll get you the best. Give me 1,000 crystals. I want to buy a pistol, young Master Chen said mildly. 1. Chen Feng froze. How much did you say? Despite the great wealth of the Chen family, 1,000 crystals were still a big fortune. He had thought that a weapon that cost a few hundred crystals was good enough for his son whose level was quite low. However, his son requested 1,000 crystals. I've made an appointment with Palace Master Shui of Luyun Taoist Palace and Faction Master Yi of Cloud Ocean Faction to buy the weapons together, young Master Chen said calmly. I can't look bad before them, right? In fact, they were the only people who were at the same level as him right now. Besides, young Master Chen had been teammates with Shui Delph while they used the Rush B strategy. Chen Feng's face twitched, and he felt like giving his son a slap to wake him up from his dream. Palace Master Shui of Luyun Taoist Palace. Forget it, I'm playing Counter-Strike with them after dinner. Young Master Chen waved his hand. Play what? Chen Feng felt like he couldn't follow his son's logic. Counter-Strike, young Master Chen said, it's in the shop which all the businesses in the city are boycotting. Chen Feng's face turned dark since he had joined the boycott as well. He said in a cold expression, how dare you go to that place? Why not? Young Master Chen said, Palace Master Shui promised me that he will take me into the Luyun Taoist Palace as a disciple if I take him into my team and play Counter-Strike together. With my talent, I can reach the Yuan River realm even though I began cultivation quite late. I didn't even care to give him a reply yet. Chen Feng's face twitched hard this time. Is he really Palace Master Shui? Chen Feng asked again, are you sure that you're not being tricked? Although I never met Palace Master Shui before, I know Castellanen, young Master Chen said, this person doesn't have to bow to Castellanen. Do you think I'm a fool who doesn't notice the details? Chen Feng knew that Enhui was partial to this small shop, and he had thought that Enhui had a special relation with it. Now, it seemed like he had been wrong. Still feeling like something was off, he said, son, take me to the shop and play the so-called counter. Strike after dinner, okay. Chapter 137, The Glory That Belonged to the Disciples. Mu Hongzhu felt like she had gone mad. Instead of taking Lan Yan back with her, she had played games with them for one night. However, she felt great as she leveled up with them, and the warrior chi in her body had increased by a small realm. This was beyond fun, it was insane. Later on, she had found that the people in the team that led her in the game included not only Lan Yan but Song Qingfeng and the others as well. How come you're here too? Looking at Song Qingfeng and his friends, Mu Hongzhu's face turned dark. Aren't you afraid that you will be expelled from the academy? Instructor Mu, they won't know if you don't tell on us. Song Qingfeng said, besides, it's more than playing games. We play with faith. Faith. Mu Hongzhu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. We must redeem the honor of our punished classmates. Lin Xiao said, That's why we must work hard and increase our strengths. Are you kidding me? Mu Hongzhu asked. What's your realm now? Level 3 Master Warrior Realm, Instructor, Song Qingfeng said mildly. Level 1 Master Warrior Realm, Lin Xiao said in the same cool tone. Same for me, I'm at level 2 of the Master Warrior Realm, Lan Yan sounded mild as well. Mu Hongzhu froze. I remember that you were only official warriors when you entered the academy. She had thought that these disciples increased their strengths in the Lingyun Martial Arts Tower, but these huge jumps were. Hush, don't tell anyone, Instructor Mu. This way, when they came close to the main gate of the academy, Mu Hongzhu asked them curiously, aren't you returning to the school? We are, Song Qingfeng said, we came out by jumping over the wall, and we must return the same way. Mu Hongzhu felt like she, an instructor, had been dragged into the camp of these disciples. The wall is so high, how can you scale it with your current cultivation strengths? She was amazed by their audacity. They even dared to jump over the academy's wall and get out without being discovered. Move, 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 show Instructor Mu our wall jumping skills with the sword control technique. Mu Hongzhu watched while they each took out a sword and sent them flying in the air, forming steps before them. She froze at the sight. You even learned spiritual spells. We are controlling the swords with qi. Song Qingfeng said smugly, Instructor Mu, don't tell people about this. When we're in the national examination, we'll beat the shit out of those who dare to mess with us. Watching her students jumping over the wall one after another, Mu Hongzhu followed them without thinking, feeling like her previous beliefs all collapsed. These disciples had reached the Master Warrior Realm while in the Huang House, and the other disciples were still at the official Warrior Realm. Besides, they could even move the swords in the air, which meant that they could attack from a distance. Of course, she didn't know that there was a late-stage Master Warrior in her class. She would be even more astonished if she knew. Meanwhile in the Heaven House. Old Guo, have you heard the news? Wang Zhishui is back. Yeah, I know, Guo Shang answered with a muffled voice. As a low-profile player, he had recently taken time to practice the sword control technique in the close-range combat skills. After all, the national examination was drawing near, and he must work harder. Meanwhile in the Zan house, Xu Zixin was carefully cleaning the magnum revolver in her hand. Zixin, I heard that Li Haoran did some modifications to this gun. Shen Qingqing asked with envy. Yeah, it's much better than before. I think I can use it to defeat late-stage master warriors. Meanwhile, Fang Qi was playing games in the internet cafe. It's almost done. He clicked open the skill interface and added the last point to a skill. Skills Expert. Become proficient with 10 skills in games 10 out of 10 and master the sword control technique. Do you want to claim the reward? Fang Qi immediately selected yes. Then, rows after rows of data flashed before his eyes as if new knowledge was injected into his brain. Gradually, Fang Qi felt like a lot of new information entered his brain. Besides information, there were all kinds of tricks on controlling swords. Just as he did in the games, he instantly understood them. Meanwhile, he received a new task. Mastery. Master the newly learned skill of flying on swords. Task reward, Laotan Chinese sauerkraut instant noodles. Task description, hug the sky. TL note. Laotan Chinese sauerkraut instant noodles is one of the most popular instant noodles in China. Also, hug the sky is one of their slogans in their commercials. What, hug the sky, the reward is instant noodles? Fang Qi looked at the task in doubt. Isn't this messed up? Today, all the elite disciples of Lingyun Academy gathered on the Lingyun Square. They were going to Jingxi to participate in the national examination. In Class A of the Huang House, sad howls sounded in the class since half of them were not qualified to participate. Also, wherever they went in the academy, they were pointed and laughed at. It was all because they had been expelled from the Lingyun list and became wastrels. Shi-Chi looked extremely lost since this blow was quite heavy to this talented young man. In fact, some people in his family began to demand for his return to punish him. He had thought that he might be defeated by someone with greater talent one day, but he had never imagined that he would fall in this way. Don't worry, old Shi. Song Qingfeng felt gloomy at this sight. He patted Shi-Chi on his shoulder and said, I assure you that I'll win back your honor. Work hard on your cultivation. Lin Xiao gave him a light punch on the chest and added, I hope that you won't be so lousy that you can't even defeat me when we come back. Got it, Shi-Chi felt touched. He had never imagined that they would get so much closer due to the games. He tightened his fists and said, "Win glory for me. No, win glory for our class." He knew that his future was counting on this. Otherwise, the Academy's punishment would be finalized, and it would bring huge blows to most of the disciples here. Of course, Song Qingfeng laughed. "If I can't beat the shit out of the opponents who are one level above us, I will be too ashamed to call myself a player at Mr. Fang's shop." They gave each other a fist bump and said their farewells. Chapter 138. Take orders, disciples from Luyun Taoist Palace, Cloud Ocean Faction. A weapon costs 1,000 crystals. Chen Feng was surprised since the Chen family's business covered the sale of spiritual artifacts and weapons. These things were the foundations of powerful families. More importantly, he was impressed that this good-for-nothing son of his could befriend the big figures from the Luyun Taoist Palace and the Cloud Ocean Faction in this shop. He had thought that this small shop had big figures behind it, and it was boycotted because it had conflicts with Huochong and others. He had done some investigation and didn't spare much thought to it after knowing that it was just an entertainment business. Now, he began to think that this shop wasn't what he had thought. After reading the book 3 times in one sitting, Dong Qingli put it down reluctantly, still savoring its content. "It's really amazing," Dong Qingli exclaimed. "How could such a place exist? Who is the author? It wouldn't be unusual if the story was only set in a new world." However, the unique customs, traditions, and even the religious beliefs in this story were realistic, making it a more fantastic read. "I wish that I could meet this author." Dong Qingli inhaled deeply with an indescribable excitement, and her full chest rose and fell with her fast breathing. "I want to ask this author how this story was thought up." Shang Qing looked awkward. Zhang Wanyu also looked hesitant, wondering if she should tell their master that this novel was related to the shop that they were boycotting, and it was probably one of its schemes. The shop is using this method to handle this situation. Dong Qingli saw their expressions and asked in bafflement, "What's wrong with you guys?" "No, nothing." Shang Qing coughed slightly. "That's good." Dong Qingli handed the book to Shang Qing and said, "Give this book to Mr. Duan, and our Wind and Moon Pavilion will tell this story as well." Shang Qing froze, and so did Zhang Wanyu. It would be free promotion for their enemy. "What did you mean by, Sitting on the soft recliner, Dong Qingli gazed at her 2 subordinates mildly. They were her best employees, and they had managed the Wind and Moon Pavilion well when she was absent. However, recently, she gazed at them coldly and said, "What do you want to say?" "We don't dare to hide the truth from you, master." Shang Qing immediately bowed to her and said, "We heard of Diablo from the customers who are also visitors of the small shop named Origin. It's very likely that this book is a scheme of that shop." Scheme? Dong Qingli felt as if she had been struck by a lightning bolt when she heard that the author whom she admired a moment ago was actually her enemy. How could this happen? It is impossible. The person whom she had admired and sung high praise about was in fact the mortal enemy she was trying to beat viciously. Dong Qingli's expression changed many times in one instant. "Master." Seeing the hesitation on Dong Qingli's face, they immediately said, "We suggest that we burn the book and forbid anyone from talking about it. We will kick out anyone who breaks this rule." "Kick them out." Dong Qingli's smirk was faint, but her voice sounded like a heavy mountain on their hearts. "Then, the Wind and Moon Pavilion will close the door," Dong Qingli said in a cold voice. They were at loss for words. How could they come up with this plan? Dong Qingli gritted her teeth. "Qing," she asked, "are you sure that this book comes from that shop?" "I'm 80% sure of that," Shang Qing said. "It's the shop that you dislike the most. The tiny shop that encourages its customers to criticize the snacks in our shop, saying that they are not as good as those in that shop. The incident of that drunkard guy." At Dong Qingli's cold stare, he immediately shut up. "Master, you must be careful. It must be a scheme of that small shop. They want to hook you with this book so that we won't boycott it." Dong Qingli had a sudden urge to go into that small shop and experience the so-called virtual reality games. She said in a cold voice, "If that's what they want, then their scheme is successful." "What?" They looked at Dong Qingli dully. "Their scheme was successful. You've always disliked that small shop, right?" Shang Qinghei's heart lurched as a bad feeling struck him. "I only like this novel. We'll go and see if they have the second volume. If they do, we'll buy one and won't stay long in the shop," Dong Qingli said earnestly. "Qing, Wanyu, which one of you wants to go to that shop with me?" Due to the incident of that drunkard, she had a deep dislike for everything from that shop. However, she felt like her determination was shaken. After all, there's no deep hatred between me and that small shop, right? Thinking back, she remembered that she had just gotten mad over that incident once. Wanyu, you go with Master. Shang-Qing felt unsettled with this sudden change of plans. He felt bad that all his plans and arrangements were disrupted suddenly. It was in a mess. I hope Master just wants to go and take a look. He comforted himself even though he didn't believe it too much. Oh, prepare 2 scarves so that we won't be recognized. Dad, this is the place. Young Master Chen pushed open the door with a flattering smile. Shut up. Chen Feng gave him a dirty look. Hush, he looked very mysterious in black clothes and a large bamboo hat. After all, he had joined Huo Chong's side in boycotting this small shop, and it would reflect badly on him if he were discovered. With squinted eyes, he looked inside and found that it was quiet. It seems like the boycotting is effective. He nodded. After all, Huo Chong had called all the businesses in Juhua City to boycott this small shop, and it was a miracle to him that this shop was still open. He was confident in the combined power between the Southern Business Alliance and Lingyun Academy. Even in Huwei felt pressured, let alone this small shop. While he thought about that, a dignified middle-aged man in a white robe and a tall hat came from one end of the street with a team of about 100 people. From the other end of the street, a middle-aged celestial-looking Taoist in a black Taoist robe with embroidered white clouds was also coming this way, followed by about 100 people. Seeing each other, the 2 men stopped walking, and the air sizzled as if a storm was coming. You came again, another group training, you are doing the same. Taoist Yi, sure enough, people came to destroy the shop. Chen Feng nodded slightly. In the next moment, he heard a command. Take my order, disciples of Luyun Taoist Palace. Take my order, disciples of Cloud Ocean Faction. Grab a seat now. Chen Feng was surprised. With a dark expression, young Master Chen dragged his father into the shop while yelling, Xiaoyu. Activate the computers. He finished the routine of booting the computer and opening the game at top speed. Chapter 139. Wait in line for about 5 hours. As only a combat technique instructor, Mu Hongzhu didn't supervise Class A and thus didn't accompany the disciples to Jingxi. Qin Bing brought lots of elite disciples and some instructors to the national examination, but Lingyun Academy still operated as usual. Most of the students were not elites, and they were left in Lingyun Academy and continued with their cultivation, which seemed endless. Lingyun Academy didn't pause its operation just because its elite disciples left, it continued to work evenly like a precise machine. As usual, Mu Hongzhu taught the disciples combat techniques. After class, she sat on the short wall outside of the training field and thought of the things that still confused her. She had thought that the things explicitly forbidden by the academy would never be good stuff. After all, the academy did it with the disciples, futures in mind even though the punishment was a bit too severe. But now, she found that it wasn't the case. Instructor Yu Liang, another combat technique instructor who was on his way to teach the Zan house, looked at Mu Hongzhu curiously when he saw her still in the field. What are you doing here? They were both combat technique instructors and were familiar with each other. Instructor Yu, did it ever cross your mind that the disciples go to that forbidden small shop not because they are addicted to the games and forgot their studies? Mu Hongzhu was still in deep thought. Didn't they say that some of the students were bewitched by the shop? Many of them are elites from big families. Do you think something can bewitch them so easily? Mu Hongzhu said with a frown. These instructors weren't stupid, but they didn't spare any thoughts on this topic. However, when Mu Hongzhu brought it up, Yu Liang began to think. I'm sorry. Mu Hongzhu seemed to realize that she had misspoken, and she checked the time, saying, I hope I didn't delay your class. It's fine. It's fine. Yu Liang glanced at the training field and said, the class hasn't begun yet. Watching Mu Hongzhu leaving the training field, Yu Liang wondered, why did she bring that up? It's strange. Why are we working so hard to boycott this small shop? Glancing around the crowded shop, Chen Feng felt tired inside. However, he had no time to mind this business right now. Instead, he tried the gun in his hand repeatedly. Son, is this the weapon that you want to buy? Chen Feng asked. No, these weapons don't have arrays engraved on them. They will be more powerful when arrays are added to them. Array engravings. Startled, Chen Feng studied the gun in his hand again and found that there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy in it. It has no spiritual energy, but it can unleash such great power. As a person who controlled most of the Chen family's fortune, he wasn't stupid. He knew that if arrays were added to these weapons, they would become a new category of spiritual artifacts, and their value would be tremendous. Besides, these weapons would be extremely popular since any ordinary person could use them. Did you say that Blue Flame Pavilion could make these weapons? Chen Feng asked in a shaky voice. They can just copy some simple ones, young Master Chen said. However, after they engraved the arrays on the guns, the power is extraordinary. The artifact masters in the Cloud Ocean faction and Luyun Taoist Palace are also studying these weapons. They are also studying them. Chen Feng detected an important piece of information from his son's words. Then, our Chen family can't fall behind. He took out his communication jade and sent out several messages in one breath. Dad, what are you doing? Come and play first. I'm inviting your Uncle Yang, Uncle Yu, and some artifact masters from our family over to play Counter-Strike. Hurry up, the game begins now. Palace Master Shui and Faction Master Yi are waiting. Okay, Chen Feng joined his son's room in a hurry. Due to the joining of new players, the preparation was a bit longer than usual. When Chen Feng entered the game was still loading. Before him was a group of golden buildings. He was in dusk too. Buy guns. Young Master Chen was now a commander. Follow me. Rush B. The moment that the game began, people began racing. Stun grenade. Stun grenade. FK. Who threw it? It blinded me. I'm blinded too. Throw a smoke grenade. Cover me. 8 smoke grenades flew around in the air, and everything was in a mess. When the effect of the stun grenade disappeared, they couldn't tell people apart. The ground was covered by bodies, and the survivors saw nothing but gray smoke. Who am I? Where am I? Who is shooting me? Ha 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 ha. There is only one left on their team. Young Master Chen fired without aim with a light machine gun. Behind you. We win this round. We win. The longtime viewer Xiao Yul's face twitched. What the FK is this? Covering his eyes, he walked away and thought, I'd better watch someone else. It was too embarrassing to watch. At this moment, Xiao Yul saw 2 young women walking into the shop. The girl on the left wore a pale green dress, and her pretty hair and slim eyebrows showed that she was extremely beautiful even though one could only see the vague shape of her face through the veil. Half a step behind her was a sharp-eyed woman wearing neat black clothes and a black veil. How come people all come here this mysteriously? A while ago, a guy wearing a bamboo hat came. And now, 2 girls walked in wearing veils on their faces. I thought the disciples of Lingyun Academy don't dare to come anymore. Meanwhile, Fang Qi was sitting at the counter and eating Haagen-Dazs while Zhang Xiaoyu glared at him as if she wanted to eat him alive. Who's the owner of the shop? Zhang Wanyu glanced around and asked. He is. Xiao Yul froze for a second and then pointed at Fang Qi at the counter. Fang Qi looked up from his Haagen-Dazs. New customers. The rules are on the small blackboard, and you can read them yourself. Zhang Wanyu's face turned dark. After all, in their Wind and Moon Pavilion, there would be a waiter coming up to greet the customers, but this shop told them to read for themselves. Located in this remote corner, how come this shop is still open when the owner's attitude is this bad? It should have closed down without the need for us to boycott it. Thinking of her previous worry, she felt like laughing. While she was musing with these thoughts, Fang Qi continued, Oh, you've come at a bad time since all the computers are taken. I'm afraid that you have to wait 4 to 5 hours. Chapter 140, Professional Narrator Xiao Yul. Wait for 4 to 5 hours. Zhang Wanyu suspected that the shop owner had found out their identities and tried to make things difficult for them. Dong Qingli saw the words, Diablo 2, on the blackboard and asked, Is it true that the novel, Diablo, came from your shop? While finishing the Haagen-Dazs slowly, Fang Qi answered, Oh, you mean that book? Yeah, kind of. Do you have the 2nd volume? When do you plan to sell it? Are you the author? How did you come up with such a magical world? There was heat in her eyes. How come I feel like I'm in a book signing event? This young woman was hiding her identity, but Fang Qi could still detect her excitement in her words. I wonder if she will ask for a signature from me. Zhang Wanyu felt cold sweat popping out on her forehead. Master, you're asking too many questions. You mean that one? Fang Qi pointed at the small blackboard. That's one of the games in my shop. As to how the author came up with this story, you have to ask Blizzard. Blizzard? Dong Qingli was puzzled. What is that? Blizzard? Xiao Yul's ears twitched and he sneaked a glance their way, feeling like he would gain some important information. Blizzard. Fang Qi's gaze seemed to travel back to the information era of Earth, and he said with deep emotion, "It is a faith. There's a saying, the quality of any product from Blizzard is guaranteed," Fang Qi said. Xiao Yulv, who had been listening to them on the side, said with sudden understanding, "You mean Diablo is the product of a major force named Blizzard?" "Something like that." Fang Qi glanced at this beautiful book fan and said, "If you came to buy the book, I'm sorry to tell you that they are all sold out. As for the second volume, you have to wait for some time before it comes out." Then, Dong Qingli pointed at the small blackboard and finally turned her attention to the game. "How about the game? It has 3 parts. Act 2 is about this place called Lut Golain," Fang Qi said. "The Lut Golain that is called the Pearl of the Desert in the first book. The content of the second volume." Dong Qingli took a deep breath to calm herself down. "It isn't a futile trip then. You do have the content of the second volume here. It's no wonder that there are so many customers in this shop." Dong Qingli glanced around and saw the customers were either wearing the Taoist robe uniforms of the Luyun Taoist Palace or the uniform of the Cloud Ocean faction. Only a few came from the city. "This guy can fly on a sword." Glancing around, Zhang Wanyu saw a disciple from Luyun Taoist Palace playing the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. What weapons are in their hands? They can kill from a distance with a flash. Then, she saw another disciple of Luyun Taoist Palace using a sniper rifle. "Are these games?" Dong Qingli looked confused. "Are they watching a drama? I can watch it here without paying, right? Miss, do you really know nothing?" Xiao Yulv couldn't hold it in anymore. "You just came here without doing any background research." Dong Qingli felt insulted. After all, she knew nothing but the content in the novel. "Council members, come over here. Use resist fire defensive aura. So many hydras, I can't resist them anymore. Static field, Blizzard, get rid of the big one." On the other side, Nolan Hongwu and others began to kill the council members. Resist fire. Dong Qingli turned her eyes toward the guys who were shouting and battling on the screen. "Do you see that?" Xiao Yulv waved his folding fan and explained, "The guys on the screen are the players themselves. They enter the games and move in the world as characters. This is called role-playing." Then, he pointed to the disciple of Luyun Taoist Palace who was playing Counter-Strike and said, "This is a first-person shooter game in which players battle with each other with guns. This shop has a movie in which they say that one can see the real world in the novel. It's awesome, but since I've never seen it, I can't explain it to you." Dumbfounded, Loli Zhang Xiaoyu said, "Boss, I think this guy explains games better than you." Fang Qi said, "He just repeated what I said." "Oh, while you're waiting for seats," Xiao Yulv continued, "you can buy a container of Haagen-Dazs. The taste of it." Xiao Yulv looked so fascinated as if he had eaten it before. "Sir, this employee of yours is a better salesman than you," Zhang Wanyu said coldly. "Employee?" Fang Qi glanced at Xiao Yulv. "Do you mean this guy who is on our blacklist but just doesn't want to leave?" Zhang Wanyu froze. Xiao Yulv said with confidence, "One day, I'll get to play the games." At this moment, he seemed to be struck by an idea. "Our Luyun Taoist Palace has all kinds of spiritual spells," Xiao Yulv sneered silently. "I don't believe that I can't find a way to trick you. After staying here for such a long time, I know almost everything about this shop. This damn shop owner seems nice to women. They call it chivalry and manner, but in my opinion, it's said that the shop has games that favor female players. The so-called Resident Evil is one of them," Xiao Yulv said while looking at the beauties by his side. "But now, I'll steal your thunder." Xiao Yulv smirked. "Haagen-Dazs." Dong Qingli frowned, thinking that the food in her Wind and Moon Pavilion was the best in Juhua City. Besides, a true masterpiece would have a poetic name, and Haagen-Dazs sounded quite ordinary. Meanwhile, Xiao Yulv continued to show off his knowledge while waving his folding fan. "The Haagen-Dazs isn't ordinary food. Its production techniques originate from the Crisp Mountain, the most popular snack in the summer at Jingxi, but it is more advanced and exquisite. Its milk fragrance mingles with the scent of vanilla. It melts on your tongue in its taste. The ingredients used in Haagen-Dazs are selected with such care that they triumph all others." Then, he began to brag about the ingredients of Haagen-Dazs. This small shop put such emphasis on snacks. Hearing his words, Dong Qingli seemed to change her opinion about this shop, and she even looked impressed. "Then, we'll take 2 containers of Haagen-Dazs while we're waiting." Fang Qi snapped his fingers. "Xiaoyu, take the money." Zhang Wanyu took out money with a dark expression. Are you sure he isn't a shill for your shop? Chapter 141. A bookworm plus a foodie equals a fanatic. Yu Liang had a drink tonight and came back late. While he was walking toward his residence in the academy, a few black figures flashed by. Old Ghost Chin is finally gone, one black figure whispered, I can't wait anymore. With so many instructors gone, I'm sure that the school is less guarded than before. Let's go to the Internet Café. Hey, you, Internet Café, that's another name for that small shop. Startled, Yu Liang realized that these disciples were sneaking out to the Internet Café during the night. These disciples' movements were very swift and neat as if they had done this many times before, and their cultivation strength showed that they probably came from at least the Earth House. When he ran over, the disciples had jumped over the high wall of the academy. Yu Liang's cultivation strength wasn't low. Immediately, he leapt over the wall and saw the disciples just ahead of him. Someone is coming after us. Is it an instructor? Fuck. Run. Still want to run. Yu Liang's face turned cold as he ran after them. However, he only took several steps when he heard some chanting. Then, his vision darkened, and he could see nothing. Run. I used the cloak of shadows on him. He won't see us for a while. Brother, you're awesome. You put the skills that you learned from the games into good use. Run now. The spell won't last long. When Yu Liang recovered his sight, the disciples were nowhere to see. What should I do? Launch another dorm check? No. Yu Liang thought, if my memory is right, there's a reward for catching the disciples who are inside the Internet Café. Although those disciples were gone from his sight, he would find them in that shop. I can't believe that I'm now a main character of a novel. After playing for 6 hours, Dong Qingli still felt excited. She loved reading novels but had never imagined that she could do this. She was able to enter the world created by the novel and explore the whole world as the main character. She felt exhilarated. Just imagine how thrilled she was feeling when she was able to enter the world painted by her favorite novel. In the past, Dong Qingli felt disgusted whenever she heard people mentioning games or Origins Internet Club. Now, she began to like this shop. In fact, it was more than liking. I feel like I'm fascinated by this shop. Not able to suppress her excitement, she ran to the counter and asked, Sir, you have passed Andriel, right? How about Act 2? Is it difficult? By the way, that snack named Haagen-Dazs is delicious. Dong Qingli licked her lips as if she were still savoring the ice cream. After all, she was not only a bookworm but also a foodie. Otherwise, she wouldn't have opened that big restaurant. It's much more delicious than the food in the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Is the cooking technique really so sophisticated? Which shop do you really own? Zhang Huanyu's expression turned dark, and she felt like crying when she looked at the starry-eyed Dong Qingli. Who would have thought that the owner of the Wind and Moon Pavilion would come to this internet cafe during the night and praise of the food of another shop while talking about Diablo? It was fortunate that they were wearing veils, and no one had recognized them. Otherwise, Zhang Huanyu would die of embarrassment. Forget it, our identities are concealed by the veils. It doesn't matter what we do. Zhang Huanyu no longer wanted to care. This is the place. Yu Liang pushed open the door and entered the shop. Then, he saw two women in veils talking with an ordinary-looking young man and a loli at the counter. Also, an elegant-looking young man in a golden robe put in a word or two occasionally. Where are they? Yu Liang glanced around the shop but couldn't find those disciples. Compared with the big shops in the city, Fang Chi's two shops were small, but they still had 2 floors. It wasn't easy for Yu Liang to find his targets in a short time. Xiao Yulv glanced at him and quickly turned his gaze away, thinking, he's a guy. I'll just ignore him. Yu Liang felt confused. He had heard that this was a small shop, but it didn't look small to him. Should I ask the shop owner to find them for me? He quickly shook his head, knowing that the shop owner would kick him out upon knowing that he was here to catch disciples. At this moment, he realized that he knew almost nothing about this shop, and he felt lost upon entering. Yeah, he knew nothing about this shop, not even a tiny bit. He tried to remember the technique that one of the disciples used on him, and he knew that it wasn't a combat technique from any of the major forces in the city. Suddenly, he recalled that the disciples mentioned it was a skill from a game. Then, Mu Hongzhu's words appeared in his mind. The 3 disciples from the Earth House disciples were not elites but could escape from him easily. That surprised him. Since those disciples were able to use unique techniques on him, he knew that they were very smart. Are they so easily bewitched? Maybe. I'll see what's inside this shop. Sir, His expression turned dark as he asked, "What is the Cloak of Shadows?" "It's one of the skills of the assassins in Diablo." Fang pointed at the small blackboard. "Do you want to play?" "I want to try it. It's a skill from this shop." "Is it a new combat technique?" Yu Liang paid without hesitation. "It's so late. How come they are still not back?" Shang Qing felt anxious. Did anything happen to them? It had been more than 10 hours, and it shouldn't have taken so long to buy a book. More importantly, they didn't respond to his messages through the communication jade. Damn it, did someone discover their identities? Meanwhile, outside of the internet cafe, Dong Qingli enjoyed herself very much today. Still savoring the game that she had played, Dong Qingli clicked her tongue and said, "There's such a grand world in Diablo." Before the adventurers came, there had been a war against Diablo. Although she couldn't buy the second volume of Diablo, she felt great that she had gained so much information from her talk with Fang. Haagen-Dazs is super tasty. The game is thrilling. It sounded like Dong Qingli would come here tomorrow to continue playing the game and talking about Diablo. Then, shall we continue boycotting this shop? Zhang Wanyu asked awkwardly. Of course, we must do it with greater efforts. If we stop boycotting it, there will be too many customers visiting the shop, and we'll wait forever in line. Dong Qingli gritted her teeth, looking worried. They bring so many people with them and leave us no seats. Zhang Wanyu felt the same after waiting in line for such a long time. Then, we must continue boycotting it. In a few days, contact the Master Huo of the Southern Business Alliance and tell him that we must put more effort in boycotting. Then, we must put some pressure on Luyun Taoist Palace and Cloud Ocean faction and ask them not to bring so many people here each day. But they are major organizations. I'm afraid we can't put pressure on them. These two organizations buy a lot of stuff from the Southern Business Alliance, right? Chapter 142, Fighting for Seats. Tiger Strike, Dragon Talon, Dragon Claws. On the empty street in the midnight, Yu Liang punched with great force on his way back to the academy. Hee hee, ha ha. Bright lights appeared in his eyes, and his shoulders shook with excitement. I can gain levels by killing monsters. I can increase my strength by leveling up. I never imagined that something as cool as this existed in our world. It's so incredible. Leveling up feels so wonderful. After playing only about 5 hours during the night, Yu Liang felt like his strength improved faster than when he was cultivating in the martial arts tower with the aid of all kinds of elixirs. It's so awesome. Feeling the newly acquired warrior chi in his body, Yu Liang found no trace of impurities in it. It usually takes me a lot of time and energy to cultivate warrior chi of this purity. Yet, I obtained it after playing for one night. No wonder those disciples took such great risks to go there. Yu Liang murmured to himself. If I keep doing this, it won't be long before I become an instructor of the Earth House, and I will even be able to teach those super elite disciples at the Heaven House. How did someone come up with such a powerful cultivation method? It increases one's strength much faster than the martial arts tower. This feeling is beyond words. Such thrill. However, I heard that players can form teams. One can kill monsters in a faster and safer way in a team. He knew that it was true from his own experience. If he died in a group of monsters and tried to run back to get the items that the dead monsters dropped, he would die several times in the process, and it would waste a lot of time. Maybe, I can ask some good friends to play with me, so we can cover for each other. Although he didn't want to share such a good thing with others, but I'll just ask a few people, and it should be fine. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was in a meeting with several artifact masters in his family and some decision makers in the Yang family and the Wu family. They were all mid-tier families in Juhua City. They had some power but were less powerful than the big families such as the Yang family and the Bu family, let alone the Nalan family. Among the forces in the entire Zhongyan region, they were in the lower middle rank. We were probably tricked by that Hu Chong. Chen Feng sat on the soft armchair covered by an animal's fur, and he placed his hands on his thighs. He forbids us from entering the shop, but I guess he wants to make profits from it secretly. Can these new spiritual artifacts be copied? I don't think special artifact making skills are required, a long-faced middle-aged man in a green robe said with a serious expression. It's not difficult to copy them, but I can't understand some of the details. Without these details, these weapons won't be as powerful and safe as we want. Taoist Wu is right. Sitting beside him was a gray-robed middle-aged cultivator with his hair untied. We can't bring testing equipment into the game, and we must observe them with our artifact-making experience. It will be a time-consuming project, and it's a test of patience. A test of patience. Hey, the middle-aged cultivator who was sitting across from Chen Fang slapped his thighs and asked, do you mean the earlier one enters the game, the earlier one will figure out how to make these spiritual artifacts? It seems that we're late. Brother Yang, calm down, Chen Fang said, did you notice the customers in that shop? From what I saw, we're not too late. The people who are studying the weapons all come from big forces such as the Luyun Taoist Palace and the Cloud Ocean faction. None of them are on the same level as us. After a pause, he continued, if we hurry up, this might be an opportunity. Opportunity. The artifact master with the surname of Wu said, young Master Jiwei got to know the big figures such as Palace Master Shui, which is a good opportunity for us as well. They are just acquaintances. Anyway, they know each other through the games, and you can't take it seriously. Chen Feng curled his lips and said, today, I killed Faction Master Yi several times. If he took it seriously, my Chen family would have been eliminated by him. You're right, the middle-aged cultivator with the surname of Yang said, when I killed Palace Master Shui and you with a grenade, you didn't take it to heart, right? Brother Chen, hey, you dare to mention that? Chen Feng pointed at him and said, I killed you with bullets at bombsite B. That's a sneak attack. Sneak attack. The middle-aged cultivator with the surname of Yang shouted, what do you say about the fact that I killed you too with a sniper rifle through the gate? I was careless. While slamming his hand on the chair, Chen Feng yelled, at bombsite A, I killed you twice consecutively. Brother Chen, Brother Yang, we're here to talk about the new spiritual artifacts, right? What are you doing? They froze for a few seconds, realizing that they had strayed from the point. Meanwhile, Dong Qingli finally took out her communication jade. Whoa, Qing sent me so many messages. Then, she looked up and saw Shang Qing rushing over with a large group of people, roaring furiously, surround that shop for me. Don't let anyone get away. Qing. Dong Qingli's pretty face turned cold. What are you doing, Master? Surprised, Shang Qing hurried over and looked at her anxiously. Are you okay? This small shop detained you until now. We must make them pay. Wait, Dong Qingli asked, what do you mean by detaining? Weren't you? Then why? Shang Qing looked baffled. It's nothing, nothing. Dong Qingli said mildly, I had fun in that shop and forgot to check the communication jade. Is it that simple? Okay, we're fine. Zhang Wanyu grabbed his hand and whispered, tomorrow, you'll understand after coming and playing with us. Tomorrow. You are still going there. Shang Qinghei's face twitched. I guess I'll pass. That's good, Dong Qingli said, with one less person, we will have one less seat to find. By the way, our shop will continue telling the stories from Celestial Warrior. It doesn't matter that we will make less money as long as we can keep the good stuff to ourselves. Shang Qinghei's face twitched again. What a strange way of thinking. Besides, Dong Qingli waved her pretty jade-like finger and said, wake me up at 7 a.m. tomorrow. You always tell us that you need beauty sleep. Shang Qing looked confused. With a cold expression, Dong Qingli gritted her teeth and said, tomorrow I must get up early to grab a seat. After one night of futile discussion, Chen Feng said, you said that your sniping skills are great. Show me today. Great, his marksmanship isn't half as good as his son's. The artifact master with the surname of Wu said, it seems that we can't continue the topic until we settle this in the game today and decide who's stronger. The cultivator with the surname of Yang said with a dark expression, don't talk to me until you can defeat me. Let's do it. After glancing at the sky outside the window, they immediately got up from the chairs. Hurry up, there will be no seats for us if we're late. Chapter 143, Outdoor Livestream. Shen Kang, an instructor of Earth House, loved to eat in Jinxiang restaurant while listening to the story. In the past few days, the restaurant started to tell the story of Diablo. The story fascinated him so much that he came to this place every day. Instructor Bai, the new story named Diablo is enthralling. Yeah, how powerful do you think Andriel is? Who knows? They say she is a very powerful demon. In the early morning, Shen Kang chatted with an instructor with the surname Bai. While they walked to their offices, Yu Liang was walking slowly ahead of them while he thought about whom he should introduce the game to. Without noticing, Shen Kang and the other instructor caught up with him, talking about Diablo in a loud voice. Hearing the names in Diablo in their talk, Yu Liang was startled. What, Andriel? Such a unique name is unmistakable. Instructor Bai, Instructor Shen, are you talking about Diablo? Yu Liang shivered. They are so bold and talking about Diablo in the public. Instructor Yu, you know Diablo too. Shen Kang's eyes lit up when he found a fan of Diablo here. After all, the academy was far from Tianfu Street, and not many people traveled so far to listen to the story. You all know it. Yu Liang was stupefied. Yeah, they were familiar with each other, and Shen Kang was thrilled when he learned that Yu Liang was also a fan. He said with a laugh, besides me and Instructor Bai, some other instructors are also fans of Diablo. Really, Yu Liang had thought that he was alone, but now with a group of people sharing his interest, he didn't have to worry about getting teammates. Pleasantly surprised, he said, I'm surprised that you all. He glanced around, thinking that it wasn't right to make their interest in the game known to the public. He asked immediately, what class do you think is more powerful? Paladins are great. Paladins have powerful defense and offensive skills. They even can use spiritual spells. Sorcerers are powerful too. They have all kinds of awesome spiritual spells. When they use Inferno, it kills groups of monsters. Don't you think assassins are powerful? Yu Liang said with disapproval, they can inflict great damage. You mean that guy who only sneak attacks? His strikes are fatal, but he looks chilly to me. Instructor Yu, you like that assassin? Soon, they went into a heated discussion on their way to their offices, feeling excited that they shared an interest in a new thing. Without noticing, they talked about Diablo for a while. However, Yu Liang felt that something was not right. For example, the other two would toss out the names of the characters, which made him wonder, how come I don't know these names? Is it because I just began playing the game? No way, how can Blood Raven drop items? Shen Kang also felt like something was wrong. Didn't you pick them up? Yu Liang looked at them with a strange expression. What does it have to do with us? How can we pick them up? They exchanged a look. Which version do you have? Which version? Yu Liang was baffled. The shop had Act 1, 2, and 3, and he wondered if they meant another act. Isn't it in Act 1, Rogue Encampment? Right. Shen Kang nodded and said, are you sure you didn't listen to a pirate version from another shop? What pirate version? Yu Liang laughed at the accusation. I didn't hear it from somewhere, I played it myself. How can I hear a pirate version? Play. The other two looked at each other. Yeah, the Origin Internet Club, Yu Liang said without thinking. You. Noticing their eyes turned weird, Yu Liang's heart lurched. He pointed at them and said in an unsteady voice, didn't you play Diablo in the Origin Internet Club? Led by their instructors, Nalan Mingxie, Song Qingfeng, and the others arrived at Jingxi. This was the most prosperous city in the entirety Dajin. In fact, the group from Zai Academy of the northwestern region of Dajin had arrived before Lingyun Academy's group did, and the representatives from both academies stayed at Shengjing Academy Hotel. As their host, Shengjing Academy held a banquet in the Shengjing Academy Hotel to welcome the guests. Not only important figures like Qin Bing, but the Vice Academy masters who rarely showed their faces in public would attend this grand gala as well. According to the rumors, even the emperor would come and view the national examination. Meanwhile in the Origin Internet Club. Where's your boss? Logging off. Dong Qingli looked around the internet cafe curiously as she asked, he was here in the morning. It's now afternoon. Loli Zhang Xiaoyu said, the owner said that he went out to play. Went out to play? Dong Qingli froze, wondering what things outside could be more fun than the games. It's more fun to talk about Diablo. Dong Qingli was angry that she missed the opportunity to get more information about the plot of Diablo. Xiaoyu. Finishing the game, Yi Xiaoyi stretched in her seat and asked, how come the shop owner didn't open the livestream? He went out to play. Livestream. Dong Qingli looked at Yi Xiaoyi in bafflement and asked, what's that? It allows us to watch the shop owner play games on the big screens. Xiao Yulv glanced around and joined the conversation after seeing that there was no one to watch. From what I see, watching the shop owner play is the most interesting out of watching everyone here. Although he didn't want to admit that watching others play wasn't as interesting as watching Fang Qi, it was the truth. In fact, Xiao Yulv even came up with his own ranking. The best experience is watching the shop owner play. When he's not here, I watch Senior Nolan and his buddies. If they are not here, only my aunt is worth watching. Everyone else is just newbies, and their gameplay is not worth watching. How come watching others play can be fun? Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu looked confused. Brother Xiao, what did you just say? And Cheng had just gotten offline and walked over with a dark expression as if he had heard something not for his ears. Xiao Yulv said embarrassedly. I missed one. Brother and plays very well. It's a shame that he just got offline. At this moment, they saw the big screen on the wall turning on. Huh, is the shop owner back? Yi Xiaoyi was surprised. No, look, the shop owner is outside of the city. And Cheng pointed at the screen which showed that Fang Qi was close to the moat outside of the city. Sir, what are you doing outside of the city? And Cheng yelled. Then, he realized that Fang Qi couldn't hear him, so he sent a bullet comment with his communication jade. Of course, Fang Qi had a purpose for going out of the city. He had received a task. Outdoor livestream. Broadcast while you fly on a sword and show the sights that you see. Task equipment. Automatic nano camera. Task reward. Ham sausages can only be bought after purchasing the instant noodles. Task description. Engage in more outdoor activities and refuse to be an otaku. TL note. In China, the ham sausages are eaten as snacks, and people put them in instant noodles all the time. Chapter 144. Please take me on the flight. It had been a while since Fang Qi went out of the shop. The last time he did so was when he went out to deal with the issue of promoting the official Diablo novel. With the improvement of Zhang Xiaoyu's cooking skills, he even didn't go out to eat. In other words, he had been a shut-in for quite a long time. From this perspective, it was time for him to go out. Besides, he hadn't gone out of Juhua City yet. To his surprise, he still could see the bullet comments on the system interface without a computer. On the big screens in the internet cafe, Fang Qi turned to the camera and said, "Today, I won't be broadcasting games, I'll do an outdoor livestream." Bu Che and Yang Cheng looked at the screen and said, "Why not broadcast games? What's the fun of being outdoors? Yeah, I want to watch you play games. But instead, you went outdoors." Xiao Yulv looked at the big screen in disdain and said, "I'm outdoors every day and don't see anything fun. Otherwise, I wouldn't come and visit your internet cafe. What are you watching?" It was the peak time when the first group of players went offline. Shui Delph glanced at the big screen and asked, "What's this kid doing out there?" Outdoor livestream. Many of them looked puzzled, thinking that they could go out any time and didn't need Fang Qi to give them a livestream of that. As the shop owner, Fang Qi knew that now was a good time for live streaming since most of the players had just finished playing the games and were about to find something else to do or leave. When he turned on the livestream, many people came to watch. Is this place outside of the East Gate? Outside of the city gate, many warriors and several cultivators were coming and going from the city, and Fang Qi stood at a spot on the outer range of the crowd. At this moment, Fang Qi moved closer to the edge of the crowd before taking out his sword. Why did Mr. Fang take out this decorative sword? Is he going to use the innumerable sword scroll here? And Cheng looked at the crowd and speculated. And Hu Wei ran over when he heard their comments and widened his eyes, saying, "If you dare to use the innumerable sword scroll here, I won't let you get away with it." While the viewers talked among themselves in the internet cafe, Fang Qi unsheathed the sword with his warrior qi, and it hovered in the air before him. Fang Qi lifted his foot and stepped on it, finding that it was quite steady. When the people saw this move, they exclaimed, "No way. Is he going to? Sir, you're mastered that already, humph. I think he will fall after a few meters." Su Tianji snorted with contempt. What are you guys talking about?" Dong Qingli was confused. Judging by his movements, he is going to use the sword control technique. Xiao Yulv explained, however, with his current cultivation strength, he can fly at most about 50 meters in the real world. He stroked his chin and added, "To show my respect to him, I will say that he can go at least 100 meters. Before he could finish, Fang Qi stepped on the sword and shot up into the clouds like a rocket. Da fuck, Xiao Yulv was stupefied. How did he do that? It's the same as when we're in the game. Su Tianji, who had said that Fang Qi couldn't fly more than a few meters, was also stupefied. Did he steal the sword control technique from Li Xiaoyao? Feng Hua and Yuexin shrieked behind Su Tianji, "How come he can fly so high? Wow, I so envy him." Yi Xiaoyi shrieked in excitement as well, "I want to fly too." "Sir, are you cheating?" Dumbfounded, and Cheng gazed at the screen and didn't know how to react. Although he could now fly with the sword control technique, he couldn't fly so fast or so far after learning it only for a short time. It must be noted that it usually took several years for a less talented cultivator to master the technique, let alone warriors. How long has it been since I learned this? The sword control technique was powerful in the game, but it was only a game. Just like when people watched commercials in Fang Chi's old world, they knew that some special effects were added to it. Therefore, people were stunned when they realized that the sword control technique in the real world could be on par with the technique in the game. The shop owner is awesome. All of them looked at the screen with wide eyes while they watched the awe-inspiring sight. Sir, how did you do it? That senior must have given you another private lesson. It's unfair. I swear that those cultivators and warriors who were around the shop owner were stupefied by this sight. The people outside of the east gate were stunned. I've never seen someone who could fly like this. Bystanders wondered, did I just see something fly away? Sir, give us a glimpse of the people outside of the east gate. Bullet comments flooded the screen. While covering her mouth with her hand, Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu looked at each other in shock. How can he fly like this? With a celestial sword, one can go to the heavens and enter the netherworld. Someone yelled in the internet cafe. After the players from Juhua City were restricted from coming into the internet cafe, most of the customers came from cultivation sects and factions such as the Cloud Ocean faction and Luyun Taoist Palace. Their favorite technique was the sword control technique. When they saw Fang Chi riding on the sword into the clouds in real life. Our grand sword control technique is glorious. He can fly this way in the real world. It's awesome. Do you see that? The tough winds in the sky are being split apart by the sword energy. He doesn't have to worry about his safety. Ah, sir, take me with you. A disciple from Luyun Taoist Palace shouted. Count me in. And Cheng immediately sent a bullet comment. Sir, we also want to experience the sword control technique this way. Please take us with you on your flight. Seeing this request, the others shared the sentiment. They couldn't fly so far, but they could ask the shop owner to take them on the flight. Ah, I want the shop owner to take me on the flight too. Yi Xiaoyi sent a bullet comment in a hurry. If he takes anyone, he will take me. Zhang Xiaoyu didn't want to be outshined. Feng Hua and Yuexin were about to send the same requests when they were stopped by Xiao Yul, who whispered, Senior sisters, according to my observation, the shop owner is a pervert. You can't offer him any opportunities. Meanwhile, Fang Chi, who was flying in the sky, dug out his communication jade, which showed the newest message. Sir, it's okay that the shop doesn't welcome me, but I hope that you can take me flying outside the shop. Please give me a chance, Xiao Yul. Fang Chi's face twitched while he thought, this guy is on the blacklist, but he's still somehow connected to my communication jade. Then, he said to the camera, I'm sorry, today's outdoor livestream doesn't include taking people on flights. If anyone wants to be taken on the flight, please wait until next time. Hearing his words, the people in the internet cafe went into an uproar. Sir, you are enjoying it all alone. And you are making us watch you. Don't you feel any shame? That's outrageous. Today, I'll go on a strike. I won't play any games. And Cheng, who had finished his 6 hours of playtime, yelled while he sent this message. Which faction does the sword control technique belong to? How come I've never seen it before? It looks so powerful. Only Dong Qingli, the new player, looked confused. It belongs to the Shushan faction. The others answered, oh, so Mr. Fang is a disciple of the Shushan faction. So are we. Yi Xiaoyi waved her small fist and shouted with dignity. Behind her, Yi Songtao's face twitched. If she wasn't his daughter, he would have expelled her from the faction. Pretty sister, would you like to buy the Legend of the Sword and Fairy and join the Shushan faction with us? Yi Xiaoyi said sincerely. We can join Shushan faction after buying the game. Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu froze. They had never heard such a condition for joining a faction. Chapter 145. One can go anywhere with the sword control technique. At the other's explanation, Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu learned that Shushan faction was a cultivation faction in a game, and the sword control technique was the signature technique of that faction. Shall we buy it? Looking at Fang Chi, who stood above the clouds, Zhang Wanyu said in excitement, this is so convenient and fast. Even warriors can learn it. Then, we'll buy it, and we can play it together with Diablo. Dong Qingli looked at the screen in envy as well, wondering about this amazing flight technique. But, someone asked with a bullet comment, Sir, where are you going? Where am I going? Fang Chi didn't know where he was going. He knew nothing about this world except Juhua City. When he was out of Juhua City, he couldn't even tell the direction, let alone a specific destination. Sir, you can go to the Cloud Ocean City. Yi Xiaoyi responded immediately, I recommend Cloud Ocean City. You can have seafood there and enjoy the view of the vast ocean. After sending the bullet comment, Yi Xiaoyi smiled with satisfaction since she could invite the shop owner to tour her own city. Go to the Luyun Taoist Palace. Fenghua and Yuexin also sent bullet comment, our Luyun Taoist Palace is surrounded by great sceneries. If you're lucky, you can see the grand view of the sea-like clouds. Also, I'm sure that you'll like the flowers in our Tianji Palace. Shui Delph stroked his beard, looking confident in his Luyun Taoist Palace. I recommend the Cloud Ocean faction. And the sects in the South Sea. Young Lian also sent a message, the sceneries on the remote islands are as beautiful as those around the Luyun Taoist Palace. You can try the special products of the South Sea, the fog-swallowing tea. Yi Songtao nodded slightly while he looked at the comments on the screen. According to the comments, the Cloud Ocean faction had become a tourist attraction. You can visit my Yinlong cave abode. The Yinlong elder joined in. Looking at the rows after rows of comments, Dong Qingli was eager to join in. Shall we recommend one destination as well? You can go to Jingxi. Jingxi is a grand city in the center of Dajin's fortune, and many people from foreign countries are there. Besides, the Star Observing Tower is one of its kind, and it's said that if you stand at the top of the Star Watching Palace, you can pluck stars from the sky. After she learned how to send bullet comments, Dong Qingli immediately sent her recommendation. There are all kinds of delicacies in Jingxi. Mentioning food, Dong Qingli suddenly remembered that she hadn't eaten Haagen-Dazs yet today, so she bought one container. Then, she continued the recommendation while enjoying the Haagen-Dazs, the crystal duck, thousand light silver carp, and golden crisp in Jingxi are the top delicacies in the world. You must try them, sir. Go to Jingxi. Zhang Xiaoyu agreed with her. I want to see the livestream of Jingxi. She didn't dare to go to Jingxi since there were too many powerful humans there, but she still wanted to see what the most prosperous city in Dajin looked like. Fang Qi glanced at the bullet comments on the screen in confusion. So many suggestions, which one should I choose? At this moment, Chen Feng and his son also got offline. What are you doing here in a group? We're watching the shop owner's outdoor livestream. We are recommending places for him to visit. Livestream. Chen Feng glanced at the screen, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. Where's the shop owner? Is he standing on a sword? He looked at the clouds floating around Fang Qi and asked, is he in the sky? Sword control technique. Chen Feng and others looked at the screen with amazement on their faces. Sir, go to Jingxi. At this moment, Li Haoran also sent a bullet comment, saying, I'll send a message to Mr. Mew. I'm sure he will be happy to see you. Mr. Mew, who is he? Fang Qi looked baffled. The young man with the mustache. The young man who wanted to buy computers while he was here playing Resident Evil. Seeing Li Haoran's explanation on the communication jade, Fang Qi remembered that guy. He is from Jingxi. No wonder I haven't seen him for a long while. Okay. Today, I'll broadcast my trip to Jingxi while riding on the sword, and I'll visit an old acquaintance while I'm doing it. Wow, boss, you're so good. Zhang Xiaoyu looked very excited. Who can tell me which direction is Jingxi? Fang Qi was still confused. Fly in the northwest direction. Fang Qi glanced at the direction and moved the sword toward the northwest with the sword control technique. On his way, clouds flew around him. When he looked down, the mountains and rivers on the land looked like the decorations on a big chessboard. Under his feet, the magnificent Juhua city was as small as a hand. I wish I could fly like this one day. Yi Xiaoyi was excited by the sight. This kid has gained such a mastery of the sword control technique. Nolan Hongwu and the others clicked their tongues at the sight. He's really fast. Do you see that? It's Weinan City ahead of us. He's at Weinan City so soon. He's so fast. Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu were still shocked. How come he flies so fast? He is almost as fast as a large spiritual boat at top speed. Su Tianji was a little excited. If I can reach the same level as this kid, I won't ride a spiritual boat anymore. Shui Delph said while eating Haagen-Dazs, this is awesome. And Hu Wei was also eating Haagen-Dazs while he watched the livestream. In the future, I won't buy spiritual boats anymore since a sword can do all the work. It will be so convenient. Xiao Yulv looked envious. The sword control technique is awesome. I want to learn it too. I want to learn it, too. Zhang Xiaoyu felt uneasy. The humans have such powerful spiritual spells. I wonder if I can learn them. Sir, there might be demonic birds at the edge of the Zhongyan region. Flying solo, you must watch out for demonic beasts. Well, isn't that a gale vulture which is equivalent to an ancestral warrior? Someone pointed at the screen and asked. Where is it? It's behind the shop owner. I don't see it behind the shop owner. That black dot, are you sure you saw it? Look down. He passed another city. So fast. All the people were shocked. In Lingyun Academy. You mean you can not only enter the world as a main character but increase your strength at a super speed as well? Shen Kang was nonplussed. After talking about Diablo for so long, he found that his friend didn't listen to the Diablo novel as the latter had played the actual game. He learned that Yu Liang played the game in the shop, which was prohibited by the academy. What was more astonishing was what Yu Liang said to him. Yu Liang was an experienced person. After he recovered from his initial shock, he calmed down quickly. Of course, otherwise, the disciples wouldn't have taken such great risks to go there. He had to drag these two into his team to ensure that they wouldn't tell on him. How do we know that what you are saying is true? Shen Kang was tempted, wishing that he could act as a main character in this fascinating novel. Besides, he could increase his strength in the game. The most important thing was strength. No one could get enough of it. Yu Liang continued to tempt them. Just think of it. The academy never prohibited the instructors from going to the shop, which gives us a great opportunity. Besides, the disciples are not going there anymore and had quit easily. It proves that Director Chin exaggerated the addictive side effects. What good can I get by lying to you? After all, no reward was offered for catching instructors who go into that small shop. The other two looked at each other. Maybe, we'll go and have a look. Chapter 146, all the way to the north. Has he left the Zhongyan region already? The audience watched the fast receding clouds and asked, he's arriving at the He region. Right, He is northwest to Zhongyan. Shui Delph said, after flying further north from He, he will reach Jingxi. So fast, Yi Xiaoyi clicked her tongue and said, he'll be there so soon. What do you know? Yi Songtao said, he still needs to fly over several big cities in the He region. It won't be so quick. Oh, Yi Xiaoyi pouted, I've never been there before. Look, there's a spiritual boat ahead. At this moment, a middle-sized spiritual boat with a length of 30 meters was flying ahead of Fang Qi. The boat was made of spiritual wood, and the spear-shaped body had patterns of flying snakes engraved on the sides. The boat had wings on the sides but no sails, and it was engulfed in an invisible energy barrier. Clouds were scattered before they could touch it. Master, are we going to be late at this speed? A young man stood at the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. This style of clothes, someone in the internet cafe recognized them. They are from the Black Cloud Taoist Temple in He. Hey, the gray-clothed elder standing at the bow is the old man Black Cloud, right? I remember he is. At the True Lake Realm. How can we be late? Sure enough, a short gray-clothed elder stood at the bow. While the three major academies held the national examination in Jingxi, some cultivators were invited to watch the matches. Even the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance had sent cultivators to the event. This Black Cloud Elder was one of the invited cultivators. My spiritual boat is a rare high-quality artifact. Even if I only use 30% of spiritual energy, it's enough to. Master, it seems like something is catching up. The young man standing at the bow pointed behind him and said with shock. Something is catching up. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? Black Cloud Elder glanced at his disciple contemptuously before looking back. Then, he widened his eyes. He saw a young man catching up to them while standing on a sword. What's that? During his long life, Black Cloud Elder had seen cultivators flying on spiritual artifacts and riding on the wind with spiritual energy, but he had never seen such a sight where someone flew on an ordinary sword at such a high speed. Master, am I seeing a ghost? The gray-clothed young man also looked shocked. Flying on a sword, ha 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 ha, the Black Cloud Taoist is stupefied. This is the sword control technique. Someone sent a bullet message immediately. I bet that he is absolutely stupefied by the sight. He has never seen this before. Our grand sword control technique is awesome. And Hu-Wei gulped down a mouthful of Haagen-Dazs while he sent a bullet message, Old Man Black Cloud. Slow down. Dong Qingli covered her snicker with her hand. Look at that old Taoist's face. He looks like he is looking at a ghost. The two on the boat looked at the young man who flew past the spiritual boat while standing on a sword, looking celestial and ethereal while his clothes fluttered. He even glanced at them casually. Master, didn't you say that your spiritual boat is a rare high-quality artifact? How come someone is faster? Black Cloud Taoist's expression looked like a dark cloud. I used only a tiny part of my strength. I'll put more strength into it. Then, he put his hands together and used another spell, releasing huge spiritual energy into the boat. As if a key button was pressed, the boat increased its speed by 50%. Master, how come I feel the distance from the guy is getting greater? Black Cloud Taoist's expression turned darker, and he yelled, "Hey! Don't run." Then, he chanted another spell, pushing the spiritual boat forward with his full force. Spiritual lights flowed around the spiritual boat, and its speed increased by another 50%. Black Cloud Taoist said, "Now, I'll see how far you can run." Look behind the shop owner. In the internet cafe, all the people looked toward the big screen. Is Black Cloud Taoist chasing after the shop owner? Tisk, tisk, look at the spiritual lights. He has used all his strength. This old man is unwilling to admit defeat. Black Cloud Taoist, I don't believe that I can't catch up with you. Shop owner, catch up with me if you can. Bullet comments flooded the screen, and the cultivators and warriors in the internet cafe laughed and had a good time. Boss, look back, an old man is chasing after you. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately sent a message to Fang Qi. An old man is chasing after me. Curious, Fang Qi turned his head and saw that the spiritual boat that he had overtaken was trying to catch up with him. Can he catch up? And Hu Wei didn't look worried at all while he ate Haagen-Dazs. If he can catch up, I won't even practice the sword control technique. In this world, the spiritual boats were flight spiritual artifacts controlled by spiritual energy. The stronger the user's spiritual energy, the faster it could travel. However, the sword control technique was different. Although the saying, covering 1,000 kilometers in 1 second, was a bit exaggerated, it showed the great speed of the sword control technique. One of the greatest features of the sword control technique was its speed. Besides, the sword control technique in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy had its own unique system. At this moment, Fang Qi's sword control technique slowed down suddenly. Why did the shop owner slow down? This kid is running out of spiritual energy. Black Cloud Taoist sneered. He has reached his limit. Disciple, see how I catch up with him. Pushed by his energy, the spiritual boat flew forward quickly and became parallel to Fang Qi. Senior, can I ask you for directions? Fang Qi waved at the spiritual boat. Ask for directions. Can you tell me which direction is Jingxi? How long do I need to travel before I get there? Fang Qi yelled. He had flown for a while now, but he saw no trace of Jingxi. It was his first time flying on a sword, and he felt quite uneasy without any sense of direction. Go straight north. You're a few hours away from it. Thank you. Black Cloud Taoist smirked and thought, which faction is this young man from? He must have run out of spiritual energy and wants me to take him on my boat. Keep dreaming. I'll never help you. While he was thinking, I go all the way to the north, leaving behind the season where you belong. Fang Qi looked at the sky and hummed while flying past Black Cloud Taoist's spiritual boat. Is the shop owner humming a song? What's the song he is humming? I've never heard of it before. Too smug, sir. You're too confident. Look behind you, sir. I admire the shop owner. Chen Feng clicked his tongue behind the crowd. Master, that guy overtook us again. The gray-clothed young man pointed in front of them and said, you can't catch up with him, right? Black Cloud Taoist's old face turned as black as charcoal, and he almost launched a spiritual spell at Fang Qi. Chapter 147. You all need the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Aren't all the businesses in Juhua City boycotting this shop? How come there are so many people here? From the outside of the shop, several people looked at the crowd around the big screen in shock. You guys stay in the academy all day. You don't know the situation. Yu Liang said, how can this place lack customers? Some of them are big figures among the cultivators. After pushing open the door, Yu Liang entered the shop with more confidence this time. Ms. Xiaoyu, please activate Diablo for my friends. Oh, coming. What are they doing there in a group? Yu Liang and his friends glanced at the big screen while they paid for the games. The owner is doing an outdoors livestream. Outdoor livestream? Old Yu, aren't we here to play Diablo? What are you doing there? Oh, you go ahead with the game. I'll check out this livestream first. Yu Liang saw that the city on the screen seemed to be Jingxi. Is he arriving at Jingxi? Not so fast. It looks near but is actually very far away. The audience in the internet cafe talked animatedly among themselves. The magnificent huge city, the symbolic star observing tower which shot up into the sky, and the people on the street. The sword control technique is awesome. Anyone who doesn't have it yet must hurry up and buy one. Sword control technique. Yu Liang read the bullet comments on the screen in bafflement. At this moment, Mu Hongzhu also came into the internet cafe and saw this amazing sight. Flying above the clouds on a sword looked more thrilling than sitting on a spiritual boat. At this moment, a giant silver-winged eagle appeared on the screen. A tall and muscular warrior who was wearing a black short-sleeved jacket was sitting cross-legged on the giant eagle, resting with his eyes closed. Beside him was a girl wearing tight-fit black clothes. She exclaimed, "Uncle, you flies so fast. When can I have such an awesome demonic beast as my partner?" Ha 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 ha. The black-clothed warrior laughed. "Little girl, you want to fly with your low cultivation strength. If I, your master, don't protect you with my warrior chi, you can't sit here and talk. You would have been blown off by the wind. I seem to feel something." He opened his eyes abruptly and saw a figure standing on a sword flying past him. Not only him, but the young girl and the giant silver-winged eagle beneath them also turned their heads toward the sight. The big silver-winged eagle blinked. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Ha 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 ha. This white-headed eagle must be at the peak stage of ancestral warrior realm, right? This warrior must be at the king warrior realm. Is he?" Yu Liang looked at the screen in shock. "He's Senior Liang, Liang Haihu, from Shengjing Academy." Liang Haihu froze, wondering how someone could fly on a sword. "Master. That is." The young girl watched with widened eyes, and her face filled with disbelief. "Kid, don't run if you dare." Behind them, a spiritual boat with glowing spiritual lights rushed up at top speed. Ha 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 ha. Your horizon was broadened, right? Bullet comments flooded the screen again. "You can dump this white-headed eagle now." Ha 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 ha. The owner shocked another warrior. "Giant eagle. Kid, stop." Yu Liang and Mu Hongzhu, who had just arrived at the shop, were also stupefied, wondering what the sword control technique really was and how it could fly so fast. Mu Hongzhu remembered that Song Qingfeng and the others had shown off their sword control technique that night. Are they the same technique? Mu Hongzhu froze. "Master, how can anyone fly so fast?" Dumbfounded, the black-clothed girl watched Fang Qi flew past them while riding on the sword. Liang Haihu patted the big eagle beneath him and said, "Catch up." The silver-winged eagle shook its wings, and it sped up instantly, catching up with Fang Qi. "Hey, kid," Liang Haihu yelled, "what's the flight technique that you're using?" Fang Qi slowed down a bit. "Uncle, are you talking to me?" "Uncle." Liang Haihu's face turned dark. "Which faction are you from? You don't know your manners. Who's your master?" "Maybe I know him or her," Liang Haihu said arrogantly. "Master." Fang Qi thought for a moment. "Li Xiaoyao, the liquor sword immortal. I guess they are my masters." Liang Haihu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Who are they? I've never heard of them before." In the internet cafe, the bullet comments showed the minds of the viewers. Ha ha ha, you're shocked. The names of the two masters from our Shushan faction are too good for ordinary people like you to know. Sir, recommend the Legend of the Sword and Fairy to them. Uncle, you need the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Nolan Hungwu shook his head while he watched, saying with a laugh, "This kid." The black-clothed girl was shocked, and she blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked after a while, "Is this flight technique very difficult to learn? Do you want to lean it? Can I?" The girl panted and breathed heavily. "Nonsense." Liang Haihu slammed his hand on the back of the eagle while he scolded, "It must be their ultimate technique. How can they teach it to you?" Fang Qi waved his hand. "Go to the Origin Internet Club in Juhua City and play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy for 20 crystals. I promise you can master it." Everyone was stupefied. Ha 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 ha. The shop owner did an awesome advertisement. "Turn around right now, come to Juhua City and play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Why do you want to go to Jingxi? Come to Juhua, friends. Don't bring too many people with you, or you'll have to wait in line. Right, you have to wait outside in line if you bring too many people with you." "Ouch, my belly." Zhang Wanyu rubbed her belly while she laughed hard with Dong Qingli. "It's so fun." He even promised her that she would master it. Su Tianji was also amused. How could he say that? "Oh, I can't laugh like this anymore. Ha 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 ha. Young master N, give me a hand." He still remembers to advertise for his shop while he is out having fun. And Hu said with a chuckle, "This kid is good at this." Liang Zhen said, "Liang Haihu just sent me a message, asking me if there's an elder named Liquor Sword Immortal in Juhua City who teaches the sword control technique. Ha 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 ha, can I learn it for 20 crystals? The black-clothed girl rolled her eyes and asked, "Master, maybe it's fake information. While his face twitched, Liang Haihu clutched the communication jade in his hand and said, "It seems, it's true. When you finish the national examination, I'll take you to Juhua City, 20 crystals. Can one learn the sword control technique by playing the Legend of the Sword and Fairy?" Not only Yu Liang, but Mu Hongzhu was also astonished. "Ms. Xiaoyu, activate the Legend of the Sword and Fairy for me." Yu Liang immediately yelled, "Ms. Xiaoyu, activate the Legend of the Sword and Fairy for me as well." Chen Feng and the others also came up. "Then, what about Counter-Strike?" Chen Feng waved his hand. "We'll play both." Both. At this moment, Fang Qi came down from the sky and landed in front of the south gate of Jingxi. Chapter 148, National Examination. Yingtian Pavilion in Jingxi. This restaurant was the most luxurious one in the entire Jingxi city, and it was said that the owner came from the royal family. Although no one could confirm this rumor, people knew that this restaurant had an extraordinary background. After arriving at Jingxi, Fang Qi turned off the livestream. "Mr. Fang, it's been a while since we met last time." Mu Donglai, the young man with the mustache, had a high status. Even Li Haoran greeted him with respect. Fang Qi shrugged. "I came here for a tour. I didn't know that you were here. I'm a native resident of Jingxi." Mu Donglai shook his head. "Unfortunately, I have a lot of business to handle, or I would have gone to Zhongyan again and visited your shop. They are games, but they are miraculous." Mu Donglai's words were full of appreciation. "I heard that you've launched some new games in your shop." While they talked and drank liquor, some warriors walked into Origin's internet club, saying, "They said that this shop has the other volumes of Diablo. They say that one can be the main character in the game." "Hush, watch out. It's said that the Southern Business Alliance is boycotting this small shop." Several warriors said, "We must enter it with care. If we're discovered, we'll offend a lot of people." "Hiss, it's expensive." They looked at the prices on the small blackboard and couldn't help gasping. Now that one book even costs 1 crystal, the game itself would definitely be more expensive. Another warrior said, "This is high-end stuff. I heard that a while ago, young Master and spent quite a few crystals on an item in a game called Diablo. At that time, Diablo wasn't popular in Juhua City yet, and many people just took this incident as a joke. However, when they recalled this incident now, let's try it, maybe it's worth this price." A warrior said, "If I can get some of these items, I'll get my money back. Besides, they say that the game is more fascinating than the novel. Let's go and have a try." After these people entered the shop, some warriors wearing masks came in. "Blackie, did you spread the word?" "Of course," the black-clothed warrior said, "I alone can't afford to mess with these huge organizations, but with so many people asking about Diablo, I'll guide all of them to this place. I don't believe that the Southern Business Alliance can handle so many of us. Move, 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 hurry up and go in there." A dark-skinned brawny guy said, "It has been a long time since I last came here. Xiaoyu, get us some hours." Blackie sniffed. "Ah, the scent is so nostalgic. Hurry up and get online. I've waited for so long." Blackie saw a big group of people near the door. "Sir, what's wrong? Why did you turn off the livestream?" "Yeah, I still want to watch. What's he doing now that he has arrived in Jingxi? Why doesn't he show us?" "Right, I was hoping to see Jingxi. I've never been there." Meanwhile in Yingtian Pavilion at Jingxi. National examination. Fang Qi frowned and remembered that Song Qingfeng, Nalan Mingshe, and the others had come to Jingxi to take the national examination. "Mr. Fang, don't you know that?" Mu Donglai said with a chuckle, "This is the newest gala in Jingxi, and almost everyone knows about it." "I heard of it," Fang Qi shrugged, "but I don't know much about it." "Mr. Mu, can you tell me something about it? People say that the 3 major academies are holding the national examination, but it's the emperor who came up with the idea. That is why it's called the national examination." Mu Donglai said, "The 3 major academies are Shengjing, Lingyun, and Zai, which are the most ancient and most powerful academies in the country. The academy masters of these 3 academies enjoy a very high status. Take Shengjing Academy as an example, even members of royalty must cultivate like the ordinary people once they enter the academy. They don't have any privileges in the school." At this moment, Nalan Mingshe, Song Qingfeng, and the others were in Shengjing Academy. Shengjing Academy had lots of equipment and could do tests on things such as warrior chi, strength, and speed. Today, they would do the civil test, which wasn't a test of cultural knowledge but a test of basic qualities. Led by the instructors, they came to the venue to do the civil test, and the elite disciples, strength, speed, and cultivation strength would be tested here. It's said that there are quite a few powerful figures in this national examination. Yeah, the Heaven, Earth, Zan, and Huang houses in Shengjing Academy this year are especially powerful. I heard people talk about it when I entered the Yingtian Pavilion, Fang Qi said with the liquor cup in his hand. They said that the fifth prince has ultimate talent. Although he is in the Earth House at Shengjing Academy due to his young age, his strength has reached the ancestral warrior realm. After the national examination, it's highly likely that he will be accepted into the Heaven House as an exception. After a moment of consideration, Fang Qi continued, in Lingyun Academy, the average cultivation strength of an Earth House disciple is at the Grandmaster Warrior realm, right? Mu Donglai replied with a smile, yes, it's said that Qin Zhang from the Earth House at Lingyun Academy has probably reached the peak stage of Grandmaster Warrior realm, but he is still far from the Ancestral Warrior realm. Impossible, shameless, it's cheating. At this moment, Qin Bing slammed his hand on the table. The fifth prince just achieved a breakthrough suddenly. He has even reached the Ancestral Warrior realm. He became an Ancestral Warrior before entering the Heaven House. Director Qin, please calm down. Some instructors tried to comfort him. Even if he has reached the Ancestral Warrior realm, his realm isn't stable due to his recent breakthrough. Gongzi Qin might still defeat him with that combat technique. Then, how about their Heaven House? Do you know anything about those disciples? Qin Bing asked. He looked gloomy. He had thought that a peak stage Grandmaster Warrior in the Earth Houses was strong enough. Equipped with that unique combat technique, Qin Zhang would be able to defeat anyone from the Earth Houses of all three academies. However, now it seemed, an Ancestral Warrior. We detected nothing unusual in the Heaven Houses, but we don't know if they have hidden their true strengths. Right, it's not often that a disciple in Earth Houses breaks through to the Ancestral Warrior realm. Many of the disciples in the Heaven Houses of the three academies are still at the Grandmaster Warrior realm. After all, it isn't so easy to break through to the Ancestral Warrior realm. Cultivation gets more difficult in the later stages. It was unheard of that an Earth House disciple would reach the Ancestral Warrior realm. It seems that I overreacted. Qin Bing exhaled in relief. Tomorrow is the combat test of the national examination, right? Qin Bing closed his eyes in fatigue. Tell all the disciples to cultivate harder. Chapter 149, Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Who? While glancing around the crowd, Song Qingfeng felt frustrated. Among the four houses, our Huang house has the lowest cultivation strength, right? This Huang house has talents. While the disciples were taking the civil test in Shengjing Academy, they were surrounded by the bustling crowds. For example, Nalan Mingshe from Lingyun Academy has reached the peak stage of the official warrior realm. Wangpu Jin from Shengjing Academy and Luo Yun from Zai Academy are all at the peak stage of the official warrior realm. Since the three academies had strict requirements on age, most of the disciples of Huang House were still at the body forging realm. At the body forging realm, the warriors were trying to temper their bodies, and it would take a long time. Even if they started practicing when they were very young, they had to spend a long time on it. Before they got their bodies prepared, none of them would try to achieve a breakthrough. Song Qingfeng stared at Nalan Mingshe and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Your realm is really high. You will reach the Grandmaster Warrior realm soon, and you showed only the peak stage of official warrior realm in the test. Shame on you," Nalan Mingshe said in a low voice. "I didn't want to scare them. It's enough that I got a high mark." With his face twitching, Song Qingfeng said, "That's a good point. Later, we'll show the middle stage of the official warrior realm in the test. Young Master Song, you can show the strength of a level 6 official warrior, and we'll show level 4 or level 5, Lin Xiao said. "Hey, little kids from Huang the house. I see you guys again." Lu Shiji, who once had a confrontation with Song Qingfeng and his friends, walked over behind a deep-eyed warrior who was wearing a black warrior suit and carrying a black sword on his back. "You know them." The black-clothed warrior didn't glance this way as he continued, "Come on. Don't be late. Is he Wang Kun from the Zan House of Lingyun Academy? The number 1 warrior on the Lingyun list from the Zan House. Who's the guy walking behind him?" These two came here to get the warrior chi test, and the results came out soon. Wang Kun, peak stage of Master Warrior Realm. Lu Shiji, level 7 Master Warrior Realm. At this moment, Shu Zixin was still hesitant. Qingqing, shall we reveal our strengths? Shen Qingqing felt her strength, which was at the 6th level of the Grandmaster Warrior realm. Shu Zixin was at the 5th level of the Grandmaster Warrior realm, and they were both from the Zan house. While other Zan house disciples who achieved Grandmaster Warrior realm had just gained the breakthrough, these two girls had obviously gained the breakthrough a long time ago. Don't scare them. Shu Zixin glanced at Wang Kun, who had just finished testing, and said, we'll show the same strength as his. Okay. Soon, the test results came out. Shu Zixin from the Zan house. Peak stage of the Master Warrior realm. Shen Qingqing from the Zan house. The peak stage of Master Warrior realm. Well, where did they come from? Many disciples of Shengjing Academy and Zai Academy were still around, and they murmured to each other, Shu Zixin. I've never heard of this name before. I've heard of her, but she used to rank in the middle of the Lingyun list. Shen Qingqing, is this girl on the Lingyun list? How come I feel like I've never seen her before? I know nothing about her. How did she enter the Lingyun list? Something is wrong. Who on earth are these people from Lingyun Academy? How come the Lingyun Academy suddenly have 2 more peak stage Master Warriors? And they both come from the Zan house. At this moment, another disciple of Lingyun Academy entered the test. Guo Shang, level 5 Ancestral Warrior realm. Gasps filled the entire area. Lingyun Academy has such a guy. How come I've never heard of him before? Where did he come from? Guo, I don't think there's a big family named Guo in Zhongyan, right? Is he from an ordinary family? This scary thought flashed across everyone's mind. What's happening in Shengjing Academy today? It's so noisy here. A girl wearing black clothes walked into the crowd. If Fang Qi was present, he would recognize her as the girl who sat on the big silver-winged eagle while he was flying toward Jingxi City. Here's senior sister Xiao. It's said that Senior Liang has taken her as his disciple. She's still in the Zan house, but she is going out for experience trips already. Tisk, tisk, extraordinary. She was at the peak stage of the Master Warrior realm, right? Xiao Lengyu from the Zan house. Level 1 Grandmaster Warrior realm. Hiss. Grandmaster Warrior from the Zan house. She can go to the Earth house. The disciples of Shengjing Academy were excited by the announcement. In the Yingtian Pavilion. Mr. Mu shook his head and laughed. The 5th prince isn't the only one who is extraordinary. Xiao Lengyu, the granddaughter of an old duke, is in the Zan house, but her cultivation strength has reached the Grandmaster Warrior realm. As for the Heaven houses, in the 3 academies, the Heaven houses are their triumph cards. The disciples in these houses have the longest training and the greatest strengths. Take Ying Zongshuan from Zai Academy as an example. He is less than 30 years old but has reached level 6 of the Ancestral Warrior realm. I'm afraid that his current realm is now at the late stage of Ancestral Warrior realm. With the cloud-sweeping scroll of the Ying family and the Ying Dragon 7 strike, the combat technique that he is practicing, he is almost invincible among his peers. So is Shengjing Academy. Mu Donglai shook his finger and continued. I wonder how many hidden cards Lingyun Academy has. I heard that Director Qin of Lingyun Academy wants to take first place in the competition, but I'm afraid that it will be a target which is difficult to reach. Mr. Fang, do you plan on watching tomorrow's combat test? Mu Donglai said, I think this national examination will be a good show. Fang Qi nodded. While taking out his communication jade, he found loads of messages in it. Mr. Fang, why did you stop the livestream? I still want to watch. And Cheng. Boss, I want to see Jingxi. Turn on the livestream now, Zhang Xiaoyu. Continue the broadcasting. Since I can't play games, I count on watching your livestream each day, Xiaoyu. Fang Qi's face twitched while he thought, damn it. I'm the owner of the internet cafe, not a streamer. I can't even have peace when I'm traveling. Fang Qi tucked the communication jade into his pocket and said, I'll walk around the city today and watch the national examination tomorrow. Can just anyone go and watch it? Of course not, Mu Donglai said. Tomorrow, you can come with me, Mr. Fang. In the internet cafe. The boss ignored me. Zhang Xiaoyu stomped her feet with a pout. This kid is ignoring me as well. And Hu Wei was also frustrated. Me too. Su Tianji had sent several messages. Continue messaging him. I don't believe that he can ignore us forever. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu received a message in her communication jade. Tomorrow, I'll go and watch the national examination. I'll continue the livestream tomorrow. National examination. Zhang Xiaoyu's face was full of disdain. That's not fun. The boss said that he will go and watch the national examination and broadcast tomorrow. Hearing her words, Mu Hongzhu's body shook. He will broadcast the national examination tomorrow. She had wanted to watch this gala. Besides, the suppressed disciples in the class also wanted to watch their classmates win glory for them. Maybe, I'll bring all the disciples here tomorrow. Chapter 150. Such a beautiful person must be a guy. The Diablo novel became so popular that one could hear people talk about it in any restaurant within the prosperous areas of Juhua City, including Tianfu Street and Juhua Avenue. Even people who hadn't been fans of novels were hooked due to their curiosity. The totally different world and the novel setting in a book might not bring them any visible benefits, but it could broaden their minds and teach them things that they had never seen or imagined before. In fact, some independent warriors and cultivators traveled around the world just to explore the unknown. When they learned that the story described in the novel existed in a small shop in a semi-real way. Does that small shop have Diablo? Hush, it's not some addictive drugs. In my opinion, it's just so good that it enthralls people. No wonder some people are eager to boycott this small shop. I think they do it because they are jealous. Besides Shen Kang and his friends, there were other Lingyun Academy instructors who were fans of Diablo. Let's go in and have a look. These guys wore bamboo hats, which showed that they didn't want people to recognize them. They were instructors of Lingyun Academy, which was a place that was trying to suppress the Origin Internet Club with the greatest effort, Class A of the Huang House in Lingyun Academy. The first few players of Lingyun Academy came from this class, and this class also received the most severe punishment. All the disciples in the class had been qualified to enter the national examination and gain fame in the examination, but now half of them had to stay behind. For example, Shi Qi's strength was close to Song Qingfang's. With his level 3 Master Warrior realm, he had the power to defeat almost anyone from the Huang houses from the 3 academies. You still can't accept the unfair treatment. Mu Hongzhu was teaching the class. You all have strength but can't use it. I understand how you feel. In the last 2 days, I've played Diablo. All the disciples froze. Instructor Mu, she went to the internet cafe. Tomorrow, Mr. Fang will livestream the national examination in Jingxi. Do you want to watch it? Mu Hongzhu asked. Shi Qi, Shi Xiaoyun, and the other disciples who were left behind in Lingyun Academy looked astonished, and they were pleasantly surprised. Ah, I love you, Instructor Mu. Shi Xiaoyun was the first one to react, and she rushed up to hug Mu Hongzhu. Mr. Fang will livestream the national examination. Are you serious? Shi Qi still couldn't believe it. Has he gone to Jingxi? Since Instructor Mu trusts us, I hope all of us will keep this a secret. Then, Shi Qi glanced around. Is there anyone who wants to go and watch it? There's nothing that we can lose now. We'll all go. Anyone who's afraid of being discovered can wear a mask. It has been a long time since I last went there. I feel stifled. When the news that the national examination would be broadcasted live spread to other classes in Lingyun Academy, some disciples secretly made plans to go and watch it. Things continued to brew. The venue for the combat test in the national examination was a huge oval-shaped stadium. When Fang Qi came to the audience stands, he looked down and estimated that the area could cover several soccer fields. Fang Qi's seat was in the north section of the stadium. He looked to his right and saw a young woman wearing a black floral royal dress. She looked noble and elegant. On her right was a handsome and muscular young man who was wearing a dragon robe with golden trimmings. He also looked lofty and grand. On both sides of them were guests who were invited to watch the national examination, and they all looked powerful. Fang Qi even saw the Black Cloud Taoist, who was sitting in a seat not far from him. Disregarding statuses, the disciples from the academies sat on the sides of the stadium, so it was convenient for them to enter the field. Mu Donglai sat on Fang Qi's left. This area was probably reserved for the VIPs who were invited by the 3 academies to watch the examination. Some distance away from the VIP area, there were the central seats where the organizers of the national examination sat. An old man who was wearing a black robe was resting there with his eyes closed. Sitting on his left were several old men. Even though they were too far away for Fang Qi to sense their presences, his instinct told him that they were all very powerful. Sitting in the middle of these old men was a dignified middle-aged man who was wearing a black dragon robe. Everyone knew who he was. Bored, Fang Qi turned on the livestream. In the internet cafe. The shop owner turned on the livestream. Where is it? The national examination has begun. People began to shout when the big screens were turned on. Sir, look to your Right, and Cheng exclaimed and sent a bullet comment. Right, you mean the beautiful girl on my right. What's wrong? Since he would look weird if he murmured to himself, Fang Chi replied with a bullet comment as well. Beautiful girl. Bu Che froze and then sent a comment. Sir, you're sitting there, but you don't know anyone around you. How did you get to sit here? She is the royal princess. The audience members sent bullet comments to inform him. Sir, are you sure that you are not sitting in someone else's seat? Ouyang Cheng was stupefied. The second person sitting to your right is the second prince. The beautiful girl sitting next to me is the royal princess. The handsome guy to her right is the second prince. Fang Chi couldn't help glancing at them since it was his first time seeing the royal family members. With so many members of royalty around him, this kid probably had to greet them in formal ways. In the back of the crowd, and Hu whispered to Li Haoran, how did you arrange this for him? Members of the Star Observing Tower and Wu Taoist Alliance are exempt from the formal greetings, Li Haoran said. Star Observing Tower, damn, and Hu gave him a thumb up. The person sitting next to him is. There is only one person from the Star Observing Tower that people can see, Castellanen. Mr. Mew, and Hu said with sudden understanding. Meanwhile, the royal princess seemed to have noticed Fang Chi's stare, and she glared at him with a cold expression. With his face twitching, Fang Chi sent a bullet comment, this girl is the royal princess. She looks fierce. Fierce, sir. Your comment is lethal. I have to say that I've never heard of anyone describing the royal princess with this word. The royal princess excels in military strategy and national governance, and she's a well-rounded genius in terms of fine arts and cultivation. I'm speechless at the shop owner's appraisal. She's elegant, beautiful, and gracious. It seemed like someone used all the good words that they could find. Is there anything wrong with my comment? Fang Chi read the bullet comments on the system interface with the communication jade in his hand. At this moment, aren't you supposed to say, such a beautiful person must be a guy? TL note. This strange phrase originated from Japan, but it took on a form of its own in China. Since there have been so many male cosplayers cosplaying as cute girls, a lot of people are afraid of being fooled and would rather think that the beautiful girls are guys to lower their expectations. Similar to the slang term, trap. Such a beautiful person must be a guy. And Hu had been eating Haagen-Dazs while he read the bullet comments, but he dropped the small wooden spoon after hearing these words. The other people who were watching the livestream looked at each other in confusion. Did the shop owner send that comment? He probably wanted to say something like, girls are as strong as guys. The audience members corrected Fang Chi's words and praised themselves for being smart. You all interpreted this sentence in this way. Fang Chi's face twitched. Well, I think you can interpret it this way. Maybe. Chapter 151. Win with one strike. Not knowing that she had been criticized, the royal princess asked, Mr. Mew, this gentleman is. This is Mr. Fang. It seemed like Mew Donglai didn't like events with crowds either, and he did the introduction casually. He owns the most wonderful shop. After hearing the introduction, the people around them looked baffled. How could a shop be wondrous? He is just a show owner no matter how miraculous the shop is. He is just a shop owner. After some polite greetings, the people around them looked back toward the training field as if nothing had happened. The shop owner has been slighted. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Fang, I can't believe that I saw this. Sir, it's time for you to show them your innumerable sword scroll. I agree. Sir, show them your sword control technique and fly into the sky. You'll see how their expressions change. Fang Chi's face turned dark. Please, I'm here to watch the national examination. At this moment, a large group of people came into the internet cafe. Almost all of them wore masks, and some of them looked around cautiously. Seeing nothing unusual, they asked the question, Instructor Mew, shall we go in? They came here with an instructor. It was a scenario that none of them had imagined. The national examination has begun. So soon. Look, Instructor Mew, I see the disciples from our Lingyun Academy on the screen. Shi Xiaoyun pointed at the big screen and whispered. Really? Where? They all entered the shop. The rules for this national examination were quite simple. From yesterday's civil test, all the disciples obtained their initial points. Each disciple could challenge the disciples from the other two academies no more than 3 times, and each of them could accept challenges no more than 3 times as well. The winners would get all the points, and the losers' points would be reduced to 0. Of course, there were some restrictions on the challenges issued to weaker opponents. One could only challenge another disciple of the same house who was within 3 ranks below or no more than 10 initial points below. It meant that one couldn't challenge someone who was obviously way weaker than oneself. However, one could challenge anyone who was stronger than them. The final ranking of the academies would be determined according to the total points of the disciples. As for the individual ranking, the disciples would be ranked according to their initial points. To show fairness, the rules for today's combat test were determined by the Emperor of Dajan and issued to the public through the edict just before the test. After the rules were announced, the disciples in the 3 academies began to talk among themselves. How shall we proceed? Instructor Chen Zhong and the disciples from Class A of the Huang House in Lingyun Academy gathered together. Ms. Nolan, what do you think? Chen Zhong wanted to hear the disciples' ideas first. There are tricks in the rules, Nolan Mingshe said after a moment of consideration. 3 challenges and 3 acceptances of challenges means that each of us has 3 opportunities to take points from others, and then we have to guard our points. However, after issuing 3 challenges, we might get a higher amount of points and thus attract others' attention. After fighting 3 battles, you might lose all the points to a stronger opponent. More importantly, you wouldn't be able to challenge others and get back points. In other words, the best strategy is to defend first and then attack, Chen Zhong concluded. Nolan Mingshe nodded and said, after accepting 3 challenges, then we can issue challenges and get points. By then, even if our points are high, no one can get it from us. Chen Zhong froze for a second, surprised that this girl had gained such a deep understanding of the rules that were just announced. Then, we'll use this strategy. The moment that they decided on their strategy, someone announced, Luo Yun, the number 1 disciple of the Huang list of Zai Academy, challenges Nolan Mingshe from Lingyun Academy. Luo Yun from Zai Academy. A wave of exclamations came from the audience. It's said that Luo Yun of Zai Academy is the daughter of the North Guarding General Luo. She ventured into the mountains alone and hunted animals when she was only 12. She's less than 17 but has reached the peak stage of the official warrior realm. She's absolutely a genius. It's been 10 years since I saw a person who reached the peak stage of the official warrior realm at this age. Song Qingfeng and the others froze for a moment before laughing, ha 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 ha. You can't keep a low profile even if you want, Ms. Nolan. Maybe it's because my initial points are too high, Nolan Mingshe answered lightly before walking to the combat field. Please accept the check. To ensure fairness, any disciples entering the combat field would be checked. Their spiritual artifacts and weapons must be activated with their own cultivation strength instead of power from other sources. Nolan Mingshe has an ordinary short saber and nothing else. The man and woman doing the check looked surprised when they saw that Nolan Mingshe had put everything away but the short saber which was hanging at her belt before walking out. Nolan Mingshe will fight the first match. At this moment, the Lingyun Academy disciples who were watching the show in Origin's Internet Club became excited. So soon, Shichi bought himself a container of Haagen-Dazs and began to watch. Who is the girl in blue? Didn't you hear? She is Luo Yun, the number 1 disciple in the Huang list of Zai Academy. She issued the challenge. Girl, I admire your courage. Shichi immediately sent a bullet comment. Royal sister. The handsome second prince who was wearing a dragon robe looked at the field and asked, one of them is the genius from the Nolan family, and the other is the genius from the Luo family in the north. They are both at the peak stage of the official warrior realm. Who do you think will win? From their credentials, Luo Yun entered her academy 1 year earlier than Nolan Mingshe, and I heard that Zai Academy has begun training their disciples with military rules which have shown excellent effects. In contrast, Lingyun Academy's methods are much milder. Royal sister, you think Ms. Luo will win? The royal princess nodded slightly. At the same time, Mu Donglai asked Fang Qi who sat next to him, Mr. Fang, who do you think will win? Fang Qi rubbed his nose and said awkwardly, I'll pay condolence to the girl named Luo Yun for 3 seconds. Haha, the shop owner said what's on my mind. In the internet cafe, bullet comments flooded the screens. Royal sister, someone has a different opinion, the second prince said. Obviously, all the people around them chose to ignore Fang Qi's opinion again. Only Mu Donglai replied, it seems that Ms. Nolan will win. Mr. Mu, you agree with Mr. Fang's judgment? The royal princess looked at him in surprise and with a bit disapproval. Obviously, everyone around her agreed to her analysis which was quite reasonable, but Fang Qi was the only one who had a different opinion. Little guy, You must take responsibility for what you said. On the other side, an old man in black looked toward Fang Qi. Fang Qi replied, Senior, do I look like someone who speaks without considering the consequences? On the combat field, Nolan Mingshe glanced at the fierce-looking girl in blue and said, Aren't you a bit impatient to challenge someone who is on your level? I killed more demon beasts than the meals you ate, miss. With a cold look, Luo Yun drew out a long saber while a visible murderous spirit emanated from her body. Attack, and I'll see how much energy I need to consume to defeat you. Obviously, she wasn't easy to deal with since she had such a title. Looking at the heroic girl on the big screen, the Lingyun Academy disciples who were watching the livestream began sending bullet comments. I suddenly feel hurt for this girl. Quoting the shop owner's words, such a beautiful person must be a guy. I feel hurt for this girl as well. Such a beautiful person must be a guy. You are trying to say girls are as strong as guys, right? Fang Qi read the comments and felt dizzy. Don't mess around. They're going to attack. Meanwhile, the disciples from the three academies exclaimed. Under their gazes, Luo Yun walked slowly to a spot 3 meters from Nolan Mingshe. It was a proper distance for a warrior of this realm to launch attacks. With her arms slightly bent, Luo Yun held her saber with both hands, placing the handle before her midsection. At this moment, Luo Yun's mind concentrated on one point of the saber while a chilling aura spread out. She looked like a bow that was fully pulled. She would launch a swift and powerful attack at any time. Good presence. A cultivator behind Fang Qi praised, this girl is a bit young, but the combat test seems interesting. I wish my disciples had her talent. On the other side, the Black Cloud Taoist was scolding his disciple while knocking on the latter's head, look at her and look at yourself. When we return, you must cultivate harder. While they talked, Luo Yun took a step forward and slashed out her saber, creating an ear-piercing noise. The saber was so fast that it turned into a silver shadow while slashing forward. It's the Shi Wind slash of Zai Academy. Even though she's the stronger one, she unleashed her full force. An old man sitting at the central viewing platform nodded slightly. She is using her combat technique at the beginning, which shows that she's not underestimating her opponent. Very nice. Vice Academy Master you think she's good as well. Another old man stroked his beard with smugness since Luo Yun was a student from his academy. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure flashed forward. A pink fist stuck Luo Yun's belly, and the latter dropped to the ground. Fang Qi covered his face. Carry her away. Next, the royal princess covered her mouth as she was at a loss for words. The second prince almost dropped to the ground from his seat. The Vice Academy Masters on the central viewing platform. Chapter 152, The Miserable Failure of Lingyun Academy. Ha ha ha, look at the faces of the people sitting next to the shop owner. Stupefied. Definitely stupefied. This is the close-range combat skill. Royal Princess. After the first victory, Shichi and the other disciples of Class A felt great. Looking at the scene on the big screen, Mu Hongzhu was also happy. However, she didn't use a combat technique, right? Mu Hongzhu asked in bafflement. Impossible. The second prince looked at the combat field in astonishment. She didn't use a combat technique, right? She broke the Shi Wind slash with her bare hands. The old man sitting next to Mu Donglai was in deep thought. This girl seemed to have dodged her opponent's attack with extensive battle experience and accurate judgment. Is it a part of the close-range combat skill? Mu Donglai was also surprised. Although he had also expected Nolan Mingshe to win, he was surprised that she could win so easily. The close-range combat skill is supposed to be used like this, Fang Qi explained. At first, use a feint on the opponent. One must be nimble and clever to master this skill. The people around him asked, what are close-range combat skills? What kind of technique is it? They looked confused. At this moment, most of the disciples of the three academies hadn't recovered from astonishment. Impossible. One attack. Junior brother Wangpu, did you see her attack clearly? A young man wearing a golden robe narrowed his eyes. Sitting next to him was Wangpu Jin, the #1 disciple of the Huang list from Shengjing Academy. Don't worry, senior brother. I won't be able to defeat her if we are on the same level, but I have hidden strength. Wangpu. Jin smiled confidently. Good. The golden-robed young man nodded. Be patient. Allow her to gain more points before you challenge her. Challenge others first. Got it, senior brother. In the sitting area of Lingyun Academy, Qin Bing snorted, she didn't disgrace our Lingyun Academy. At this moment, Zai Academy and Shengjing Academy began the second match. Zhang, after a few matches, go and challenge Bianjia, the number 2 disciple of the Earth House from Shengjing Academy. Nolan Mingxie finished the match too fast and didn't show the power of the combat techniques of Lingyun Academy. You should show them to the audience. Yes, Qin Zhang bowed and said, how about the 5th prince? Now is not the right time. Qin Bing chuckled, if no one challenges him, I'll send Ning Hao and Shui Yuan to challenge him for you and use up some of his energy. Then, you can go and challenge him. Qin Zhang nodded. After a few matches, he challenged the number 2 disciple of the Earth House without hesitation. Obviously, he was confident that he could win this match. Sure enough, he won it effortlessly. Lingyun Academy seems to be quite strong these years. An old man sitting in one of the central viewing platforms stroked his beard. That's because my elite students haven't shown their hands yet. The old man with the surname of Yu snorted, seeming dissatisfied with the disciples from his academy. At this moment, an announcement resonated in the combat field. Xiao Lengyu, the number 1 disciple of the Zan House from Shengjing Academy, challenges Wang Kun, the number 1 disciple of the Zan House from Lingyun Academy. Xiao Lengyu, Shengjing Academy, that young girl whom Fang Qi met on his way to Jingxi challenged the number 1 disciple of the Zan House from Lingyun Academy at this moment, which was a surprise to all the people present. It must be noted that when 2 powerful disciples fought and consumed each other's strength, they would be taken advantage of by a third one. Isn't she the girl whom I met on my way here? Fang Qi looked at this girl and recognized her. This passerby girl looks strong. What passerby girl? The people around Fang Qi asked while veins bulged on their foreheads. She is the granddaughter of the country protection duke. She excels in spear techniques. I'm Wang Kun from Lingyun Academy, and I accept your challenge. I admit that Lingyun Academy did well in the previous matches. The black-clothed Xiao Lengyu lifted the silver spear in her hand. But those are all the victories that you get today. She waved the spear, and a powerful presence shot from the tip of her spear as a blinding chilly light, blowing up debris and dust. The girl stabbed the spear forward with an overwhelming force. Fury splitting mountain. Realizing that he was in danger, Wang Kun held his saber with both hands and used his best combat technique. Instantly, 2 forces collided and created a huge noise. In the dust, a figure was sent flying backward. A chilly light appears first before the spear flies out like a dragon. Fang Qi clicked his tongue. This passerby girl looks powerful. Why do you call her the passerby girl? The audience in the internet cafe didn't understand why. This girl looks really powerful. I root for you, passerby girl. As long as you don't challenge any of the players of the internet cafe. So strong. She used only 1 attack to defeat the number 1 disciple of the Zan House from Lingyun Academy. Around the combat field, the disciples from the 3 academies exclaimed. I'll fight the next battle. At this moment, a golden-clothed young man walked out from the group of Shengjing Academy disciples. Next match, Ji Yong challenges Qin Zhang from the Earth House of Lingyun Academy. What? After Xiao Lengyu challenged Wang Kun, now the 5th prince is also confident in himself and wants to challenge one of the most powerful disciples in Earth House of Lingyun Academy. Standing behind Qin Bing, Qin Zhang looked livid. This is a blatant slight. 5 minutes later, Ji Yong remained intact under Qin Yang's full force attack, and the pale golden warrior qi around him looked like an unbreakable barrier. Qin Zhang lost all hope. Ji Yong vs Qin Zhang. The winner is Ji Yong. The next match, Ying Zongshuan, the number 1 disciple of the Heaven House from Zai Academy, challenges Wang Zhishui. The winner is Ying Zongshuan. What? The other 2 academies, unpredictable moves gained them victories easily without much consumption of strengths, which rendered Lingyun Academy's plan of winning back the points futile. Under their opponents' fierce attacks, Lingyun Academy was the first to show signs of defeat. Most of the number 1 disciples in the 4 houses got their points taken away. The situation became bad for Lingyun Academy, and people in the audience began to talk among themselves. Lingyun Academy's methods of training are too mild and old school. It's inevitable that they would lose. Now that their number 1 disciples lost the matches, the weaker disciples will lose soon. On the central viewing platform, an old man looked livid. Vice Academy Master Shu, those were good matches. The other 2 Vice Academy Masters looked smug. Right now, 3 of the 4 number 1 disciples of Lingyun Academy had been defeated, and the only one left was Nolan Mingxie, the number 1 disciple of the Huang House. The good situation that Lingyun Academy was in suddenly changed. Qin Bing's face had also turned livid, and his gloomy face looked horrible. Chapter 153, Sword Control Technique. Qin Bing had tried his best to make this national examination a reality because he was sure that Lingyun Academy would gain a glorious victory in it. However, instead of gaining glory, his elite disciples had their points reduced to 0. How could they continue this examination? Could they rely on the ordinary disciples to turn the tables? Impossible. Ji Yong obviously concealed his true strength. Xiao Lengyu didn't use her full force. Even that disciple of Zai Academy defeated Wang Zhishui. How did all this happen? This show would be boring now. Sitting next to Fang Qi on his right, the royal princess shook her head. From the looks of it, the outcome is obvious. Shengjing Academy will take the first place, and Zai Academy will take the second place, since though none of its disciples can defeat Ji Yong or Xiao Lengyu. I think they will gain more points from Lingyun Academy. I thought these young people from the 3 major academies would give us some good matches to watch in the national examination. The old man sitting next to Mu Donglai shook his head and said, but the results are quite obvious now. The audience in the internet cafe heard their comments through Fang Qi's livestream. Senior, wait until the people from our internet cafe make a move. Ha ha ha, you guys are so naive. Do you think the outcomes are set? Fang Qi glanced around him. Don't you think so? The royal princess frowned slightly with increased displeasure. Although Fang Qi had made a correct prediction for one match, the situation now showed the overall weak strength of Lingyun Academy. Even though Nolan Mingxie was strong, a mere Huang house wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. A tiny Huang house can never reverse such a big trend. At the central viewing platform, the old man with the surname Shu stood up angrily and said, I have an urgent business to handle, and I have to go now. Brother Shu, another old man stopped him. Today, the 3 academies are holding the examination together, and it's not right for you to leave this event before it finishes, right? More importantly, His Majesty is still here. Brother Shu, you must show your respect by staying here, right? Another old man joined in, saying, Brother Shu, be patient. Maybe they will turn the tide. Let's watch the matches. Calm down. The old man with surname Shu had a dark expression on his old face. At this moment in Lingyun's team, Song Qingfeng whispered, maybe we should make a move. If we wait longer, Vice Academy Master Shu probably will leave the venue, and it won't do us any good. From what I see of the strength of the other 2 academies, I think I can win 3 defensive matches. Nolan Mingxie nodded. Then, go ahead. Suddenly, an announcement came from the combat field. Song Qingfeng, the No. 6th disciple of the Huang list from Lingyun Academy, challenges Wangpu Jin, the number 1 disciple of the Huang list from Shengjing Academy. What? Upon hearing this announcement, everyone was stunned. A mere number 6 of Lingyun wants to challenge the number 1 of Shengjing. What is it? Are the disciples of Lingyun Academy so arrogant nowadays? A tall warrior wearing a purple warrior suit walked onto the combat field. Wangpu Jin felt puzzled, wondering why this person dared to challenge him. After all, Song Qingfeng was skipping 5 seats on the list. Besides, this guy is only at the middle stage of the official warrior realm. Is he doing this to mock me? Wangpu Jin was displeased. Then, I thank you for sending me points in advance. Wangpu Jin smirked. Song Qingfeng, are you ready to get your points reduced to 0? Hearing his taunting, the audience burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'll take your points and become the number 1 of the aggregated Huang list in this examination. Wangpu Jin said with a smile, what do you say of that? Pathetic no. 6. Fang Qi shrugged and said to the people who were looking doubtful around him, a climax is coming. A climax is coming. Hearing his words, the royal princess, the second prince, the black-robed old man, and the others behind Fang Qi looked at each other in bafflement. Old Song, you can do it. In the internet cafe, Shi Qi and the others clenched their fists. At this moment, all the disciples in Class A of the Huang House of Lingyun Academy stood in front of the big screens, holding their breaths. They had waited for this moment for a long time. Go for it. Mu Hongzhu looked at the disciples around her, knowing that they were the best even though only half of the class went to the national examination. Carrying the hope and glory of the other half of the class, the ones who were at Jingxi would release dazzling light in the national examination. She bit onto her lip which began to ooze blood since she was using too much force. As an instructor, I can't do much for you right now. All I can do is offer you the sincerest wish for success. Are you sure? Song Qingfeng untied the sword from her back and planted it into the ground by his right foot. What's he doing? All the people exchanged a look of bafflement. Song Qingfeng brought the index finger and middle finger on his right hand together and said, "If you can block one attack of my sword, I'll admit defeat." What? Everyone gaped at the sight on the combat field. Brother Shu, how come your academy has such an arrogant kid? On the central viewing platform, the other two old men said with disapproval. I'm different from you. Song Qingfeng's eyes turned sharp. I'm here with the belief that I can't fail. He moved his right hand and chanted, "Control." Nonsense. Qin Bing stood up from his seat abruptly, but it was too late. Sword. Everyone in the stadium witnessed the sight when Song Qingfeng's sword unsheathed itself slowly. The powerful essence spread out and fluttered his clothes. How could the sword unsheath itself? At this moment, not only the royal princess next to Fang Qi and the others in the VIP area, but the three vice deputy masters on the central viewing platform stood up from their seats in shock as well. This is, gripping her long spear, Xiao Lengyu's face was full of astonishment. Technique. I don't know what trick you're playing, but you can only win against me in your dreams. Wangpu Jin's face looked dark, and his eyes emitted fierce light. He drew out his sword and dashed forward. Combat technique. 3 rings moon. They were now about 10 meters apart, and his sword was very fast. However, the other sword was faster. Song Qingfeng pointed his finger forward, and the sword beside him turned into a beam of silver light. At this moment, Wangpu Jin's combat technique only released 1 ring, and he was still about 6 meters from Song Qingfeng. A sword light flashed out, and Wangpu Jin suddenly stopped. A streak of blood flowed down his arm, and then his long sword fell to the ground. A hole appeared on his shoulder abruptly. Silence. Not only the disciples from Shengjing Academy, but all the disciples from Zai Academy and the cultivators and warriors in the VIP area were at a loss for words as well. Chapter 154, Challenging the Higher House. Looking at the stupefied expressions around him, Fang Qi shrugged and said, surprised. Ha 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 ha, surprised. Old song. You are awesome. The Lingyun Academy disciples in the Internet Café flooded the screen with their comments. Gulping down a mouthful of Haagen-Dazs, and Hu said, sometimes, it's fun to watch their astonished faces. Nalan Hongwu stroked his beard and said, this kid's sword control technique is okay. Zhang Xiaoyu had tears on her face. How come they all know it? Xiao Yulv also had tears on his face. Sir, I want to learn it too. Please give me a second chance. Dong Qingli had felt bored, but she exclaimed when she saw this sight, how come someone has mastered this technique so soon? It was fine to see Fang Qi use it, but Dong Qingli felt envious when she saw someone else mastering it as well. When they were practicing the sword control technique, we were trying to suppress this small shop, Zhang Wanyu whispered to her, feeling like crying. 1 attack. It was truly 1 attack. Before Wangpu Jin could fully unleash his combat technique, his shoulder was pierced by his opponent's sword, and he dropped his sword. How was this attack launched? How come the sword is flying by itself? There is such a miraculous sword technique in the world. Is he a cultivator or a warrior? All these questions filled most of the people's heads. Only a few people had some idea about what was going on. Old Shu, on the central viewing platform, the old man with the surname Yu said angrily, are you trying to cheat us by planting cultivators among your disciples? Song Qingfeng saw a blur and then found Vice Academy Master Shu standing before him, saying, kid, give me your hand. After all, he couldn't take the responsibility of cheating. Cultivators had an obvious advantage over warriors of the same realm earlier on. However, he had obviously felt that warrior chi was used a moment ago. To make sure, he checked again. Then, he laughed and said, old ghost Zhang, this kid only has warrior chi in his body and no trace of spiritual energy. If you don't believe me, you can come and check it yourself. Only warrior chi and no spiritual energy. The other 2 Vice Academy Masters of the other 2 academies immediately leapt up and landed in front of Song Qingfeng. Sure enough, they found only warrior chi and no trace of spiritual energy. If there's no problem, please come back and let the national examination continue. At this moment, the Emperor chimed in. Vice Academy Master Yu and Vice Academy Master Zhang found no problems and had to return to their seats with dark faces. Seeing the situation beginning to turn, Vice Academy Master Shu of Lingyun laughed, thank you for your reminders, you too. The situation is indeed turning better. The other 2 Vice Academy Masters' faces turned as dark as coal. This sword technique seemed to have separated warrior chi from his body. At this moment, The emperor who was sitting on the central viewing platform furrowed his brows. With his cultivation strength, he had seen the special feature of this technique. I wonder who created this technique. It's indeed special. Song Qingfeng just controlled the sword and sent it forward rapidly. That didn't show the real power of the sword control technique. The emperor was surprised at the uniqueness of the sword control technique but wasn't astonished. Is it a new combat technique of the Song family? I'll ask him after the combat test. Despite his curiosity, the emperor couldn't bring a disciple up and ask him questions with so many people watching. He would get his answers after the national examination. At this moment, the royal princess, the second prince, and the old man sitting next to Mu Donglai began to understand what Fang Qi meant by, a climax is coming. This was indeed a climax. The No. 6th disciple on the Huang list of Lingyun Academy had defeated the No. 1 disciple on the Huang list of Shengjing Academy. Also, the former even used a wondrous sword technique. He had been suspected to be a cultivator, but there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy in him. Mr. Fang, the second prince looked suspicious, wondering why this young man seemed to know everything beforehand. The royal princess also glanced at Fang Qi suspiciously. Does he have something to do with all that? Right now, the other people around Fang Qi also looked at him with thoughtful expressions. Meanwhile in Shengjing Academy, the sword control technique again. With the spear in her hand, Xiao Lengyu sat there in bafflement. She remembered that young man who had left them in the dust with the sword control technique yesterday outside Jingxi. Now, she saw the sword control technique again. Don't panic. A golden-robed young man walked up. It is just a small victory amongst the Huang house. The No. 1 place of the other 3 houses are ours. We only need to take the points from the other 3 houses of theirs. A little Huang house has no impact on the whole situation. Senior brother Ji is right. Meanwhile in the Lingyun Academy, Qin Bing's favorite disciples had turned from astonishment to fright. A disciple who had just entered the academy and had been branded with a bad disciple, had just defeated Wangpu Jin with 1 attack. I still have opportunities to challenge them and win back the points. Qin Zhong looked gloomy. Ji Yong was powerful, but he couldn't challenge the same participant again, so Qin Zhong wouldn't lose points to him again. Sometime later, people like Ji Yong, Wangpu Jin, and Qin Zhong used up their challenge opportunities and had to defend their points now. It doesn't look good for Lingyun Academy. The royal princess shook her head. Zai Academy and Shengjing Academy's points are growing steadily. Lingyun Academy's points are also growing, but it can't catch up with the other 2 with its weaker strength. Under normal circumstances, that's true, Fang Qi said with a smile, but maybe these guys with large amounts of points are just point pigs waiting to be butchered. Point pigs? The royal princess smirked at his words. Xiao Lengyu and Ji Yong are both 1 realm above the average realm of their houses. Who can butcher them? However, the moment that she said the words, an announcement came. Nalan Mingshe, the No. 1 disciple of the Huang list of Lingyun Academy, challenges Xiao Lengyu, the number 1 disciple of the Zan list of Shengjing Academy. The royal princess's face twitched. What? Fang Qi touched his forehead and said, I'll pay condolence to passerby girl for 3 seconds. You are targeted because you have too many points. At this moment, the internet cafe was filled with laughter. Ha 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 ha, passerby girl, you're too fat not to be butchered. Superb. Challenging the number 1 of a higher house. Awesome. She's the second most awesome person after the shop owner in the internet cafe. Fang Qi said, we are all rooting for Nalan Mingshe this time. The royal princess, everyone in the stadium, they were stupefied again. Chapter 155, A Nimble Play. After a moment of silence, the field went into chaos. Challenge the number 1 of a higher house. Who's so audacious? The stadium was filled with heated discussions. Vice Academy Master Shu, I'm surprised that your academy has such a reckless kid. On the central viewing platform, Vice Academy Master Yu said with a faint smile. Challenge someone from a higher house. The royal princess next to Fang Qi had some contempt in her bright eyes. After taking first place, she probably lost her mind. On the combat field, the opponents walked out from their inspection checking room. Nalan Mingshe wore a white robe and still had the short saber hanging from her belt. Leaning back lazily on the chair, Fang Qi moved his gaze to the field and said, despite her expressionlessness and scheming mind, she's super talented. Mr. Fang, it's not a question of talent. This time, even Mu Donglai looked doubtful. It's good to be young and ambitious, but it's another thing to be conceited. The black-robed old man sitting next to Mu Donglai shook his head and said, I heard about this girl of the Nolan family and know that she's the ultimate genius from that family in the last 100 years. She will become a big figure in the future, but now, her time hasn't come yet. Fang Qi felt speechless. I say, can't you trust me for one time? The old man glared at him. It's not that I don't trust you. I just can't believe what you said. He stared at Fang Qi and snorted, how can I believe that? At this moment, the bullet comments on the screens of the internet cafe were quite cheerful. Old man, keep bluffing. I'll see how far you can go. Shop owner, I'm not bluffing. You must trust me. Trust me. Fang Qi's face turned dark when he saw the bullet comments, and he had an urge to turn it off. He tried to convince them, but they were stubborn. Forget it. Ha 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 ha. I like this scene. To celebrate this gala, I'll buy a container of Haagen-Dazs to calm myself down. Nolan Hongwu was happy at the sight. Remembering that he hadn't eaten Haagen-Dazs today yet, he immediately said, Xiaoyu, fetch me one container and another for Grandpa Fu. Then, he sat on a stool and began to eat it with enjoyment. Xiao Lengyu of Shungjing Academy. She's the one who just defeated the #1 disciple on the Zan list in Zai Academy, right? Yeah, she did it with only one spear strike. She was one realm higher than her opponent, and the latter couldn't fight back at all. It's a shame that someone is so stupid as to challenge her by skipping 2 realms. Such a thing never happened in the past. The people in the audience talked among themselves animatedly. In her black warrior suit, Xiao Lengyu held her silver spear with the tip pointing downward. On the combat field, the 2 girls, one in black and the other in white, faced each other. Xiao Lengyu's face looked cold, obviously angry, for being slighted by her opponent who was 1 house lower than her. With a turn of her wrist, she pointed the flashing spear forward. Since you insist on giving me your points, I will be gracious and accept them. Nolan Mingshe opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she changed her mind. Okay, whatever. What do you mean by, whatever? Xiao Lengyu's face turned dark. She drew back the silver spear and put her weight back, pointing the tip downward. Her body looked like a drawn bow in this position, and then large amounts of warrior chi gathered at the tip of the spear, distorting the air around her. Even though you are large realms below me, I won't show mercy on you. Many people in the audience gasped involuntarily. Piercing Rainbow, the ultimate technique of the Country Protection Duke. The Country Protection Duke once pierced 3 king warriors with this technique in battle. I can't believe that she had learned this technique at such a young age. Will she pierce that girl? The second prince whispered. After a while, he looked toward Fang Qi and asked, Mr. Fang, why aren't you responding? Fang Qi's face twitched. You don't believe a single word of mine. What else can I say? Mr. Fang, you're still sticking to your original judgment. The royal princess straightened her back and watched the combat field with contempt. However, her contempt turned into shock a moment later. Wait, look over there. This presence. Level 5 Master Warrior Realm. Level 6. Level 7. It's still growing. Level 9 Master Warrior Realm. Everyone stood up subconsciously, staring at the combat field in shock. With the increase of Nolan Mingshui's strength, the temperature around her got lower and lower until a layer of frost appeared on the ground. Nolan Mingshui unsheathed her saber and slashed out like lightning. How can a combat technique be used at this distance? It is still about 30 meters away. 30 meters away from Nolan Mingshui, Xiao Lengyu was still on the verge of finishing casting her combat technique. Then, she saw a silver light slashing toward her with vicious force. Careful, the lightning-fast saber broke the warrior chi protection around Xiao Lengyu. 30 meters. With the speed of the saber, Xiao Lengyu would be hacked several times before she could use her spear technique. She instantly turned her spear, and an explosive noise sounded when their forces collided with each other. Xiao Lengyu retreated half a step while that saber was sent flying. It cut into the wall beneath the audience stand, and a large piece of white clay collapsed under its force. Fang Qi's lips curved up. You want to use a powerful combat technique? Impossible. If anyone who knows the sword control technique allows you to cast your combat technique, that person should just get out of my shop. The royal princess was shocked. The second prince and the black-robed old man's faces were twitching. Is this the sword control technique again? Everyone leaned forward, afraid to miss any detail. Intact, Nolan Mingshui moved her finger, and the short saber flew out from the wall. It's my turn. A moment ago, the people had just seen the speed of the sword control technique. Now, they would witness the application of this technique. Nolan Mingshe was very smart. While Song Qingfeng was still gaining proficiency, she was already proficient. She waved her hand, and the chilling saber energy spread from it. She moved her hand again, and the short saber shot out toward Xiao Lengyu as a silver light beam. Then, Nolan Mingshe followed the saber closely and attacked as well. Being attacked by her opponent's saber, warrior chi, and fists, Xiao Lengyu felt like she was facing 3 opponents. The swift and nimble sword control technique, the close-range combat skill, and the exquisite combat techniques that Nolan Mingshe were proficient in instantly turned the tables. Despite her higher cultivation strength, Xiao Lengyu found that she no longer had a chance to attack after her first move failed. This play is quite good. Fang Qi's eyes lit up slightly. In the internet cafe, many people sent bullet comments. This control is quite good. One step closer to the level of the shop owner. It is almost like she was taught by the shop owner. Sir, turn the camera to the audience. I want to see their faces. Ha ha ha. Me, too. Chapter 156. Don't mess with the disciples of Lingyun Academy. On the central viewing platform, Vice Academy Master Shu looked at the dumbfounded faces of the other 2 Vice Academy Masters and laughed. Thank you very much for your reminder. We have turned the tables, in a big way. Ha 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 ha. Impossible. Vice Academy Master Yu widened his eyes. This girl is only 16, right? She reached level 9 of the Master Warrior realm at 16. He slapped his thigh and said, how could such a thing happen? Right. Vice Academy Master Zhang agreed in a loud voice. Maybe you used some special method to speed up their cultivation. Vice Academy Master Shu, you are cheating so that Lingyun Academy will get first place in this national examination. Nonsense. Vice Academy Master Shu was angry. You just accused me of putting cultivators among my disciples, and what did you find? Was he a cultivator? We can ask His Majesty to make a fair judgment. At this moment, the emperor who was sitting among them spoke again, and his tone was both surprised and cheerful. Her warrior chi is pure and righteous, and she has great potential. It's our Dajan's fortune to have such a talented person. You guys can sit back down. Did you hear that? Vice Academy Master Shu glared at the other 2 Vice Academy Masters before returning to his seat. Then, he turned his gaze toward the combat field. In the internet cafe, Nolan Hongwu pointed at the big screen and laughed while eating Haagen-Dazs. Look at the emperor. His eyes almost turned green. However, only Nolan Hongwu, an old duke who was in the same generation as the previous emperor, dared to speak like this. The others just laughed awkwardly. Mr. Fang, you know the sword control technique as well. The people around Fang Qi turned their gazes from Xiao Lengyu, who was breathless under the suppression of her opponent. Is it from Mr. Fang's shop? Mu Donglai clicked his tongue and said, I didn't know that you had this wondrous sword control technique besides the close-range combat skill. Mr. Fang, what shop do you own? The royal princess finally realized that something was off. We thought you had a shop that sold elixirs or spiritual artifacts. Who knew that you sold such techniques? Does Mr. Fang's shop have all kinds of wondrous combat techniques? The second prince said while breathing heavily. Did they buy the sword control technique from Mr. Fang's shop? By now, everyone had seen that this wondrous sword control technique could do more than just increase the attack range for warriors. At least in the early stage, the difference between a warrior with the sword control technique and a warrior without the technique was almost the same as the difference between a warrior and a cultivator. Of course, they didn't know that these disciples of Lingyun Academy just learned the sword control technique. If Fang Qi used it, its power would be greater. With such a sword technique, warriors wouldn't be afraid of cultivators at any realm. The black-robed old man was deep in thought. Mr. Fang, the sword control technique indeed comes from your shop. Yeah. Fang Qi folded his arms across his chest and said, do you guys want to go and visit my shop? How much is it? The second prince asked. 20 crystals, and I ensure that you will master it. The people around him looked at each other, gaping. Is he kidding? Ensure the mastery of the technique as well. Ha 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 ha. The legend of the sword and fairy costs 20 crystals. That's right, come and buy it. Besides the sword control technique, there are the innumerable sword scroll, heavenly sword, and sword god. It's enough for you to learn in your lifetime. In the internet cafe, the players who hadn't bought the legend of the sword and fairy said, we'll buy it. We'll buy it now. Okay. The viewers watching the livestream all laughed. What's the name of this game? Mu Donglai was obviously familiar with the shop's business. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Mu Donglai laughed, I must make some time to play it no matter how busy I am. How about you guys? Will you come with me? Oh, The others looked confused but still tried to maintain their lofty attitudes. Buy The Legend of the Sword and Fairy for 20 crystals. Liang Haihu of Shengjing Academy looked gloomy with one hand supporting his head while he looked at his disciple who had been defeated pathetically. Is this the result of 20 crystals? Suddenly, he felt like his intelligence was insulted, on the combat field. Is this the sword control technique too? Yeah, I'll advertise it for the shop owner. It costs 20 crystals. I heard of it. Xiao Lengyu's face turned dark, and she almost fainted with fury. Gritting her teeth, she said, after this national examination, I will go and play The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. The winner is Nalan Mingshe. Ha ha ha, the passerby girl is clever. Come, and I will teach you how to pass the game. Xiao Yulv yelled smugly, I don't believe that the other disciples of Lingyun Academy are as powerful as she is. Seeing Lingyun Academy turning the tables, the other academies got anxious. Don't challenge them, challenge the ones with low rankings. Luo Yun, the number 1 disciple of the Huang list in Zai Academy, challenges Shu Luo, the No. 8 disciple of the Huang list in Lingyun Academy. The winner is Shu Luo. Wang Zheng, the number 2 disciple of the Huang list in Shengjing Academy, challenges Wang Tai, the last on the Huang list in Lingyun Academy. The winner is Wang Tai. Yi Fengwo, the No. 1 disciple of the Zan list in Zai Academy, challenges Shen Qingqing, the No. 3 disciple of the Zan list in Lingyun Academy. The winner is Shen Qingqing, challenging the ones with lower rankings. Hearing the announcements, everyone was dumbfounded. More shocks awaited them. Ying Zhongshuan, the number 1 disciple of the Heaven list in Zai Academy, challenges Guo Shang, the No. 5 disciple of the Heaven list in Lingyun Academy. The winner is Guo Shang. Hearing this result, everyone in the stadium turned into statues. Even the announcer sounded disbelieving. Right now, the Emperor of Dajin who sat in the highest seat looked stupefied just like everyone else. Where did they come from? What tricks are the students from Lingyun Academy playing? Chatter filled the stadium. Ha 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 ha, you can challenge the famous disciples of our Lingyun Academy but be careful with the unknown ones. Ha ha ha, don't say that, this bro is an experienced player, he's just low profile. How come the people in your Lingyun Academy are so fun? Covering her laughter with one hand, Dong Qingli looked at the big screen, wishing to join Lingyun Academy. Back in the stadium, Fang Qi said cheerfully, the ordinary disciples are indeed strong. Royal sister, don't worry. We still have our 5th brother. Although the rumor said that the 2 princes didn't get along well, the 2nd prince comforted the royal princess and said, our 5th brother has accumulated so many points. Shengjing Academy still has the hope of getting 1st place if they can protect their points. As a former disciple from Shengjing Academy, the 2nd prince naturally hoped that Shengjing Academy could win the 1st place. 2nd royal brother, you have a point. Hearing his words, the royal princess regained her confidence. 5th brother's gold raven scroll. Before she could finish, the announcement came. Shu Zixin, the number 2 disciple of the Zan list in Lingyun Academy, challenges the number 1 disciple of the Earth list in Shengjing Academy. The royal princess widened her eyes while she looked at the combat field disbelievingly. The 2nd prince. On the central viewing platform, the 2 vice academy masters from Shengjing and Zai academies looked as dark as the bottom of a dirty pot. In the internet cafe, ha 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 ha, kill them all, let's butcher the point pig. The other 2 academies will lose their pants to us. Chapter 157, the ending. Go through inspection. Shu Zixin is carrying a spiritual artifact called a pistol, and some spiritual artifacts named bullets. They are engraved with some basic arrays such as the Wind Wing Array, Sharp Arrow Array, and Starfire Array. According to our check, they are low-level to mid-level spiritual artifacts which can be activated by warrior chi. They can be brought into the match. When Ji Yong entered the combat field, he looked at this girl who claimed to be only at the Master Warrior realm and felt wary for some reason. In the past, he would never feel this way. However, after watching so many matches of Lingyun Academy disciples, he would believe it if someone told him that this girl before him was an ancestral warrior realm. Later, will she also unleash the power of the late-stage Grandmaster Warrior realm? The royal princess and the 2nd prince tightened their fists slightly. A moment ago, They didn't believe any of Fang Qi's words, but they probably would believe whatever Fang Qi said now. This Ms. Shu can use the sword control technique, too. Mu Donglai was curious, but even if she gained the mastery of the sword control technique, she wouldn't be able to skip so many realms, right? She is not revealing her strength. On the combat field, Ji Yong looked grim while he held a dark golden wide sword. Circling around Shu Zixin dozens of meters away, he changed several poses, waiting for an opportunity to attack. After watching the previous matches, he had gained some understanding. If she uses the sword control technique, I can't use combat techniques that are powerful but require some casting time unless I can find a good opportunity. I'll first use some exquisite and swift combat techniques and keep a moderate distance from her. Ji Yong thought about the techniques that could use, but I'd better get a good understanding of her true strength first. On the combat field, Ji Yong changed several combat poses but still didn't attack. What's the prince doing there? Maybe he is also fainting. It looks like he is fainting. In the internet, the players felt confused. The second prince got impatient. What's our fifth brother doing? Why doesn't he attack? He must understand the strength of his opponent first. The royal princess said mildly, fifth brother has the highest points and thus must be cautious. If he attacks without thinking, he would be caught off guard by his opponent's sword control technique. The black-robed old man nodded. Good point. When you face an unknown enemy, you must keep calm. Bam! A gunshot came. The fifth prince dropped to the ground. Everyone who was watching the match was stupefied again. What happened? On the combat field, Shu Zixin inserted the revised magnum revolver back into the holster on her belt, and that flash of intense light disappeared from her eyes at the same time. Fang Qi shrugged and said, no matter how strong you are, one shot is enough to knock you down. After all, Ji Yong had just reached the ancestral warrior realm, and he was far inferior to the ancestral warriors whom Fang Qi had fought before. Of course, if Ji Yong had dashed up at the beginning while protecting himself with a warrior Qi sphere, he might have had an opportunity. However, his fainting led to his failure. In the internet cafe, everyone was laughing. Ha 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 ha, no matter how strong you are, one shot is enough to knock you down. Succinct conclusion, sir. Bullet comments also appeared on the screen. The fainting was not nimble and clever. Fifth Prince. I should come and buy Counter-Strike and Resident Evil. Fifth Prince. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Okay, Zai Academy and Shengjing Academy. We'll go and play games tomorrow. Please show mercy on us. The entire stadium turned silent again. One could hear the drop of a needle. The match ended with a flash of light. A hidden weapon. What kind of hidden weapon is this? Are you kidding me? We must check the spiritual artifact again. At this moment, Fang Qi sent a message to Shu Zixin. If someone wants to buy it, sell it for 3,000 crystals since it's the only new spiritual artifact made by the Wuwei Taoist Alliance. You can ask Li Haoran to make you a new one. Shu Zixin was speechless. She had bought the custom-made pistol for 1,000 crystals, and now she could sell it for 3,000 crystals. This is a gun with arrays engraved on it. Mu Donglai laughed and said, that's awesome. Haoran produced it. When he recommended Fang Qi's internet cafe to Li Haoran, he had this plan in mind. Half-half, Fang Qi said, it's quite rare since only one was made after putting in so much manpower and materials. Mr. Fang, this is from your shop as well. At this moment, everyone turned their eyes toward him. Black Cloud Taoist who sat a bit further also pricked his ears, afraid of missing any details. They had heard that Fang Qi had a wondrous shop, but none of them knew how incredible it was. Does it mean that we're winning? Mu Hongzhu was elated since she had begun to understand how the disciples felt. Who wouldn't want such a good method to increase their strength? However, they had been punished due to this practice. She had witnessed the darkest moment in these disciples' lives, and now they finally saw the dawn. Mingxie is very smart, and she should know what to do now. Mu Hongzhu thought, she should send messages to the instructors in the academy. What? Director Qin's favored elite disciples all lost. The inferior disciples turned the tables with the techniques learned from the Origins Internet Club. The Origins Internet Club will regain its reputation. All the inferior disciples who were punished will be redeemed. At this moment, many instructors at Lingyun Academy had received the message. Some believed what the message said while some didn't, but many of them hurried to the Origins Internet Club to check the validity of this news. While all the Lingyun Academy disciples and instructors celebrated with high spirits, A big group of people surrounded Shu Zixin on the audience stand in the stadium. How come this small thing could unleash such a great power? Without strong strength, one can't even pull open the powerful immortal slaying crossbows. This object seems to be something in the same category as crossbows, but how can it achieve such an effect? Faced with their questions, Shu Zixin froze for a moment. If you want to know the theory behind this thing, maybe I should teach you some middle school level physics. Finally, the decision was made. Shu Zixin was announced as the winner. Although the victory was a little underhanded, no one could change the rules made by the emperor. Shu Zixin would remain the winner, but she couldn't use this spiritual artifact in the future matches. Of course, the emperor might have made this decision to do a favor to the other two academies since the Lingyun Academy disciples were too powerful. In later matches, Shu Zixin finally revealed her Grandmaster Warrior realm and defeated all challengers with one attack. Seeing this, the other two academies felt hopeless. It was impossible to take points from her. The whole national examination finally came to an end. When people such as Shu Zixin, Nalan Mingshe, and Song Qingfeng, who were the champions in their respective lists, went up to the platform to accept awards, all the people present and the disciples standing before the big screens in the internet cafe had tears in their eyes. At this moment, I only want to say something for those classmates of mine who were expelled from the Lingyun list and thus couldn't make this national examination. Song Qingfeng said loudly, "We're the best. We are the best." Many Lingyun Academy disciples in the stadium chanted after him. The Lingyun Academy disciples in the internet cafe shook all over as if they had just woken up from the darkness. Instantly, they roared for the victory. Their peers were the champions in all four lists. These disciples were so strong. The Lingyun Academy instructors who had hurried over after receiving Mu Hongzhu's message were also amazed. People who hadn't experienced their hardships wouldn't be able to understand the bitterness in their hearts. Many of the people in the stadium didn't know what these kids had experienced, but they were touched and amazed by this incredible sight when these disciples all cheered loudly. At this moment, Qin Bing collapsed onto his chair. In fact, from the moment that Nalan Mingshe and the others came into the stadium, the situation had gotten out of his control. During the roaring cheers, Fang Qi left the VIP area. "That was excellent," Mu Donglai said. "I hadn't felt so excited for a long time." Fang Qi only smiled. "Mr. Fang, where are you going next?" Mu Donglai said. "Would you like to stay here for a while and tour Jingxi?" "No," Fang Qi said, "I've got to return to the shop." "Mr. Mu, would you come with me? It's a bit too far." Mu Donglai said, "I'll pay you a visit in a couple of days. It will take only 1 hour. I don't think it's too far." 1 hour? Impossible. Sword control technique. Let's go. Wow. An exclamation came from outside of the stadium. Fuck. That guy is flying on an ordinary sword. He is the shop owner. The Lingyun Academy disciples exclaimed. Who's that guy? How can he fly out on a sword? Many people looked up and saw two figures standing on the sword. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into a black dot. Is it the sword control technique again? It can be used like this. The royal princess's expression turned from astonishment to alarm. The second prince's jaw almost dropped to the ground. The three vice academy masters were stupefied at the sight. The emperor was speechless. None of them could recover from their shock. The national examination ended. Chapter 158. Task completed. Binge watching in this world. The emperor said, "She's the descendant of General Shu." Excellent. How was this new artifact made? Vice Academy Master Shu asked. Where did you learn the sword control technique? How come I've never seen it before? The two Vice Academy Masters from the other two academies offered. It seems like you aren't being treated fairly in Lingyun Academy. You guys are welcome to join my academy. Get out of here. After I return, I'll remove that old Qin Bing from his current position. Vice Academy Master Shu was furious when he heard that Lingyun Academy had suppressed its disciples and prevented many good disciples from entering the national examination. Due to Qin Bing's misconduct, he almost disgraced himself by walking out on the emperor since a lot of good disciples didn't come. The Lingyun Academy disciples with excellent performances were bombarded with all kinds of questions. Mr. Fang, I didn't know that you could use the sword control technique like this. Mu Donglai's expression had turned from alarm to astonishment and then to pleasant surprise as he stood up slowly on the sword. This is the advanced version of the sword control technique, Fang Qi said, but it's hard to master this technique of flying on swords. It took me a lot of time to master. It's so fast, so convenient, Mu Donglai said in amazement, if one can master this technique, it would be so much more convenient than driving a spiritual boat. At this moment, Qin Bing took out his communication jade. He was left with one way to maintain his current position, and that was to ask all the instructors of the academy to plead for his case. Then, he suddenly received a message, Director Qin, most of the instructors at Lingyun Academy have gone to Origins Internet Club to watch the so-called national examination livestream. Now, they all know what happened during the national examination. What? Qin Bing went limp. By now, all the forces following Qin Bing had collapsed. In the grand hall of the royal palace of Dajin, sitting in the throne, Emperor Ji Wu of Dajin thought things over about what had happened during the national examination. The failures of Shengjing and Zai and the rise of Lingyun are all due to that little shop named Origins in Juhua City. The special spiritual artifact used by the girl from the Shu family can be activated with little strength, and it also came from that shop. How did this shop appear in the Zhongyan region? Is it a blessing or a threat to Dajin? For now, it caused some disturbance, but what the shop has done is beneficial to Dajin. Premier Zhang, what do you think? There were many masters in Dajin, but the man who talked with the emperor about the national affairs was a civil official without any cultivation strength. Premier Zhang was an old man about 70 years old who had white hair and a white beard. He bowed to the emperor and said, in my opinion, we can't punish people who bring benefits to our country. Even if your majesty is suspicious, please don't make decisions until further investigation is done. I'm busy and can't do the investigation, Ji Wu said. Premier, can you do it for me? I will do my best. Ji Wu nodded. Thank you, Premier. Shengjing Academy. Lingyun Academy gained the victory all because of a small shop in Juhua City. The sword control technique came from that small shop. At this moment, all the disciples were talking about the many kinds of techniques used by the Lingyun Academy disciples in the national examination. Everyone was impressed by the sword control technique, the close-range combat skill, and the guns, as well as that young man who left the national examination while flying on a sword. They found that they were not truly inferior to their opponents. At this realization, they came out from their depression. Okay, Liang Haihu shouted, tomorrow, I'll take all the disciples who did well in this national examination to visit that shop and see what special stuff it has. Lengyu, come with us tomorrow. Okay, Master. Zai Academy. At this moment, the disciples of Zai Academy were still staying in Shengjing Academy Hotel. They had claimed to take the first place in the national examination, but they got the last place in the end. All their hard work had come to nothing. It was a huge blow for them. Ying Zongshuan clenched his fists, angry at himself for losing to a warrior who had a civilian background. Luo Yun also gritted her teeth. She had spent lots of time tempering herself by battling with demonic beasts, but she was later told that all the disciples of Lingyun Academy had killed immortals and real demon. She now understood how big the gap was between them. Therefore, the academy had decided to rent a huge spiritual boat to transport groups of elite disciples to Zhongyan to play games in the Origins Internet Club. I'll do my best to play each game well. Luo Yun thought, one day, I shall surpass you. Besides these two academies, even the royal princess and the second prince were also discussing if they should go to Zhongyan to visit the shop. As to those people who had sat near Fang Qi, such as that black-robed old man and the Black Cloud Taoist, they were also contemplating. Maybe, we should pay a visit to Zhongyan. Considering the situation, Song Qingfeng, Nalan Mingshe, and the others wanted to skip the celebration banquet and return to Juhua as soon as possible. Otherwise, they probably would have no seats left in the internet cafe. However, they had to follow the basic procedures and observe the necessary etiquette, which meant that they couldn't return to Zhongyan until the next day. Meanwhile, Fang Qi's small shop was crowded with disciples and instructors from Lingyun Academy due to the abolishment of the Lingyun Academy's prohibition. In the cool and breezy evening, the suppressed disciples had gone to the Wind and Moon Pavilion to celebrate their victory. At this moment, Fang Qi returned to the internet cafe. There are so many new games. With the main customers, the Lingyun Academy disciples, gone, the internet cafe wasn't too crowded, and Mu Donglai didn't have to wait in line. Diablo, The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, Counter-Strike. Mu Donglai read the names one by one. It's a hard decision. Well, activate them all for me. Beep. Binge-watching TV dramas in this world is completed. At this moment, the system suddenly notified Fang Qi. Chapter 159, the new item on today's menu. Binge-watching TV dramas in this world. Fang Qi glanced at the system interface. He had published the official Diablo novel for this task, but he almost forgot it after the exciting trip to Jingxi. The target for this task was the activation number of games and movies. By this time, the targets were reached. The task reward was the Jade Dynasty Zhu Xian TV series, and 2 episodes would be updated each Monday and Tuesday. Meanwhile, the system interface had another notice: 4 episodes will be released on the first day. Fang Qi checked the date and saw that today was Sunday. In other words, the first 4 episodes would be aired tomorrow. Fang Qi remembered that others couldn't watch the Resident Evil movie, and he wondered if he could use the big screen for livestream. It sounded far-fetched, but Fang Qi still asked the system. To his surprise, the system replied to him, "You can livestream 2 episodes each week, and it must be after 8 o'clock in the night." Meanwhile, the movie could also be put on the livestream, but you have to wait a month. Live streaming shows and movies would have no effects on one's strength, people could only watch them for fun. Fang Qi's face twitched. The 8 o'clock primetime. At the same time, Fang Qi saw a reminder of an accomplishment of a task on the system interface. Achieved accomplishment. An enjoyment in life. Accomplishment reward. Coke, 3 crystals bottle. Well, where did this task come from? At this moment, Fang Qi received Song Qingfeng and others' messages. "Sir, we will be touring Jingxi tonight. Come and join us." Fang Qi's face twitched and he replied, "Forget it. I'm back in Juhua now." Then, a line of words appeared beneath the achievement, "For the gamers who truly enjoy games." Then, he saw another notification: "Privilege increased, activating the virtual environment in the Super Theater and unlocking some of the possible actions. Now, the players can eat snacks while watching content." What is this virtual environment? One can even eat snacks? Fang Qi's face turned dark. What about me? I worked hard to do the livestream and comprehended the techniques quickly. Don't I get any reward? The system replied, "Privilege increased, improving the internet cafe functions and activating the renovation of the dorm room." Renovation of the dorm room. Fang Qi remembered that the system had only renovated the internet cafe after the roof collapse incident and didn't do any obvious improvement to the upstairs bedrooms. No more similar incidents will happen after the dorm room is renovated, right? No, it won't happen again. Privilege increased, activating employee benefits. The owner can issue redemption coupons to employees, and the coupons can be used in the internet cafe for any service or product under 5 crystals. Each employee can only get 1 couple each month, and the coupons can't be used to trade for crystals. Now, Fang Qi was more like an owner since he could give employee benefits. Although it wasn't his own benefit, Fang Qi still nodded to show his appreciation. Privilege increased, increasing your share of income by 0.3%. You're such a cheapskate. The share percentage increased from 10% to 10.3%. Fang Qi remembered that the system always took 90% of the income. On second thought, if he had gotten this privilege in the past, he would have had 300 more crystals in his own pocket. At this thought, he felt like it wasn't a bad deal after all. Thinking of money, Fang Qi began to imagine buying a house in the center of Jingxi later on. After all, before he traveled to this world, one of his dreams was buying a home in the capital city. Please work hard to increase your privilege, the system said again. Besides a house, he would buy a vehicle. However, now that he could fly on a sword, a car could no longer satisfy his needs. Suddenly, Fang Qi remembered the possibility of getting the Wuchen sword which belonged to Li Xiaoyao and wondered when the system would reward it to him. Then, he glanced on the system interface and saw that the task of mastering the skill of flying on sword was still waiting for him to finish, so he immediately flew out to get some practice. During the night, Fang Qi took Mu Donglai back to Jingxi while he practiced a bit more, giving the latter the luxurious experience of chauffeur service. As usual, Fang Qi opened the shop at 8 a.m. Obviously, he had more customers than usual. Even though it was still early morning, the internet cafe got lively the moment it opened. For example, Dong Qingli came here very early morning so that she didn't have to wait in line. Some customers even noticed that the Wind and Moon Pavilion had removed its restrictions set on the Origins internet cafe. At this moment, Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu had just arrived at the door of the internet cafe. "Master, we'll stop suppressing the shop." Looking at the lively atmosphere in and outside of the internet cafe, Zhang Wanyu whispered to Dong Qingli, "Then, we'll have to get up early each morning and wait in line." Dong Qingli was so frustrated that she felt like crying. After watching yesterday's livestream, do you think the suppression will be effective? You're right, Zhang Wanyu was also frustrated. From the looks of it, they had to get up early each day. Otherwise, they couldn't even be early in line. When they pushed open the door and entered the shop, they saw the new items written in colored chalk at the top of the small blackboard. Today's new items: Jade Dynasty Zhu Xian TV series, 3 crystals episode, Coke, 3 crystals bottle. Sir, you have new stuff today. Their eyes lit up. But what is TV series? What is Coke? Dong Qingli furrowed her pretty eyebrows in bafflement. Coke is a drink similar to Sprite, Fang Qi explained. As to TV series, we have released a movie here. It is similar to that but longer. It is broken into many chunks. Dong Qingli had heard of Sprite since some customers kept comparing it with the drinks at the Wind and Moon Pavilion, but she hadn't tried it before. Hearing that this new item was similar to Sprite, she immediately said, "We'll take 2 bottles of Coke." Xiaoyu, get 2 bottles of Coke for them. Zhang Xiaoyu came with 2 bottles of Coke and put straws in them. They took 1 sip of it, and a thrilling sensation stimulated each taste buds on their tongues with jumping bubbles. Compared with the crisp taste of the Sprite, Coke was more intense and more thrilling. So good, Dong Qingli squinted her eyes and exclaimed, feeling like her mood was instantly lifted. Damn it, I want to finish this before playing games. Zhang Wanyu said, but we'll have no seats left if we don't grab them now. It doesn't matter, Fang Qi said, when the super theater is activated, you can watch the drama while eating snacks. Chapter 160, Wanting to destroy the shop and kill the owner. We can eat snacks while watching the drama. Dong Qingli said in confusion, it's in the virtual reality mode, right? You'll know when you try it. Fang Qi rubbed his nose. Okay, Dong Qingli pouted, but I warn you, if it's not good, I'll demand a refund. Fang Qi's face twitched. If you think it's not good, I'll refund you from my own pocket. Just don't beg me for the 5th and the 6th episodes, Fang Qi thought. Then, some other players came over to inquire about today's new items. Some of them wanted to wait until the others tried first. For now, only Yi Xiaoyi paid to try the new things other than these 2 girls. However, Fang Qi wasn't worried, it was still early. He found a spot and watched it as well. After paying, Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu sat in their seats and opened the super theater following Fang Qi's instruction. Sure enough, a new option appeared, Virtual Environment Simulation. She selected this option and put on the virtual machine. After she opened the icon of Jade Dynasty, Zhu Xian, in the super theater, the light around her dimmed quickly. Then, she saw that her computer desk and computer remained in the virtual world, and she was still sitting before the computer desk with the keyboard, mouse, and Coke on it. She could even see people passing behind her. The virtual world and reality coexisted at the same time. Oh, we can do this. Meanwhile, she found that she even could dim the reality, so she could enjoy the Coke while watching the drama without much distraction. Awesome, Dong Qingli exclaimed, this spiritual artifact is even more convenient. While she drank the Coke through the straw, she waited for the story to begin. Nature is indifferent, it treats creation like sacrificial straw dogs. A resonant voice came into her ears, and then she found herself sitting on top of the clouds. Since the TV series was 100% based on the original novel, the story had a prelude to introduce the background. Then, she sank into the world completely and saw the green cloud, Qingyun mountain below the clouds. The scene showed the green leaf, Qingyi ancestral master coming out of his seclusion cultivation while the pale purple auspicious light shot into the sky. The fantasy moon, Huan Yu, cave abode opened, and the celestial-looking old man slowly walked out as he was engulfed in clear light. Dong Qingli widened her beautiful eyes. This man is an immortal. Riding on a sword, Green Leaf Ancestral Master alone wiped out all the enemies who tried to raid the 6 peaks in Green Cloud Mountain. Watching his exquisite sword techniques, heroic acts, and unrivaled strength, she was filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the surroundings were so real that it was mind-blowing. Awesome, she exclaimed silently. Fang Qi was also watching it and he found that the Green Leaf Ancestral Master used extremely powerful sword control techniques. Shushan Faction Sword Control Technique, Innumerable Sword Scroll, Heavenly Sword, and Sword God were closer to the combat techniques in this world. They didn't pay much attention to the details of control and focused on overall power. After watching the Green Leaf Ancestral Master's sword techniques, Fang Qi gained a deeper understanding of the sword control techniques. Besides, Fang Qi found that his cultivation strength was increasing. As time went by, the Green Cloud faction came to the generation of Daoshuan, in the grass temple village at the foot of Green Cloud Mountain. Two boys were frolicking in the beautiful river beside the mountain, and everything looked peaceful. Absorbed, Dong Qingli drank the coke and said, "So good. This is fascinating." Wondering how the story would unfold, she continued watching. When she watched the bloody slaughter in the grass temple village, she was shocked by the vicious killing of so many innocent people. Meanwhile, she was anxious about the two boys' fates. Without knowing it, she continued watching episode after episode until she saw that two boys were brought into Green Cloud faction by the disciples who came into their rescue. While people fought to take Lin Jingyu as a disciple, they ignored Zhang Xiaofan. What then? She thought anxiously. He's homeless. If no one takes him in, what shall become of him? These two boys are the main characters of this story, right? How come their fates are so pitiable? How come Xiaofan's talent is so poor? How can he become a main character? At this moment, the screen dimmed, and a message appeared. If you want to know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. UHG. Dong Qingli froze. That's all. I watched 4 episodes already. Beside her, Zhang Wanyu was also stupefied. Yi Xiaoyi and a few others who began watching after them also finished watching. They were absorbed by the story and were eager to find out about what would happen to Zhang Xiaofan, but if you want to know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. What is that, sir? Dong Qingli stood up from her seat abruptly, feeling frustrated. Yi Xiaoyi and others who had just finished watching also stood up from their seats. What's wrong? Fang Qi had also just finished watching. Where's the 5th episode? Dong Qingli asked fiercely. She was coaxed into watching Jade Dynasty, but it just ended at the 4th episode. My interest was just piqued, and the best part hasn't begun yet. How come it just stopped? As for the 5th episode, we'll update the 5th and the 6th episode tomorrow. What? Hearing his words, Dong Qingli felt like killing someone. I was just enjoying it and then it just stopped. I have to wait until tomorrow. If looks could kill, Dong Qingli felt like she had killed Fang Qi hundreds of times. Sir, Yi Xiaoyi said unhappily, why must we wait until tomorrow? Can't we watch them today? Yi Xiaoyi had also finished 4 episodes and was surprised that this TV series was so enthralling. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy told the story of Shushan faction, and Jade Dynasty told the story of Green Cloud faction, but the latter also had powerful sword control techniques. She had been enjoying it a lot and had been wondering about what would happen to Xiaofan and Jingyu when it suddenly stopped. It's a TV series. Fang Qi didn't look surprised. Waving his hand, he said, you must take it slow. After all, it's a long story, and you can't finish it in one day. Sir, I want to smash the shop. Dong Qingli gritted her teeth. Go ahead, and I'll consider you as a troublemaker. Fang Qi's calm expression infuriated her even more. On one side, Xiao Yulv coughed lightly. Beautiful sister, I can help you with it if you. Dong Qingli's faces twitched, knowing that she would join this guy on the blacklist if that happened. I'm not going to be fooled. Dong Qingli snorted. Chapter 161. Hooked Nalan Hongwu. At this moment, Nalan Hongwu and Elder Fu came into the shop. The moment that they walked in, and Hu Wei and the others also came from outside. Nalan Hongwu noticed the announcement on the small blackboard and asked, today's new items. Jade Dynasty. Nalan Hongwu stroked his beard and said, this name sounds grand. TL note. Jade Dynasty is one of the names for Zhu Xian. Its literal translation is slaying immortal. What's a TV series? He asked. Fang Qi repeated the explanation that he made to Dong Qingli and others. We can see the real setting of a novel. Nalan Hongwu glanced at Dong Qingli and Yi Xiaoyi, asking, have you finished watching it? How was it? Is it worth the crystals you paid? Behind him, and Hu Wei walked up. The name sounds very grand. Is it better than the Legend of the Sword and Fairy? I don't know if it's better than the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Dong Qingli hadn't reached the last part of the Legend of the Sword and Fairy yet, but she was excited after just watching 4 episodes of Jade Dynasty. But the Green Cloud faction in Jade Dynasty is also powerful. The Green Leaf Ancestral Master's swordsmanship is mighty, and it looks celestial. I think he's almost an immortal. Besides, we can observe his godly sword techniques at close range. Really, they sounded interested since watching Super Masters battle at close range wasn't something that one could buy with money. For the people like Hu Wei and Nalan Hongwu, the higher their realms were, the more difficult it was for them to increase their strength. It would be worthwhile if they could observe battles of powerful masters and gain some inspiration. They had this purpose in mind while they played games like The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, since gaining levels alone wasn't so important to them. Of course, Yi Xiaoyi said smugly, besides, the story is fascinating, and I think it's as good as The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. The Super Theater now has a new function that allows you to eat snacks while watching the series. It's super cool. Dong Qingli said, you can enjoy today's new item Coke while you watch Jade Dynasty. The games don't have this function. Nolan Hongwu and Huwei were tempted, and they exchanged a look. Shall we? Try it. Let's try it, Ouyang Zhen said, I trust the quality of items in this shop. They paid and then each sat before a computer with a bottle of Coke in hand. Wow, the taste is cool. Before the TV series began, and Huwei took a sip of Coke. It tastes like Sprite, but this is richer and more lingering. Nice, nice. With the Sprite gone, we now have Coke. Nolan Hongwu also took a drink. After drinking it, I feel much more better. This is good, ha ha ha, it's worth its price. Yi Xiaoyi snickered cunningly when she saw them beginning to watch Jade Dynasty. On the other side, Jade Dynasty began. Nature is indifferent, it treats the creation like sacrificial straw dogs. Nature is indifferent, it treats the creation like sacrificial straw dogs. Nolan Hongwu tried to understand this sentence and found it deep and mysterious. The literal meaning was easy to understand, but the hidden meaning was profound. This sentence was the opening of Jade Dynasty. The first episode was also the most enthralling one, which was about the decline of the Green Cloud faction to the emergence of the Green Leaf Ancestral Master. In one episode, the vicissitude of a major faction in more than 2,000 years was revealed to the audience. As time went by, the Green Cloud faction had become the No. 1 faction in the world, and then the scene turned to the two boys. The historical events and the virtual reality setting drew the audience into a journey of the mind. While they sank into the story, they felt like they came down from the peak of the mortal world and to the foot of the mountain with a fresh mind. Different from the games, they could watch everything but couldn't change anything here. They felt like they were observing another world. Some people were born with talent while others were born dull. When they watched the two boys walking into the Green Cloud faction, they wondered what future awaited them. It's indeed fascinating, they thought. As they watched with great concentration while drinking the Coke, the screen suddenly dimmed. What's happening? Nolan Hongwu almost spat the Coke onto his screen when he saw the words, if you want to know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. And Huwei and others also froze and then glanced at the scene. 1, 2, 3, 4. We watched all 4 of them. No, how come I feel like the story just began? After being stunned for a while, Nolan Hongwu regained his senses and slammed his hand on the table, yelling, Kid! Where are the next episodes? At this moment, Yi Xiaoyi, Dong Qingli, and a few others had just finished today's game time, and they sneaked a glance at Nolan Hongwu and others with kind smiles. Fang Qi said, didn't you see the words? It means that you must wait until the next time. Nolan Hongwu and Huwei's faces twitched. We were just enjoying ourselves, and you are telling us to wait until the next time. Each episode of this TV series is fascinating. Fang Qi curled his lips and tried to talk some sense into them. If you watch them all without rest, at your old age, you might die suddenly in my internet cafe. What shall I do about that? Nolan Hongwu's face turned darker. Nonsense. I think it's you who might die suddenly in the internet cafe. Nolan Hongwu cussed silently. If it was before, I would have leapt over with a sword. And Huwei said, then, tell us when we can get to watch the next episodes. Tomorrow, I'll update 2 episodes. Fang Qi said, and Huwei's face twitched. We have to wait until tomorrow. At least let me see what happens to Zhang Xiaofan and if he's taken into the Green Cloud faction. I think he definitely won't be taken into the faction. Nolan Hongwu said, this kid is dumb. How can a cultivation faction take in such a boy? Maybe he might stumble into a master just like how Li Xiaoyao did. No, no, and Huwei said, Senior, Li Xiaoyao had great talent, and Zhang Xiaofan has none. Nolan Hongwu slammed his hand on the table in displeasure. What on earth happens next? Kid, you must let us finish it. At this moment, more and more people came into the internet cafe. When Yi Songtao and Shui Delph brought their disciples into the shop, there were almost no seats available. Chapter 162, Watching for Free. The shop owner is nice. Due to the celebration banquet and other things, people like Nalan Mingshe and Song Qingfeng came into the internet cafe quite late today. No seats available. They glanced around the internet cafe and then walked to the opposite shopfront, saying in frustration, how come the two places are both full? Fortunately, the waiting line wasn't long, so they decided to stand behind the seats and watch others play first. Fang Qi was playing Diablo. Sir, why are you searching for the council members? It's not easy to get items from these bosses. I'm trying to get runes. Fang Qi answered casually, if you want runes, you must find the monsters like these council members. If you want items, find old Meth. Song Qingfeng's face turned stiff when he heard the shop owner call that big boss such an intimate name. Fang Qi thought, I have to be nice to it since I want items from it. Fang Qi's items right now were quite good. Since the difficulty level was normal, it wasn't dangerous for him to dash into Travancore all by himself. Standing behind Fang Qi with a bottle of coke in their hands, Nalan Mingshe, Song Qingfeng, and a few others watched him try to obtain runes. Meanwhile, a private spiritual boat landed in Juhua harbor outside of Juhua city. A woman wearing a black royal dress walked down the spiritual boat, and she was followed by a handsome guy wearing a bright yellow robe. They were protected by several bodyguards. It has been a long time since I last came to Juhua. The royal princess glanced at the city wall. It has changed a lot. A robust military officer was waiting outside to welcome them with a team of guards. He was Gong He. Where's the Castellan? The second prince asked. Gong He didn't know what to say. He had sent countless messages to Anhui, but the latter didn't respond. The Castellan didn't feel well today, and he asked me to greet you. Gong He praised himself for his quick wits. Forget it, we came in a hurry and didn't have time to inform Castellanen, the royal princess said, let's go to the Origins Internet Club. Yes. Gong He wiped cold sweat off his forehead. Fang Qi's shop was on the edge of the city and thus wasn't far from Juhua harbor. Soon, they looked at the small shop and asked, is this the shop that they mentioned? It looks quite common. The royal princess, Ji Yu, frowned with disappointment since she had imagined a grand and magnificent shop that was totally different from the common shops. However, this shop in front of her looked nothing unusual except the lavish use of glass, and she was surprised that it was located in a civilian area. Walking into the shop, she found it was full of customers. Before the counter, two white-haired old men were talking about something with several robust middle-aged men. One of the white-haired old men sat on a bench beside the counter and was enjoying a container of snacks. This old man looked quite familiar to her. Ji Yu's pretty face twitched. Is that old Duke Nalan, who is renowned for his great merits in the war? She glanced around and saw Song Qingfeng, Nalan Mingshe, and a few others standing in a group, yelling, Holy Shield. Sir, use Holy Shield. FUK. The shop owner's charge is so powerful. Oh, it dropped. Rune no. 13. Looking at the group, Ji Yu's eyes flashed, recognizing them as the unrivaled elites at the national examination. Nalan Mingshe, a super genius who had reached the late stage of Master Warrior realm at 16, also stood there and tossed out comments occasionally. Then, she saw a middle-aged man leaning on the counter on his elbow. He was talking loudly while gulping down Häagen-Dazs. Isn't he Castellanen? He claimed that he was ill, but he had actually been here. The royal princess's face turned dark. What's happening? Gong He said embarrassedly. Old Duke said that he doesn't want all those formalities when he is in here. Where's the shop owner? Royal Princess Ji Yu felt uneasy since this shop looked far from the wondrous high-end shop in her imagination. Gong He glanced around and pointed at the center of the yelling crowd, saying, I guess the shop owner is there playing games. Ji Yu felt like everything here went against her expectation. She felt that she must follow the basic etiquettes, so she walked forward and greeted Nalan Hongwu. Soon, the elite disciples of Shengjing Academy and Zai Academy came. Then, Premier Zhang walked in. Why are you all standing here? Premier Zhang looked surprised in simple clothes. All the seats are taken. They felt like crying, not expecting that they had to wait in line after coming to this shop. They were either lofty geniuses or high-rank aristocrats. However, they all had to wait here in line for their turns. More importantly, some of them even couldn't find a place to sit. Besides, no one came up to receive them. There was only a loli leaning on the counter listlessly. She didn't even care to move her feet. How can a shop be operated like this? Ying Zongshuan froze. It took us great efforts to come here, and we have to wait in line. Xiao Lengyu's face was also stiff. How can the shop owner manage the shop like this? Seeing Nalan Mingshe, who was standing behind Fang Qi and watching him play, Xiao Lengyu's face turned dark as she asked, how can the shop owner let you stand while he himself sits there? Nalan Mingshe glanced at her and then pointed at the small blackboard. The rules were clear, play or leave. Yet, you still. Xiao Lengyu was about to ask why they still came here when she thought of their performance at the national examination. There must be a great master guarding this wondrous shop, which explained its eccentricity. By the way, I only heard about the legend of the sword and fairy. Xiao Lengyu pointed at the small blackboard and asked, what is Jade Dynasty? The others had the same question, and they all pricked their ears for the answer. Nalan Mingshe looked at her and froze. I don't know either. It's said that you killed a real god in the legend of the sword and fairy. Xiao Lengyu asked in wonder, is Jade Dynasty about the war among immortals? War among immortals? The people from Zai Academy and Shengjing Academy all looked toward them. While playing Diablo, Fang Qi asked, oh, what time is it now? It's 8 p.m, I'll turn on the livestream. Turn on the livestream? Nalan Mingshe asked, what are you broadcasting today? The new item, bingo. Fang Qi said, unfortunately, there's no prize for the correct answer. What's a livestream? Xiao Lengyu asked again. You can watch Jade Dynasty on the livestream. Nalan Mingshe pointed at the big screen and said. Watch, how much? When Xiao Lengyu asked the question, many disciples came over to listen. It's free. Really? Xiao Lengyu said in surprise. Hearing their conversation, excitement spread among the disciples of Shengjing Academy and Zai Academy. Let's watch Jade Dynasty. The shop owner will let us watch it for free. Everyone waiting in line perked up at the news. Chapter 163, Godly Sword Lightning Controlling True Spell. When the people saw the prices, which were at least several crystals, they had thought that the items in this shop were all expensive, which explained their surprise at the free offer. It was even a new item. They had asked around about this shop and learned about the virtual reality, gaining levels to increase cultivation strength, etc. They were quite expectant of the magical games in the shop. However, they were frustrated to have to wait in a long line. Hearing the news of the livestream, they felt as great as if someone offered them cool plum juice on a hot summer day. Let's watch Jade Dynasty, and we'll see if it's as good as the shop owner claimed. Either sitting or standing, the disciples from the academies and members of royalty began to watch Jade Dynasty on the big screen. Different from watching 4 episodes continuously in Super Theater, only the first 2 episodes could be played on livestream. A novel with a virtual reality setting. On one side, Yi Xiaoyi, who had watched the TV series, was explaining it to the newcomers. We can observe and learn the spiritual spells and sword techniques in the series. There are awe-inspiring battles between masters. The words entered their ears and boosted their spirits. We must watch it carefully and learn from it. After all, most of the people in the audience were disciples from the other 2 academies. They had learned their lesson in the national examination and came here to learn. Soon, they came to the part where the Green Leaf Ancestral Master killed all the powerful enemies. The Green Leaf Ancestral Master isn't a true immortal yet, but his cultivation strength is unrivaled. Don't talk, just watch. Liang Haihu scolded in a deep voice. Only one level lower than the Vice Academy Master in Shengjing Academy, he sat straight and watched earnestly. Even through the screen, he could feel the great power of the unrivaled sword techniques and spiritual spells, knowing that battles between such powerful masters were rarely seen. It seems that the Green Leaf Ancestral Master hasn't unleashed his full force. I wonder how powerful he can be when he uses all his strength. Feeling unsatisfied with only one view, Nalan Hongwu joined the group and watched the series again, tossing out comments in the meantime. Even you can't figure out his full strength. The royal princess was astonished. She knew that the master on the screen had extremely high strength, but she was surprised that this master's strength was so high that even Nalan Hongwu, one of the top masters in Dajin, couldn't fathom it. Therefore, she watched the series with more attention. She had never imagined that she would be so interested in something similar to a novel. Are these 2 boys the main characters? 2 civilians. The elite disciples from Zai Academy were watching the series together. Ying Zongxun stared at the screen and thought, will these 2 boys learn some secret techniques and become unrivaled masters? No wonder I lost to that civilian warrior, he thought. I'll see what magical techniques are so powerful that they can even change people's destinies. Sir, I'll take 1 bottle of the new item Coke. At this moment, Song Qingfeng called out. Sir. I'll take one too. Nolan Mingshe also bought one. Soon, each disciple of Lingyun Academy got one bottle of Coke, and some even bought Haagen-Dazs. The serene scenes of the grass temple village were perfect for them to watch while eating snacks. After them, some disciples of Luyun Taoist Palace and Cloud Ocean faction also bought the snakes. They all bought Coke and Haagen-Dazs. Luo Yun got suspicious. Maybe there's some special effects in drinking Coke at this moment. Maybe we can understand the sword techniques and spiritual spells in the series better this way. It's quite possible. Ying Zongshuan said, Sir. Each of us will take a bottle of Coke. They all bought Coke. Wangpu Jin and Xiao Lengyu from Shengjing Academy didn't want to be outdone. Sir. Bring us Coke and Haagen-Dazs. The sales revenues in Fang Chi's shop rocketed. Seeing so many people drinking Coke and eating Haagen-Dazs, Zhang Xiaoyu stomped her foot with envy. Oh, I wish I didn't use up all my money. I can't buy anything now. Xiaoyu, Fang Chi took out a coupon and said, I'll reward you with a coupon for your excellent work. You may buy one item that is cheaper than 5 crystals in the shop. Wow, pleasantly surprised, Zhang Xiaoyu took the coupon with both hands. I can eat Haagen-Dazs now. Thank you, boss. With a joyful cheer, she hurried off to grab a container of Haagen-Dazs. Soon, comments rose in the internet cafe. The Coke is delicious. Wow, the Haagen-Dazs. I've never eaten anything as good as this. Are there any secrets in them? Maybe. I don't care. I just like their taste. All of them watched Jade Dynasty cheerfully while drinking Coke and eating Haagen-Dazs. Soon, they came to the part when Lin Jingyu was taken by Kangsong, who had disguised himself in black clothes. On the screen, the battle between Kangsong and Puji under the gloomy sky was exciting. One of them was a holy monk of Sky Sound Tian Yin Temple, and the other was the one of the Green Cloud Peak Masters who cultivated both righteous and evil techniques. Monks were rarely seen in the real world, so the audience found Puji's powerful techniques novel and awesome. At this moment, their battle entered the climax. On the screen, the black-clothed Kangsong stepped in the pattern of Big Dipper 7-star while he chanted a sword spell, Great Heaven Power, turn into godly lightning and follow the direction of my sword. What's this sword spell? How can he direct heavenly power into the sword? The dark clouds surged, and wind blew violently. The audience were frightened and excited by the scene. Godly sword lightning controlling true spell. On the screen, the lightning bolt lit up Puji's horrified expression on his old face. Godly sword lightning controlling true spell. Everyone in the internet cafe exclaimed after him. Is there such a sword spell in this world? Although some powerful masters could use the heavenly powers, they all reached a very high realm. The audience was astonished that someone in this TV series could draw down heavenly power with a sword spell. How can such a sword technique exist in the world? They were shocked into stupefaction. What excited them was that they heard they could learn the techniques and spiritual spells in the series. They wondered about the identity of this black-clothed man and imagined what would happen if they could learn this powerful sword spell. They were exhilarated by the prospect. Chapter 164. Come and train you mind. At this moment, Puji's voice rang out from the screen, you are from the Green Cloud faction. Isn't the Green Cloud faction the one righteous faction in the world? How can you, an evil and vicious cultivator, come from this faction? A moment ago, this black-clothed man planned to create a spiritual artifact by using the corpse of a child, which was a despicable crime in this world. When the godly sword lightning controlling true spell was about to strike down, Puji looked weak and helpless. He's in danger. Some people were anxious. What would happen to this holy monk and those 2 boys? While everyone waited for the answer, the big screen dimmed, and this message was displayed, the end of the 2nd episode. They waited for a long time, but the 3rd episode didn't come. Instead, the shop owner announced, that's the end of today's livestream. What do you mean? Everyone was stupefied. What is happening? They couldn't understand it. They had come to the most exciting and important part, but the 2nd episode ended without the 3rd. Mr. Fang. Premier Zhang's old face twitched. Who on earth will die, the evil man or the master named Puji? We just came to a critical part, how come it just ended? Aren't there 4 episodes, sir? Someone asked. Only 2 episodes are put on the livestream, Fang Chi said casually. Xiao Lengyu gritted her teeth and felt like crying. We were fine while waiting in line, but now we feel restless. This method is. Liang Haihu also came back to his senses. Did you do it on purpose? They had come to a climax in the story when the 2nd episode ended. More importantly, there were no seats available for them to watch the third and fourth episodes. They were dying of impatience. Behind them, Zhang Wanyu chuckled and said, "This damn shop owner. I would have drawn out my sword and come after him." Dong Qingli looked sympathetic as well. When she watched earlier, she hadn't noticed that the second episode had ended at this part. It felt terrible that they still had to wait in line while they knew there were 2 more episodes that they could watch. "Fortunately, I've finished all 4 episodes." Nolan Hongwu heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing his words, the royal princess's pretty face turned dark since she had just watched 2 episodes. She turned her murderous gaze toward Fang Qi. At this moment, Fang Qi returned to his seat calmly and turned off everything on his desk. "Sir, are you finished playing?" "Yeah." Fang Qi nodded. "I've played for 1 day and want to go out for fun." "Sir, you're a nice guy." Ji Yu was pleased at the turn of events. She was about to step up when a cool voice sounded, "Your Highness, I was waiting here first." "You came earlier, right? Then, you take this seat." Fang Qi beckoned at Nolan Mingshe. Ji Yu was speechless with fury. Nolan Mingshe, Song Qingfeng, and the other disciples of Lingyun Academy were fine since they had come relatively earlier than others. As to the royal princess and the disciples from the other 2 academies who had arrived in the evening, they didn't get seats until several hours later. All watch the 3rd and 4th episodes first. For many of them, they were eager to watch Jade Dynasty first. Finally, I can see this part. Including Royal Princess Ji Yu, the customers who had been waiting were excited. Under the flashes of lightning, the grass, plants, bricks, and rocks flew around. Meanwhile, the last 7 prayer beads hanging before Puji's chest shattered and formed a huge character, spelling out, "Buddha," in front of him. TL note: the character for Buddha is this symbol Fu. It hovered before Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu, blocking the attack for them. "He's so selfless and brave." Many of them exclaimed silently at this sight. 2 hours later. "Will Xiaofan be taken into the faction? No one wants him. What shall he do?" The screens dimmed at this scene. Everyone who was watching went speechless again. It ended again. They had thought that they wouldn't feel the same as they did at the end of the second episode. However, it ended at a critical moment again. The cliff was deep. All of them felt like spitting blood. "Where are the 5th and 6th episodes?" The shop owner said that he will update the 5th and 6th episodes tomorrow, someone who had watched before them answered. At this news, the internet cafe was filled with sad howling. Seeing the screen turning black again, all of them felt as if they had suddenly fallen from a mountain peak to the bottom of the valley. "Where's the shop owner? Where is he?" With murderous eyes, they glanced around the internet cafe. They had the urge to drag him out and beat him. "The shop owner went out to play 2 hours ago." Nolan Mingshe took off the virtual headset and looked at the restless crowd in the internet cafe. With the speed of the sword control technique, he probably is now outside of Dajin. All the people who had just finished watching the 4th episode felt enraged. However, even if he is standing right here, he would say that you're welcome to destroy the shop. Nolan Mingshui's face turned dark and she glanced at Xiao Yul, who looked to be in deep thought. She finally understood why Fang Qi was calm when people threatened to destroy his shop. At this moment, Fang Qi was still inside Dajin. After all, it would look bad if he flew out with the sword control technique during the night and couldn't find his way back. He practiced the technique nearby, trying to finish the task by getting proficient on flying on his sword. While he flew on the sword, he received another task. New task: train the mind. Task process: over 200 activations of each episode of Jade Dynasty. Task reward: Silent Hill 2 Virtual Reality Remake. Task description: it was especially made to deal with the unsteady mind and weak fortitude of the players who experienced fast increases in their strengths. Fang Qi felt the deep malice in this task. However, there are all kinds of demons and monsters in this world. Fang Qi voiced his doubt. Are you sure that this game can toughen their minds and wills? Fang Qi remembered that Resident Evil was also a horror game, and it had indeed scared some people. However, when the more powerful cultivators and warriors came to play, they didn't show the same level of fear that he had felt when he played it the first time. To his question, the system showed its answer on the interface. The system's products are quality guaranteed. With a twitch in his face, Fang Qi had to believe it for the time being. He had to admit that it was indeed an extraordinary method to toughen one's mind and will. Chapter 165, New Items Again. After receiving the task, Fang Qi glanced at the task interface and found it quite interesting. The task required at least 200 activations for each episode. There were altogether 4 episodes. For the third and fourth episodes, there were only a little over 100 activations. However, for the first and the second episodes, there were only a couple of dozens of activations. The customers in the internet cafe finally calmed down when they were convinced that there were no 5th and 6th episodes for them to watch. Since Fang was absent, they couldn't vent their anger on him. Helpless, they turned back to the first and the second episodes to observe the profound sword techniques in the battle. Now, the activations of the first and the second episodes began to grow. Meanwhile, Premier Zhang felt a curious warm current flowing slowly in his body. The feeling was weak but quite distinct and unusual. Having arrived at Juhua in the afternoon, the royal princess and the disciples from the other 2 academies had planned to return in the night. However, due to the delay in hours of waiting in line, it was almost midnight when they finished playing and got ready to go home. After watching the TV series for 4 hours and playing games for 2 hours, they were still reluctant to leave the internet cafe. That's awesome. I didn't know that the disciples of Lingyun Academy cultivated like this every day. Outside of the internet cafe, Luo Yun exclaimed, we could even watch the battles of senior masters and gain inspirations from them. I'm surprised that there is such a wondrous shop in this world. I must watch Jade Dynasty each day. Ying Zhongshuan said. Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu all went into the Green Cloud faction. If one of them is taken into the faction as a disciple, we can learn their cultivation techniques and sword techniques by watching. Yeah, Luo Yun said, I wonder if we can learn the godly sword lightning controlling true spell. It's just the beginning. Yi Fengwo, the No. 1 disciple of the Zan list in Zai Academy, was a young man with a soft and immature face. I wonder if there are more powerful techniques in the series. If we can master only 10 to 20% of it. Hearing his words, not only the disciples, but the instructors from Zai Academy had heat in their eyes. Now that Jingyu had entered the Dragon Head, Longsho Peak, I wonder which peak Xiaofan will enter for cultivation. While they walked, they began talking about the plot of Jade Dynasty. In my opinion, Wind returning Feng Wei Peak is a good option. Luo Yu speculated, that peak master looks genial and elegant, and I think he will get soft and take Xiaofan as his disciple. Oh, you're sure that this kid will really become the main character? Ying Zhongshuan asked, he looks dull. We have to wait until tomorrow. Do you think there will be seats available for us tomorrow? Yi Fengwo asked, let's report to the academy and not return tonight. Ying Zhongshuan said, we'll return tomorrow morning after watching the 5th and the 6th episodes. That's a good suggestion. Tomorrow, we will come here at 7 a.m. and enter the shop at 8 a.m. to watch Jade Dynasty. With the injury in his body, the 5th Prince Ji Yong came later than the others and had just gotten offline. Second royal brother and royal sister, what games did you play today? The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. The royal princess said with some pride, I've passed Celestial Spiritual Island and begun learning the sword control technique from the Liquor Sword Immortal. How about you too? The second prince said, royal sister, you are awesome. I am still in the Celestial Spiritual Island. I tried Diablo first, and I haven't entered the Celestial Spiritual Island yet. Ji Yong said, royal sister, you're smart. Before he could finish his sentence, they heard an exclamation from the disciples of Shengjing Academy, junior sister Xiao, you've reached Suzhou already. You're really fast. After watching the TV series, they only had 2 hours of game time. The royal princess and the 2 princes looked at each other in astonishment, thinking that she was indeed fast. I did it because of this young master Xiao. Xiao Lengyu pointed at a handsome guy who was in a yellow robe and waving a folding fan. Don't mention it. Seeing the disciples of Shengjing Academy looking toward him, Xiao Yulv became smug. I know everything in the world. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy is a piece of cake for me. Awesome, Xiao Yulv said proudly, if you follow my advice, I promise that you can finish the game before others. Gasps sounded around him. I didn't know that Luyun Taoist Palace had such a talented person. Hearing their conversation, the royal princess and the 2 princes hurried over, asking, Gongzi Xiao, are you very familiar with these games? I know them as well as my own hand. Xiao Yulv said, young master Xiao, can you give me some tips tomorrow? The second prince's eyes lit up. No problem, I heard that I can gain levels very fast if I join someone's party in-game and follow them around. I asked around, and no one wanted to carry me. The 5th prince asked, brother Xiao, would you please? Xiao Yulv's face turned stiff. No way, The atmosphere around them suddenly turned silent. One could even hear everyone breathing in this silence. Fang Qi's proficient level sword control technique was given to him by the system as a reward, but it was obvious that it was quite different from gaining the experience through one's own practice. The difference didn't show until critical moments, and Fang Qi found that his use of this technique wasn't as good as those who gained proficiency through practice. This was a very important detail. The good thing was that Fang Qi had practiced a lot and was getting close to the next level. Therefore, he could get more familiar with flying on a sword if he trained more. It was almost dawn when Fang Qi flew back on his sword. When he pushed open the door, he was satisfied to see the cleaned internet cafe. After days of hard practice, he had barely reached the target set for the system, and he received the task reward, which was Laotian Chinese sauerkraut instant noodles, which could be bought with 4 crystals, and he could buy mini sausages with 2 more crystals. When Fang Qi came out after a shower, it was time for breakfast. He found the instant noodles and mini sausages in the cupboard, and there was a new hot water machine for making instant noodles. He glanced at the water inside and found that it was the same water used to make Sprite. Then, he read the ingredients of the instant noodles. The sauerkraut is made with white jade herb and some other spiritual herbs after multiple procedures. Even the wheat for the noodles is made from a variety of grains that had been selected after generations of experiments. As for the meat in the sausage, it came from a type of demon beasts named gangly. Fang Qi froze when he read the ingredients of the 2 new items, thinking, they are indeed super luxuries. Chapter 166, Sir. I'll take 1 bowl of instant noodles with 1 sausage. Forget it, I'll try 1 bowl first. Fang Qi hadn't had breakfast yet. He found that the seasoning bags were also special since no residues were left in the bags when he poured them out. Then, he turned on the hot water machine, which poured out an exact amount of hot water, no more and no less. Also, the paper bowl was thick enough not to scald one's hand. Then, he dumped a sausage into the noodles and sealed the lid. 3 minutes later. To ensure that they could watch the 5th and the 6th episode of Jade Dynasty, yesterday's audience all came to the shop very early this morning. For example, the royal princess, the 2nd prince, and the 5th prince arrived at the shop at about 7 a.m. Royal sister, have you had breakfast this morning? Obviously, the 2nd prince had come here without any breakfast. No. Ji Yu touched her empty belly subconsciously, feeling a bit awkward. She had waited in line yesterday afternoon until the evening, and then she watched the TV series and played games until midnight, which left her with no time for meals. She had eaten nothing but a container of Haagen-Dazs and drank nothing but a bottle of Coke. Me neither, the 5th prince said. The food in the Wind and Moon Pavilion in Juhua City is very good. Let's go there for lunch after we finish playing games. The food in the Wind and Moon Pavilion is no match for the food in this shop. 2 beautiful women wearing veils came in. Sir, we'll take 2 containers of Haagen-Dazs and 2 bottles of Coke. With a cheerful smile, Dong Qingli walked to the counter. I didn't eat breakfast today, so I can eat these. Are you serious? The 5th prince looked at them and said, even though the food in this shop is good. How come she looks like the owner of the Wind and Moon Pavilion? In bafflement, they watched these 2 girls walk past them, and they felt like they seemed familiar since they had met the owner of the Wind and Moon Pavilion before. They exchanged a look and thought, are we hallucinating? Walking to the counter, Dong Qingli sniffed and said, what's this aroma? It smells so good. At this moment, Fang Qi's instant noodles were ready. When he opened the lid, a rich aroma spread all over the place. Mingled in the delicious aroma, a faint hint of spiritual essence floated in the air. Sir, what are you eating? Dong Qingli looked at the bowl of instant noodles on the counter and exclaimed. Sir, what's this? Zhang Wanyu also stared at Fang Qi with intense eyes. Are they for sale? Without answering them, Fang Qi forked up some noodles and bit into them. With the intense sour aroma of pickled spiritual herbs, the noodles bounced in his mouth. Then, he drank the soup and found it was full of special flavor. As the warmth flowed down his throat into his belly, it removed all his fatigue and hunger. Delicious. Fang Qi's eyes lit up. Sir, how can you eat it all by yourself? As a bookworm and foodie, Dong Qingli became impatient with cravings. She had the urge to grab the bowl of noodles from Fang Qi's hands. Sir, are they for sale or not? Zhang Wanyu also licked her lips. She hadn't had breakfast yet, and she had to watch Fang Qi eat the noodles with such an expression. She felt like hitting someone. 4 crystals for 1 bowl of noodles, Fang Qi said, you can add a sausage for 2 crystals. However, you must make the noodles yourselves. Make noodles ourselves. They looked at each other, longing for the service in their own shop. Although the food there wasn't as good, at least they didn't have to serve themselves. I'm dizzy with hunger, and you want me to make noodles myself? Is this the proper way to treat beautiful ladies? In a huff, Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu went to make the noodles. Fortunately, the noodles were easy to prepare. After following Fang Qi's instructions, they made them in no time. Having not eaten breakfast, the 2 princes licked their lips and said, "Royal sister, shall we?" The royal princess had walked to the counter in a fierce manner. She lifted her exquisite chin and said proudly, "Sir, I'll buy 3 bowls of instant noodles with sausages." Soon, the internet cafe was full of slurping sounds of people eating noodles. Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu went to a corner and took off their veils before eating the noodles in a stealthy way. The 5th prince's face twitched, thinking, "You two indeed come from the Wind and Moon Pavilion." I knew it. The royal princess put her bowl of noodles on a computer desk and began eating with elegance. Then, she moved to a seat further inside and took a bigger bite. She glanced around and saw no one looking her way, and she went back to eating with great elegance. "Wow, it's so delicious," she shrieked silently. "Even the chefs in the royal palace can't make such delicious food." At this moment, 2 instructors of Lingyun Academy walked into the shop. Upon entering the shop, they saw 2 golden-robed young men gulping down instant noodles in the lounge area by the door. "Are these 2 guys here seeking shelter?" Speechless, the 2nd prince and the 5th prince looked up with dark expressions. The instructors murmured, "They look so fierce. Move, move." It was only a little past 7, and the place wasn't full yet. However, due to the livestream of Jade Dynasty, the customers who had watched it yesterday all came very early today. In just a little while, Nolan Hongwu and the others also came into the internet cafe. "What's this aroma? It smells so good." Quickly, Nolan Hongwu sensed a wondrous aroma in the air. "What's special about these noodles? How come they taste so good?" For the first time in a long time, the 2nd prince and the 5th prince sat together. The 2nd prince took one bite with a slurp and said, "It's 10 times more delicious than the food made in the kitchen at the royal palace. The so-called sausage is great too." The 5th prince bit into the sausage and said, "My hunger is instantly gone. I feel energetic." "Hey, what are you 2 eating?" Nolan Hongwu asked. "Instant noodles." They pointed at the counter. "Today's new item. The taste is superb." "You have new items again." Nolan Hongwu froze for a moment as he watched Fang Qi drink up the soup. "Kid, 1 bowl of instant noodles for each of us." "Strange. I've just eaten my breakfast, but I feel hungry again after smelling this aroma." Nolan Hongwu murmured to himself. "By the way, were the 5th and 6th episodes of Jade Dynasty released today?" "Of course," Fang Qi said, "you can watch them now." "Right, let's watch Jade Dynasty." The royal princess and 2 princes paused their eating and went online immediately, and so did Dong Qingli and the others. Following Fang Qi's instructions, Nolan Hongwu and Elder Fu made the noodles. Then, with noodles in their hands, they sat down and began watching the TV series while eating. "Finally, I get to watch Zhang Xiaofan enter the Green Cloud faction." Nolan Hongwu murmured to himself with the bowl of noodles in his hands. Chapter 167, No. The next update will be next week. While eating noodles, Nolan Hongwu watched the Peak Masters give Zhang Xiaofan the cold shoulder in the Grand Hall. On the screen, Daoshuan finally said, "Junior brother Tien, since the Grass Temple Village slaughter was first discovered by your disciple Song Darren, it seems that this kid is destined to go to your Big Bamboo, Dazu Peak." The Big Bamboo Peak Master, Tien Buyi, was at a loss for words. "They dumped Zhang Xiaofan to Big Bamboo Peak. I'm afraid that he will have a hard life there." Nolan Hongwu stuffed a fork of noodles into his mouth and mumbled, "This is even better than the food specially made for me every morning. Oops, I have grease on my beard. I shouldn't have eaten so fast." Nolan Hongwu dug out a handkerchief to mop his white beard and complained. It was about 7:30 a.m., and the customers in the internet cafe at this hour had all come to watch Jade Dynasty. Su Tianji was one of them. Yesterday, she heard a lot of good comments about Jade Dynasty and thus tried it herself. Then, she couldn't get enough of it. This morning, she hurried to the internet cafe with Feng Hua and Yuexin before 7:30 a.m. "The shop is open so early today. Sir, did you update Jade Dynasty?" Swift as a gust of wind, She strode to the counter and asked Fang Qi with widened eyes. I did. Fang Qi glanced around the shop and knew that Zhang Xiaoyu was probably just getting up. He had to wait until she came out before he could watch the 5th and the 6th episodes. Su Tianji suddenly smelled a rich and special aroma. Where is this aroma coming from? Different from warriors who ate a lot to increase their physical strength, cultivators usually ate very little except some elixirs or spiritual herb tea, so Su Tianji usually ate nothing during the day. Of course, she had changed her habit after Fang Qi began to sell Häagen-Dazs. And now, instant noodles, Fang Qi said, do you want one bowl? Instant noodles, Feng Hua and Yuexin looked tempted. Sir, we do. We will buy 3 bowls. Su Tianji glanced around. Bring them to computer no. 3. You must prepare the noodles yourselves. Su Tianji's face turned dark, wondering why this shop operated in this way. In the past, they had to get the snacks at the counter, and now they had to cook the food they bought. If not for the mouth-watering aroma, she would have walked away. Feng Hua, Yu Xin, you take care of the noodles. With that said, she went to get a computer. Okay, master. Following Fang Qi's instruction, they made 3 bowls of instant noodles. At this moment, disciples from Zai Academy and Shengjing Academy and Yi Songtao from Cloud Ocean faction walked in. They were all drawn toward the aroma. 3 minutes later, they each had a bowl of noodles in their hands. Feng Hua and Yuexin carried 3 bowls of instant noodles and placed one onto Su Tianji's desk. Master, the noodles are ready. Then, they began to eat cheerfully. While eating the noodles, Su Tianji said, hurry up and open the show. Xiaofan finally entered the faction today. Slurp. Wow, it's delicious. While forking noodles into her mouth, Feng Hua opened. Jade Dynasty. Really? Someone took in Xiaofan. Slurp. Yeah, but that fat master looks fierce. Slurp. I see the fat master too. Can he teach sword techniques? I want to learn them. Ah, I'm so full. How come Xiaofan is the main character? I thought it was Jingyu. Why does it only show Zhang Xiaofan? Where's the highly talented Lin Jingyu? The more they watched, the more curious they got. They had thought that both the kids were main characters or Lin Jingyu was the main character. To their surprise, the dumb and dull Zhang Xiaofan was the main character. They wondered how the story would unfold and how this main character could turn into a big figure. Subconsciously, they continued watching. Sir, get us 3 bottles of Coke. Still not satisfied, Su Tianji bought 3 bottles of Coke. At this time, Fang Qi had begun watching the TV series, and Zhang Xiaoyu sat at the counter. After getting the bottles of Coke, the 3 drank and talked among themselves while watching the show. Master, these senior and junior brothers look nice, but this fat master looks fierce. Gulp. I like our master better. Gulp. Oh, the old monk told Xiaofan to dump the bloodthirsty bead, but he kept it as a souvenir. I wonder if anything bad will happen. Gulp. Su Tianji drank the bottle of Coke while watching. He's going to teach Tai Chi Mystic Pure Tao, the cultivation technique of the Green Cloud faction. Belch. Silence suddenly fell. Since everyone was eating food, the people in the internet cafe all activated the environment simulation. Fang Qi looked toward her. On the other side, Nalan Hongwu looked toward her. Even in Huwei and the others, who had just entered the shop, looked toward her. Su Tianji covered her mouth, wishing that she could kill all the people around her to stop them from staring at her. Then, everyone looked back and continued watching Jade Dynasty. It was quiet for about 1 hour. On the screen, the bamboo forest looked serene and peaceful. This part is so serene. I want to eat something. Today, I haven't eaten Häagen-Dazs yet. The rich milky aroma. Sir, get us 3 containers of Häagen-Dazs. They ate the ice cream while watching. Master, this monkey named Little Gray is so cute. No, there's something wrong with the bloodthirsty bead. This short staff looks weird and evil. I have a bad feeling. The story had come to the part where the bloodthirsty bead that Fuji gave to Zhang Xiaofan was about to merge with the soul-absorbing staff, transforming into an evil staff named Swallowing Soul. This was an important turning point in Zhang Xiaofan's life. Su Tianji had just eaten a mouthful of Häagen-Dazs, and her long eyelashes shivered slightly. How come the screen is black? The 3 of them who had been enjoying Häagen-Dazs and the TV series froze. If you want to know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. The 6th episode is over. Why does it always end at critical moments? What on earth will happen to Xiaofan? You must let me finish this part. Nalan Hongwu, Su Tianji, and the others who sat near Fang Qi all looked toward him. Meanwhile, Dong Qingli, the royal princess, and the others had also finished watching, and they walked up with murderous expressions. Sir, where are the 7th and 8th episodes? Su Tianji asked with a dark expression. Aren't there 4 episodes? How come we can only watch 2? Nolan Hongwu also glared at Fang Qi. We have 4 episodes only on the first day. After that, we only update 2 episodes. Fang Qi said in earnest. What? Bookworm Dong Qingli couldn't bear it anymore. She yelled, do we have to wait until tomorrow before we can watch the 7th and 8th episodes? Seeing Fang Qi shaking his head, they thought that the situation wasn't as bad as they had expected. While they stared at Fang Qi expectantly, he said, the 7th and the 8th episodes will update next Monday. Chapter 168, Premier Zhang can cultivate. Update next Monday. Everyone looked thunderstruck at the news, and their minds went blank again. I thought the TV series will update tomorrow, but Fang Qi said that we must wait until next Monday. Kid, what did you say? Nolan Hongwu stared at Fang Qi without blinking. If looks could kill, he would have cut Fang Qi into countless pieces. Sir, I thought new episodes would be released tomorrow. Dong Qingli looked outraged. Why are you staring at me this way? Haven't you read novels? Fang Qi stood up. Celestial Warrior only publishes 1 volume each month. What's the problem with next week? Each of the volumes has abundant content. But you only released 6 episodes. Dong Qingli argued. It's why I don't wait until next month to update the TV series. Fang Qi sounded reasonable. If you dare to update it monthly, I'll hire someone to give you a good beating. Dong Qingli gritted her teeth, wishing to strangle this harmless-looking shop owner. At this moment in the Wind and Moon Pavilion, Shang Qing directed the waiters to remove the morning tea and replace it with lunch. Sitting at the table alone, he thought, what's wrong with Master lately? She hurries out before eating breakfast and doesn't come back until midnight. She said that she had been to that shop named Origins. Aren't they our mortal enemy? Thinking of the recent removal of the boycott against that shop, Shang Qing had a bad feeling. How can it be? Sir, can you update it tomorrow? Feng Hua and Yuexin gazed at Fang Qi with pitiful expressions. Now, they would be thrilled if this TV series could be updated tomorrow. After all, compared with next week, tomorrow was a much better option. You must update it tomorrow. Sitting next to Fang Qi on his right, Su Tianji grabbed one arm of his chair and stared at him with sharp eyes. Right, you must update it tomorrow. Sitting at computer number 1, Nolan Hongwu slammed his hand on the desk and stood up. The shooting needs funds, and the production takes time. Do you think it's so easy to make a TV series? Why don't you tell the novel authors to finish the stories before they publish them? Everyone went silent. No one could rebuff him. Anyway, they couldn't make trouble here. Dong Qingli had threatened to beat the shop owner in a moment of fury, and everyone knew that the issue couldn't be solved by beating him. Although they didn't understand the part about funds, they understood that the production needed time. Forget it. Su Tianji sighed heavily. She felt like killing Fang Qi, but she knew that it was useless to continue this topic. Waving her hand, she said, let's eat some snacks. Master, we ate all of them. Yu Xin reminded her. Doesn't the shop have new items recently? Su Tianji asked. Then, she froze when she saw the empty noodle bowls, Coke bottles, and Haagen-Dazs containers on her desk. Her face turned dark when she realized that they had indeed eaten them all. She had felt like there were many new snacks in the shop. Was it an illusion? Beside her, Dong Qingli also froze. She looked back at the empty bowls and bottles on her desk and murmured, it seems I've eaten them all, too. The royal princess, the 2 princes, and the disciples from the academies who had just finished watching the TV series also glanced at their desks and went speechless. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that we will have no money to pay for our return trip. Luo Yun looked dejected. That's my fear too, Xiao Lengyu said with a dark expression. From now on, we can't eat any more snacks. Right, Ying Zhongshuan said, we're here to cultivate. Who wants to play Diablo? Let's team up. The 5th prince yelled. Me, I'm a level 4 sorcerer and have learned the charged bolt. It's really powerful. I'm a level 3 assassin. Count me in. People's voices sounded one after another. Forget it, since there's no TV series to watch, let's gain some levels. Sir, come and play Counter-Strike with us. Su Tianji felt helpless. Counter-Strike again, Fang Qi said, okay, I will play some rounds with you guys, but don't blame me when I slaughter you. Su Tianji, what do we do? Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu looked at each other. Let's play The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Right, we don't have to wait for the plot to develop while we play The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Let's play it now, humph. At this moment, Premier Zhang sat with a sharp-eyed middle-aged man who looked lean. The latter was obviously his bodyguard with good cultivation strength. They sat in front of the computers with empty instant noodle bowls, Coke bottles, and Haagen-Dazs containers on the desk. Premier Zhang stroked his beard and said broodingly, "In the last couple of days, while I watched the TV series and played games, I always felt a surge of warmth moving inside me. I wonder why, Ms. Zhang," the lean middle-aged man said in a grave voice. "Guard Bian, what's the problem?" Premier Zhang asked. "Do you also feel the weird warmth in your body?" Flowing warm current. Bian Ying thought for a moment and said, "The feeling of flowing warm currents is something that happens when one begins to obtain qi. I wonder if it is obtaining qi." Premier Zhang froze. "Right," Bian Ying answered, "if it's spiritual essence, it feels light and nimble. If it's warrior qi, it feels thick and heavy. Which feeling do you have?" "It feels heavy," Premier Zhang answered. Then, he shivered and asked with a shaky voice, "Do you mean I can cultivate? Please give me your left hand, Premier." Bian Ying had also felt the increase in his cultivation strength, but he was a powerful warrior while Premier Zhang was just an ordinary man without any talent. However, anyone could cultivate to be a warrior, but for those with poor talent, it was just a waste of time and resources. Since his cultivation strength had increased, it was possible that Premier Zhang had gained some warrior qi as well. Bian Ying reached out and touched Premier Zhang's left wrist. Instantly, he felt weak but pure warrior qi pulsing in the depths of Premier Zhang's dantian. Bian Ying said immediately, "Congratulations, Premier. You have extremely pure warrior qi in your body. Although it's still weak, you have the potential to become a warrior." With Premier Zhang's physique, he couldn't be put in the body forging realm. However, it was hard to say if he could be placed in the official warrior realm with his weak warrior qi. However, he indeed had the hopes of becoming a warrior. "I have no talent in this field, and I didn't try to cultivate in the last couple of days," Premier Zhang said wonderingly. "How come I have?" Bian Ying pointed at the computer and said, "It might be the effect of this spiritual artifact." Chapter 169, Sir. Wake up, someone's smashing your windows. Instantly, Premier Zhang's eyes lit up, and his whole body shook. Can this spiritual artifact help me cultivate? It even has this function. He had thought that the games in this shop would just help people increase their cultivation speed, just like the martial arts tower of Lingyun Academy and similar facilities. However, he found that this spiritual artifact named the computer was even more powerful than he had imagined. It could even help an ordinary person like him, who had no talent, obtain warrior qi in only 2 days. This kind of spiritual artifacts was much better than the places such as the Lingyun martial arts tower, which could only increase one's cultivation strength. With this spiritual artifact, everyone in Dajin could cultivate. Due to the lack of talent, a lot of people became civil officials and merchants. After gaining warrior qi in their bodies, these people might still be weaker than those highly talented warriors and cultivators, but at least they would gain a healthier body and the ability to defend themselves. In addition, they might live as long as the cultivators and warriors. In this way, the civil officials would have more time and energy to contribute their abilities and realize their dreams without fearing that they have to back down due to old age before they could put their plans into action. Many thoughts passed Premier Zhang's mind, and he wondered which master had created these spiritual artifacts and what this master's purpose was for placing the shop in this place. However, he knew that Dajin would gain great benefits with this shop in its territory. As for confiscating this shop, everyone was greedy, and Ji Wu might have had this plan in mind when he sent Premier Zhang to the Zhongyan region. However, when Premier Zhang saw that most of the aristocrats gathered in the shop, he knew taking the shop by force wasn't a good idea. Firstly, they had to consider the great power of this big group of customers. Secondly, the whole Zhongyan region might have been forged into a union of common interest due to this small shop, and it was hard to make a move against them. There had been no reports about anyone making trouble in this shop for a long while, but Premier Zhang had heard about how all the shadow guards were thrown out of this shop in one instant. After careful consideration, he finally sent messages to Emperor Ji Wu in Jingxi. At this moment, Ji Wu was practicing saber techniques in the garden before the royal palace. He put away the long saber and murmured, "Premier Zhang." His communication jade was connected to all the influential officials, but they only used it to report major issues. Temporarily, it's harmless to the country. The wondrous spiritual artifacts can help talentless ordinary people cultivate. Except for the speculations and concerns about the people behind the shop, these messages contain nothing but good news. Indeed, Ji Wu's eyes turned sharp. If that's the case, it's my fortune to have this shop. However, he wouldn't be convinced if he didn't test it himself. He wondered if some great master was really behind this shop and if this master's strength was as great as the rumors said. Another possibility is that the young man had acquired some great treasures. Although it is a bit far-fetched, we must make some necessary tests. The most powerful people in Dajan's history had passed away, but they had left some big forces to guard Dajan. The star-observing tower and this magnificent royal palace were two of them, but only a few people knew that a shadow force had been established at the inception of the country to enforce the laws. Whenever someone tried to work against the law, this shadow force would make a move. In fact, they had destroyed many royal family members, aristocrats, and major officials. Is the shop really so powerful that it can gain a standing in this world, or is it just a scam? Ji Wu tightened his fists and said in a cold voice, "Gray, go and investigate it for me." A breeze swept up some dust into the sky, seeming like someone had just left the garden. It was midnight and darkness engulfed the land. Fang Qi's small shop finally closed for the night. The moment that Fang Qi shut the door and windows, turned off lights, and went upstairs, a black figure suddenly appeared in the center of the street before Fang Qi's shop's door like a black ghost. "This is the small shop that His Majesty is concerned about," the black figure murmured in a deep and husky voice, which contained a chilliness that was indifferent to everything in the world. In the blink of an eye, this figure vanished from the street like a gust of wind. In this hot summer night, the usually loud insect chirps and frog croaks suddenly stopped, and the air nearby became cold and silent. The nearby residents were in a death-like sleep without even any sounds of snoring. Through the second-floor window and the open curtains, Fang Qi could be seen sleeping soundly without taking off his clothes. "He's sleeping like a log, he's just an ant without any worldly experiences." A black figure appeared outside Fang Qi's window, but Fang Qi was oblivious to this. If someone looked toward Fang Qi's window from the outside, they would see a figure standing in the air. It seemed like an invisible platform supported him. Standing in the air wasn't something that an ordinary person could achieve. In the entire Dajan country, very few people had reached such a realm. "I'll start from this ant then," this figure murmured and then waved his right hand. The window should have opened at his wave. He froze since the window before him showed no signs of opening. The person frowned slightly in the darkness and waved his left hand. The window showed no response. Surprised, he waved again and again. Then, he knocked on the window with his fists. Bang, 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 he kicked. He smacked the window with the handle of his sword. Crack, crack, crack. This figure smashed on the window of Fang Qi's room from the outside. The fragile-looking glass showed no sign of breaking, and it even absorbed the sounds. Almost no noise could be heard in Fang Qi's room. Chapter 170. Let's go and watch the TV series after the daily meeting with the Emperor. The window has some special function, and that's why he can sleep so peacefully. The figure in the darkness had an expression as dark as the night. Standing before Fang Qi's window, he thought for a while and murmured, "It seems like this kid's room has special protection, but..." He glanced at the room next to Fang Qi's. "It seems that the only employee lives in that room, and I guess it isn't protected." At this thought, he soon came to Zhang Xiaoyu's window. Looking into the window, he saw a little head sticking out of a white blanket with cat patterns on it. This girl is also soundly asleep, and this shouldn't wake her up either. He pushed at the window hard, but it didn't budge. A bad feeling rose in him. Then, banging noises sounded outside this lowly's window. Half an hour later, a figure in black sat on Fang Qi's shop's roof, panting slightly. Even the employee's window is protected. Then, he stepped on the black tiles on the roof. Tiles. He looked down, and an idea dawned on him. He murmured with a snicker, "No matter how strong the protection is, you can't change the structure of a residential house. You can't stop me from pulling up the tiles, right?" He reached out and pulled, but nothing moved. He pulled harder, but the result was the same. He unleashed his full strength. He was soon exhausted. About half an hour later, this mysterious person in black slowly drew out his long saber from his belt and stood before the door of the shop. The saber had a dark red color to it, as if it had absorbed too much blood. I don't believe that the whole shop is unbreakable. He held the saber with both hands, and the saber emitted a gloomy and horrifying presence as it created a dull and gritting noise that sounded like the crying from a dying man. Engulfed in a powerful and frightening presence, he kept all his energy in control and didn't allow any of it to escape into the surroundings. The air in the whole street flowed backward, and the gloomy nightly sky turned chillier. Even the moonlight and starlight were covered by a mysterious force. Then, the saber moved, and a light slashed through the dark night like the call of the Grim Reaper. It hacked viciously on the glass door of the Origins Internet Club. Shortly, loud door-banging noise sounded in the darkness. Yawn. Sleepy. Fang Chi opened his sleepy eyes and saw it was just dawn. At this moment, the sound of a door opening came from Auntie Wang's bun shop next to Fang Chi's shop. The smashing noises suddenly stopped. Auntie Wang opened the door and saw a weird warrior in black walking slowly toward the end of the street with a long saber hanging from his belt. Auntie Wang glanced at him and saw his hand, which was resting on the saber handle, kept on spasming. How can one become a warrior if he can't even hold his saber? Seeing the strange sight, Auntie Wang mumbled and then resumed putting up buns for sale. I dreamed of someone smashing on my window last night. Fang Chi patted his forehead. It's probably because I'm releasing 2 little episodes for Jade Dynasty recently. It's not up to me anyways. Fang Chi glanced at the sky outside the window and pulled the blanket over his head, going back to sleep, in the royal palace. The sky turned brighter. Emperor Ji Wu seemed to sense a movement near him and asked, "How did it go?" "The owner of that shop is indeed extraordinary. I plan to capture the young owner and force him to show his strength, but, Ji Wu asked immediately, "Is his strength indeed great?" The weird warrior in black looked embarrassed. "I tried for the whole night but couldn't get into the shop." "Ji Wu, there must be a powerful array protecting the shop. When I hacked the door with my saber, it remained intact. The result was the same even when I used 90% of my strength," that man explained. "That array is so powerful." Ji Wu stroked his chin. "No wonder that old Duke is awed by the shop. It seems that we must follow the old premier's suggestion and let it be for the time being." "Is your hand injured?" Ji Wu asked. "I'm fine." "Good. You can go now." "Yes." After that answer, everything turned quiet. Of course, the emperor would never know that his most trusted subordinate had spent a night trying to shatter that shop's glass door and windows. After getting up, Fang Chi checked the statistics. The number of viewers for each episode of Jade Dynasty had been about 100 the day before yesterday, but the number had increased to about 170 for each episode by the time he closed the shop last night. At this rate, that task would be completed today or tomorrow. At this moment, Fang Chi received another message from the system. The system will upgrade tonight. After the upgrade, the space in the shop will increase by 4 times, and there will be more computers. Other functions will be activated later. It was time for the daily meeting between the emperor and all the officials in Jingxi. "Premier, is the shop that you just mentioned really so extraordinary? Even scholars and civil officials like us can cultivate." When the officials walked toward the Grand Royal Palace, they chatted with each other. "Of course," Premier Zhang said, "do you think I'm a liar? I watched a TV series in that shop for 2 days. While I was doing it, I felt warrior chi growing in me. Even Guard Bian confirmed it. The cultivators, spiritual artifacts are so magical now." Behind him, a middle-aged civil official said in astonishment, "Even we scholars can cultivate." "Useless. Scholars." One civil official said emotionally, "If that's true, then no one will dare to say that scholars are useless anymore. In this big world, anything can happen." "Ha ha ha." Another official laughed. "Premier, I know that I shouldn't doubt your words, but..." One official was still unconvinced. "Can I feel your warrior chi?" "Of course." Premier Zhang reached out his hand and said, "Go ahead." Premier Zhang placed his hand on that official's arm, and the latter instantly felt a strange warmth entering his body. It was weak but distinct. "It's indeed warrior chi. Guys, after the morning meeting, let's go to Zhongyan together and watch the so-called TV series." "What do you think?" someone suggested. "It's far from here, but as the premier said, it's worth the effort." Chapter 171. The old premier led a team into the internet cafe. Transportation between the major cities in Dajin was very convenient. After all, in the world of cultivators, there were big flight spiritual artifacts. Although they weren't as fast as flying with the sword control technique, they were not slow. Of course, only rich people could afford them. The cultivators and warriors could take the cross-regional spiritual boats, so could the ordinary people with money. Although the civil officials in this country were generally paid much less than the military officials, these high-level civil officials could afford to ride the spiritual boats. If they were in a hurry, they could afford to take the top-level spiritual boats. Besides, it wasn't a problem of affordability. After all, civil officials had taken this path in order to accumulate enough resources so that their descendants could have the opportunity to become warriors or even cultivators. Now, they found that they didn't have to wait for their descendants since they themselves had the opportunity of becoming warriors. No matter how much it cost, they would go and check it for themselves. After the morning meeting, most of the officials walked out of the Grand Royal Palace in groups of 2 or 3, only Premier Zhang had a large group of people around him. Premier Zhang, you said that we just need to watch Jade Dynasty too. Hey, many people have asked the same question, and even I can answer it. Jade Dynasty is as magical as those natural wonders which can increase one's cultivation strength with only one look. A middle-aged man seemed to be tired of hearing the same question again and again, so he answered it himself. Then, he asked his own question, do you mean that we can also learn the combat techniques and spiritual spells in this TV series? According to the legends, the first emperor of Dajin had stumbled onto a star map in an ancient cave. After gazing at the map for one night, his cultivation strength skyrocketed to a new height. The people talked among themselves, is it possible that Jade Dynasty is one of such treasures? Premier Zhang ignored the person who just brought up that legend and answered the middle-aged official's question, of course we can learn them. Otherwise, where do you think the sword control technique and the close-range combat skill that are now famous after the national examination came from? They are all from Jade Dynasty. The officials were stunned. In this world, most people had resorted to the path of scholars and civil officials not because they wanted to, but because they lacked the necessary talent to become warriors. Now that they saw another path, they were all excited. Jade Dynasty is only one of the choices. Premier Zhang said, that shop has many games, but the games all involve violent battles. I think the TV series is most fitting for us scholars. Right, we'll just watch the battles, we can't battle ourselves anyway. They smiled in embarrassment, knowing that their combat abilities were far inferior to those of the warriors and cultivators. We can ignore the other choices, Premier Zhang concluded, but I think we all should watch the TV series. You are right, Premier. It doesn't matter how busy we are, we must find time to watch the TV series, outside of the internet cafe. Song Qingfeng, Lin Xiao, and a few others were walking behind a tall woman who was wearing red leather armor, and they told her, yesterday, we watched the 5th and 6th episodes of Jade Dynasty. They are fascinating, right? Young Master Lin, yeah, Instructor Mu, the previous episodes are as fascinating as the 5th and 6th episodes. I highly recommend this TV series. You missed the live streams in the past 2 days, Shu Luo said, but it doesn't matter since you can watch all 6 episodes today. Is this TV series really this good? Mu Hongzhu remembered that she hadn't reached Act 2 in Diablo yet. After buying The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, she had just reached the part where she could learn the sword control technique. Was it wise of her to buy Jade Dynasty now? Each of the items in this shop was very good, which made it hard for her to choose. However, Mu Hongzhu thought that she could finish Jade Dynasty in one day and then continue playing the others tomorrow. At this thought, she said, then, I'll watch it. Premier Zhang and his group didn't arrive until 2 p.m., and people saw an old man in his 70s lead a group of people, mostly seniors, into the internet cafe. Premier, there are so many customers here. Some of them glanced around and said, guys, don't worry. Premier Zhang stroked his beard and signaled them to calm down, saying, I did the calculation, and this is the moment when most of the customers get offline. You guys pay first and then wait behind someone who doesn't have others waiting. If you can't find seats here, you may go upstairs or to the shop across the street. I'm sure you will soon get a seat. Premier, that's a wise arrangement. You haven't had lunch, right? Premier Zhang continued, this shop has Laotan Chinese sauerkraut instant noodles. It's a bit pricey, but the taste is superb, better than the food from the Yingtian pavilion. Even the princes loved it. If you like, you can buy a bowl. We're fatigued and starving after traveling so far. They even have food here. Perfect. The officials looked at each other and said, we are starving. Let's go and see if the instant noodles are as delicious as Premier Zhang claimed. Guys, go and buy the instant noodles. Soon, the shop was again filled with a special aroma. On the other side, Dong Qingli had finished playing games. She stood behind Fang Qi and watched him kill monsters and try to get items and runes as she complained, "Sir, why don't you expand your shop? It's too crowded here." She was a bit worried. For now, she could still get a seat if she came early. But in the future, she might not get a seat even if she came very early. What should she do then? She even heard rumors about rotten apples regarding the purchase of the Diablo novel. In the rumor, people had to get up at midnight and wait in line. If things went that far, she wouldn't have time to sleep. She shivered at the thought. As to that, with more customers, the shop will naturally expand. It will be expanded tomorrow, Fang Qi said. Tomorrow. Besides Dong Qingli, the other players who were watching Fang Qi got excited at the news. Song Qingfeng asked again, trying to confirm, "We'll have more computers tomorrow." How many more? Dong Qingli was worried that she still had to wait in line even after the shop provided more computers. "Sir, we didn't see you going out and buying any new land." Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu had stayed all day long in the shop recently, and they looked doubtful. "You don't have to worry about that. You'll know tomorrow." Fang Qi guessed that if the space was going to increase by 4 times, the number of computers should increase by 3 to 4 times as well. Otherwise, the space would look empty. With 300 to 500 more computers in the shop, he supposed that the customers wouldn't have to wait in line any longer. "We'll know tomorrow." The people who heard the news were baffled. Will the shop experience some magical changes by then? At this moment, Mu Hongzhu walked up, looking dissatisfied. "Qingfeng, how come Jade Dynasty ended at the 6th episode? Where are the rest?" Instructor Mu, I have a class in a moment, and I've got to go." When Song Qingfeng ran out of the door, another figure walked in. "Sir, it's almost 8 p.m. Today, you'll livestream the 5th and 6th episodes, right?" The newcomer was a handsome guy wearing a yellow robe. He was Xiao Yul. "The livestream for Jade Dynasty is only open on Monday and Tuesday, and 2 episodes will be played each day." "What about the 5th and the 6th episodes?" "They will be live-streamed next week. The other option is watching them on the computers." Xiao Yul felt like dying. Chapter 172. Talking about the TV series before morning meeting. It was the time for the daily morning meeting again. The emperor was the last to arrive, so all the military and civil officials had all gathered together in the Grand Royal Palace. The military officials were more influential than the civil officials. "General Li, I heard that you've been staying indoors and studying a new combat technique recently. How did it go?" An old general with a gray beard walked into the palace with a golden saber hanging from his belt. Obviously, he enjoyed an extremely high ranking. "General Wang, I don't dare to show off any new combat technique in front of you," a bearded middle-aged general said. "However, I indeed encountered some problems while I tried to create a combat technique, and I need your advice." "What combat technique is it that even you can't handle?" The old general laughed. "Tell us about it." "I named this combat technique, Seal Hills and Suppress Mountains." General Li looked humble in front of the old general, but he was obviously proud of this combat technique. This technique's key feature is seal and suppress. I got inspiration from the defeat of the Shengjing Academy disciples at the national examination. Good. General Wang stroked his gray beard and said, "Just judging from its name, I know that this combat technique is quite powerful. Look, when I use this combat technique, I can block any weapons, and even the sword control technique is useless here." General Li looked smug while he showed the technique. "Then, I'll suppress my rival this way, and any close-range combat skills won't work." "Nice." The military officials around him exclaimed. It's wonderful that General Li could think of this method. The bearded General Li said, "Unfortunately, I'm still trying to find a way to use the seal and suppress at the same time and combine them perfectly. That's why I want to ask for advice from Senior General Wang." "Well," General Wang pondered and said, "we must think about it carefully." While the military officials were talking among themselves animatedly, the civil officials were also discussing something on the other side. "Premier Zhang, do you think we can learn the godly sword lightning controlling true spell?" "Of course. Didn't you hear? We can't learn the spiritual spells. As for the sword spells and sword techniques, we can learn them all." "Right. After we master the sword control technique, I guess we can learn all kinds of sword spells." "Oh, that sword technique looks so awe-inspiring. Great heavenly power." turn into godly lightning and follow the direction of the sword. A dignified-looking middle-aged official chanted the spell and shook his head. Just chanting the sword spell makes me feel enlightened. I wonder what happens if I can use this sword spell myself. The lightning bolts will crash down from the ninth heaven, and the world will change colors. Another official said with admiration, the heavenly power is insane, and nothing in the world can block it. Right, and there's the Tai Chi Mystic Pure Tao. It's not easy to learn the Tai Chi Mystic Pure Tao. You can't learn it without great talent. Xiaofan has poor talent, but he learned it. Instantly, someone rebuffed. The military officials who had been discussing the new combat technique gaped upon hearing the civil officials who were talking animatedly about the godly sword lightning controlling true spell and Tai Chi Mystic Pure Tao, wondering if their roles had reversed. Great heavenly power, turn into godly lightning and follow the direction of the sword. Lighting bolts, from ninth heaven, changing the world. General Li, what are they talking about? A military official looked at the civil officials in bafflement. It sounds so powerful. There's even a sword technique named the Godly Sword Lightning controlling true spell which can even activate heavenly power. Even General Li's, seal hills and suppress mountains, can't block such a sword technique, right? The military officials began to talk among themselves. Of course, General Li's, seal hills and suppress mountains, is powerful, but no mortal can overpower heavenly power. Anyone who can activate and use heavenly power must have unrivaled cultivation strength. The military officials got more confused while they talked. How come the civil officials are talking about such powerful sword techniques? Premier Zhang. General Li walked over and asked with a serious expression, what are you talking about? I'm talking about Jade Dynasty with them. Premier Zhang answered with dignity. Jade. The military officials looked at each other in confusion and murmured, what? His Majesty has arrived. His Majesty is here. We'll talk after the morning meeting. How come His Majesty came at this moment? General Wang's face turned dark since he was eager to learn more about the godly sword lightning controlling true spell. The military officials were all frustrated. However, they still immediately took their positions. At this moment, the task target for the new game would be reached soon with only about 10 more activations for each episode. Meanwhile, Fang Qi's shop experienced a transformation. When he got up and went downstairs, Fang Qi saw that the inner space of his shop had expanded by 4 times. There were more computers, and even the lounge area had been expanded. A row of couches lined the left of the door with tea tables in front of them, facing the livestream screen and making it a perfect place for entertainment and resting. The computer chairs changed from the light and simple metal chairs to heavier and more comfortable leather chairs. Due to the expansion of the space, the whole internet cafe was divided into 5 sections, and each section had about 70 computers. There were 3 sections downstairs and 2 upstairs, looking neat and orderly. The only thing that didn't change was the small blackboard at the counter. Dong Qingli hurried to the shop in the early morning. When she walked in, she thought that she entered the wrong shop. Hiss. So big. Zhang Wanyu walked out and glanced around before walking in again. Looking from the outside, the 2 shopfronts are of the same size. How come the interior space became so much bigger? At this moment, Su Tianji walked in and her expression changed immediately. Spatial array, strange. Fenghua looked around the internet cafe and said in surprise, Master, the spatial arrays are used in the storage spiritual artifacts, right? But I rarely see them used on buildings. Is it strange that this shop used this kind of arrays? Have you ever seen anyone go into any space spiritual artifacts? Su Tianji said in astonishment, living beings can't get into spatial arrays. Even our Luyun Taoist palace can't make a spatial spiritual artifact that humans can stay in without any consequences. So powerful. Fenghua clicked her tongue and exclaimed, I'm surprised that this mysterious senior is also a high-level array master. Chapter 173, Young Master Song. Explore the new game. Wow, boss. Zhang Xiaoyu walked downstairs and gasped at the sight of the spacious internet cafe, is this really our shop? She ran out of the door and looked curiously. I don't see new shopfronts. Why are you standing here at the door? Nolan Hengwu didn't have anything to do and thus came to the shop usually in the early morning. The moment that he got near the shop, he saw people gathering around the door and Zhang Xiaoyu hopping in and out of the door. Fang Qi said with a dark expression, it's just an expansion of shop. You guys don't have to act so astonished. You're right. Nolan Hengwu gave them a hard look at the door. You're standing out here because of that. When he entered the door, he shivered instantly. His eyeballs bulged. So huge, Su Tianji exclaimed, that senior is fathomable. He transformed the small shop to this state all by himself. From now on, we can't call it a small shop anymore. Dong Qingli clicked her tongue and said, it became this big after only one night. There are so many more computers. Did that senior make them recently? This feels even softer than demon beast fur. Zhang Wanyu sat on a couch. It's so bouncy. Really, let me try. Zhang Xiaoyu chimed in, I'll try it too. Fang Qi covered his face and said, are you going to play or not? What's the hurry? We don't have to wait in line anyway. Su Tianji leaned back on the couch comfortably, looking lazy and relaxed. Girls, prepare a bowl of noodles for your master. Okay, master. Feng Hua and Yuexin went to make noodles cheerfully. Well, I'll eat a bowl of instant noodles as well. After all, they had finished watching the TV series, and they couldn't eat and play games at the same time. Nolan Hungwu lounged on the couch like an old good-for-nothing. By the way, when will you release the 7th and the 8th episodes of Jade Dynasty? It's only Thursday. Fang Qi also lounged on the couch. Xiaoyu, prepare a bowl of noodles for me too. Zhang Xiaoyu had tears in her eyes. I can only prepare noodles but can't eat. Fang Qi took a bite of the instant noodles and glanced at the task list on the system interface. Sitting on the couch, the others laughed and talked while eating instant noodles, oblivious of what was in store for them. While this group of people sat together and ate noodles, customers began to come into the internet cafe. When Song Qingfeng and the others walked into the door, they saw Fang Qi writing something on the blackboard. Sir, what are you writing? After praising the new environment of the internet cafe, Song Qingfeng and his buddies walked up. Seriously, new items again? Yeah, Fang Qi nodded. To fill in the mental void after watching Jade Dynasty and to deal with the unsteady mind and weak fortitude one might experience with fast-growing strength, our shop has especially made this game for you, Fang Qi said with a kind and naive smile. If you have problems with it, take them to the system, Fang Qi murmured silently. Silent Hill. Shu Zixin also walked up. It has been a while since the shop released a game. Is this a new game? A new game. Nolan Hungwu and Su Tianji also walked up with bowls of instant noodles in their hands. Despite the new items in the shop recently, they hadn't seen a new game for a while. Su Tianji was playing The Legend of the Sword and Fairy for the third time. While she was still playing Counter-Strike, she had fewer rivals on her skill level, and she wasn't interested in playing with new players. She could only gain some fun when Fang Qi played with her. Nolan Hungwu was in the same situation. He had finished Act 3 in Diablo and was waiting for Act 4, so he spent his time on trying to get new items in Diablo and playing Counter-Strike with the more experienced players. While they waited for the update of Jade Dynasty, a new game was a good way to entertain themselves. Silent Hill. They looked at each other, finding this name quite weird. To deal with an unsteady mind and weak fortitude. Nolan Hungwu thought for a while and said, it's a game to toughen one's mind. You young people indeed need some toughening. It's good of you to consider this point. Su Tianji looked at Fang Qi and said in surprise. She was stunned that this shop's games could even toughen one's mind and eliminate internal evils. This was an extraordinary feature for not only the young people but also high-level cultivators like her. After all, the higher one's cultivation strength was, the more difficult it was for them to overcome the internal evils during the process of cultivation. Su Tianji wondered if she had any mental weaknesses and if the game could help her handle them. Fang Qi shrugged and replied, we offer a full range of services. The new game is so good. It can toughen one's mind. As one of the most experienced players, Shu Zixin had gained a lot of strength and was worried that her mind was unstable due to her fast progress. Besides, she loved trying new things, so she said, Sir, activate Silent Hill 2 for me. Fang Qi warned them, by the way, this game has some special settings that are different from other games. For example, you can't exit the virtual reality mode during a battle, and you can't lower the pain sensation to below 50%. He explained the new settings of the new game. For example, in Resident Evil, if the players gave up resistance and were close to death, they could exit directly from the virtual reality mode and return to the keyboard and mouse control to avoid the sense of pain. However, if they went into a battle in this game, they couldn't exit the virtual reality mode unless the character died. The other option was playing the game with the keyboard and mouse the entire way, but the effect would only be a little better than watching the livestream, which wasn't that good of an experience. Besides, the system would automatically switch off external communication when the players entered the main plot, the new function was said to be set up to avoid noise pollution. Sir, aren't you playing the new game today? Nolan Mingshay came over and asked him. She just suddenly appeared. Fang Qi glanced around the internet cafe and said, now that I don't have to fight for a computer, I'll watch for a while first. Oh, then, I'll watch it too. Nolan Mingshay bought a bottle of Coke and stood behind to watch. Shall we play it? Zhang Wanyu asked. Let's watch it first. Dong Qingli hadn't finished The Legend of the Sword and Fairy and Diablo yet, so she didn't think that she had time for 3 games. I want to watch the new game. Zhang Xiaoyu joined them. Ha ha ha, we can play a new game today. Lin Xiao and Shu Luo also walked over. Young Master Song, let's be the first players and explore the game. Master, shall we play together? Feng Hua and Yuexin had activated the game already. Sir, does this game have the option of multiplayer? Su Tianji asked. Then, just watch how I kill my way out. Su Tianji said to her disciples with confidence. Okay, Master, your gaming skills are excellent. Then, we'll watch it first. Chapter 174, scared them out of their wits. The players who activated the game clicked it open. At this moment, some customers came in, and Zhang Xiaoyu ran over to the counter to receive their payments before running back to watch the new game. The players couldn't choose their characters in the game since it had only one character, who was a male, just like The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Looking at the handsome guy with golden hair and fair skin in the mirror, they wondered, a foreigner just like the people in Resident Evil. In fact, the players saw foreigners not only in Resident Evil but Diablo and Counter-Strike as well, and they were used to the sight of foreigners now. After playing these games, they even got some understanding of the other world and foreign languages. Although they didn't know if there were such countries in the world, they just took it as a way to explore a new civilization. They felt as if they had traveled all over the world while sitting in the shop. Su Tianji smiled and shook her head, and Song Qingfeng already walked out of the room in the game with some new memories entering his mind at the same time. Most of the time, the players in the game didn't need notifications because many pieces of information were automatically stored into their memories, including the purpose of the trip and the past events in the main character's life. When Song Qingfeng walked out of the door, a memory floated up into his character's mind. Not only the players, but Nolan Mingshay and the others who had been watching the game behind them froze at the words on the screen. A letter from his wife. From the words in the letter, they felt the wife's love for her husband, the main character of the game. But, his wife died 3 years ago. Everyone's heart lurched, and they looked at each other, wondering about the situation. A creepy atmosphere began brewing. In the game, Song Qingfeng controlled the character and stood at the edge of a hill, leaning against a fence and looking at the village which was engulfed in mist. For no reason, he shivered involuntarily. I feel like something is wrong. Zixin, I don't want to continue. Shen Qingqing wanted to quit. Don't be afraid, Shu Zixin encouraged her, it means that your mind has weaknesses, and you need to play more of this game. Shen Qingqing went silent. I feel like this game is weird. Standing behind Su Tianji, Feng Hua and Yuexin moved toward each other and murmured, is there anything wrong? What are you afraid of? Su Tianji snorted. I'll see what techniques this character has. Skill interface. Skill interface. Seeing no skill interface coming on screen, Su Tianji had to call the shop owner. Sir, where's the skill interface? There's no skill interface. Shu Zixin. Song Qingfeng. First, I'll get myself a good weapon. Song Qingfeng murmured to himself, it should work the same way as the main character in Resident Evil. No, sir. Where are the weapons? Soon, another shout came. Even Chris had close-range combat skills, marksmanship, and a small dagger with him. Soon, he heard 2 words from Fang Qi. No weapons. Lin Xiao moved his body in the game and found that the main character couldn't even do a split stretch. Where are the close-range combat skill? There's none. If he has nothing, how can I play the game? Su Tianji's expression turned dark. What does the main character have? Sorry to inform you, but the main character in this game is an ordinary guy. All the players froze. The mist in front of them was obviously full of dangers, and no one could tell what would happen next. Now, they were told that the main character was an ordinary guy. It's good to play an ordinary guy. Standing behind them, Nolan Hongwu praised the setting since he wasn't playing the game. Without any strength, you will reveal the weaknesses in your mind. Shen Qingqing wanted to quit. It was fine right now since she could still communicate with the outside, but she didn't dare to play in such a creepy world without any strength. In fact, the essence of many horror games was using the player's own minds to frighten themselves. If the players knew what to expect, they could treat these games as monster-killing games, and they wouldn't be that scary. The horror induced from the outside world wasn't as scary as the horror formed by one's own imagination. In this remade version, the game looked more real, which meant it was also a lot easier to induce fear. The players with weak minds would be manipulated by their own imaginations. Nolan Mingxie said mildly, "Since the main character of the game is an ordinary guy, and he has driven to this place, it means that he has the intention of entering this place. If an ordinary guy dares to enter the place, I don't think there's anything to be afraid of." "Yeah, even an ordinary guy dares to come here, so I guess that the only scary thing is the creepy atmosphere," Lan Yan said. "Even if there's danger in here, it won't be something that you can't handle." "Do you think so?" "Less courageous than the others," Shen Qingqing said uneasily. "We'll know when we enter, right?" Su Tianji sounded more optimistic. "Sir, why aren't you playing?" Feng Hua and Yuexin stared at Fang Qi and asked suspiciously. "I'll watch it first and put it on livestream tonight." "Tonight, livestream?" They looked at each other, a little confused. However, this conversation eliminated the doubts on the mind of Song Qingfeng, Xu Zixin, and the others. "There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm just scaring myself. Is the small town ahead of me Silent Hill? I'll go there and have a look." "Look, I told you that it's fine." The deeper Song Qingfeng walked into the thick mist, the quieter it was. At this moment, he suddenly found that no one answered his words. There wasn't any sound around him. Then, he remembered that Fang Qi had mentioned the disabling of external communication after entering the main plot. Walking down the mountain road for a long time, he went into a graveyard and encountered the first NPC, and he heard about the things that had happened at the Silent Hill and got directions. This game became weirder. Soon after the players walked down the empty mountain road and came into the town, they saw a trail of blood. Following the blood, they saw a figure stumbling into the thick mist. When they ran up, they found that the figure vanished in the thick fog. At this moment, even Dong Qingli and Lan Yan, who were watching from behind, felt chills running down their spines, let alone Song Qingfeng and the others who were playing the game. Stumbling into such a creepy place without any cultivation strength, Nolan Hengwu said, "This game is a bit." Then, the players found a radio with static noises and a corpse kneeling on the ground. When they walked up to check on the corpse, they felt some movement behind them. When they looked back, they saw a distorted figure standing before them. They had never experienced such a thing before. Even Nolan Mingxie, who stood beside Fang Qi, turned pale, let alone Song Qingfeng and the other players. They were scared out of their wits.